Nie Yan raised magic item proficiency to junior, the highest rank he could go at his current level. It gave him plus 20% effectiveness on magic items, which meant he could now expect to deal an extra 120 damage on top of the 600 base damage from every basic magic bomb. The benefits of having such a mastery were as plain as day, allowing him to cut down on costs by a significant margin. He spent the rest of his mastery points raising kicking to intermediate. It was a useful mastery that allowed him to delay an enemy mid-cast, with a chance of directly disrupting them. By the time Nie Yan finished allocating his mastery points, the members of the group had already found the drops among the debris on the ground. They stored all the loot into one place. Boss, you can store all these items in the treasury. We haven't contributed at all, yet we've already cost the guild so much money. We don't need anything, Undying Scoundrel said on everyone's behalf. He was normally pretty carefree, but even he understood it was improper for them to take the drops. If Nie Yan sold these items or stored them in the treasury, then at least he would be able to recuperate some of his losses. We don't need any of these items. Use them to build up the guild treasury, Blade Light said. Out of everyone in the group, he was only second to Nie Yan in terms of prestige, so his words carried quite a bit of authority. Nie Yan nodded. All these items will be stored in the treasury. If you need any of them, don't hesitate to ask Wo why. As for the energized crystal fragments, collect them and set them aside for young Sparrow Hawk. Nie Yan's group arrived at a public square which connected to various streets. The warriors should start helping out as well. We'll gather the mechanical golems in the surrounding area in this square, Nie Yan said. This was the best location to do all the mobbing. Blade Light, Edgeless, and the other warriors also went to aggro the mobs. From all directions, mechanical golems were gathered at the heart of the plaza. Nie Yan continuously threw magic bombs, causing explosions to sweep through the entire plaza. Mechanical golems collapsed left and right, littering the ground with scrap metal and various pieces of equipment. The members of the group rose rapidly in level, as the crisp, melodic jingles turned into a regular occurrence. Boss, this is awesome. We're leveling up so quickly. Nie Yan looked at the levels of the members in the group. They soared to level 26 or 27. 2 people already reached level 28 even. Edgeless, Monochrome, and the other warriors started pulling the next wave of mechanical golems with even more fervor, while the other members began picking up all the loot off the ground. Nie Yan checked the harvest. They already had 32 energized crystal fragments. Soon, Tang Yao would be able to resurrect his arcane fairy. Boss, do you know what kind of equipment this is? Summer Bug asked after picking up a very dark piece of plate armor covered in runes. Its design was simple and unadorned. With one look, you could tell it was an artifact from a bygone era. It emitted a cold, ancient aura. I found something similar over here too. It's a pair of gauntlets. Off in the distance, Miracle Dancer picked up a similar piece of equipment. The group members really did have a sharp gaze. They could immediately tell these pieces of equipment were out of the ordinary. Nie Yan stared at the chest armor in Summer Bug's hands. It was covered in forbidden magic runes. It's part of that set, no mistake. They're part of the everlasting set. Bring them over, Nie Yan said, unable to hold back his emotions. After receiving the gauntlets and chest armor, Nie Yan appraised both of them. Everlasting chestplate, silver. Requirements, level 30, 270 strength, 160 dexterity. Set items, chestplate, gauntlets, leg armor, shoulder guards, cape, horn helmet, greaves, heavy shield. Properties, heavy armor, metal defense, defense 330 to 339, damage absorption plus 5%, magic resistance plus 10%, maximum health plus 10%, reduce the level requirements of the other set items by 10 when this armor is equipped. Restrictions, fighter. Everlasting gauntlets, silver. Requirements, level 40. Set items, chestplate, gauntlets, leg armor, shoulder guards, cape, horn helmet, greaves, heavy shield. Properties, heavy armor, metal defense, defense 220 to 238, damage absorption plus 2%, magic resistance plus 3%, maximum health plus 5%. Restrictions, fighter. The Everlasting series was produced in Everlasting City. It was divided into 3 sets, silver, gold, and dark gold. The gold and dark gold sets only dropped from elites, while the silver set could be found on ordinary monsters. Due to how many parts this set comprised, completing it posed some difficulty. Nonetheless, its properties were great, even better than the level 35 gold storm set. It was an exceptional defensive set for fighters at the early stage of the game. If all the set items were gathered, the player would receive a set bonus in the form of a rank 6 shield. More often than not, the difficulty of obtaining a set determined how much it was coveted. Not only was defense-focused fighter equipment simply too rare, they were also in great demand. So if a good piece of equipment for a fighter were put up for auction, even the most miserly of guild leaders wouldn't hesitate to break the bank. This is something for you. Let's see if we can gather the full set. Since we have the chestplate, it means you can equip the other parts of the set at a much lower level, Nie Yan said before handing the chestplate and gauntlets to Blade Light. If they could help him gather all the parts of the Everlasting Silver set, which would allow him to tank high-level lords, then during the upcoming guild expedition, they could try their luck at challenging much higher-level lords. Blade Light looked over the 2 items, then exclaimed in a slightly surprised tone, the properties are pretty good. What about the set bonus? There's a description of this set online. The set bonus is a rank 6 shield, Nie Yan replied. It was precisely the rank 6 shield that made the set so great. Without it, the set's value would be much lower. The rank 6 shield allowed a fighter to tank the hits of a lord in an enraged state. To any team, this was extremely important. Wow, that's pretty good. Blade Light's heart was swayed. The notion of equipping a level 40 defensive set at only level 30 was very attractive to him. How far are you from meeting the stat requirements? I'm a bit short from fulfilling the dexterity requirement, Blade Light replied. The difference in dexterity could be made up by socketing dexterity gems. If they could complete the Everlasting set, an unrivaled level 30 fighter would be born. If we clear out the mechanical golems in the area, we might be able to cobble together an entire Everlasting set. The drop rates are higher when exploring new maps, Nie Yan encouraged the team. Although the pieces of the Everlasting Silver set were rare, their drop rate wasn't outrageous. Adding onto this was the fact they were the first to clear this map, so there was a definite hope of them collecting all the pieces of the set. If Ass-Kickers United had an extremely powerful fighter, the entire guild would be able to obtain equipment an entire tier better than what they had now. The main team's gear was already lagging behind their level at this point. With the knowledge that the Everlasting set could drop from this area, everyone worked even harder. Sun and the warriors ran deeper into the city, luring wave after wave of mechanical golems over to the square. Nie Yan just sat there, launching one basic magic bomb after another almost non-stop. Mechanical golem corpses piled up almost as fast as they disappeared. The group's levels continued to soar. Nie Yan glanced at the level leaderboards. Ass-Kickers United occupied the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th spots. Of course, there were also the players like Nie Yan who kept their levels hidden from the leaderboards. To have a single guild occupy half of the top 10 was already shocking enough. Taking up the entire top 10 would truly be too brash. The player base was going wild. Ass-Kickers United was too powerful. Almost the entire upper half of the level leaderboards belonged to them. Countless players flooded toward the Ass-Kickers United headquarters, even more frenzied than before. Many of the new applicants held thoughts of freeloading in their minds. Perhaps, Nie Yan would be in a good mood one day and decide to take everyone on a group power leveling session, allowing them to instantly level up several times over without having to grind. Guowai continued to raise the bar for new applicants, even requiring them to pass a series of tests now. For every 100 players wanting to join Ass-Kickers United, perhaps only a mere 5 or 6 of them would actually get the chance to join. There had never been such a guild before. One that imposed harsh requirements on potential members and still had skilled players lining up to join. The ones that didn't make the cut weren't just sent on their way. For them, Guowai established 2 branch guilds, Mages Division and Warriors Division, which absorbed members from the crowd of rejected players. Despite being branch guilds, they shared a collective treasury with Ass-Kickers United. Ass-Kickers United had a slow and controlled growth, as each and every member could be considered amongst the elites of an ordinary guild. The sheer concentration of experts would leave any onlooker utterly speechless. At first, the players who joined Ass-Kickers United early on sighed in relief. Many of them had no confidence in passing the entrance test. However, Guowai quickly made their hearts sink to rock bottom with the announcement of mandatory testing for all members a week later. Those who could not pass would be relegated to a branch division. They would have to work hard and pass the test if they wanted to rejoin the main guild. On the other side of the coin, those that did pass the test would receive far greater benefits than before. With both harsh penalties and abundant rewards on the line, all members desperately tried to improve themselves in preparation. Additionally, the in-game currency collection was a spectacular success. In order to wear strong gear at level 30, the members of Ass-Kickers United donated a large sum of money to the guild. The average guild member could find over a dozen silver to spare, while the richest players donated up to 1 or even 2 gold. It was only now that Guowai realized just how filthy rich the members of Ass-Kickers United were. Even the poorest of them scraped together enough silver to take advantage of the good merit point exchange rate, redeeming their points for various pieces of equipment. There was already 1,200 gold in the guild's treasury, but the frenzied donations had only just begun. You're certainly impressive. I was wondering why so many players came all at once to our headquarters to apply to the guild. I took a break and checked the leaderboards. Like half of it is ours. It took us until now to handle this wave of applicants, Guowai messaged. Ass-Kickers United had such a spectacular lineup on the level leaderboards. How much gold has the guild collected so far? Nie Yan inquired. We're already at 1,200 gold, and it's still going up. I predict we'll have 2 to 3,000 gold by tomorrow. Nie Yan sank into thought. Even Guowai's higher estimate of 3,000 gold might not be enough for the auction house at the center of Kalor. He needed to prepare some extra money from other sources. Fortunately, the Starry Night Potion Shop had also accumulated quite a bit of profit. There's something important I have to tell you about. Radiant Sacred Flame and Holy Empire both just upgraded to level 5 guilds, and fought a major guild war, Guowai informed. He received this information only moments ago. Nie Yan responded in surprise, wow, they're fast. They're even a step ahead of Victorious Return on that front. Victorious Return really took a hit during your escapade at Kilnfire Woods. They fell flat on their faces, losing more than half of their elites. It'll take them some time and effort to catch back up before they can push for level 5. How did the war between Radiant Sacred Flame and Holy Empire go? Nie Yan urgently inquired. Ass-Kickers United agreed to an alliance with Holy Empire not long ago, while Radiant Sacred Flame was affiliated with Victorious Return. The outcome of this conflict would directly affect the interests of Ass-Kickers United. Holy Empire lost miserably. They sent an army of 50,000 to the battlefield, only to have 2/3 of them die. Radiant Sacred Flame barely lost 10,000 people. Guowai sighed deeply. If Holy Empire was dealt a fatal blow, Ass-Kickers United would lose a trustworthy ally. How did Holy Empire lose that badly? Nie Yan was shocked. No one expected Radiant Sacred Flame to be so strong. They have a unit of 1,000 berserkers, all armed to the teeth with terrifying equipment. That group alone slaughtered Holy Empire to the point where there was nothing they could even do. Here, I'll send you a video of the battle, Guowai explained as he forwarded the video to Nie Yan. At first, Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame fought each other to a standstill. Although casualties were high, neither side suffered meaningful losses. That changed when Radiant Sacred Flame struck out with their 1,000 berserker battalion. Like a sharp dagger, it cut through Holy Empire's front line and began massacring the players in the rear. Holy Empire could only sound a full retreat. Despite using immense efforts to kill the 1,000 berserker battalion, they couldn't. Holy Empire was unable to salvage the situation as over 100 berserkers got out unscathed. Holy Empire was dealt a crippling blow, but Radiant Sacred Flame hadn't gotten off lightly either. Taking a breather, both sides set up camp and began to recuperate. Nie Yan understood why the two guilds were in such a bitter conflict. Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame had simultaneously risen to Tier 5 guilds. With the promotion of 2 Tier 5 guilds, a small stronghold would open in Kalor. The competition to control the stronghold made the guilds fight to the death finally make sense. He predicted that a few days later, both guilds would send out an army of 2,000 for another bout. Before the stronghold's owner was decided, one final battle would erupt. Both guilds would certainly ask for aid from other parties. Nie Yan expected Holy Empire to come to Ass-Kickers United for help. He also felt certain that Sleepy Fox would also beseech the help of Sapphire Shrine and Battle-Crazed Alliance. He might even try to hire some experts from major gaming organizations. Radiant Sacred Flame would definitely be doing the same with its allies. The war of the guilds was far from over. Before the stronghold had an owner, both guilds were fated to clash. For now, the first round was won by Radiant Sacred Flame, putting Holy Empire at a disadvantage. In the previous timeline, Holy Empire had been able to hold its own despite constantly being inferior to both Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Give our guild members a heads up, telling them to earn more guild honor in preparation for our upgrade to Tier 4, Nie Yan instructed. Ass-Kickers United was simply established too late. Because of that, they were far behind Holy Empire, Radiant Sacred Flame, and the other major guilds. Ass-Kickers United needed to pick its pace up. Strongholds were a guild's true foundation for progress. I'm currently arranging it. We're not far off from level 4. You gotta return Blade Light and Young 7 to us soon, though. Resplendent Blade Light and Leader Young 7 were needed because they were the leaders of the guild's main team. They're almost level 30, so they'll head back soon, Nie Yan said. The people who hit level 30 had already voluntarily left the party to avoid leeching experience. Even so, Nie Yan's supply of basic magic bombs dwindled rapidly, and as they did, Blade Light and Young 7 got ever so close to level 30. Another group is here to join the guild. Alright then, you go deal with them, Nie Yan said. The guild's affairs came first. Over the course of killing nearly 3,000 mechanical golems, their group found pieces of the everlasting set here and there. They actually managed to grab 6 parts of the set: the heavy shield, chestplate, gauntlets, cape, horned helmet, and leg armor. They even got a spare cape and horned helmet. Their luck was good, and they only lacked 2 pieces now. As another batch of mechanical golems was blasted into smithereens, Resplendent Blade Light finally reached level 30. He put 5 points into dexterity, which gave him just enough to equip the everlasting set. The dark metallic gear flashed with an impressive luster. With it on, Blade Light seemed immovable and incredibly well armored. Mysterious runes shone on the surface, radiating a frigid aura. Just gotta grab the greaves and shoulder guards now, Nie Yan commented. Once they got the final 2 pieces, the set would be complete. What are your stats now? I have 1653 defense, 35% block rate, 43% magic resistance, and over 1200 health, Resplendent Blade Light answered. Fighters already had higher defense and health than other classes, but Blade Light's current stats were insane. With this set equipped, he could be said to be ridiculously overpowered. Nie Yan frowned and asked, what about your attack? 370, Blade Light replied. He also felt that something was off here. My defenses make me an impregnable fortress, but I can't stabilize the aggro with such low attack. It's a huge problem if a boss's aggro doesn't concentrate on me. Get a bunch of high aggro skills, I guess. Have Guo find some skill books for you. Next time we do a guild activity, we'll find a good one-handed sword for you to use, Nie Yan promised. Just his defense alone made Resplendent Blade Light worthy being called the #1 fighter in the game. If his stats were leaked to other fighters, they would probably go crazy with shame and envy. With such an overpowered fighter, the guild could do a lot of things that it couldn't before. Nie Yan suddenly had an idea. After we finish leveling here, we could go look for a super variant lord to test ourselves, and pick up a sub-legendary item while we're at it. Super variant lords are too powerful. I'm not sure if Blade Light can hold up against one. Nie Yan weighed the matter seriously. It's better not to bite off more than we can chew for now. He filed away the dangerous thought at the back of his mind. A sub-legendary item wasn't something a person could just obtain on a whim. He didn't want his own reckless nature to cause the death of countless guild members. Regular lords for now. After everyone has risen in level and gotten better equipment, I'll consider whether or not we should take on a super variant again. Nie Yan checked his status bar. He was now level 33. The group members left the party upon reaching level 30. Undying Scoundrel, Monochrome, Edgeless, and 3 others were the first to leave. Although they left the party, they still stuck around to help round up the mobs. Resplendent Blade Light was the most recent player that hit level 30. He also left the party, leaving more experience for the others. There were still 4 more members at level 29, but it wouldn't be long before they gained that last level. Another wave of mobs was aggroed over. Seeing the hordes of mechanical golems surge into the square from every street, Nie Yan was taken aback. How are there still so many left? Did they aggro all the mechanical golems in the outer district? Because of his repeated warnings, none of the group members dared to venture into the central region of Everlasting City. An endless shower of magic bombs rained down from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Mechanical golems collapsed to the ground, several dozen at a time. Before long, the square was covered with mounds of scrap metal. The group members began picking up the loot. Did the greaves and shoulder guards drop? Nie Yan asked. The most pressing matter right now was helping Blade Light complete the everlasting silver set. Found the shoulder guards. Summer Bug exclaimed after picking up a piece of equipment. The leg armor dropped over here. We already have the leg armor. Let's try a few more waves. The greaves should drop. Nie Yan checked his bag. He only had a little over 300 magic bombs remaining. Nearly 700 magic bombs disappeared in the blink of the eye. This expenditure was truly staggering. After doing some calculations, the group realized Nie Yan spent 500 gold to help them on this trip to Everlasting City, and this fact struck all of them with guilt. They never expected the cost of power leveling to be so steep. In retrospect, the request they made back at Kiln Firewoods was more than a little excessive. Boss, we've let you down by squandering so much of the guild's wealth, Undying Scoundrel said apologetically. After all, he was one of the main culprits who pestered Nie Yan to take them leveling. I wouldn't really call getting you all to level 30 squandering, but if we can collect the entire everlasting silver set, then this trip will have been well worth it. It's only 500 gold. Money spent can be still earned back later, Nie Yan said with a smile. Even though 500 gold was a great sum, a significant boost in the strength of the guild's core elites wasn't a bad trade-off. Boss, you really know how to touch a person's heart. From now on, I'll follow you no matter what the future holds. Just say the word, and I'll definitely be at your beck and call. Undying Scoundrel half-jokingly declared. Nie Yan chuckled. Alright, enough with the flattery. You guys can equip the sets of level 30 gold equipment in the guild treasury now. Just give Guo a holler when you get back, and he'll let you withdraw them. How is that fine? We can't keep freely taking stuff from the guild. That won't be fair to the other guild members. I already have over 6,000 merit points. If I donate a few more pieces of equipment, I'll have enough for a full set of level 30 gold equipment. I'll just exchange the set I have equipped right now, Summerbug said. He understood that the guild was still in the initial stage of its development. Every player had to contribute their fair share. A rising tide would lift the boat. Only then could the entire guild grow stronger together. The rest of the group nodded in agreement with Summerbug. They would be reimbursed with merit points for donating their old equipment anyway. The guild treasury existed to benefit everyone in Ass-Kickers United, not just the top-ranking members. If every member only thought for their own interests, the guild would never grow. 3 more members leveled up. Only Young 7 still hadn't reached level 30. As a priest, he had the most difficult time leveling, so he always lagged behind the others by a bit. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then turned to Young 7 and said, I still have some magic bombs left. Let's get you to level 32, alright. Since priests were the slowest class at leveling, Young 7 would inevitably be overtaken by the others. By helping him get in a few more levels now, he wouldn't fall as far behind. That's a little wasteful, isn't it? Young 7 asked, sounding a little hesitant. It doesn't matter. Leveling will be super fast with just the 2 of us, Nie Yan replied. Without having to share the experience among all the other members, he would be able to get Young 7 to level 32 in no time. I guess it's fine. Young 7 shrugged after thinking for a moment. As a priest, he knew how important he was to the main team, so he didn't decline the offer. Another wave was aggroed over to the public square. A series of blasts buffeted the mechanical golems, decimating sections of the crowd at a time as they exploded into scrap metal. Ding dong, a crisp system jingle rang out as Nie Yan hit level 34. He didn't expect to be approaching level 35 so soon. The Skywalker set was still sitting in his bag. Who knew before he could even find a suitable opportunity to equip this defensive thief set, he would already have to start searching for level 35 and level 40 equipment. However, with the stats of the Skywalker set, he would be fine wearing it all the way to level 40. At worst, he would have to socket it with gems. Even then, since it was dark gold grade, upgrading it was pretty cost effective. A bright radiance descended on Young 7 as he reached level 30, with his experience bar filling up until it stopped at 86%. Since the experience was shared with 2 instead of 12, his leveling speed increased by 6-fold. After the last mechanical golem fell, the group scattered around the square in search for drops. I found another everlasting chestplate, Summerbug said with pleasant surprise. It was the most important piece of the set, allowing the player to equip all the other pieces at level 30 instead of level 40. Not bad. Nie Yan was pleased. Even if they couldn't complete the everlasting silver set, the properties of the individual pieces weren't bad. Especially when worn at level 30, it would bolster the player's defensive capabilities by a significant degree. With another chestplate, the other spare pieces could be more easily equipped. The graves dropped. Edgeless cried out as he held up a piece of equipment. At last, the everlasting silver set was complete. The last 2 parts were traded to Blade Light. After equipping the everlasting silver set, Blade Light's entire body was clad in solid, metal armor. This set was not one bit inferior to a full set of level 30 dark gold equipment. Its formidable defensive capabilities allowed a fighter to look down on any level 30 lord. Even going up against a level 30 super variant lord was possible. With Young 7 reaching level 32, we're almost set for the guild expedition, Nie Yan thought. As everyone helped Young 7 power level to level 32, Nie Yan's chat rang. He checked the caller ID, it was Sleepy Fox. You couldn't resist any longer, huh? Let's see what you have to say, he mused before answering the call. You guys sure are impressive. The entire top of the leaderboards is filled with players from your guild. Sleepy Fox praised, unable to hold back his envy. It would be great if he could have so many experts under him. The current situation was that Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were the strongest, while Asskickers United had the greatest number of experts. As for Holy Empire, the only thing they could do was to place all of their hopes on the stronghold. If they successfully occupied it, they would undergo a meteoric rise. If it was snatched away by Radiant Sacred Flame, they would have no choice but to lay low for a while because Radiant Sacred Flame would definitely try to beat them further while they were down. You wouldn't be contacting me just to talk about the leaderboards, right? Nie Yan chuckled. He was much more relaxed and carefree than Sleepy Fox. How about you send that group of experts in your guild to help me capture the stronghold? Sleepy Fox finally cut straight to the chase. The upcoming battle for the small stronghold would be conducted under the supervision of the Viridian Empire. Both sides would have a maximum of 2,000 players. Whichever side captured the stronghold would have ownership of it for 5 months, after which it could be freely fought over again. Even if Holy Empire could only control the stronghold for 5 months, the amount of gold they would gain from collecting taxes during that time was extremely enticing. It was enough to allow them to flourish. No other guild came close to having as many experts as Asskickers United did. We only signed a defense pact. Asskickers United is under no obligation to help you seize that stronghold, right? Nie Yan asked. Dispatching his own experts to help Holy Empire win the stronghold battle entailed a huge risk. If the compensation wasn't satisfactory, he wouldn't act. As a guild leader, it was necessary for him to consider the guild's interests first. I want to employ the services of just the 10 of you. 200 gold, are you interested? Sleepy Fox said. What he meant by just the 10 of you was precisely Nie Yan and the other 9 who had massacred over 500 players from unhindered in Kilnfire Woods. A 200 gold commission fee was an exorbitant amount. It was truly enough to leave people speechless. Wow, you really are putting us on a pedestal, Nie Yan replied. He estimated 200 gold was enough for Sleepy Fox to hire a top-notch 200-player gaming organization to throw their lives away for him, while the same amount was offered just to hire the 10 of them. Truthfully speaking, however, 200 gold was nothing to Nie Yan. He was simply too rich, to the extent that he wasn't even the slightest bit swayed by the amount Sleepy Fox offered. You guys are worth the price, Sleepy Fox said. He believed that with the current working relationship between both guilds, his offer should be enough to get Nie Yan to act. Unfortunately, Nie Yan had something different in mind. I can dispatch 100 players that will boost your chances of capturing the stronghold to 80% or higher. However, 200 gold won't cut it. If I help your guild in the upcoming siege battle, I want a 30% ownership stake in the stronghold, Nie Yan said. It seemed he wanted a much bigger piece of the pie. How are you so sure of the outcome? Sleepy Fox asked. He had hired experts from everywhere, but he still didn't feel assured about seizing the stronghold. Why was Nie Yan so confident? Just think it over by yourself. Nie Yan was still calm after Sleepy Fox called him into question. The number of experts in Asskickers United was beyond Sleepy Fox's imagination. It was far greater than all the several major guilds combined. If Sleepy Fox had asked him to participate in a larger scale battle in the tens of thousands, he wouldn't be able to guarantee anything. However, since it was only a 2,000 player battle, Asskickers United dispatching 100 players to join forces with Holy Empire should be enough to wipe the floor with Radiant Sacred Flame. Sleepy Fox hesitated for some time. A 30% share of the stronghold was no insignificant sum. It was the same as asking him to carve out a large piece of his own flesh. However, Nie Yan wasn't the type of person who spoke carelessly. If he didn't have the confidence, he wouldn't speak such big words. Can't you be a bit more generous? Do a friend a favor. Sleepy Fox wryly smiled. Nie Yan was truly a ruthless negotiator. Holy Empire had put in all the painstaking effort of ranking up to a level 5 guild in order to finally gain the qualifications to vie for the stronghold. It wasn't even Asskickers United's battle, yet they wanted to bite off almost a third of the profits in one fell swoop. If you just asked for my personal help, I would have agreed, even for free. However, since you're requesting the aid of my guild, the interests of my guild brothers naturally takes precedence, Nie Yan said in a sincere tone. As the guild leader, he couldn't concede the slightest inch in matters related to the guild's growth. That much I understand. Sleepy Fox deeply sighed. He was also a guild leader, so he understood the sentiment well. Sometimes, even if an action ran the risk of offending people, he would still force himself to go through with it for the sake of the numerous brothers in his guild. Nie Yan had already given his offer, and both sides didn't hold any apprehensions toward each other. If you agree, I'll send 100 players over to you. If not, then so be it, Nie Yan said. Even though 30% was a little excessive, he genuinely believed the brothers under his command were worth that price. Let me give it some more thought. 30% isn't a small amount after all. Other than that, I want to further assess the strength of the people under you. Prove to me that they're worth what you're asking for, Sleepy Fox replied. He couldn't simply take Nie Yan's words at face value, lest he be so foolish as to give away 30% of the profit for nothing. However, if the people under Nie Yan really were strong enough to help him seize the stronghold, then what harm was there in accepting the offer? The other 70% would still belong to him, and it was better than having nothing. No problem. Wait for me to finish leveling, then I'll send them to the arena to show off their skills. You should bring a few people to watch, Nie Yan replied. If they wanted to earn 30% of the profit, then it was only natural for his guild to bring out some real ability. How much longer till you guys are done leveling? An hour at most. Alright, send me a whisper when you're done, Sleepy Fox said. He wanted to see just how strong the players of Ass-Kickers United were for Nie Yan to dare to boast that 100 of them could ensure an 80% chance of successfully seizing the stronghold. How goes the battle with Radiant Sacred Flame? Nie Yan asked. The current scale of the conflict probably wasn't large enough for Holy Empire to receive any serious damage. One word. Disastrous. We've already suffered over 50,000 casualties, Sleepy Fox replied with a bitter smile. In order to secure the stronghold, both sides didn't hesitate to go all out, no matter the price they had to pay. That much? Nie Yan asked in shock. We lost over 30,000 players in the previous battle, and another 20,000 or so from minor skirmishes that broke out in various places. However, Radiant Sacred Flame isn't faring that much better either. They've lost at least 40,000 players, Sleepy Fox explained. Holy Empire had previously always held the advantage. The number of Radiant Sacred Flame players who died by their hands wasn't small. However, the crushing defeat they suffered caused the number of casualties on their side to soar and exceed that of Radiant Sacred Flame. The difference in casualties between both sides actually isn't all that bad, Nie Yan said. However, Holy Empire probably came out of the battle a little worse off. The loss in equipment definitely wasn't insignificant. Not bad. It's a difference of over 10,000 players. I got to see some of the true strength of Radiant Sacred Flame in that battle. Those bastards really hit it well, like that 1,000 Berserker battalion. Those players were previously all members of Asura. However, the moment the battle started, all of them joined Radiant Sacred Flame. God knows if they still have any other branches in reserve, Sleepy Fox said gloomily. This time, Radiant Sacred Flame had truly beaten him black and blue. Asura. Nie Yan recalled that Asura was currently a level 2 guild with 20,000 members. Their strength wasn't bad. He wasn't all too familiar with many guilds in his past life. He didn't think he would reincarnate 10 years into the past, let alone become the leader of one, otherwise, he would have researched this sort of behind-the-scenes information a bit more. He was much more knowledgeable on things like where to find the best grinding spots, but even then, he definitely didn't know everything. In the previous timeline, the fact that Holy Empire, Battle-Crazed Alliance, and Sapphire Shrine couldn't do anything to Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return wasn't without logic. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were like the blade of a guillotine hanging over Nie Yan's neck. As soon as Cao Shu entered the playing field, the future would become very hard to predict. If Ass-Kickers United was able to defeat Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, he would have a bright road ahead of him. However, if it went the other way around, the events of the previous timeline would very likely repeat themselves. I'll help Holy Empire seize the stronghold first, then decide what to do from there. Weakening Radiant Sacred Flame also benefits Ass-Kickers United. Let me focus on leveling for now. I'll whisper you when I return to Kalor, Nie Yan said after spotting Blade Light, Sun, and the others bringing in another wave of mechanical golems. Alright, Sleepy Fox said before hanging up the call. Nie Yan continued raining down basic magic bombs on the square as mechanical golems collapsed to the ground in droves. Checking his bag, he counted over 80 energized crystal fragments. Add those to the over 30 fragments in Tang Yao's possession, and they had enough for an energized crystal core. The revival of Tang Yao's arcane fairy was also important in helping Holy Empire seize the stronghold. When Tang Yao would find out they could finally resurrect his arcane fairy, he was absolutely brimming with joy. Pair this to the fact that he had just recently obtained a Slaughter Fiend medallion, and it could even be said that he was as pleased as punch. Nie Yan informed Guo why he would be needing the elites of the guild, the members who formed Ass-Kickers United's core, and asked him to make a selection. He definitely couldn't allow Sleepy Fox to look down on them. The number of strong players in Ass-Kickers United was as numerous as the trees in a forest. Almost 70% of all the top-notch elites in Kalor belonged to them, so picking out 100 was like searching for sand at the beach, it couldn't be any easier. Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame were currently evenly matched, but the people Nie Yan planned to dispatch to the battle would definitely greatly tip the scale in Holy Empire's favor. However, the enemy still couldn't be underestimated. Radiant Sacred Flame would definitely be able to find many strong players as well. After clearing 2 more waves, Young 7 finally leveled up to level 32, reaching their goal faster than originally expected. We're returning to Kalor. Holy Empire is waiting for us, Nie Yan said to the group members after they picked up all the drops from the ground. Everyone activated return scrolls and returned to Kalor. When they arrived back at the guild headquarters, Nie Yan deposited their harvest from this trip into the treasury. With the sudden influx of new level 40 equipment, the guild members were given another shock. I've already sent the players. I kept everything under wraps by reserving the entire arena, Guo Wai said. The meeting of the 2 guilds absolutely couldn't be leaked. How much was the reservation fee? Not much, only 5 gold, Guo Wai replied. In order to maintain secrecy, it was necessary to spend this sort of money. Just send the bill over to Sleepy Fox. Let him pay for the reservation fee. If we can save a little, then why not? Nie Yan said. There was no need to act polite by paying for the arena reservation fee. Besides, this exhibition between the 2 guilds was only happening because Sleepy Fox cast doubts on the strength of the players from Ass-Kickers United. Guo Wai had no words to describe Nie Yan at this moment. He didn't bat an eyelid when he spent 500 gold on leveling. However, in a major affair such as the experts of 2 powerhouses dueling, he wasn't even willing to fork up 5 gold, shamelessly wanting Sleepy Fox to shoulder the cost instead. Alright, if you say so. I'll let him know. Guo Wai could imagine just what kind of expression Sleepy Fox would have on his face when he received the bill. He probably wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before long, he received 5 gold from Sleepy Fox through the mail without complaint. It seemed everything between Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox was pretty cut and dry. If we don't owe the other side anything, then we shouldn't have to pay a single cent. Especially with the guild leaders from the large guilds, there's absolutely no need to be courteous to them. It's not like they're lacking in money anyway, Nie Yan laughed before patting Guo Wai's shoulders. Guo Wai learned a new lesson from Nie Yan. Nie Yan brought Blade Light, Undying Scoundrel, Young 7, and the others with him to the arena. Kalor Arena was a round building that resembled a coliseum. It had a wide open space in the center encompassed by countless spectator seats. It was capable of accommodating several thousand players. When there were no events going on in the city, reserving the entire place cost 5 gold, which wasn't too steep of a price. Nie Yan's group entered the arena. Close to 100 players were already there waiting. They belonged to Asskickers United. Nie Yan saw several familiar faces, Tuo Time, Very Forthright, Natural Fiend, One Strike Bao, and many others were all present. With their skills, they naturally ranked in the top 100 of the guild. When One Strike Bao spotted Blade Light among Nie Yan's group, she went over to greet them. One Strike Bao wore light blue leather armor which perfectly hugged the contours of her body. She was charming and elegant but didn't lack any sex appeal. In terms of looks, she wasn't any inferior to Yao Yao or Yulan. Add in her potential to become a shadow dancer, and it was no wonder she was worshipped by so many as a goddess in the previous timeline. Her gaze swept everyone in the group before finally falling on Blade Light. The two smiled at each other. An affair. When Undying Scoundrel and a few others watched this scene play out, they couldn't help but feel their hearts turn sour. This beautiful maiden only spared them a simple glance before focusing her attention on Blade Light. She even smiled at him, and it was the affectionate kind too. Even a fool could spot that she was in love. Boss Blade Light, is she your girlfriend? Several members asked. One Strike Bao's face immediately blushed red, but she didn't offer up an explanation. Blade Light faintly smiled before shaking his head. No, we're just really good friends. Disappointment flashed across One Strike Bao's face but only for the briefest instant before resuming her brilliant smile. We're like brothers and sisters. Like brothers and sisters. Everyone showed confused expressions. Nie Yan could actually see through the type of relationship they had. It was a pity that Blade Light couldn't tell that One Strike Bao had feelings for him. However, these sorts of matters were best resolved by the two parties involved. Boss, you guys finally arrived. Natural Fiend and many others came up to greet Nie Yan. Hey, buddy, you're here. Forthright's loud voice rang out, instantly drowning out the others in the crowd. Tuo Time revealed a lazy smile. There were 100 elite players. Nie Yan greeted all of them. As he looked over each of their faces, he felt a sense of heroic spirit bursting from his chest. This was a galaxy of talent. With so many elites gathered together, why would he worry about being defeated by Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame? With so many people present, Nie Yan couldn't possibly be familiar with every single face. But of the individuals he did recognize, he knew them as some of the very top elites of the game in the previous timeline. He naturally didn't believe his charisma was enough to convince all of them to willingly serve him without complaint. However, so long as they integrated into the tight-knit community of the guild, they would inevitably turn into comrades who would go through thick and thin with him. Beyond the sentiment, they were also bound by contracts so none of them would dare betray the guild. The crowd of players quietly discussed among themselves about their guild leader, Nirvana Flame. They had long since heard of the mad rogue whose name rang through the ears of all players like thunder. Even so, as top elites in the game, none of them felt they were lacking in ability. Yet when they recalled the scene of him killing Hey Joe, all of them had no choice but to admit that they were not his match. Just as Nie Yan wanted everyone to introduce themselves so he could get more familiar with each of them, over 100 players from Holy Empire entered through the arena entrance. They were led by none other than Sleepy Fox who was clad in golden armor. Holy Empire had arrived. Nie Yan evaluated the crowd of new arrivals. Even the weakest among them wore equipment that was level 20 gold grade. Impressive. It seems like that guy brought over all the elites of Holy Empire. Although this was only an exhibition match between two allies, the smell of gunpowder could still be smelled wafting through the atmosphere. The top 100 players of both guilds were entering the stage, after all. The guild leaders of Holy Empire and Asskickers United brought over 100 players to meet in the arena. How could the intentions of both of them not be more obvious? Nie Yan swept his gaze over his own players, only to see every single one of them rubbing their palms with eager expressions. The clash between the elites of Holy Empire and Asskickers United was drawing near. Blade Light walked over to Nie Yan's side, then said in a low voice, I recognize several familiar faces over on Holy Empire's side. Do you see the two players standing beside Sleepy Fox? The one to the left is a powerful elementalist called Eternal Phoenix. He belongs to the Holy Empire Gaming Organization. The one on the right is called Undying Battle Fervor. He's the chief fighter of Holy Empire. Nie Yan heard of them before in the previous timeline. Battle Fervor was the champion who tanked the Lava Titan for Holy Empire, while Eternal Phoenix was a magister who ranked among the top 3 of all magisters in the game. Sleepy Fox brought with him numerous other elites along with these two. Guild leader, are we going to fight Holy Empire? Of course we're going to fight. Why else would we be in the arena? Several other members in the crowd chimed in. No, not really a fight, Nie Yan replied. More like a friendly exhibition match. But that doesn't mean you guys should hold back. If everyone performs well, I'll reward you all when we get back. If he truly was able to get a 30% stake in the small stronghold, he could obtain enough funds to improve the equipment of these guild members. Don't worry, boss. We'll definitely do well. The crowd of Asskickers United players was instantly fired up. Almost all of them were fiercely competitive individuals who loved to PvP, how else could they have honed their skills to such an extent? They were more excited about the upcoming match with Holy Empire than the reward Nie Yan promised them for excelling. Sleepy Fox met eyes with Nie Yan as he walked up to greet him with Battle Fervor and Eternal Phoenix in tow. Not to be outdone, Nie Yan had Blade Light and Young Seven follow closely behind him as well. You've finally arrived. Nie Yan revealed a faint smile. Sleepy Fox nodded in acknowledgement, then scanned the crowd of players behind Nie Yan and judged that their equipment wasn't bad. When his gaze fell on Blade Light who wore the Everlasting Silver set, he couldn't look away. Is that a Metal Storm set? Sleepy Fox asked in surprise, mistaking the Everlasting Silver set as being part of the Metal Storm series. From shield, chestplate, helmet, cloak, gauntlet, and so on, every piece of armor on Blade Light's body shared the same design. They were clearly part of a set. The mysterious runes engraved into their surface emitted a strange, stifling aura. With a glance, anyone could tell this gear was extraordinary. No, it's the Everlasting Silver set. So what do you think of our fighter? Nie Yan asked with a light smile. At the current stage of the game, where could you find a fighter stronger than Blade Light? The Everlasting Silver set was mediocre at best among level 40 equipment sets. However, what was so great about this set was that you could equip it at level 30 as long as you owned the chestplate. If you were to compare all the equipment sets that could be worn at level 30 to 35, the Everlasting Silver set was one of the very best, better than even the Gold Storm set. Everlasting Silver set? Sleepy Fox asked with a vacant look. He opened the official website to search for the properties of the Everlasting Silver set, only to discover it was a level 40 set which could be equipped at level 30. Its properties were absolutely outrageous for players at their level range. You really never fail to impress. You're actually able to get a hold of such high-level equipment. I can get you a set for the price of 700 gold. Interested, Nie Yan joked. The actual cost for him to farm an everlasting silver set was 200 to 300 gold at most. Lower the price by 200 gold, and I'll be willing to buy. If you can help me secure the stronghold, even paying the full 700 gold isn't a problem, Sleepy Fox replied in an earnest tone. Holy Empire didn't lack gold, so he didn't mind spending a few hundred to improve Battle Fervor's gear. With a much beefier main tanker, they would be able to challenge even stronger elites and lords, ensuring that their profits wouldn't merely stop at 700 gold. Sleepy Fox could actually afford such a steep price. Nie Yan suddenly had the idea of allowing Holy Empire to pay for his power leveling expenditures. How could he not go through with a deal as sweet as this? Sleepy Fox looked at Nie Yan and asked, so do you have another set? Nie Yan shrugged his shoulders. I was only joking. Do you think I can just pull another full set out of nowhere? Sleepy Fox was speechless. Nie Yan was just toying with him. Nie Yan took back the offer right after whetting Sleepy Fox's desire. Sleepy Fox could clearly tell Nie Yan was holding out for a higher offer. However, he couldn't beg Nie Yan to just sell the everlasting silver set to him, and Holy Empire wasn't really in a position to be spending 700 gold either. He only had about 900 gold available to him. It seemed the matter of buying the everlasting silver set would have to wait until after he seized the stronghold, when the guild's financial stability was secured. Besides, Battle Fervor was only level 26 right now. He was still a long ways off from level 30. Let's talk about the upcoming stronghold battle. Sleepy Fox changed the subject. This cunning fox, Nie Yan thought. However, he wasn't worried. When Sleepy Fox wanted to buy the everlasting silver set, he would naturally send a whisper. At that time, they could decide which one of them could endure the longest. I'll let my subordinates test out the skills of the players from your guild, Sleepy Fox said. This matter was directly related to the outcome of the stronghold battle. He couldn't be careless. Follow me, then, Nie Yan replied. Everyone walked over to the spectator seating area. As Sleepy Fox and the other Holy Empire players followed behind, Battle Fervor whispered near his ear, they have some really strong players. How do you know? Sleepy Fox asked. I'm acquainted with a few of them. You know that fighter with the everlasting silver set from earlier. His name is Resplendent Blade Light. Battle Fervor couldn't help but recall some past events. Who's stronger? You or him? We're roughly the same in terms of skill. But if we were to truly compare, then I'm probably slightly weaker. With his current level and gear, I'm definitely not his match, Battle Fervor said with a wry smile. Sleepy Fox was taken aback. Very few warriors in Kalor were capable of rivaling Battle Fervor. As for those who could make Battle Fervor himself acknowledge his inferiority in skill, there were even fewer, perhaps, the only such person was Resplendent Blade Light. You see that girl walking beside Blade Light? She's called One Strike Bow. She's a very strong thief player. I nearly died to her once. I didn't expect her to join Asskickers United, Battle Fervor said. As he looked over the crowd ahead, to his amazement, he found there were many more familiar faces. It appeared Asskickers United was truly the gathering place of the strong. Suffice to say, Undying Scoundrel, Blowhard Summer Bug, Blue Yarn Thread, Monochrome, Edgeless, and the others who took part in the Kiln Fire Woods operation didn't need introductions. Just what sort of influence did the guild leader of Asskickers United have to be capable of gathering so many top-notch players? Would he still have boasted so confidently if he didn't have so many strong players by his side? Sleepy Fox mused. However, he couldn't help but feel unwilling at the thought of having to concede a 30% share of the stronghold. Nevertheless, he would let his subordinates test the players of Asskickers United first. Standing beside Nie Yan, Blade Light said, want me to go up? Of course, if we give them a huge shock, we can sell off the spare everlasting silver set. Nie Yan laughed. Even at the peak of its price in the previous timeline, the everlasting silver set didn't sell for more than a little over 100 gold. Later on, its price fell down to 40 gold. After all, its drop rate couldn't really be considered low. Many level 40 players could grind out a full set in 5 or 6 days. However, since even the vast majority of the top players in the game were currently below level 30, there was basically no one capable of leveling in Everlasting City. This was why the everlasting silver set appeared so precious. Since they could obtain 1 to 2 everlasting silver sets after a day of grinding mechanical golems with basic magic bombs, selling off 1 or 2 of them was extremely cost efficient. The profit could then be used to fund more power leveling trips for other guild members. Blade Light couldn't help but admire Nie Yan's cunning. I can handle 7 Holy Empire players by himself. Even 10 wouldn't be a problem, Blade Light said in a confident tone. He was already level 30, while the players on the other side were only around level 25. Add this to his frightening defense, magic resistance, and health, along with his rank 6 shield. Even if he stood out in the open and allowed the mages from Holy Empire to freely hit him, it would still take them at least 2 minutes to shave away all his health. Why not 10 then? Nie Yan chuckled. He had full faith in Blade Light. Beyond that, he had a very devious idea. 1 versus 10, even if they lost, it wouldn't be considered a humiliation. Alright, I'll try my best. It shouldn't be a problem, Blade Light replied. He wasn't the boastful type. He would only say such words if he had a card up his sleeve. Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox headed up to the viewing balcony along with their experts, while the players streamed into the arena below. They would fight however they wished to. An endless string of one-on-one bouts of single combat would end up taking forever, and there was plenty of space available in the open area. It made more sense to have everyone fight in whatever way they deemed appropriate, be it single or group combat. Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox chatted as they watched the fighting below. Nie Yan had given Resplendent Blade Light a level 30 gold one-handed sword with a lifesteal property, one that Tang Yao had just recently obtained while grinding. Although Blade Light's attack power wasn't as overwhelming as his defense or enough for him, it was considered one of the highest in the game. Especially after factoring in the fact that he was 4 or 5 levels higher than his opponents, every slash from his sword would end up dealing massive damage. It was a shame that Nie Yan couldn't trade the Chapter of Courage around and lend it to Resplendent Blade Light. With the Chapter of Courage, he'd be able to toy with these players from Holy Empire. Nie Yan continued his idle conversation with Sleepy Fox for a short time before finally suggesting, how about we have Resplendent Blade Light spar with your people for a bit? An awkward expression flitted across Sleepy Fox's face before he protested, Nie Yan, are you trying to bully us? Just look at Blade Light's level. And his equipment. You want my subordinates to line up and die. How about you send out 10 players against him? Nie Yan countered. Blade Light would be hard-pressed in this battle. Nie Yan didn't know if Blade Light could actually defeat 10 elites from Holy Empire. Sleepy Fox started before asking, you want him to fight in a 10 versus 0.1 battle? Is it even possible? In this arena, with such limited space, no player of any class should be able to take out 10 other players around their level. This Resplendent Blade Light is only a level 30 fighter, not some level 40 or 50 monstrosity. He loses neither equipment nor experience from dying in the arena, so why not? Nie Yan said as he laughed. Despite his confidence in Blade Light's ability, it wouldn't be proper to brag excessively. Sleepy Fox stared oddly at Nie Yan for quite some time. After realizing that the other was actually serious about this, he nodded in consent. All right. Sleepy Fox began picking out a few of his subordinates. Eternal Phoenix and Battle Fervor obviously couldn't go up, because sending his best to participate in a 10 versus 1 fight would be a sign of weakness. Everyone else was roughly on the same skill level, so he casually chose 10 of the stronger players at his disposal. 10 players from Holy Empire, 5 Berserkers and 5 Mages, made their way into the arena after Sleepy Fox called them out. The classes of the players he picked were all solo-focused, deliberately choosing not to put a support class like a priest into the group. After all, this was the arena. Sending a group of 10 players that included a priest just to deal with a single person was beyond bullying. That would absolutely be a team capable of fighting bosses in the wild. A team composed of 5 Berserkers and 5 Mages would be more than enough to make Resplendent Blade Light suffer. The 10 players, on the other hand, thought their leader sent them out to engage in battle with an opposing team, so they began preparing accordingly. Nie Yan said to Blade Light, "They're already in place. You should go over too." Resplendent Blade Light nodded and started walking. As the Holy Empire players saw him making a move, their hearts all tightened. They were all painfully aware that none of them could beat him in a duel. Here, in this arena, Blade Light was invincible. He stood tall, towering over the area in a sturdy-looking suit of metallic armor, a gleaming silver shield on his left arm and a glimmering gold sword held aloft in his right hand. He radiated an aura of oppressive domination. No one knew who his opponent would be. Boss Blade Light went up. Several of the players from Asskickers United let out pent-up sighs of longing that couldn't be held back anymore as they watched him. Resplendent Blade Light, in his everlasting set, was truly unmatchable, and this was only the everlasting silver set. If they could get their hands on, and equip, the gold set or even the dark gold version, that would be a dream come true. Unfortunately, the set Resplendent Blade Light was wearing wasn't completely in its final form. If he could socket a bunch of good gems into the armor, Resplendent Blade Light's stats would significantly increase. Blade Light gallantly threw himself into the arena, bounding over the enclosure and directly opposite to the 10 players in the battlegrounds. Seeing that Blade Light was now looking intently at them, the 10 Holy Empire players tensed up. If the first player to enter was this powerful, how could they possibly stand a chance in this team fight? However, even after waiting for a while, no one else looked like they were coming up. The players from Holy Empire couldn't help but look at each other doubtfully. Sleepy Fox looked at the players he had picked. In line were Ruined Maple, Reflected Crane, Windswept Clouds, and several other players. Although they weren't the top elites of Holy Empire, they were still excellent players. "You may begin," Sleepy Fox proclaimed. He really did want to see just how strong Resplendent Blade Light was. Just him alone. The 10 Holy Empire elites were stunned. Even if he's ridiculously overpowered, that shouldn't be enough to take on all 10 of us, right? With a full 10 players on one side and only a lone powerhouse on the other, this unbelievable matchup suddenly drew the attention of everyone else. An almost incomprehensible line had just been uttered. Resplendent Blade Light was going to fight 1 on 10. "Begin," Blade Light repeated. His deep voice caused his words to carry a majestic air. After seeing that Resplendent Blade Light actually intended to fight the 10 of them on his own, the Holy Empire players looked at each other and split up, surrounding him from all sides. "Out of respect for your prowess, we won't hold back," warned Reflected Crane. Although it was a stretch for a peak expert like Resplendent Blade Light to take on 10 players at once, it wouldn't be much of a problem for him to take out 4 or 5 of them. "Whatever you have, throw it at me. Let's start." Blade Light answered them by raising his sizable sword. Charge. Opening the fight with a charge, Blade Light blitzed towards one of his opponents. He needed to take out a couple of his opponents as quickly as he could to weaken his opponents from the onset. After all, health potions and other such consumables were unusable in the arena. His opponents could potentially fight him into a stalemate and slowly chip his health down to 0. Seeing that Resplendent Blade Light was charging towards him, the Berserker Ruined Maple let out his own battle cry as he also rushed forward. The other 4 Berserkers moved around Blade Light, working together to flank him. They moved into a classic combat formation, composed of 5 Berserkers in a circle of slaughter. Blade Light himself also understood the ramifications of being surrounded by a circle of Berserkers. Once he was caught in their attacks, he would be headed straight to his death. Charge. Resplendent Blade Light roared as he suddenly used another skill. Holding his heavy shield in front of him, he rammed forward like a heavy tank. Ruined Maple hadn't expected Blade Light to suddenly cancel his charge and activate Shield Bash. Unfortunately, it was already too late to react. The sturdy shield was about to slam into him. As shields had a blocking property, he knew that his attack wouldn't do anything. Instead, he hastily tried to move his sword into a defensive position. Before he could, however, the shield smashed into his body with a crash. Ruined Maple was sent flying by the enormous force. The 4 Berserkers had been late by just a step, but Blade Light had already escaped their encirclement. Instead, he rushed straight for the mages behind, locking in on an arcane mage. Each of the mages produced flashes of light as they cast spell after spell. Every single one was a crowd control spell. Repel. The arcane mage quickly cast a repel, trying to stop Blade Light's onslaught. With a wave of his staff, he began casting the spell. Unfortunately, Blade Light was able to read the gestures and predict what spell was coming. Strength of the Bull. Blade Light's muscles bulged out explosively, and his aura began to rapidly climb. With domineering momentum, he ignored the effects of repel and rammed into the arcane mage. After activating Strength of the Bull, he wouldn't have to fear mind magic, repels, and binds, and the effects of all elementalist crowd control spells would be greatly reduced. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of icicles fell from the sky and covered Blade Light in a layer of frost. Although Blade Light was somewhat slowed, he was still able to rely on his unparalleled strength to break free of the ice with a charge. That arcane mage didn't expect Blade Light to be able to predict his repel in advance just from the movement of his staff and counter by activating Strength of the Bull. Blade Light's charging speed was quite fast. It basically gave him no time to react. The arcane mage raised his feet in preparation to run. He waved his staff and was just about to buff himself with Gale to make a quick retreat. However, Blade Light let out an angry roar and slashed down on the arcane mage with Tendon Break, incapacitating him. A damage value displaying over 300 floated up above the arcane mage's head. Bang, bang, bang. Several spells bombarded Blade Light's body. A string of 30s floated up above his head. Some of the spells barely dealt a little over 20 damage. Shit, why are we doing so little damage? These mages from Holy Empire didn't expect themselves to deal so little damage. Compared to the single slash from Blade Light which dealt over 300 damage, it was practically like the difference between heaven and earth. Blade Light endured the attacks of the 4 other mages, and with a divine strike, he sent the arcane mage flying. The arcane mage fell limply to the ground, never to get up again. One down, Blade Light coldly announced. Without pause, he rushed toward another mage. A berserker charged up from behind Blade Light, about to intercept him. In the next moment, it seemed the two were going to collide. However, Blade Light raised the heavy shield in his left hand, then lightly swept out with his left foot. It was a trip. The berserker's leg was hooked, but his body couldn't stop the powerful momentum. Combined with the fact that he had missed his attack, he ended falling to the ground with a loud crash and slid more than 3 meters. After evading the berserker, Blade Light activated a charge of his own and rushed toward a nearby mage. Everyone was looking on with foolish expressions. Those who could proficiently use the trip action were very few. The trip Blade Light pulled off just a moment ago was practically perfect. Whether in timing or grasp of the opponent's movements, he wasn't lacking in any respect. In a short period of time, he was able to use a simple trip action to temporarily incapacitate the charging berserker who had caught up to him by making the opponent take a heavy fall. The players from Asskickers United below the stage erupted out into cheers and cried out with praise. Boss Blade Light is amazing. Too awesome. One Strike Bow, who was among the crowd, had her eyes sparkling in splendor. Even the players from Holy Empire next to them couldn't help but let out sighs of admiration at Blade Light's performance. Blade Light let out an angry roar. Taking advantage of the remaining duration on strength of the bull, he charged up to a holy mage. Arriving in front of the opponent, he slashed down with his sword. With decisive momentum, he weighed down with a pressure that was akin to the weight of Mount Tai, leaving the holy mage unable to resist. It was too late for the holy mage to defend. His several crowd control spells were still on cooldown. Even if they were up, they would be rendered useless by the effects of strength of the bull, just like the sheep transformation he had panic cast a moment ago. Blade Light had run high difficulty dungeons for so long, so how could he not own a single gap closer? He possessed a myriad of skills, even more numerous than Nie Yan's, not to mention many of them were obtained from clearing dungeons on Specialist. At the current stage of the game, he was tyrannical to the extreme, and his strength far surpassed that of any other warrior. When players engaged in PvP, the outcome couldn't be determined by simply comparing the technical ability of the players. It depended on which side possessed the deeper foundation. For example, imagine a battle between 2 players at level 30, where one player got to that level through the hunting of regular mobs, while the other through running countless dungeons on Specialist. Whether in terms of skills, gear, or stats, the former would be far outclassed by the latter. Even if both players were equal in technical ability, the second they crossed blades, the battle would be completely lopsided. Nearly all the skills at Blade Light's disposal carried the marks of various major dungeons. His strength of the bull was obtained from clearing Bovine Prairie on Specialist. Blade Light struck the holy mage, then followed up with Flame Slash, sending the opponent collapsing to the ground. As a warrior, he could still deal some serious damage to cloth-armored opponents like mages, as long as he could get close to them. 2 of the 10 players from Holy Empire fell after barely setting foot into the arena. The 8 remaining players couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The berserkers charged forward to surround Blade Light. Shield bash. Blade Light slammed his heavy shield into the chest of a berserker, as the tyrannical power sent his opponent staggering back several steps. He activated nimbleness of the cheetah, giving himself an explosive burst of speed, then broke out of the encirclement with sudden assault. Blade Light rushed toward a nearby elementalist. The elementalist frantically buffed himself with ice armor, then raised his staff in preparation to cast Immobilize. But just as Blade Light entered his cast range. Suppressing Roar. When Blade Light's suppressing roar struck the elementalists, their spells were directly interrupted. Nearly all of Blade Light's skills were activated at pivotal moments in the battle, combined with valiant defensive capabilities. He gave people a feeling of being untouchable. As Blade Light closed in on the elementalist, he activated Tempest Slash, unleashing a furious stream of sword light which pierced the opponent's chest before sending him flying out. -563. It was an instant kill. Blade Light's Tempest Slash was truly domineering without compare. At present, he was akin an unshakable deity. 3 down, Blade Light coolly announced, like a death sentence from King Yama. Everyone was stunned by how easily the elementalist died. Blade Light's actions were simply too fast. From the moment he activated nimbleness of the cheetah and broke away from the encirclement of berserkers to instantly killing the elementalist with Tempest Slash, not more than 3 seconds had passed. It gave people no time to react at all. Just as Blade Light killed the elementalist, he spotted another elementalist from the corner of his eye casting a spell. It was Immobilize. Before the elementalist chanted the last incantation syllable, Blade Light hastily activated the rank 6 shield. A brilliant barrier enveloped Blade Light, protecting his body from any outside attacks. Just as he was about to turn to face the berserker who was rushing at him, his body turned stiff. Blade Light had been struck by Immobilize. He wouldn't be able to budge an inch in the next 5 to 6 seconds. He's been immobilized. Quickly take him out, shouted the elementalist. It wasn't easy for him to get off this crowd control spell. They couldn't let it go to waste. The berserkers didn't miss a beat. Charge. All of them rushed up to Blade Light. Flame Slash. Berserk Slash. A concentrated barrage of attack landed on Blade Light. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled sounds rang out as the immobilized Blade Light was continuously pushed back by the ferocious strikes, while a shower of spells bombarded his body. Shit, we can't break his defenses. Ruined Maple cursed gloomily. Tendon Break was useless against heavily armored targets like fighters, so the berserkers could only rely on regular attacks. Blade Light's defenses were akin to an impregnable fortress. When layered on top of his formidable physical defense and magic resistance, the rank 6 shield was able to absorb a great amount of damage. For a moment, the players from Holy Empire had no choice but to watch on helplessly as their attacks did nothing to him. Even after breaking through the shield, they could only slowly chip away at his health. Even though Blade Light's health quickly fell below 80% under the concentrated onslaught of attacks, this wasn't nearly enough to satisfy the players from Holy Empire. The 7 of them were throwing they had at Blade Light, yet they were only able to deal so little damage. At this moment, Sleepy Fox, who was watching the battle from the spectator stance, couldn't help but stand up with an excited expression. He knew better than anyone else just what a fighter with high defense signified. It meant an unending flood of good equipment. In a short period of a time, the equipment of almost the guild's elites would be raised a tier higher. That shield is a set bonus from the Everlasting Silver set. Sleepy Fox asked. The effects of this shield were simply too amazing. It seemed he had still underestimated the properties of this equipment set. Nie Yan also didn't expect the rank 6 shield to be so formidable. Its persistent effects were impressive as well. Yes, it's the set bonus of the Everlasting Silver set. Sell me an everlasting silver set. I'll agree to the earlier price of 700 gold, Sleepy Fox said in an earnest tone. At the current stage of the game, the value of the everlasting silver set definitely exceeded 700 gold. If Radiant Sacred Flame or Victorious Return knew they could use 700 gold to obtain such a set, they would definitely pounce on the opportunity without the slightest hesitation. Of course, Nie Yan would never sell to them. Blade Light was already ample proof of the everlasting silver set's worth. I still haven't gathered a complete second set at the moment, Nie Yan replied. At this time, even if Sleepy Fox was more patient, he still couldn't gather a second set so soon. He understood that selling the everlasting silver set to Holy Empire was worth it. If Holy Empire was at a disadvantageous position when they crossed swords with Radiant Sacred Flame and ended up defeated, then Asskickers United would bear the brunt of the combined power of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. By selling the everlasting silver set to Holy Empire, he would be increasing their strength. It doesn't matter if it takes a little while. As long as you can get me the set by the time Battle Fervor reaches level 30, I'll be fine, Blade Light said. Although 700 was a considerable sum, enough to severely hurt his wallet, when compared to the formidable defensive capabilities of the everlasting silver set, it was still worth it. At worst, when Battle Fervor got to level 30, they would have to hunt a few more lords to earn back their expenses. Well, if you want it, give me a down payment of 300 gold first. Nie Yan was unrelenting. If he could get 300 gold from Sleepy Fox, then he would have even more money for the upcoming virtual property auction. You're even going to bicker with me about this? Sleepy Fox asked in a dejected tone. Nie Yan was really too much of a miser. Even sworn brothers must cleanly settle their accounts. Do you want it or not? If you don't hand over a down payment, then when the time comes, I don't know if I'll have an everlasting silver set to give to you. Aside from Blade Light, my guild has other fighters that would want such a set, Nie Yan said in an indifferent tone. He didn't think Sleepy Fox was truly a Mr. Moneybags, even willing to hand over 700 gold. If he had known earlier, then he would have raised the price a little higher. However, he couldn't completely empty all of Sleepy Fox's pockets. After all, they were still allies. Fine, let's sign an agreement. To avoid you robbing me of 300 gold, Sleepy Fox relented. He gave Nie Yan an agreement to sign. If I can't deliver an everlasting silver set after 5 days, I'll have to pay an additional penalty fee of 200 gold. You really are too sinister. Nie Yan said after looking at the agreement. In other words, if he didn't give the everlasting silver set to Sleepy Fox, he would basically have to hand over 500 gold. We'll both be in the same boat. Sleepy Fox let out a sinister laugh. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. As long as he had the money, endlessly farming the mechanical golems with basic magic bombs to gather an everlasting silver set was very doable. After all, the drop rate of the set pieces was relatively high, not to mention they had already gathered a bunch of spare pieces. He signed the agreement without hesitation. If there was money to be earned, he would be a fool not to take advantage of the opportunity. At this moment, a new development occurred on the arena stage. Blade Light regained control of his body by the time his health dropped down by about 40%. Blade Light originally believed that after being struck by Immobilize, his health would fall by at least 60% when he regained control. Like this, he would still have a chance to make a comeback. He didn't expect that after he came out of Immobilize, his health only fell by 37%. He was now even more confident in winning. Blind. An arcane mage cast blind on Blade Light, causing his vision to go dark. However, with so much health remaining, what was there for Blade Light to fear? Although Blade Light was blinded, he could still sense the berserkers beside him from their attacks. With a whirlwind slash, a string of damage values displaying over 200 floated up above their heads. It was the lifesteal property. Blade Light instantly regained 5% of his health. The surrounding berserkers were dumbfounded. They had put in painstaking effort to shave away a bit of Blade Light's health, only to have him regain a huge chunk of it with only one attack. Was he trying to drive them into bashing their heads into a wall and committing suicide? Suppressing roar. Knockback. The berserkers went ballistic. They frantically attacked Blade Light, slowly pushing him back. The powerful impact of their attacks nearly knocked him off balance. Blade Light let out a furious roar. With a wide arcing slash, he sent a berserker flying outward, then activated whirlwind slash. Punishing blow. Blade Light's sword slash sent yet another berserker flying. Despite being blinded, Blade Light's attacks were exceptionally accurate. After all, these berserkers were all moving within melee distance of him, he could easily determine their positions. Bang, bang, 2 flame bursts struck Blade Light and fiercely exploded on his body. The devastating power of the flame bursts pushed him back several steps. However, although the 2 flame bursts had a huge visual impact, they only dealt a little over 30 damage each to Blade Light. It was barely a scratch. Blade Light recovered his vision. Of the 5 berserkers in total, 4 had died. It appears that I've underestimated my own defensive capabilities in the rank 6 shield, Blade Light mused after glancing through his character information. It felt invigorating to have such formidable defense. He was practically a raid boss. The rank 6 shield was teetering on the verge of collapse after bearing the brunt of the attacks of the players from Holy Empire for so long. It looked like it was moments away from shattering into pieces, but the outcome of this battle was already written in stone. Blade Light was indomitable beyond compare. He stood unscathed, like an iron tower, despite the barrage of attacks he received. Seeing he still had over 60% of his health left, the several players still alive on the stage felt a profound sense of powerlessness rising up in their hearts. Damn it, this fighter is way too tanky, isn't he? Bang, bang, 2 fireballs blasted Blade Light, sending a shower of embers flying everywhere. The rank 6 shield collapsed, shattering into countless fragments that dissolved into the air. His shield broke. Ruined Maple exclaimed, believing they still had a chance at victory. Although the 3 other berserkers understood Ruined Maple's excitement, they glanced at their remaining health which ranged between 300 to 400 points each. Even if they surrounded Blade Light, 2 hits from his whirlwind slash would finish them off with ease. Blade Light's damage was simply too ferocious. In contrast, the damage they dealt him was simply too pitiful. Even without the rank 6 shield, they could only deal 30 to 40 damage to him with each attack. Being fully aware of this fact, who among the 4 of them still dared to approach Blade Light? Blade Light took advantage of this moment of hesitation to chase down the last 2 remaining mages. The Elementalist made a futile attempt at casting Repel, only for Blade Light to cut him down with 2 skills. The Arcane Mage also failed to escape his grasp. Blade Light incapacitated him with Tendon Break, then sent him flying with Flame Slash. At last, Blade Light turned to the 4 remaining berserkers. After a brief stare down, they summoned up the courage to charge at him. They activated all their skills while fiercely lunging at Blade Light. Cleave. Thunderous blow. Sword light from the barrage of attacks flew all over the arena. The Berserkers, in an effort to pull themselves out of the perilous situation they found themselves in, ruthlessly hacked at Blade Light and forced him back step by step. -39. -36. -35. A string of damage values floated up above Blade Light's head as his health dropped at the speed of molasses. Under the frantic attacks, every step Blade Light retreated was stable. His movements didn't show the slightest trace of panic. With his formidable defense, he could disregard their attacks entirely. Seizing an opening, Blade Light brandished his sword. Whirlwind slash. Blade Light's sword whirled through all four berserkers as damage values displaying over 200 floated up above their heads, leaving them with only a sliver of health away from death. Blade Light activated Shield Bash and sent a berserker flying. The berserker's health dropped to 0 midair, and by the time he fell on the ground, he was long dead. Flame slash. Blade Light cut down another berserker. Of the initial 10, only 2 were left standing. Frenzy slash. The sword aura emanating from Blade Light's blade resembled a violent storm as he stabbed out at the 2 berserkers in front of him, blasting them away. With a little over half his health left, he stood tall over the corpses which littered the arena stage, evidence of the bitter struggle that occurred just moments ago. A lot easier than I thought, Blade Light mused. He didn't expect the rank 6 shield to absorb so much damage. What surprised him the most was that he still had 52% health remaining. Didn't that mean he could have still taken on a few more opponents? This battle was a complete one-sided slaughter. He had relied on his superior equipment and level to suppress them, but relying on such an advantage to slaughter players like chopping vegetables really did feel great. Warriors were the most gear-reliant out of all the classes. No matter how skilled of a warrior a player was, if their equipment was garbage, they were nothing but dregs. That being said, the equipment on a warrior generally reflected the strength of the player. A good warrior could absolutely rely on their skills to improve their gear quality. The battle was over, and the audience was dumbstruck by Blade Light's performance. What shocked them the most was that Blade Light still had over half his health remaining. This was astonishing. To win a 1 versus 10 so easily, he was probably the only person who could pull off such a feat. Blade Light's defeat of the 10 players from Holy Empire was further validation of the Everlasting Silver set's formidable properties. This ignited Sleepy Fox's desire of obtaining this set more than ever. If he had a few more fighters on Blade Light's level, then the upcoming battle for the stronghold would be a cinch. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return would have no choice but to step aside. Sleepy Fox took a deep breath to calm down the shock in his heart. He finally said in a calm tone, "Let's see your other players." Nie Yan shot a glance at Sleepy Fox. "Don't try and hide it from me. I know you're not as calm as you're pretending to be." When Blade Light jumped off the arena stage, One Strike Bao walked up to meet him. "Wow, nice equipment. Where did you get it?" One Strike Bao asked with a brilliant smile which left several of the surrounding players dazed. Even Blade Light wasn't immune to her charms. Rubbing his nose to hide his embarrassment, he said, "You'll need to ask Nirvana Flame." At this moment, the 10 Holy Empire players on the stage resurrected. Every one of them had bitter smiles. Blade Light chatted with One Strike Bao for a while before walking up the spectator stands. "You worked hard." Nie Yan nodded to Blade Light. Blade Light laughed, then sent a whisper, "It was a piece of cake." "If you say that out loud, you'll enrage Sleepy Fox half to death." Nie Yan chuckled. Killing a fighter such as Blade Light required a special method. Many powerful crowd control spells were a must. He'd have to be locked down with crowd control while everyone bombarded him with attacks. It might require the participation of players, of classes such as the Shadow Priest or Paladin, who could do well in PvP and also heal. In this battle, aside from showing off the might of his equipment, Blade Light displayed his formidable judgment. He had taken out a few of the mages first so as to alleviate the pressure on him while he fought the berserkers. Even if it was Nie Yan, he could do nothing more than battle Blade Light to a draw. Blade Light's defense was too solid. Taking him out would be no easy task. If a thief met a fighter such as Blade Light in the wilderness and still insisted on ambushing him, it was the perfect example of an idiot. The sensible thing to do was to just ignore each other and go their separate ways. What about the other matches? Sleepy Fox asked Eternal Phoenix beside him. Eternal Phoenix looked at the statistics and said, "There were over 70 matches in total. Most of our skilled players have fought." "And the results?" Sleepy Fox asked. These conversations could only be done in chat. He certainly didn't want Nie Yan hearing him. "We've won 10 matches and lost over 60, Eternal Phoenix said with a wry smile. "Why is it so low?" Sleepy Fox knitted his brows and asked in a grave tone. It must be understood that the players he brought with him today were the best Holy Empire had to offer. "I don't know. These guys are too strong." Eternal Phoenix sighed. He didn't know where this group of such powerful players popped up. He couldn't help but praise them. Ass-Kickers United was deserving of its name. It was full of ass-kickers. Those players who appeared in Kiln Fire Wood still haven't fought. Aside from them, One Strike Bao and a few others haven't gone up either. Everyone on their side that has fought so far have no prior achievements that would have made them noteworthy. Sleepy Fox glanced at Nie Yan with a complicated expression. In a clash against Ass-Kickers United's elites, Holy Empire had suffered a complete and utter defeat. He somewhat envied Ass-Kickers United. With such a powerful bunch of players, why worry about any major events? It was no wonder Victorious Return viewed them as their greatest rival. Sleepy Fox thought of Ass-Kickers United's mysterious background. After considering the matter over and over again, he decided that no matter what happened later on, he would avoid becoming enemies with them at all costs. He felt such a thing was far more terrifying than offending both Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. It appeared that Holy Empire was far from being strong enough. Only by working on their own strength could they weather through future storms. Eternal Phoenix, Undying Battle Fervor, and a few of the other best players still hadn't acted. But even if they acted now, it would be meaningless. Nie Yan was enjoying the battles. After a berserker from Holy Empire defeated 2 Ass-Kickers United players in a row, a Holy Mage from Ass-Kickers United got up on the stage. The Holy Mage's face was vaguely familiar. Nie Yan felt he had seen it somewhere before in his past life. "Who is he?" Nie Yan asked Young Seven standing beside him. He was more familiar with the other top players in the guild. "His name is Fond of the Sunny South. He's a strong Holy Mage, ranks in at least the top 20 of the guild," Young Seven replied. He wasn't too familiar with this person, but Sunny South's skill still left somewhat of a deep impression on him, which was why he gave such an evaluation. In a guild like Ass-Kickers United where talented players were numerous, ranking in the top 20 was an amazing feat. Fond of the Sunny South. Nie Yan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Sunny South was one of the players he had asked Why to scout. Later on, he didn't know what the outcome of the recruitment was, nor did he bother to ask. In his past life, he had dueled Sunny South and suffered a crushing defeat. Just like him, Sunny South was also a step away from receiving the ultimate title for his class. The difference, however, was that while he had given up, Sunny South continued to diligently attack that final barrier. Later on, he heard Sunny South was successful in becoming a sage, but the information wasn't too reliable. In the previous timeline, Sunny South was one of the few players who refused to join a team. He was a mage who relied only on himself and slaughtered his way to the peak. According to rumors, he was a former member of Radiant Sacred Flame. But because the guild leader angered him, he cursed up a storm in the guild chat, and as a consequence, he was booted from the guild. From then on, he never joined any other guild. He even flatly turned down the generous offers of Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine. He dared to curse the guild leader in the guild chat. This guy has quite a reckless personality. Nie Yan's mouth curved into a faint smile. If a guild member cursed me out, how would I react? He briefly pondered over the question before shaking his head. He'd probably deal with the person in a calm manner. If they made good points, he wouldn't hesitate to admit his faults. After dying once, such matters had long since become trivial to him. On the arena stage, Sunny South bombarded the Berserker with spell after spell, then activated Repel, temporarily holding the opponent at bay. After Repel wore off and the Berserker closed in, he cast Sheep Transformation, turning him into a sheep, and sped back several meters. Following several more exchanges, he concluded the match by blasting the Berserker to death. He's strong. He'd have no problem entering the top 15 of the guild, Nie Yan said. The guild leader of Radiant Sacred Flame must have bashed his head on a door to expel such a powerful player from the guild. But in this timeline, Sunny South was a member of Asskickers United. Even Nie Yan was surprised at the veritable sea of talents within Asskickers United. The names that he could remember from the previous timeline probably numbered around 600 or 700. Since most of those players had not been recruited into major organizations yet, Nie Yan had Guowai send out invitations to them. After seeing the generous terms offered by Asskickers United, these players were one by one lured into the guild. This situation was the source of their complete victory. Guowai thought these were all people who Nie Yan had interacted with before deciding to have him to recruit them. He hadn't expected so many of them to be so talented. He could only sigh at Nie Yan's amazing vision. He had no way of knowing about Nie Yan's reincarnation. Of course, there were also those who seemed rather mediocre. Guowai suggested kicking these people out, but Nie Yan decided to allow them to stay. Most of the talented players right now had played virtual reality games before to some degree. After starting Conviction, they showed high levels of skill right from the onset. Undying Scoundrel, Blowhard Summer Bug, and many of the other skilled elites were in this camp. Then there was another set of players, late bloomers, who only showed extreme talent in later stages of the game. For now, players like the fighter aristocratic Shadow, the beautiful priestess Twinkling Snowfall, and many like them had not shown anything spectacular in the guild. Later on in the game, they would prove themselves to be capable players, rising up and bursting out with terrifying ferocity. For the time being, they were still learning more about the game one step at a time. Aware of the situation, it was only natural that Nie Yan did not dismiss them and instead provided them with excellent conditions to grow in. If they developed into powerhouses in the future, he would have made an amazing profit. If not, then at least he deprived a rival guild of a potential elite. Guowai would never be able to understand Nie Yan's train of thought. In the battles against each other, Asskickers United achieved many more victories than Holy Empire. Sleepy Fox eventually came to realize that Nie Yan's words from earlier were not spoken in vain. If these players assisted in the upcoming battle for the stronghold, they could take out at least 500 or 600 players from Radiant Sacred Flame, if not many more. If that occurred, then Holy Empire would come out on top and win the battle for the stronghold. After thinking about it for a while, Sleepy Fox realized that giving up 30% of the stronghold's profits in exchange for a much greater chance of winning the other 70% was a worthwhile trade-off. After all, if they lost the entire stronghold to Radiant Sacred Flame, they would have nothing at all. Let's sign the contract then. Sleepy Fox decided, clenching his teeth. Nie Yan smirked at this. If we win, we'd get a share in a stronghold's profits even though we're not a level 5 guild. What could be better? The two of them signed the contract, which went into effect and was enforced by the game system. I don't think it's necessary to let them continue with these battles any longer, Nie Yan said, glancing at the guild members fighting below. It was clear that the players from Holy Empire were beaten, and unable to endure any longer. In all the battles that had occurred until now, the losses far outweighed their handful of victories. Sleepy Fox was slightly embarrassed as he replied, I think it's best if we stop now. Nie Yan commanded all of the players from Asskickers United to end their battles and withdraw from the arena. Since Sleepy Fox had agreed to purchase the Everlasting Silver set, he felt there was no harm in continuing to bring guild members to Everlasting City to level. By allowing his guild members to gain a few more levels right before the battle for the stronghold, they would have a better chance of victory. Nie Yan's gaze fell on Resplendent Blade Light. He intended to fully socket every piece of Blade Light's Everlasting Silver set with evasion gems. After that, he was going to add a couple of stat amplification gems to the level 30 gold one-handed sword. If he managed to find a powerful enchanter, his plan for Blade Light would become that much better. In addition to this, Nie Yan planned on raising Blade Light several levels higher. Once the battle for the stronghold erupted and Resplendent Blade Light led the charge with his formidable defense, was there an enemy that could endure? Powerful fighters and berserkers belonged in the heart of the battlefield, where the innate advantages of their class shined. Their role was to charge and break through the enemy line. There was also Yi Yan to consider. He could have Yi Yan wear the Everlasting Silver set before it was handed over to Holy Empire, if he managed to raise Yi Yan to level 30. Nie Yan had an important task to complete before the battle for the stronghold started, and that was to obtain the Chapter of Virtue. Once this was done, he wouldn't be anxious about someone else obtaining it during the battle for the stronghold. Once the 6 chapters were combined into the first volume of the Book of Order, he had no idea what the properties would be for this legendary item. No one in the previous timeline collected all of the chapters, so Nie Yan couldn't help but anticipate getting his hands on the treasured first volume of the Book of Order. In this lifetime, Nie Yan put blood, sweat, and tears to finally seize 5 chapters from the Book of Order. Now the final chapter was within his sights, off in the distant horizon. Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox were chatting and planning out their next move, when suddenly, a series of notices started popping up in the guild window. Guild, Aqua Smoke Stub has left the guild. Guild, Cold Peak Absolute Blade has left the guild. Guild, Wood Grace has left the guild. Guild, Samsara Lord has left the guild. Nie Yan's face turned dark. It's all players from the Withered Leaf Gaming Organization. Have they decided to renege on our contract with them? Did they not have any fear of us seeking reparations from them? This was the first group ever to betray Asskickers United. If Nie Yan found out that they had sided with some other guild, he would definitely make them pay a heavy price. This matter concerned the dignity of Asskickers United, after all. With just the clauses from the contract, he could already make them suffer a severe consequence. Puzzled by Nie Yan's gloomy expression, Sleepy Fox asked, what's happened? Nie Yan said calmly, some things have happened within the guild. One moment please. Sleepy Fox nodded. He could somewhat guess what had happened within Asskickers United. Guo Wai, what's going on? Nie Yan messaged. Guo Wai could feel the angry undercurrents in Nie Yan's question, like thunder rumbling before a storm. It's very complicated. I'm still trying to pacify the rest of the guild right now. Withered Leaf's withdrawal has a reason behind it. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you the whole story later. He was evidently exhausted from trying to deal with the guild. Nie Yan looked at the guild chat and was puzzled by what he saw. It was filled with members voicing their fervent support for Withered Leaf and Aqua Smoke Stub. Executive Guild Leader, we can't ignore Withered Leaf's plight. They're our brothers too. Yeah, Withered Leaf is full of our good brothers. They've brought us leveling with them so many times. People cannot repay kindness with evil. Even if I lose my equipment and drop a bunch of levels, we can't stay out of this. Executive Guild Leader, you have to talk to the boss. Guo Wai posted in the guild chat, everyone, please, calm down. We're still looking into what exactly happened. Don't do anything rash. The guild will definitely not just let this matter go. I'm going to talk with Nirvana Flame. He will have the final say. Before then, anyone who quits the guild shouldn't even think about coming back. Left with no other options, Guo Wai dropped the twin bombs of Nie Yan's name and banishment from the guild. Only then did the guild members calm down enough to stop spamming the guild chat and wait for Nie Yan's verdict. Guo Wai, tell me, what actually happened? Nie Yan whispered. He still wasn't sure about what was actually going on. Guo Wai was already soaked with sweat. The mobbing guild members were really too hard to deal with. It's like this. Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky had a conflict as a result of a previous grudge. Since they're both major gaming organizations, they're naturally rival competitors. This time, Azure Falling Sky killed over 50 Withered Leaf players outside of Bovine Prairie all at once, completely pissing off Aqua Smoke Stub. As you know, because the Azure Falling Sky Guild was established by their parent gaming organization, they started off with over 20,000 players. That could already be considered a formidable force in the game. Since Withered Leaf was temporarily part of Asskickers United, their status was rather sensitive. Aqua Smoke Stub was worried that if they got into a conflict with Azure Falling Sky, that would drag us into the mess and provoke an enemy we didn't want. Part of their modus operandi is to not create any inconveniences for their customers, so Aqua Smoke Stub asked me to pass on a message to you. He said that this is Withered Leaf's conflict and has nothing to do with Asskickers United. He also promised to pay us back for any losses that this event might cause. After this battle, they will rejoin our guild and continue the previous agreement. Before I had a chance to say anything, he'd already left the guild. I hear he's already brought his people to attack Azure Falling Sky, Guo Wai explained in a single breath. He was fully aware of how difficult it would be to resolve this matter, especially with the guild members' attitudes. At Nie Yan's request, Withered Leaf had brought Asskickers United players with them on leveling parties many times, so the guild thinks of them as extremely generous. With Withered Leaf headed off to battle against Azure Falling Sky, many of them are so frenzied that they're spamming about leaving the guild instead of staying out of the fight. Having explained the situation, Guo Wai asked, so what do we do? What else do we do? Gather the people. We're going to eliminate Azure Falling Sky. After hearing the entire story, Nie Yan didn't hesitate at all. Guo Wai was startled by Nie Yan's lightning-fast reply. He hadn't expected Nie Yan to come to a conclusion so quickly. Azure Falling Sky has been neutral this whole time. With over 20,000 players in their ranks, they count amongst the strongest of the second-tier guilds. Azure Falling Sky is one of the top gaming organizations in the country, and is in no way inferior to Withered Leaf. It might even be stronger than Withered Leaf. Is it worth it for us to become enemies with such a powerful organization just for a single Withered Leaf? As the leaders of the guild, they had no choice but to consider things from the guild's perspective and make cost-benefit analyses. If Asskickers United meddled in this fight between Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky, that would be the same as pushing the latter into the enemy camp. Withered Leaf withdrew from the guild, thereby severing the relationship of both parties, so Asskickers United wouldn't get embroiled in this matter. This was part of their ethics as professionals. This isn't about whether it's worth it or not. Before Withered Leaf joined Asskickers United, they could have been beaten like dogs by Azure Falling Sky, and I wouldn't have batted an eyelid. But after Withered Leaf joined us, even if it was just a temporary contractual relationship, they became sworn brothers of our guild. They were attacked while part of our guild. Anyone who attacks the members of our Asskickers United, be it Azure Falling Sky, Radiant Sacred Flame, Victorious Return, or even our allies like Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, or Battle Crazed Alliance, we retaliate in full force. Make no mistake, Nie Yan said in an unyielding tone. Nie Yan normally didn't have such a bad temper since it would negatively affect the way he dealt with affairs. But when something crossed his bottom line, he wasn't willing to concede even a single step. And that was the people on his side should not be bullied. No exceptions. Tell the guild members to show their spirit. Show their might. If Azure Falling Sky kills 10 of our own, then we'll kill 100 of them. If they kill 100 of our own, we'll massacre their entire guild. Nie Yan declared as he brimmed with killing intent. He felt it was only proper for the people under him to show the guts of a bandit as well as a willingness to shed some blood. If they cowered at the smallest matters like a flock of timid sheep, then when trouble occurred for the guild or the guild leader, they would be the first to flee as soon as there were signs of something going wrong. Not only that, but all the guild members were waiting on the answer of the executives. If Nie Yan abandoned Withered Leaf, leaving them to their fate, then who knows, many players would decide to withdraw from the guild. Such a scenario would deal a huge blow to the morale of Asskickers United. The executives of the guild could not cower back in fear. Nie Yan had to show that the guild was willing to stick its neck out for its own. How else could he expect the guild members to give it their all in a time of crisis? What was important? What was unimportant? It was a very easy choice to make. So what if they offended Azure Falling Sky? By doing so, they could obtain the unwavering loyalty of Withered Leaf. It was definitely worth the trade-off. Although reason tells me that you're being way too reckless, and that we can find a better way to settle this matter, I still fully support your decision. I'll immediately start assembling our forces, Guo Wai said before passing on Nie Yan's words to the rest of the guild. Whoever attacks the members of our Asskickers United, no matter which guild, be it Azure Falling Sky, Radiant Sacred Flame, Victorious Return, or even our allies like Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, or Battle Crazed Alliance, we retaliate in full force. Make no mistake. Show your spirit. Show your might. If Azure Falling Sky kills 10 of our own, then we'll kill 100 of them. If they kill 100 of our own, then we'll massacre their entire guild. Nie Yan's declaration immediately fired up the guild members. As though a single stone created 1,000 waves, they erupted out into thunderous cheers. With a guild leader like this, even if they were killed back to level 0, it would still be worth. No matter what the future had in store for them, even if it was outside the game, they could puff out their chests with their heads held high and tell everyone, I belong to Asskickers United. Long live the guild leader. Screw those bastards. Let's slaughter Azure Falling Sky. The guild chat exploded with a sense of camaraderie as morale grew to an all-time high. The guild members showed an unprecedented amount of support for Nie Yan. Guo Wai didn't expect Nie Yan's words to give rise to such a big reaction. He sensed the surging emotions of all the guild members. At this moment, these players were truly a part of the guild. Their hearts were completely swayed. From now on, they would share both the honor and the disgrace of Ass-Kickers United. Guo Wai clearly sensed the difference between before and after. He pondered over a question for a long time. Just what was he lacking compared to Nie Yan? And now he finally figured it out. It was precisely that unyielding attitude. Maybe only Nie Yan could be considered a genuine leader, since he was able to raise the morale of the entire guild. If you were to liken Ass-Kickers United to an army, then this army now had a mighty general to make up its soul. As long as Nie Yan gave the word, these guild brothers would move mountains and create new seas. Wherever they pointed their spears, everything blocking their path would be swept clean. They were linked together through the guild. They addressed each other as brother. They were all players of Ass-Kickers United, and they grew even closer. In this moment, Guo Wai felt that Nie Yan's decision was correct. He started assembling the players under him and issuing out orders at a speed never seen before. Where are Aqua Smoke Stub and the rest of Withered Leaf right now? Nie Yan asked. He needed to control the movements of Withered Leaf. They're at Twilight Forest. Azure Falling Sky's forces are there too. They've already killed over 100 players from Azure Falling Sky. Both sides are still in the middle of a brawl. Almost 9,000 enemy players were spotted moving in their direction. I assume they want to wipe out Withered Leaf in one fell swoop, Guo Wai informed. Azure Falling Sky had reacted faster than he imagined. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Smoke Stub was probably being held up. He wasn't foolish enough to wait for enemy reinforcements to arrive. If they were completely surrounded by Azure Falling Sky's forces, they would no longer have the chance to escape. I'll lead some people to Twilight Forest first. Gather up our forces as quickly as possible, Nie Yan decided. Saving people was akin to putting out a fire. If they were late by even a single step, it would deal a huge blow to the morale of the rescuers. All the Ass-Kickers United players in the arena below gathered around Nie Yan in the spectator stands. Boss, what are we going to do? Boss, let's slaughter a path there. The players voiced their opinions one after another. All of them had been paying attention to the guild chat, so they knew what was going on. They too were impassioned by the sense of camaraderie. Sleepy Fox evidently knew what had occurred in Ass-Kickers United. He stared at Nie Yan with a complicated expression. Although large guilds like Holy Empire, Victorious Return, and Radiant Sacred Flame were enormous enough to inspire fear among the player base, how many of them possessed so many loyal players? How many of their members were just there to scrounge up some benefits, running away as soon as the going gets tough? These sorts of players comprised at least 90% of the large guilds. Such circumstances weren't at all rare for large guilds, you could even say they were extremely common. While with Ass-Kickers United, to say the unity of their players was shocking would be an understatement. Nie Yan's previous words suddenly had a profound impact on Sleepy Fox. Even down the road, Ass-Kickers United won't surpass 100,000 members. If you equipped 100,000 players with the best gear, then you could move trek through the whole world unhindered. There was a very appropriate saying, a flock of sheep led by a lion can defeat a pride of lions led by a sheep. Only an unyielding general like Nie Yan could lead an army of invincible soldiers with heroic spirits that soared through the clouds. Do you want my help? Sleepy Fox asked. Ass-Kickers United and Holy Empire were already bound to the same ship. If one of them sank, so would the other. Yeah, if you can help me monitor the movements of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, it would be appreciated, Nie Yan replied. He needed to guard against them taking advantage of the opportunity to come into play. No problem. You can leave it to me. Sleepy Fox nodded. Nie Yan's eyes swept over the crowd of Ass-Kickers United players. Those of you who aren't spineless cowards, follow me to Twilight Forest. We're going to massacre Azure Falling Sky. Massacre Azure Falling Sky. The crowd roared together, their thundering voices ringing out across the entire arena. This was only the thunder before the storm. This was their declaration of war on Azure Falling Sky. The players from Holy Empire were flabbergasted by the sheer fighting spirit that erupted from Ass-Kickers United, especially from Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, Blue Yarn Thread, and the others. They returned to the time when they were the very embodiment of the spirit of vengeance, when the 9 of them followed Nie Yan out of the guild headquarters and painted the kiln firewoods with the blood of every player in Unhindered. It was precisely during that battle that they proved the mettle of Ass-Kickers United and defeated both Unhindered and Victorious Return. They went through blood and fire together in that battle, watching each other's backs and sharing in the trials and tribulations. A true sense of camaraderie that was forged through the heat of the battlefield. Undying Scoundrel choked up as he stared at Nie Yan's back, emotion overcoming him as he thought about Nie Yan's declaration in the guild chat. Over 100 players from Ass-Kickers United followed behind Nie Yan as he headed for the transfer area. Boss, what's going on with them? A Holy Empire player asked Sleepy Fox. There's a bit of trouble over on their side. When Holy Empire goes through a crisis, I'll be satisfied if you guys can even have half as much fighting spirit as them, Sleepy Fox replied with a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, he decided that he also ought to find out for himself what allowed Nie Yan to receive such unwavering support from his guild members. Was it simply because of the name of the Mad Rogue? No, absolutely not. There's some movement over on the side of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. What do we do? Eternal Phoenix asked. He had just received a report from their spies. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return planted moles in Ass-Kickers United. After becoming aware that Ass-Kickers United was planning to go to war with Azure Falling Sky, they immediately started gathering their troops. With such a perfect opportunity in front of them, they absolutely wouldn't let go of it easily. Mobilize all players in Holy Empire level 20 or higher. We're going to play with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame for a while. Sleepy Fox eyes flashed with a cold light. If Holy Empire's metal wasn't as formidable as Ass-Kickers United's, then from today onwards, that would slowly begin to change. Eternal Phoenix discovered that Sleepy Fox had suddenly gone through a drastic change. After a long time, he earnestly nodded his head. I'll immediately start convening our brothers. Holy Empire was like a giant machine as it rapidly went into full gear. Nie Yan and over 100 players teleported to Link Town, then set out to Twilight Forest with their fastest speed. No one knew what the situation was like over on Smoke Stub's side, or how much longer he could hold on for. However, the strength of Withered Leaf wasn't to be underestimated. It wouldn't be so simple for Azure Falling Sky to wipe them out in a short amount of time. Countless Ass-Kickers United players assembled from all directions to Link Town. From several thousand to tens of thousands, they were all led by Tang Yao. After withdrawing the energized crystal fragments from the treasury, he had already resurrected his arcane fairy. Right now, he was even more full of spirit. He He was hollering that they would massacre Azure Falling Sky until not even a single piece of the enemy's equipment remained. Numerous groups of Ass-Kickers United players clad in high-quality equipment emerged in Link Town. Afterwards, they assembled outside of the town, causing the bystanders to feel the tense atmosphere of an approaching war. What's going on? I heard some players from Ass-Kickers United were killed by Azure Falling Sky, so Ass-Kickers United is gathering and planning to massacre Azure Falling Sky in retaliation. Azure Falling Sky is finished. Nearly all of the several major battles that occurred in Kalor had to do with Ass-Kickers United, from the battle that occurred outside of Black Flame Forest to the absolute massacre of unhindered and victorious return in Kilnfire Woods. No matter how strong Azure Falling Sky was, could they match victorious return? This time, they were very likely going to be wiped out by Ass-Kickers United. Ass-Kickers United should not be provoked. As the sun set, Twilight Forest would go through a long period of twilight during which a large number of level 80 ghosts would spawn. At this point in the game, these ghosts were completely undefeatable. Because of their power, no one ever dared to linger in Twilight Forest when the sun was down, giving it its name. Despite the danger of Twilight Forest at night, it was very safe in the daytime. Only level 25 monsters would spawn under the sun. A crowd of over 500 Azure Falling Sky players were busily farming mobs in Twilight Forest. Most of them were around level 25 and could be considered elites within the guild. Moreover, about 100 of them were even stronger, being from the Azure Falling Sky gaming organization. Theoretically, such a large force of players farming in the wilds was completely safe. After all, only the major guilds would be able to do anything to their group. Unfortunately, over 500 Withered Leaf Gaming Organization players clad in full sets of gold equipment were heading their way to show them what a massacre was. Like a massive metal monster, their group slammed into the mob of Azure Falling Sky players with incredible momentum and instantly took out almost 100 enemies. Then, they proceeded to viciously slaughter the remaining enemies. The remaining 400 people, with the professional players in the lead, began to fight back against Aqua Smokestub's force. Both sides continuously suffered casualties, but Azure Falling Sky had over a dozen times more losses than Withered Leaf. The people of Withered Leaf demonstrated extremely coordinated teamwork. A squad of thieves circled around to the back unnoticed and took out the priests in an ambush. At the same time, the warriors in the front lines once more charged with renewed ferocity as they were bathed in the holy light of indomitable will. Despite the best efforts of the enemy, the Azure Falling Sky players were pushed back again and again in retreat. According to Aqua Smokestub's plans, their first move would be to quickly wipe out this group of 500 players. Then, they would immediately retreat from Twilight Forest and look for a place to clear their red names before once more looking for opportunities to take care of Azure Falling Sky. However, just as they had killed around 200 players, something completely unexpected happened. The moment he heard the news, Azure Falling Sky's leader, Clear Sky, had immediately notified his nearby subordinates to rush over in a rescue mission. He had been lucky, as over 1,000 players had been grinding in the area and were close enough to help. These people had originally been scattered in small teams ranging from 5 to 15 players each. When Withered Leaf scouts first probed the area, they had ignored these small teams of players. After all, each group was just a small team and they couldn't possibly go through the entire forest with a fine-tooth comb. However, even though they were split into small teams, there was a great number of Azure Falling Sky players spread across the map, and they kept flooding in to reinforce the group. As almost 1,000 people amassed in the area, they were even able to hold off Aqua Smokestub's attack, stopping his momentum and completely foiling his original plans. More Azure Falling Sky players kept streaming into the battle with every passing second, which caused Aqua Smokestub to become increasingly anxious about the situation. Boss, there's more and more of them. We've killed over 500 of them but lost 50 of our own as well, Cold Peak Absolute Blade said as he repelled an incoming Azure Falling Sky berserker with a well-placed cleave. The berserker, struck by his powerful blow, was sent flying. Aqua Smokestub calculated the time that had passed. If they stayed there for long, Azure Falling Sky's main forces would arrive soon. Even though each member of their strike force was an elite who could take out multiple Azure Falling Sky players, they still weren't enough to eliminate an unending tide of thousands of players on their own. We're moving out. Everyone keep up. Aqua Smokestub roared. He slammed into 2 enemies and knocked them flying with charge. Then, he took a second two-handed great sword out of his bag and activated berserk power. With this boosted strength, he wielded a great sword in each hand as he fought. Whirlwind slash. Swinging the 2 swords horizontally at the 8 berserkers surrounding him, he burst out with over 500 damage to each. This terrifying damage made them unable to do anything but look on in horror. Aqua Smokestub stood tall, clad in an intimidating suit of spiked armor. Like a steel giant, he wielded the fearsome great swords in his hands like one-handed swords, sending an opponent flying with each strike. The berserk power skill allowed Aqua Smokestub's strength to increase several times in one go. This skill was a set bonus from his War God's Doctrine set. A while back, 500 people had gone together to explore the level 30 Temple of the Dark God map, but he was the only one to come out alive with this extremely powerful set of armor as his reward. This set, which could be worn at level 25, boasted absolutely incredible properties. Just the set bonus of berserk power was enough to make it extremely powerful. Berserk power drastically increased Aqua Smokestub's strength as well as allowing two-handed swords to be wielded with one hand. Other skills' cooldowns would shorten, but his defense and health would be decreased by 30%. The skill lasted for 5 minutes and had a cooldown of 2 days. The effects of this skill were shocking. A two-handed greatsword often had around 60% higher stats than a one-handed sword of the same level. As a warrior, he could add 50% of his secondary weapons attack to the weapon in his primary hand. A greatsword in your dominant hand would automatically have massive attack. Once the 50% boost from an auxiliary weapon with similarly high attack was added to it, the primary weapon would rise to insane heights. No one would withstand such a ferocious attack. With another whirlwind slash, another circle of sharp sword lights flew out, causing another half-dozen berserkers and fighters to collapse simultaneously. There were already no priests left in the back of Azure Falling Sky's forces, and the scattered priests that had arrived later were nowhere near enough. Having taken down the warriors in the front, Aqua Smokestub moved on to the mages behind. Cutting his opponents down as if he were a merciless meat grinder, the berserker looked to be completely undefeatable. A barrage of spells rained down on Aqua Smokestub's body, splattering around him in a multitude of colors. With both his health and defense decreased, his health points quickly approached 0. However, right when he was about to die, a ray of white light shined down on his body and restored his health. His health bar fluctuated heavily, and he even fell down to just a couple of health points a few times. Fortunately, the priests were always able to save him and he was able to continue his onslaught. Die. Smokestub boomed as he carved a line of blood through Azure Falling Sky's mages. The frail magic users fell to the ground one after another under his brutal offense. Powerful berserkers and even tanky fighters couldn't survive 2 hits from his great swords, so these cloth-armored mages naturally were decimated within seconds. Corpses piled up like mountains as blood flowed like rivers. Aqua Smoke Stubb's name was so red that anyone who looked at it would shiver in fear. Azure Falling Sky players watched in horror wherever he went, and some were even terrified to the point of pissing their pants. Those in his way scattered like flies lest they be cut down like so many before them. Who could possibly fight this sword-swinging behemoth? Cold Peak Absolute Blade simply followed in Smoke Stubb's wake like a third great sword. Azure Falling Sky's mages also fell like dominoes under his attack. Boss, there's even more of them coming now. There's tons of players rushing over from both the east and the south. We charged to the north. Aqua Smoke Stubb checked his team roster again, only to see that dozens more of his subordinates had died. Smoke Stubb's heart clenched in pain at the loss, because each and every member of his attack force today was one of Withered Leaf Gaming Organization's strongest elites. In a fit of rage, he had ignored the warnings from his managers and brought troops here to unleash a slaughter. Now, however, he wasn't sure if he had made a fatal error. After all, the gaming organization's only purpose was to generate a profit for its parent company, not avenge the deaths of its players. However, those who had been slain by Azure Falling Sky outside Bovine Prairie were all brothers he interacted with on a daily basis. These people had been surrounded and killed by sheer force of numbers, partly because of carelessness. Those brothers who would lose money due to this incident were all co-workers with families to feed, so how could Smoke Stubb possibly swallow his anger? Today's matter was a result of my own reckless actions. I've led everyone into being surrounded. All of the losses of our brothers, I, Aqua Smoke Stubb, will take sole responsibility for them. Smoke Stubb declared in the voice chat. The savings he had accumulated over the years should be enough to compensate these brothers for the losses they incurred. Boss, we followed you of our own free will. You don't have to feel guilty. Its dying has nothing to do with you. At worst, we lose our bonuses. We dropped a few levels in our equipment, so what? All of the players who had died spoke out one after another in the Withered Leaf group chat. Even if all of us have to die, we still have to get the boss out of here safely. His War God's doctrine set absolutely cannot be dropped. Cold Peak shouted. With a berserk slash, he sent an enemy berserker flying. Who among them hadn't gone through great hardships to finally obtain the gear they were currently equipped with? If they died while branded with a red name, they would drop every single piece of equipment on their body. It was tantamount to their efforts being all for naught. If they lost all their equipment now, their earnings in the future would definitely be severely reduced. Aqua Smoke Stubb now regretted his own impulsiveness. He hadn't gathered enough information and considered enough possibilities before taking action. He hadn't expected there to be so many Azure Falling Sky players farming in nearby regions. Boss, there's almost 9,000 Azure Falling Sky players headed your way. You better get out of there fast. A player who had died and respawned back in town frantically shouted in the guild chat. Aqua Smoke Stubb felt a chill run down his back. He hadn't expected Azure Falling Sky to assemble its forces so quickly. It could be seen that Clear Sky was very experienced in leading his guild. Brothers, we're going to break out of here. Hurry up. Smoke Stubb swung his great swords and sent several mages from Azure Falling Sky flying. When he looked at the forest edge in the distance, he saw a group of brightly armored Azure Falling Sky players moving to surround them, completely cutting off all route of escape. Leading them was the guild leader of Azure Falling Sky, Clear Sky. Clear Sky had a tall stature that was not the slightest bit inferior to Smoke Stubb. He was a paladin, clad in bright, silver-white armor which emanated a faint radiance. When he spotted Smoke Stubb, his countenance flashed with a hint of sinister cruelty. The hatred between Clear Sky and Smoke Stubb ran very deep. Smoke Stubb was actually one of the founders of Azure Falling Sky. He used to own a 30% stake in the gaming organization. However, something happened that caused the two people to part ways, with Smoke Stubb bringing a whole bunch of people away from Azure Falling Sky and founding Withered Leaf, which would then receive the financial support of the Tuoba family. Later on, because the two gaming organizations were competing rivals in every popular virtual reality game, the animosity between them only further solidified and deepened. When enemies met face to face, their eyes would blaze with hatred. The appearance of Clear Sky's group completely brought Withered Leaf's powerful momentum to a halt. Shit, it's Clear Sky. Smoke Stubb stared at Clear Sky. He was grasping the great swords in his hands so tightly that the veins in his arms were exposed, and his eyes were bloodshot like an enraged lion. Boss, all of our escape routes have been cut off, and several of our priests are running low on mana. Samsara Lord yelled. Azure Falling Sky players were streaming in from all directions. In a while, almost 9,000 Azure Falling Sky players would arrive. When that time came, it would be certain calamity for Withered Leaf. The enmity between Aqua Smoke Stubb and Clear Sky started when several members of Azure Falling Sky wanted to transfer over to a different gaming organization. To Smoke Stubb, this request couldn't be any simpler. Moving between organizations was common in the industry. Everyone would part without any hard feelings, and things would be less awkward if they crossed paths again in the future. However, Clear Sky evidently didn't feel the same way. He ruthlessly swore at those members and threatened to break their legs. Even so, they still chose to withdraw from Azure Falling Sky, with Smoke Stubb receiving information later on revealing that they really did end up coming to bodily harm. This matter resulted in Smoke Stubb feeling that Clear Sky was too ruthless. No longer wishing to be associated with a person like Clear Sky, he led his brothers out of Azure Falling Sky and created Withered Leaf. However, the establishment of his own gaming organization was filled with numerous twists and turns. Many of the people under him were hounded and assaulted, one even had their leg broken and ended up hospitalized for nearly half a year. All of this was done by Azure Falling Sky. From then on, Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky became irreconcilable enemies. For a long time, Withered Leaf couldn't run their operation smoothly because constant meddling of Azure Falling Sky. It wasn't until Withered Leaf accepted the investment of the Tuoba family financial group that Azure Falling Sky backed off, fearing the influence of this backer. However, such protection came at a heavy price, as every single member of Withered Leaf entered what basically amounted to a slave contract with the Tuoba family. The amount of effort Smoke Stubb and his brothers poured into the gaming organization all this time was nothing short of remarkable. It was the only reason Withered Leaf had achieved its current success, carrying a slew of impressive accomplishments. The struggle between Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky never ceased. Both gaming organizations were generally evenly matched across the various virtual reality games they fought in. However, the reason Withered Leaf currently found itself at a disadvantage laid in the fact that it didn't establish a guild immediately upon entering conviction, though that was through no fault of Smoke Stubb. After all, Azure Falling Sky was an autonomous entity, while Withered Leaf was subsidiary of the Tuoba family. As Smoke Stubb recalled that brother who had his leg broken, his expression turned ferocious like a vicious beast, wishing for nothing more than to tear Clear Sky apart. Tuoba family dog, today I'm going to have you die in front of me. I bet losing your cherished war god's doctrine set will pain you dearly. Clear Sky sinisterly chuckled. A debt of blood will be repaid in blood. Today's hatred won't be forgotten. Smokestub gritted his teeth as he tightly gripped his great sword. He calmly calculated the likelihood of killing Clear Sky if he were to rush up and attempt to behead him right now, only to discover to his disappointment that it was basically impossible unless Clear Sky remained motionless. Humph. Before worrying about revenge, you better start thinking about how you're going to explain yourself to the Tuoba family. If they find out you lost the war god's doctrine set, they might really drive you away. Then, you'll truly become a stray mongrel. Cold Peak, Wood Grace, cover me. Smokestub commanded through the voice chat in a heavy tone. He was preparing to take on Clear Sky. Boss, don't be rash. I just received word that Asskickers United is rushing over to back us up. Cold Peak put his hand over Smokestub's arm, making him lower his sword. Asskickers United, what are they coming here for? Smokestub knitted his brows. From the perspective of a guild leader, in the best interests of the guild, it absolutely wasn't necessary for Nie Yan to help out Withered Leaf. After all, their relationship was purely that of contractor and employer, and the duration of the contract was only 1 month. Withered Leaf joining Asskickers United temporarily was merely for the sake of obtaining a prince title in the Union of Assassins, and to scout out the true strength of the guild. Was it worthwhile making an enemy out of Azure Falling Sky for a collaborative partner like them? No, it wasn't. You could even say it was needlessly reckless. Smokestub didn't expect Nie Yan to bring all of Asskickers United with him on his arrival, so much so that he didn't hesitate to offend Azure Falling Sky. His heart was filled with complicated emotions, as a few subordinates shared the declaration Nie Yan made in the guild chat as well as the outcry of support from the players of Asskickers United demanding that they help Withered Leaf. Smokestub sighed. He never thought the players of Asskickers United would truly come to view Withered Leaf as brothers who they were willing to rescue no matter what the cost. It was like if you didn't even consider a person a friend, but they treated you like a sworn brother. Smokestub couldn't help but feel ashamed. Everyone, defend. Try to stay alive while our brothers from Asskickers United arrive. Even though we've only been in the guild for several days, they're willing to offend Azure Falling Sky to rescue us. We can't let their efforts go to waste. From this day forward, all the players of Asskickers United are brothers of our Withered Leaf, and we'll never do anything to make them enemies. If this oath is ever violated, may the heavens strike us down. Yes, the players of Withered Leaf roared in unison. The over 300 surviving players of Withered Leaf formed a wide circle as they resolutely defended against the attacks of Azure Falling Sky. As more enemies gathered in the area, the shower of spells raining down from the sky intensified, causing the players of Withered Leaf to gradually fall one after the other. Boss, forces from Asskickers United are moving in our direction. There's at least 10,000 of them. A subordinate whispered into Clear Sky's ear. Clear Sky's expression darkened. Wasn't Withered Leaf simply hire labor for Asskickers United? Why were they willing to help them out? Could it be that the information he received was wrong? The Tuoba family declared long ago that Withered Leaf joining Asskickers United was business, and that Withered Leaf wouldn't be participating in any guild wars. Clear Sky swept his gaze over Smokestub and the other surviving Withered Leaf players. They had already formed a tight, defensive circle. They would definitely be able to hold out for a while. If they dallied any longer, Asskickers United's forces would arrive. If he let Smokestub go now, he would likely never get another chance as good as this in the future. Clear Sky hardened his resolve, then shouted to the elites beside him, everyone, break their defensive formation. Annihilate Withered Leaf. Just as his voice fell, everyone felt a violent fluctuation of magical energy in the distance before spotting scorching, red clouds congregating in the sky. Before long, raging flames began raining down, battering the numerous players from Azure Falling Sky. -207, -230. Even though it wasn't advanced magic, the spell still dealt astonishing damage. Soon, an empty section of space opened in the middle of the crowd of Azure Falling Sky players. Everything there was cleared away. Hordes of Asskickers United players rushed over from every direction. Several warriors clad in full sets of gold equipment charged straight out of the forest. Kill. The players from Asskickers United let out thunderous battle cries. Resplendent Blade Light led the vanguard, enduring the impact of several hundred spells as he charged into the crowd of mages. While his health fell bit by bit, a gentle radiance descended on him, restoring it back to full. All the mages from Azure Falling Sky paled with fright. Just where did such a perverse fighter come from? Blade Light attracted the attention of a great number of mages. The warriors behind him finally caught up, as they charged forward, sweeping away the enemy mages. Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, Miracle Dancer, and the other mages from Asskickers United rained down a dense torrent of spells. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions rang out across the warriors from Azure Falling Sky. A blanket of damage numbers with sky-high values rose up into the air, as enemy players began toppling to the ground. Undying Scoundrel rubbed his nose with a cheerful smile. Such a lively gathering, how could we be left out? The elites of Asskickers United carried out a one-sided slaughter on Azure Falling Sky. Swaths of enemy players were annihilated without the ability to resist in the slightest. In terms of cooperation and judgment, the players from Azure Falling Sky simply couldn't hold a candle to the Asskickers United players who were as brave as tigers. Hey, Smokestub, you really are no fun. With such a lively party going on here, how could you not invite us brothers from Asskickers United? Almost like a ghost, Nie Yan materialized beside Smokestub with a faint smile. Clear Sky, who was about to charge over, suddenly felt his blood run cold at the sight of Nie Yan. How did this thief get in here? His forces outside were still engaged in fierce combat. With so many of his subordinates locking down the area, the fact that this player still somehow snuck past them was astonishing. This appearance. Mad Rogue, Nirvana Flame. All of the surrounding Azure Falling Sky players felt like a heavy blow was dealt to their heart, as their faces tightened with fear. When the name of the Mad Rogue was mentioned, what almost everyone recalled was that unrivaled strike in Kilnfire Woods. Nie Yan's presence on the battlefield was an immense deterrent. As long as he acted, anyone that he wished dead would almost certainly die. That was what was the most frightening. With regards to the struggle between Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky, Nie Yan was knowledgeable about the history, albeit not by much. However, based on how Smokestub and Clear Sky conducted themselves, he could easily distinguish between who was unscrupulous or principled. Smokestub's group also didn't expect Nie Yan to appear. He really was like a specter. Listening to Nie Yan's teasing words, Smokestub replied with an apologetic smile, I was wrong in this matter. When we get back, I'll apologize again to the brothers in Asskickers United. Brother, what a warm and sentimental way of address. Smokestub couldn't help feel this way. Well, it seems things blew up. Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and Holy Empire are about to arrive as well. Who knows whether or not more guilds will join in. This matter isn't simply between Withered Leaf and Azure Falling Sky anymore. Nie Yan's gaze fell on a paladin clad in silver-white armor among the crowd of Azure Falling Sky players. His eyes narrowed, while his lips curved into a thin smile. That's Clear Sky, I presume. Right, that's him. Smokestub nodded. His eyes flashed with a cold light like the tip of a sharp blade. Nie Yan examined the equipment on Smokestub's body. It's only been a few days, but this guy's already got himself a War God's Doctrine set. Even dual-wielding great swords, not bad. Quite valiant, indeed. How much time do you have left on Berserk power? Nie Yan asked. About a minute, Smokestub replied. He was a little confused. Why did Nie Yan suddenly ask such a question? That Clear Sky seems pretty full of himself. What say you and I kill him together? He's quite an eyesore just standing there, Nie Yan offered in a casual tone as he played with the dagger in his hand. The Withered Leaf players felt their hearts tremble. Clear Sky was protected by so many people. Perhaps, only Nie Yan would dare to utter such bold words. Are you confident? Smokestub stared at Nie Yan, his eyes reflecting the stirred emotions in his heart. Was the mad rogue about to bring about another legend? Nie Yan waved his hand, then laughed in a helpless manner. Of course not. We thieves have very weak attacks. A hit from my dagger will only help a paladin scratch and itch at best. He's too tanky. Smokestub immediately understood the meaning behind these words. Nie Yan wanted to let him have the honor of killing Clear Sky. Help me kill Clear Sky, and from today onward, you, Nirvana Flame, will be my sworn brother. Smokestub declared in a solemn tone. Oh, I'm a bit saddened that you don't already think of me as a brother. Don't worry, though, I'm the type who's used to unreciprocated love. Smokestub knew Nie Yan was simply playing a joke. He let out an embarrassed laugh. Right at this moment, Nie Yan's figure suddenly disappeared. Nie Yan was making his move. He tightly gripped the great swords in his hands, while his eyes beamed with killing intent. When they saw Nie Yan disappear, everyone's hearts suddenly tightened. With his ability to hide under stealth, Nie Yan was undoubtedly worthy of his reputation. Trying to keep track of him was truly a difficult task. This was the mad rogue, after all. If he took action, he definitely wouldn't fail. Everyone attack. Clear Sky roared. His underlings charged at their enemies, but he was still worried. Nie Yan's abrupt disappearance left him rather uneasy. He couldn't help but suspect that Nie Yan was coming after him. He had hundreds of Azure Falling Sky players in close formation around him, creating a solid line of defense. Plus, Clear Sky himself was in the densest part of this massive army. Even the mad rogue wouldn't be able to threaten him here. Priests, illuminate. Paladins, eyes of the divine. All of the Azure Falling Sky players began to nervously call for skills that would reveal a player in stealth. Rays of light bounced up and down in various places as they tried to locate Nie Yan. Right there. A priest noticed an approaching silhouette 5 meters away from himself, but had no time to react. His comrades beside him hadn't even seen anything before the shadow passed by him. He leapt back in terror, feeling a dagger stab into his throat. Horrified by the thought that he had just lost his life, the priest instinctively grabbed at his throat only to find that it was completely fine. It was just his imagination fueled by fear. The dagger had swiped within centimeters of his throat as Nie Yan passed by. Nie Yan missed on purpose to scare him and then brushed past without actually attacking. If he really attacked, then his stealth would break. This intimidation proved to extremely effective. The priest, despite having noticed the other, didn't dare to wantonly draw attention to Nie Yan. If the mad rogue was irked by him, he could die without ever seeing where the attack came from. Nie Yan threaded through dozens of players in a blur. He flashed by so quickly that none of them even had the chance to start an attack. His speed reached the apex as he left the Azure Falling Sky elites behind. This was the speed of a shadow dancer. When one's speed and evasion reached a certain point, they would form a certain resonance. By complementing each other perfectly, both would soar to even higher levels. This was the ultimate manifestation of the system's data. When an object was in movement, it could enter a state of resonance. The system used its unique method to simulate a virtual universe that was very close to reality. The laws of physics within were all determined by its calculations. Gravitational acceleration, kinematics, the rules of magic, and even one's strength, intelligence, and dexterity all followed the directives of the system. Additionally, it even defined an extremely rich history, the detailed Atlanta continent, and the rest of the game's universe. This was the mesmerizing world of conviction. When a player advanced into their ultimate profession, they would have an opportunity to comprehend the natural laws of this virtual world. All these laws were manifested from immense amounts of data. After comprehending these laws, you could utilize the virtual world's data to bring about maximum power. Where a regular player might only be able to add 2 statistics to show off their powers, an ultimate class player would be able to use a connection between the 2 in the laws in order to multiply those statistics. These players' multiplications would result in far greater results than mere additions could possibly achieve. Different classes would unravel different mysteries. Warriors pursued the peak of strength, mages sought the greatest magic resonance, paladins prayed for the holy light, and shadow dancers moved towards the ultimate speed. An expert player had to calculate the most optimum method with data. Only by using data could you maximize your power. This was the mystery Nie Yan had comprehended about shadow dancers. Nie Yan, having sidestepped another line of Azure Falling Sky players, closed in on Clear Sky like a shadow. The feeling of speed transforming into more under the soles of his feet gave Nie Yan a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment. However, even after comprehending the skill of the shadow dancer, there were still higher mountains to climb. Nie Yan recalled the videos he'd seen of shadow dancers running rampant in the past. One after another they flashed through his mind, their footsteps superimposing onto his own as he ran. Such a thrilling feeling. Nie Yan suddenly recalled a move that many of the shadow dancers of the past liked to flaunt, Dance of Death. While running swiftly, they would lighten their breathing and perfect their hiding. While the opponent was still completely unaware, they would strike from behind to do massive damage. Just like the scythe of death, quietly reaping the foe. Nie Yan slowed down a little. Although he was no longer at his fastest speed, his movements became more erratic and evasive. He's there. Stop him. A couple of paladins saw a faint figure with their eyes of the divine. Activating Indomitable Will, they moved forward to intercept him. However, by the time they had taken their first steps, they found that they were no longer looking at their target. By the time they charged over, he was long gone. Nie Yan smirked to himself as he easily dodged between the paladins. Where'd he go? I dunno. Clear Sky himself activated the eyes of the divine as well. From the corner of his eye, an indistinct blur registered about 60 meters to his left. When he turned his head to look more closely, it was already gone. Having seen that Nie Yan still had to cross such a large distance layered with priests and paladins, Clear Sky looked away as his shoulders loosened a fraction. Just as Clear Sky relaxed, one of his subordinates gave a startled shout from the right. A figure could be seen ramming through Azure Falling Sky players on his way towards him. Aqua Smoke Stubb's eyes flashed murderously as he advanced with twin great swords in hand. Whirlwind slash. Damage values exceeding 500 floated one after another into the sky. The swords murderously struck as Smoke Stubb's violent momentum slammed him into player after player. The warriors struck by his swords were all knocked back, afraid to come near him. None of them had enough health to tank another blow. Behind him, Cold Peak Absolute Blade and Wood Grace cleaned up the stragglers without mercy. Blood splattered all over the place as the two of them finished off everyone in their path. Ball after ball of fire fizzled out on Smoke Stubb's body, swiftly draining his health towards zero. However, the non-stop healing from behind came just as quickly, bathing him in ray after ray of white light. The matter of Smoke Stubb's survival was really just a race between Azure Falling Skies mages and Withered Leaf's priests. Withered Leaf's priests clearly held the lead. Their heals were greater than the attacker's spells, so a single priest could cover the damage of 3 or 4 mages. Because of this, they managed to maintain a solid advantage. Azure Falling Sky players parted like the Red Sea before Moses as they cleared out of Smoke Stubb's way. Anyone who tried to stop him simply got shredded. Out of nowhere, a few warriors wearing gold sets of armor held up Cold Peak. A barrage of spells blasted his health to smithereens, but Withered Leaf's priests were all focused on Smoke Stubb. They didn't notice his plight until it was too late, so he was blasted off his feet and crashed into the ground. Cold Peak was one of Withered Leaf's best players, as well as a good brother to Smoke Stubb. Seeing his close friend die just like that, Smoke Stubb became even more enraged. Charge. Smoke Stubb smashed through another dozen people trying to surround him, continuing his onslaught. Boss, I got this group. Wood Grace yelled as he rushed towards the next half-dozen gold-clad warriors in a nice suicidal attack. Clear skies right there. Having just slaughtered a path through the heavy encirclement with incredible momentum, Smoke Stubb sprinted the final stretch towards Clear Sky. Seeing Aqua Smoke Stubb in front of him, Clear Sky felt no fear whatsoever. He buffed himself with a few blessings, increasing his stats and greatly boosting his damage reduction. He raised his sword, ready to take on Smoke Stubb. Clear Sky, go to hell. Smoke Stubb abruptly leapt into the air, slicing down with cleave to produce a massive sword light akin to a rainbow. Clear Sky quickly backstepped, raising his guard to block. If they clashed head-on, he knew that his strength would be on par with Smoke Stubb's. The other's path of retreat had already been cut off, so if he could stall for a little bit then Smoke Stubb would be guaranteed death. Clear Sky had just readied himself to stop the attack when he felt a cold chill behind his back. A certain person popped into his mind, Nirvana Flame. How did Nie Yan avoid being revealed by so many priests and paladins? This was impossible, like something out of a legend. If he was stunned from behind by Nie Yan, then received the full brunt of Smoke Stubb's ferocious attacks, he would undoubtedly die. So it seemed the two of them had already planned things out. Under the protection of so many Azure Falling Sky players, Clear Sky believed he was safe. However, he never expected his subordinates to be so powerless as Smoke Stubb and Nie Yan easily broke through them and arrived in front of him. Mad rogue, huh, let's see what you've got. Clear Sky roared, giving himself another blessing, then striking out at Nie Yan with a rending blow while moving to evade Smoke Stubb's attack. His movements were extremely quick. Intimidate. Before Clear Sky could get off his skill, Nie Yan forcibly cancelled it by activating Intimidate. Clear Sky halted in place, and at this critical moment, Smoke Stubb's cleave landed on his body and sent him skidding backwards. Just as the nearby priest who was responsible for supporting Clear Sky raised his staff to cast a heal, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was Nie Yan. Nie Yan interrupted the casting of the spell with a kick, then struck out with Vital Strike, slashing open the priest's throat. -556 damage number floated up above the priest's head before they collapsed to the ground. Just as Clear Sky regained his footing from being hit by the cleave, Smoke Stubb rammed into him with a charge and sent him staggering quite a few steps back. Thanks to Smoke Stubb's precise use of the skill, he was pushed to where Nie Yan was standing. Clear Sky, who was buffed with blessings, already had a health bar of over 1000. Smoke Stubb's ferocious attacks had caused him to drop down to 300 health. Normally, Clear Sky always had a dedicated priest by his side, while the other priests were tasked with healing the other Azure Falling Sky players. However, that priest was just killed by Nie Yan. So when the other priests finally realized Clear Sky's health had fallen low, it was already too late. Just as Clear Sky was about to cast a lesser heal on himself to buy himself some precious time for the other priests to heal him, Nie Yan's dagger cleanly cut across his throat. -302. Clear Sky's pupil suddenly constricted with an incredulous look on his face. He never imagined Nie Yan would quietly emerge behind at this time and deal him a fatal blow. Nie Yan and Smoke Stubb's teamwork was absolutely flawless. From the time Smoke Stubb rammed into Clear Sky with charge to Nie Yan delivering the finishing blow, only a few seconds had transpired. Many people had yet to process what happened. When everyone finally stopped what they were doing to look over, they saw Clear Sky's corpse lying beside Nie Yan and Smoke Stubb's feet. Nie Yan and Smoke Stubb's actions plunged the Azure Falling Sky Guild into the chaos. The charge executed by Smoke Stubb just a moment ago was perfect, whether in timing, power, or direction, as it delivered Clear Sky right to Nie Yan, who finished him off with a decisive blow from cut throat. The coordination between them was impeccable. If someone posted a video of this battle online, the final moments would inevitably become a classic. It was a pleasure fighting together, Nie Yan said with a light smile before going back into stealth. Smoke Stubb also found battling alongside Nie Yan to be extremely enjoyable. With a wide smile, he exclaimed, likewise. Both Cold Peak and Wood Grace had sacrificed their lives in order to give them the perfect opportunity to kill Clear Sky. A hint of sorrow emerged in Smoke Stubb's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. This was a battlefield, he didn't have any time to be wasting wallowing in grief. He charged back into the fray with his great sword raised. It was time for Withered Leaf to strike back. Brothers of Withered Leaf, slaughter these bastards. Smoke Stubb roared. He was the living embodiment of the Reaper's scythe. Wherever he passed, heads would fall. Nie Yan's actions left people breathless as he materialized behind unsuspecting priests, and killed them with lightning-fast efficiency before disappearing again like a phantom in the battlefield. Quite a few players ended up dying by his hands. The elites from Ass Kickers United broke through enemy lines. Azure Falling Sky players dropped like flies while the survivors were slowly forced into retreat. Undying Scoundrel unleashed a torrent of fire on a crowd of Azure Falling Sky players. As a blanket of damage numbers floated up into the sky, more than half the players were immediately annihilated. Monochrome, Edgeless, and the others steamrolled through the enemies before joining up with Nie Yan and Smoke Stubb's group. Boss, we've arrived. Monochrome greeted. He as well as the others were branded with deep red names. It was evident they had killed many players along the way. Nie Yan nodded. How are our losses? Only 8 casualties so far, and we've retrieved all the equipment they dropped, Edgeless replied. Such losses in a large-scale battle were very small, negligible even. Before they launched their assault, they had gone through careful preparation. With the protection of the warriors and paladins, Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, Miracle Dancer, Sunny South, and the other mages swept away the enemy with group magic. The results were extremely good. As a consequence, the kill counts of Summer Bug and the other mages skyrocketed upwards. By now, the guild leader of Azure Falling Sky, Clear Sky, resurrected in Kalor. He had actually died to Smoke Stub. This was his greatest disgrace. I don't care what it takes, I want Smoke Stub's head. Clear Sky roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead bulged out. Clear Sky's hatred for Smoke Stub was engraved into the core of his very being. Even though he knew the forces of Askickers United were rushing over, he still chose to take the risk of eliminating Smoke Stub instead of retreating. Clear Sky's orders were carried out efficiently as the players under him quickly gathered together. Despite his explosive temper and callous nature, to the extent where every minor grievance had to be paid back manifold, he was quite competent at commanding others. His forces soon moved to surround Smoke Stub's group. There were almost 9,000 players from Azure Falling Sky altogether. Even if every last one of them had to be sacrificed, he would make certain that Smoke Stub died. Boss, at least 8,000 Azure Falling Sky players are moving in to surround us. Boss, our priests and mages are running low on mana, and we've already gone through all of our mana recovery items. Nie Yan listened to a litany of reports from various leaders commanding over the battlefield. The battle was still going in full swing. The forces from Askickers United had already mowed down almost 800 players from Azure Falling Sky, but more and more kept pouring in to fill the gaps. When confronted with an enemy that was seemingly endless, no matter how strong these elites of Askickers United were, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of helplessness. Nie Yan surveyed the surroundings and noted that the forest to the south was denser. If they could hold out there for a while, Tang Yao's forces would soon arrive to reinforce them. We're moving south. Nie Yan led his group southward, cutting down any Azure Falling Sky player who stood in their path. After they arrived, the warriors hunkered down between the trees, while the priests and paladins took turns providing support for them. The mages separated into groups, alternating between firing spells at the enemy and sitting down to recover their mana. The Azure Falling Sky players arrived like an unending tide, but Nie Yan's forces firmly resisted and beat them back. The flames of war enveloped the battlefield as magic rained down from the sky. Every now and then, a player from Withered Leaf or Askickers United would collapse to the ground. The hordes of players around them were all from Azure Falling Sky. They arrived wave after wave. I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this mess, Smoke Stub said in a guilt-ridden tone. Every single member of Nie Yan's group was branded with a red name, meaning they were barred from returning to Kalor and effectively trapped here. If reinforcements didn't arrive soon, they would be completely overwhelmed. Aren't you treating us a bit too much like outsiders? Ask any of our brothers from Askickers United. None of them blame you. Even though Withered Leaf hasn't been a part of the guild for very long, you're still our brothers through and through. When a brother is in trouble, with how much we value loyalty, how could we just heartlessly leave them to their fate? Undying Scoundrel turned to Nie Yan and asked, isn't that right, boss? Right. Nie Yan nodded with approval. Undying Scoundrel's words were very sensible. Smoke Stub was visibly moved as he gazed at the Askickers United players around him. Saying any more at this point would be meaningless. Withered Leaf wouldn't fail to reciprocate the sincerity of these brothers. Boss Sparrowhawk has already arrived at Twilight Forest with reinforcements. He's going to be here very soon. Summer Bug exclaimed after reading the guild chat. Tang Yao's forces were very close. Everyone, persevere. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. Withered Leaf still had over 200 members remaining while Askickers United still had over 70. Considering they had been holding off almost 9,000 enemies all this time, this was quite amazing. Boss Smoke Stub, we're all out of mana. Samsara Lord anxiously called out. The attacks from the enemy mages were too ferocious. For the sake of keeping the warriors in the frontline alive, the priests had burnt through all their mana. Because the healing couldn't keep up, several more warriors died. The onslaught of attacks from the Azure Falling Sky players was relentless. If Tang Yao's reinforcements didn't arrive within the next few minutes, there would be no one left to save. At this moment, there was a huge disturbance among the Azure Falling Sky players. Red clouds converged in the distance, followed immediately by a shower of meteors. With how quickly that magic was cast, likely the only person who could pull such a thing off was Tang Yao. Brothers, kill. Kill. Thunderous battle cries shook the air, as Tang Yao's reinforcements surrounded and attacked the forces from Azure Falling Sky. In terms of individual player ability, no guild could match Askickers United. Once the two sides clashed, a one-sided massacre began unfolding as Azure Falling Sky players collapsed in droves. Because they were surrounded on all sides, there was nowhere for them to escape. While Twilight Forest was filled with the sound of battle, things on the outside weren't so tranquil either. Over 60,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had arrived outside of Twilight Forest. Just as they were about to storm the map, countless players silently emerged from the edge of the forest, ready to obstruct their advance. It appeared Holy Empire was faster than them by a step at arriving in Twilight Forest. These players from Holy Empire were well prepared. Groups of warriors and paladins blocked the gaps between the trees. Behind them were a great number of priests and mages. On top of this, they occupied the high ground. Even though Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return had greater numbers, it wouldn't be easy for them to break through this blockade. Sleepy Fox proudly stood atop a large protruding boulder. As the players behind Sleepy Fox stared at the densely packed crowd of players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, they couldn't help but feel their scalps turn a little numb. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame have arrived. Those who are afraid can start activating a return scroll right now. Holy Empire doesn't need weaklings. As for the brothers who are willing to stay behind, I'll reward you with 50 merit points for every bastard you kill from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. If you kill more than 10, I'll allow you to enter the Holy Empire Knight Regiment. Today, we'll show these Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame mongrels that 20,000 of us are enough to beat them back yelping with their tails tucked behind their legs. Sleepy Fox declared, full of bravado. He had learned a thing or two from Nie Yan. When trouble arrived on your doorstep, you had to be decisive. It was important not to show any weakness. Sleepy Fox's passionate speech stirred the spirits of the players from Holy Empire. Boss, these are your words. You can't go back on them. What luck. I was just considering trying out for the Knight Regiment. A Holy Empire player shouted. Sleepy Fox jokingly scolded. Since when have I failed to keep my word? Brat, I've remembered your name. If you can't kill at least 10 players, I'll send you off on your way so you can repent to God himself. Wait. No, boss, I was just joking. You might as well just dig a hole and bury me inside. I'd rather repent to you instead. That player cried out in a panic. The crowd burst into laughter. The previously heavy atmosphere lightened up quite a bit. Sleepy Fox looked ahead and spotted two figures walking over to him. He was very familiar with these two individuals. The player in azure robes was Heavenbreaker, while the other player in violet armor was the guild leader of Radiant Sacred Flame, Nightbreak Trickster. Nightbreak Trickster rarely showed his face to the outside world, so few people ever knew his whereabouts. Because of this, he was a mysterious figure in the eyes of all players. Very little was known about him, aside from what was publicly available. The guild leaders of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame have arrived. You guys stay put. I'll go have a chat with them. Sleepy Fox leapt off the boulder, then went over to meet Heavenbreaker and Nightbreak Trickster. Damn, this son of a bitch is already level 30. Sleepy Fox gloomily cursed after examining Nightbreak Trickster's level. This was the first time since Conviction's release that the guild leaders of 3 major guilds met. I didn't expect to see you here, Heavenbreaker said. When he led his troops, he never would have imagined Holy Empire would make a full-out effort to block their path. Oh, but I've already been waiting quite a while for the two of you to show up, Sleepy Fox curtly said. Sleepy Fox could be considered an old rival to Heavenbreaker and Nightbreak Trickster. Both of them were very familiar with his personality, so they were a little surprised when he acted so differently from his usual self. He was normally all smiles, handling all matters with a glib tongue. Even if he was upset, he would never reveal it on the surface. The swords were already drawn on both sides. Aside from the incident that occurred outside of Black Flame Forest, Holy Empire didn't have any conflicting interests with Victorious Return. As for Radiant Sacred Flame, the war between them had already developed to the extent where both sides were willing to do whatever necessary to win, no matter the price. Occupying a stronghold was equal to receiving the taxes of a small city. This was extremely critical to the growth of a guild. Neither Holy Empire nor Radiant Sacred Flame were willing to back down. Even the always low-key Nightbreak Trickster crawled out of the woodwork in preparation for the upcoming stronghold battle. And the biggest supporter on his side was his closest ally, Heavenbreaker. Although Victorious Return couldn't participate in the stronghold battle because they weren't a level 5 guild, their strength couldn't be looked over. Since Radiant Sacred Flame required the assistance of Victorious Return to capture the stronghold, when Victorious Return wanted to cause Asskickers United some trouble this time, Radiant Sacred Flame would naturally follow. However, they didn't expect Holy Empire to be a step ahead of them. The smell of gunpowder floated in the air as soon as Sleepy Fox and Nightbreak Trickster locked gazes. Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame could be described as eternal foes, with numerous battles spread across various popular virtual reality games. So whenever they met, sparks would fly, emotions would run high, and conflict would be unavoidable. So what if you're here? I'd like to see just how your 20,000 players can stop our force of over 60,000. Nightbreak Trickers narrowed his eyes as his killing intent flared. Well, we're right here. What are you waiting for? You're free to try. Let's see if you really can get through us. Sleepy Fox coldly responded. As long Holy Empire held steadfast at the border of Twilight Forest, let alone 60,000 players, he would even dare to clash against a force of 100,000. In any large-scale battle, having a terrain advantage was extremely important. By having the high ground, the enemy's ranged units would have a harder time hitting your forces. If there were natural obstacles such as boulders or trees, your forces could rely on them to take cover. The trees in Twilight Forest were the best obstacles. Nightbreak Trickster surveyed the topography up ahead. It was densely forested with large boulders scattered all around. Holy Empire players were positioned all along the forest edge. Even if he had a mage cast advanced magic, it would have a very limited effect. The area was a natural stronghold. No wonder Sleepy Fox boasted such confidence. Nonetheless, the combined forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame was more than triple that of Holy Empire. With such an overwhelming advantage in numbers, if they coordinated their attacks well throughout the whole battle, they could nullify the opponent's terrain advantage. What's the situation in Twilight Forest? Nightbreak Trickster asked Heavenbreaker through chat. Heavenbreaker looked through the information provided by his subordinates. Azure Falling Sky is collapsing. It's a one-sided slaughter over there. Asskickers United is that powerful? Nightbreak Trickster asked in shock. Although Azure Falling Sky wasn't a large guild, its members were not weak. According to his judgment, they should have had no problem holding out for a while. However, reality proved otherwise. The guild leader of Azure Falling Sky, Clear Sky, was sent to the graveyard early in the battle by Aqua Smokestub and Nirvana Flame. They've hidden themselves well. In every battle leading up to this one, they've never displayed their full fighting strength. Heavenbreaker furrowed his brows. Logically, it was impossible for Clear Sky not to have people guarding his side, so how did Nie Yan and Smokestub make such quick work of him? Heavenbreaker had a pensive look on his face as he recalled the scene of Nie Yan killing Heijo in Kilnfire Woods. It seemed the main problem was still Nie Yan. It was just like when he reversed the situation in his battle with Yulong. This thief was too terrifying. You simply couldn't let your guard down around him. Even if you had brought along more people, your journey would have still ended here. So you mangy mongrels, how about you save me the effort by scramming back home right now? Sleepy Fox gave Heavenbreaker and Nightbreak Trickster a disdainful gaze. This was an obvious provocation to goad them into ordering their forces to attack. He was confident that Holy Empire could hold firm at least for a short time. When Asskickers United cleaned up all the players from Azure Falling Sky, they would definitely rush over to provide assistance. From the information he received from Nie Yan, Asskickers United had brought over 30,000 players. If they combined forces, they wouldn't be the slightest bit weaker than Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Furthermore, Sapphire Shrine was also on the move. When Fall Land found out two powerhouses like Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return teamed up, he naturally understood the severity of this matter. Sapphire Shrine might be able to defend itself right now, but what about in the future? So what if you have the terrain advantage? You still won't be able to stop us. Brothers of Radiant Sacred Flame, wipe out every last one of these fools from Holy Empire. Kill. Nightbreak Trickster roared, as he commanded his troops to launch an assault. Before long, a group of 4,000 warriors charged toward the area where Holy Empire's defenses were the weakest. The mages raised their staffs, which glowed with brilliant rays, as they began chanting spells. Holy Empire didn't stay motionless either. They held fast to their positions and began trading fire with Radiant Sacred Flame. Magic exploded into the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. Since Radiant Sacred Flame had acted, Victorious Return naturally followed suit. The players Heavenbreaker commanded charged toward Holy Empire's forces with overwhelming momentum. The battle started off in a very one-sided manner as the forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame drowned the players from Holy Empire with an unrelenting barrage of attacks. However, Holy Empire remained unyielding, reinforcing their defenses everywhere as they withstood the assault. The flames of battle erupted out with no signs of waning. Back in Twilight Forest, Azure Falling Skies forces couldn't endure the assault from the players of Ass-Kickers United, especially Tang Yao who was sweeping through them with his frightening damage and cast speed. With a meteor, he completely cleaned out a large area. Then with a firestorm, he took out another several hundred players. He was wildly reaping the lives of the Azure Falling Sky players like harvesting wheat. Nie Yan and the others also carried out a massacre. As they worked in concert, Azure Falling Sky players toppled wherever they passed. Before long, the battle was finally over. Nie Yan, Smoke Stub, and the others were safe. This incident was the catalyst which allowed the bond between Ass-Kickers United and Withered Leaf to grow much deeper. A sense of camaraderie was forged through the fires of the battlefield. There were corpses piled up like small hills everywhere around Nie Yan and the others. How many casualties did we suffer? Nie Yan asked Tang Yao. He noticed a few of the corpses lying on the ground belonged to the members of Ass-Kickers United. He couldn't help but feel his heart ache a little. Of the 30,000 members that arrived here with me, around 2,300 died, Tang Yao replied. He felt the outcome of this battle was extremely good. They hadn't even lost 10% of their total forces. Nie Yan genuinely didn't expect the guild to gather so many players in such a short time. Even major guilds like Radiant Sacred Flame or Victorious Return didn't have such frightening rallying power. When we return, everyone will be rewarded 100 merit points, and the brothers who died today will receive triple that amount. Tang Yao looked over the list of equipment picked up from the battle. After returning all the equipment our brothers dropped, we still have over 8,000 pieces of equipment remaining. Many of them have great properties too. Our treasury is going to explode. He finally understood why people in ancient times loved to go to war. It was because the spoils of battle were great. It was the tactic of using battle to support battle. In a single battle, Ass-Kickers United went from being nearly impoverished directly to being rich again. The guild's resources suddenly become ample. We're not finished yet. Holy Empire is currently in a battle with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. We have to hurry over, otherwise Holy Empire won't last much longer. Nie Yan said, allowing the members who were low on health and mana to rest in preparation for the next battle. After a while, seeing that almost all of the players had fully recovered, Nie Yan shouted, all right, everyone, get up. We're going to slaughter Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Hearing Nie Yan's words, the players had blank looks on their face. They were going to directly clash with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Not so long ago, Ass-Kickers United was just a small guild while Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were frightening behemoths. Nearly half of all the players present were longtime members, and what they were proudest about was that they got to witness the incredible growth of the guild into a formidable powerhouse with their very own eyes. They received just as much respect, if not more than a player from any of the major guilds. This was because each of them was an elite selected out of the player base. Not so long ago, Ass-Kickers United suffered the suppression of Victorious Return. Even though there were countless casualties, they didn't fight back, instead choosing to endure silently. It wasn't until the incident in Kiln Fire Woods where Nie Yan's group of 10 humiliated Victorious Return and unhindered that Ass-Kickers United's prestige spread out to all corners of the Viridian Empire. That battle earned them much honor and glory. Today, yet another guild, Azure Falling Sky, suffered a crushing defeat at their hands, with them discovering that the opponent couldn't even withstand a single blow. Without anyone realizing, Ass-Kickers United had grown into an unrivaled colossus. Just a moment ago, when Nie Yan suddenly informed them they were going to slaughter Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Within just a few weeks' time, Ass-Kickers United came to possess the strength to defeat these two major guilds. However, at the same time, Nie Yan's words also filled their hearts with bravado. Damn, what's so amazing about Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame? Yeah, let's massacre them. Ass-Kickers United is the best. The players from Ass-Kickers United roared as their fighting spirits were ignited. After defeating Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, they could freely walk around Kalor with their heads held high. And those Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame players who previously jeered at them would shirk away in shame. They would let every player in Kalor know the strength of Ass-Kickers United. Seeing the fiery appearances of these guild members, Nie Yan nodded in approval with a faint smile. With such a formidable drive to do battle, who would fear Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame? No matter how many players arrived from their side, Ass-Kickers United would slaughter them all. Let's go. The large crowd of players moved toward the border of Twilight Forest, brimming with the desire to wipe out their enemies. Sleepy Fox soon felt the overwhelming pressure of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame's relentless assault. Wave after wave of their players threw themselves at Holy Empire's defensive line as though there were no end to their numbers. Sleepy Fox could only look on helplessly as his people killed and killed only to see more opponents rushing forward. Heaven Breaker and Nightbreak Trickster. What the hell did those two maniacs promise their people? They're just lining up to throw their lives away. Sleepy Fox cursed vehemently. One section after the other fell as Holy Empire's defensive lines were overwhelmed by the crushing numbers. Sleepy Fox immediately directed his reserve forces to fill in the gaps. With hundreds of players dying every minute, they were in drastic need of reinforcements. If Ass-Kickers United's troops didn't arrive soon, Holy Empire would be wiped out. Although their enemies' attacks were fierce, Holy Empire's players were also wantonly spilling blood. Disregarding the consequences, they stubbornly held their line as they fought back. HMMPH. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return aren't anything special after all. Even the two of them together can't take us out. Boss, I've killed 23 of them. I must have earned my way into the Knight Regiment now. Brothers, stay strong. Let's send Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return home crying to their mommies. Let's see if those cowards still dare to look down on our Holy Empire after today. The majority of the players in Holy Empire, Radiant Sacred Flame, Victorious Return, and even Ass-Kickers United weren't really irreconcilable with each other. In fact, quite a few of them secretly had friends in rival guilds. After all, each person was their own master, and none of them would be foolish enough to treat guild rivalries as private grudges. That didn't take away from their pride in their guilds. These people would share both glory and shame with their guilds. If their guild was strong, they would naturally look good as well. The area outside Twilight Forest had long since become a chaotic battlefield, and the scope of the conflict was still growing. Holy Empire, having held on for so long, was just about to fall when Ass-Kickers United troops arrived. They circled around their enemy before beginning to slaughter their way through the opponent's eastern flank. Brothers, attack. Massacre Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. The 30,000 Ass-Kickers United players surged in like a mountain-toppling tsunami, charging towards their enemies as howling war cries filled the skies. The Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return players in the eastern portion of their army began feeling the ground beneath their feet rumble. Looking around suspiciously, they quickly noticed a dark swarm of Ass-Kickers United players like ants on the horizon. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw the vast swaths of approaching foes. If those enemies charged straight over, they would be bearing the brunt of the attack. Tang Yao, don't forget to have our thieves focus on collecting dropped equipment. Nie Yan specifically reminded Tang Yao of this important task. Don't worry, I've already issued the orders, telling them not to miss a single piece. With Ass-Kickers United's current momentum, slaughtering their way through wouldn't pose any difficulties at all. Just by charging straight forward, they could collect countless pieces of equipment from their fallen foes. This effect would only be accentuated by the fact that many Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return players were already branded with red names. When a red-named player died and dropped all their equipment during a battle such as this one, their guild would usually provide a replacement set as well as hand out additional rewards to compensate for their losses. Nie Yan thought sinisterly, even if we can't deal crippling blows to Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return today, we'll bleed them out. With a final round of excited roars that thundered ominously into their opponents' ears, Ass-Kickers United's warriors finally smashed into Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return's armies. Leading the charge were fighters, among them Resplendent Blade Light and Nie Yan. Brandishing their massive swords, they slammed into their enemies and commenced a bloodbath. The sky was filled with a holy brilliance, gently falling like spring rain from a cloud. The blessing increased their stats, allowing the 500 warriors in the vanguard to fight as fiercely as a tiger. Damn, this is too awesome. What skill is this? My strength increased by 60%. I'm invincible. Most of these warriors usually couldn't even deal 200 damage in a single hit. However, with these buffs, many of them had a chance to hit for over 300. With even the weaker ones chopping down people like cutting melons, there wasn't any need to discuss those who boasted high attack power even before the blessings. With such range, this spell was obviously some form of advanced magic. Nie Yan's gaze scanned his guild's forces before landing on a white-robed priest. His heart lurched as he recognized him. It's him. Who else could it be other than Black Heaven? He appeared to be sincerely fulfilling Black Hell's agreement, integrating himself as a member of Ass-Kickers United and participating in guild activities. He just displayed a Templar magic from the priest class, Boon of Power. Like a monstrous beast, Ass-Kickers United's army ripped through Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return's front line. One after the other, groups began trying to retreat, only to find out they couldn't outrun the charge of the enemy warriors. Were invincible. As the Ass-Kickers United players once more let out roaring battle cries, their morale soared to an all-new high. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return's players were all struck by terror. Some of them even forgot to resist as Ass-Kickers United made short work of those in their path. Kill. Tang Yao repeatedly shot out tongues of flame, each flying towards an enemy with a bang. His high level coupled with his massive magic damage made it so that very few people could survive more than 2 hits from him. Nie Yan single-handedly infiltrated the opposing army's rear, making a beeline for the priests. His dagger never stopped moving as he efficiently exterminated any priest in sight. Nie Yan was like a god of death harvesting these priests' souls. His horrifying killing power left others traumatized. Priests were the lifeline of a guild. With hundreds of warriors and mages in the surroundings, no one had a clue how Nie Yan had gotten to them. In an instant, the spells of all the nearby mages were focused on Nie Yan. A barrage of magic landed on Nie Yan in succession, exploding on him and causing a stream of damage values to float into the air above him. However, Nie Yan's level was too high. He was level 35, while almost all of these players were around level 25. Some were even lower. This was a level difference of over 10. Without level ignore of some kind, their damage would be extremely limited. Add this on top of the fact that he wore the Skywalker set, which greatly boosted his survivability, their attacks could barely hit him for double digits. However, under the concentrated attacks of so many players, Nie Yan's health rapidly drained to half. He drank an intermediate health potion, which instantly brought his health bar back to full. From his vantage point, Heaven Breaker noticed something was wrong. Unexpectedly, a thief had snuck into the ranks of his priests and had already killed almost 30 of them. Looking closely, he could see that it was his hated rival Nirvana Flame. He raged, "Skinny dog. Go grab a squad of thieves and destroy Nirvana Flame. Mad rogue, let's see just how mad you are." Several dozen thieves dashed toward Nie Yan, brimming with killing intent. Nie Yan killed another 6 priests. Because he caused such havoc in the backline, the priests were too anxious to properly heal. The front line of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return, which now lacked the support of the priests, quickly collapsed. The warriors of Ass-Kickers United were bathed in holy light and advanced with great fervor. The thieves from Ass-Kickers United finally arrived at the backline. One strike Bao, Sun, and the others were present. As elites of the guild, their combat strength was extraordinary, and the mages from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return immediately dropped like flies, causing the concentrated barrage of spells on Nie Yan to subside. Nie Yan's lips curved into a cold smile when he noticed a familiar silhouette approaching under the cover of stealth. The stealthed skinny dog, seeing Nie Yan's smirk, felt as if his heart was just smashed by a sledgehammer. His scalp tingled as he recalled the several times he had gone up against Nirvana Flame. He had come out on top a grand sum of 0 times, resulting in a subconscious fear of Nie Yan despite the numerous Victorious Return elites he had by his side. He didn't have any sense of security, and his movements were slightly stiff as if his body had suddenly become powerless. Turning his head, Nie Yan looked in Skinny Dog's direction, then locked onto his position whereupon his eyes blossomed out with a strange glow. Eye of Truth. A hazy silhouette entered Nie Yan's vision. He immediately activated stealth, disappearing before the eyes of the surrounding players, and dashed towards Skinny Dog with his dagger raised. Seeing Nie Yan's bloodshot eyes which resembled those of a demon, Skinny Dog grew extremely nervous. Before he could react, Nie Yan's figure disappeared right before his eyes, causing him to feel the blade of the Reaper inching ever closer to his neck. Just as he tightly gripped his dagger, raising it in preparation to repel any oncoming attack, he felt a cold chill behind his neck. Before he could even react, it was already too late. What terrifying speed. Skinny Dog felt a sense of despairing helplessness in his heart. Nirvana Flame was an insurmountable wall. Even if he greatly improved in the future, he knew he could never defeat this opponent who had already thoroughly shattered his self-confidence. Employing the Dance of Death, Nie Yan circled around Skinny Dog, who didn't even have a chance to react. He struck him in the back of his head with a precise hit, successfully inflicting a stun. Shit. Stop him. One of the nearby thieves shouted as he saw Skinny Dog being stunned. He lunged forward. Before any of the thieves could reach him, Nie Yan struck out with a backstab, and then swept the blade of his other dagger across Skinny Dog's neck, dyeing the ground red. Skinny Dog collapsed onto the ground. Nie Yan, using Shadow Waltz, disappeared from the thieves' sights. When the thieves finally arrived, the area was already empty. Nie Yan was nowhere in sight. They stared at each other, feeling the blood in their veins turn to ice. Only now did they comprehend why everyone online called Nie Yan the Mad Rogue. He was truly deserving of this title. They didn't even hold a candle to him. A group of almost 300 priests had just been annihilated by Nie Yan before they could even respond. By the time Sun and the others had gotten there were only corpses left on the ground. Ass-Kickers United's warriors quickly pushed their frontline over as well, taking out a large swath of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Returns players in one fell swoop. Tang Yao looked at the counts provided by his people, his eyebrows dancing in delight. As Ass-Kickers United's frontline pushed forward, the thieves in the back picked up over 8,000 pieces of equipment. Even after returning the equipment dropped by Ass-Kickers United players, they still gathered almost 6,000 pieces of equipment. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame suffered over 8,000 casualties, while Ass-Kickers United only lost around 2,000. Just based on the number of losses, it was crystal clear which was the superior force. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were progressively beaten back. Several of their players attempted to cast advanced magic, but all of them were interrupted mid-cast. In this sort of chaotic clash, unless the person was protected by numerous powerful individuals, it truly wasn't easy to use spells with such long cast times. So long as Nie Yan remained on the battlefield, no mage from Victorious Return or Radiant Sacred Flame would be allowed to cast advanced magic. Before they could finish chanting a set of syllables, he would have already materialized behind them. After all, the fluctuation of magical energy given off by advanced magic being cast was extremely distinct. Unless the caster possessed something like a legendary Great Illusion Ring, these fluctuations were nigh impossible to conceal. Combined with the fact that all advanced magic had base cast times of at least 20 to 30 seconds, requiring 2 to 3 sets of incantation syllables and gestures or more, he had ample time to stop them from being cast. This was one of the reasons why magisters were so afraid of shadow dancers in the previous timeline. These players who could vanish and reappear unpredictably would frequently interrupt them while in the middle of casting advanced magic. No matter how many warriors, paladins, and priests a magister had by their side, shadow dancers were impossible to defend against assuredly. Not only this, but after a shadow dancer got off an ambush, they could immediately retreat, and no one could stop them. Just like that, a magic talisman which took an hour or more to inscribe would completely go to waste. Under the leadership of Nie Yan and the others, the players from Ass-Kickers United were bursting with morale. With unstoppable momentum, they routed the forces of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return, causing the spectating Holy Empire players to be left speechless. Ass-Kickers United's advancing speed was too frightening. They were like bulldozers plowing through enemy lines. As long as an army was well coordinated, even defeating a rival army several times their size wouldn't be anything difficult. Whether in terms of individual player strength or synergy between players, Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame fell far short of Ass-Kickers United. Damn, are these guys on steroids? A Holy Empire player exclaimed. He could only use these sort of words to describe how he felt right now. The players from Ass-Kickers United were valiant beyond compare. This fighting spirit was too overwhelming. Seeing that Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were retreating, Ass-Kickers United's players displayed even more might and mettle as they ruthlessly pursued the enemy. Half an hour later, Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame lost over 10,000 players, while Ass-Kickers United only lost around 4,000. Even Heavenbreaker and Nightbreed Trickster couldn't help but gasp in alarm at the frightening fighting strength of their opponent. Boss, we can't hold them off any longer. We can't either. What the hell are you all shaking in your boots for? In 10 minutes, 100,000 players will arrive to reinforce us. Do you really think we'll lose to these bastards? Heavenbreaker loudly berated. Both Heavenbreaker and Nightbreed Trickster found themselves being overwhelmed by the players of Ass-Kickers United, so they had no choice but to call in reinforcements from the outside. The two major guilds could rally an earth-shaking force. You guys sure are fierce. The 30,000 players of your guild are beating 60,000 players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return so badly they can barely fight back, Sleepy Fox whispered to Nie Yan through chat. If the people under him were even half as valiant as the players from Ass-Kickers United, he would be satisfied. Over 100,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame have set out toward our location. What do we do? Nie Yan had just received word from Guo Wai. Only Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame could mobilize so many people. I just summoned over 30,000 players from my side, and Sapphire Shrine is arriving with over 50,000 players. What's there to be afraid of? They want to duke it out. We'll duke it out with them. Sleepy Fox was full of hot-blooded vigor. Looking at the current progress of the battle, he believed they had a good chance of obtaining a complete victory over Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Are you sure Sapphire Shrine will help us? Nie Yan asked. He remained cool-headed. If Sapphire Shrine continued to be indecisive, it would have a huge impact on the outcome of this battle. With a cunning old fox like Fa Lan, it really is hard to say. Knowing him, he won't enter a conflict so easily. Sleepy Fox calmed down somewhat. Sapphire Shrine was most likely just putting on a show of force in an attempt to deter Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Fa Lan's position was still unclear. If a full-blown war broke out and Sapphire Shrine remained on the sidelines, the final outcome for Holy Empire and Ass-Kickers United would be disastrous. I say we forget it this time. There's too much risk involved. We should engineer a plan to have Sapphire Shrine fall out with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame some other time. Make it so that Old Fox will have no choice but to stand on our side, Nie Yan said. He couldn't help but act with caution. At least for now, Fa Lan wasn't a reliable ally because they had nothing important enough to fully bind Sapphire Shrine to their side. Listening to these words, Sleepy Fox could only stay silent. Nie Yan was too sinister. However, that really was the best method to deal with a cunning old fox like Fa Lan. What do we do now? Wait for us to finish off this final batch of players. We'll retreat into Twilight Forest, Nie Yan said. So long as Ass-Kickers United retreated into the forest, the outcome of this battle would no longer be settled just because the other side possessed more numbers. That's fine, but hurry up. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Returns reinforcements are about to arrive. Be careful when you're retreating in. Just as Sleepy Fox wanted to warn Nie Yan not to let the enemy take advantage of them while they retreated, something unimaginable occurred before his eyes. The warriors from Ass-Kickers United halted their pursuit and started retreating, leaving the players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return stunned and wondering why their enemy suddenly stopped the chase. Before any of them could react to what just transpired, countless area of effect spells rained down from the sky between the two forces. After which the players from Ass-Kickers United retreated to the forest like a rapidly receding tide. Coming and going like the wind. Some players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return wanted to pursue. But none of them dared to approach the curtain of destructive magic. To go up meant facing certain death. Not to mention many of them were cowed after receiving such a severe beating. They were fleeing with all their might just a moment ago. Who among them were willing to give chase knowing full well they would only be throwing their lives away? They just stood there with vacant looks on their faces. By the time the shower of area of effect magic subsided, the players from Ass-Kickers United had already retreated over 20 meters away. Chase them, Heaven Breaker shouted through the voice chat. If he allowed Ass-Kickers United to get away just like that, wouldn't all of his efforts have gone to waste, to say nothing of the over 100,000 players already on the way here? So long as he stalled them until reinforcements arrived, they would definitely be crushed beneath his feet. The players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame rushed forward, but the enemy had already long retreated into the forest. The members of Ass-Kickers United weren't disorganized like those from other guilds. Under the coordination of every squad leader, they were completely in sync. They set up solid defensive lines along the forest edge in preparation to repel the forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, while the remaining players dispersed into the forest. Heaven Breaker was fuming with anger. They suffered such a great loss at the hands of Ass-Kickers United. Because their front lines were constantly forced back throughout the battle, they weren't able to retrieve any of the equipment dropped. The enemy pocketed every last piece of it. Now, after not suffering any real damage, they retreated just like that. How could he not feel infuriated? Nightbreak Trickster quickly prevented Heaven Breaker from doing anything rash. If we chase after them in the forest, we definitely won't be their match. He noticed early on that the players on the opposing side were far stronger than his own. The stark difference in ability left him shocked. Just where did Ass-Kickers United find so many talented individuals? He knew when to advance, and when to retreat. If they entered the forest, they would assuredly suffer even more severe losses. We're going to let them go. Just like that, Heaven Breaker sounded a little unwilling. He experienced the bitter taste of defeat yet again at the hands of Ass-Kickers United. What else can we do? Do you want us to charge into Twilight Forest? Nightbreak Trickster rebuked. He was clearly aware of the immense risks of such a foolish act. Who knew how many more men they would lose? After cooling his head, Heaven Breaker also understood such a charge would end up disastrously. If they had successfully held up Ass-Kickers United until reinforcements arrived, there was a good chance of defeating them by relying on the superiority in numbers. However, now that they had retreated into the forest, let alone defeating them, even catching them would be as hard as scaling the heavens. Do not rashly enter the forest, for there are hidden dangers lurking everywhere. He still understood this most basic reasoning. Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine have gathered almost 80,000 players. If we enter the forest, those forces will move to surround us, Nightbreak Tricker said. If Sapphire Shrine entered this conflict, the outcome would be hard to predict. If they won, they would gain success overnight. If they lost, they would be pushed to the brink of hopelessness. No one would dare to brave such risk. It was better to just forget it, take the loss, and withdraw for the time being. Sapphire Shrine hasn't joined their side, has it? Heaven Breaker knitted his brows and asked in a gloomy tone. That's hard to say. After all, that old bastard Fall Land did interfere during the incident outside of Black Flame Forest. Heaven Breaker angrily gnashed his teeth. He could only silently accept Nightbreak Tricker's decision as he ordered his forces to withdraw. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame are leaving, Sleepy Fox said as the tense look on his face finally relaxed. He never expected Ass-Kickers United to be able to get away so cleanly from such a chaotic melee. Using the cover of magic to quickly withdraw from a battle, this method was worth borrowing for himself. However, this sort of thing could only be pulled off when your own side held the advantage. Otherwise, if your front line was constantly being pushed back, the mages in your backline would never get the opportunity to cast their area of effect spells. Nie Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. This time, they had lost over 5,000 players but killed over 18,000 players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. All the dropped equipment also went to his side. He dealt the enemy a small blow while also earning a significant profit. Most importantly, though, this conflict greatly boosted the morale of his guild. Many guild brothers were still stirring with excitement from their most recent victory. How come they're retreating so quickly? I still want to kill more of them. Right. We got to kill those Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return bastards to our heart's content. Many of them didn't even dare to fight back. All they did was run. I killed 6 of them. I killed 3. The warriors on the front lines killed the most. Some people even broke past 100. These players discussed with great fervor. Listening to their conversations, Nie Yan couldn't help but smile. When they were fighting it out with Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return, he held a bit of worry in his heart. However, after they won, that worry completely disappeared. Now, having finally seen what Ass-Kickers United is capable of, Sleepy Fox admitted, I really did underestimate your guild. I'm sure that Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame have realized that too, but it's too late for anything now. Videos of today's battle would spread far and wide, marking the start of Ass-Kickers United's path to the top. The rankings of the major guilds would begin to reorder itself as this battle brought Ass-Kickers United to new heights. Contrary to expectations, however, Nie Yan didn't appear to be quite that excited. He replied simply, Ass-Kickers United merely took a tiny step forward. For entities the size of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, they can just dismiss these losses with a shrug. Ass-Kickers United's victory in this battle would also greatly influence Azure Falling Sky to ally with those 2 massive guilds, adding one more sizable opponent to his list of enemies. Due to that, there was a certain downside to this victory as well. From this day onwards, we'll be in the same boat. I hope the best for our future, said Sleepy Fox, his arm extended. The fates of Holy Empire and Ass-Kickers United were now intertwined. Any glory would be shared, and similarly, any adversities would be weathered through together. Likewise, Nie Yan reached for Sleepy Fox's hand and shook on it. Holy Empire had expressed their sincere wish for cooperation by genuinely following through with the mutual defense pact. They alone had held off Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame long enough for Ass-Kickers United to demolish Azure Falling Sky. It now went without saying that Nie Yan had to return the favor. He would help Holy Empire in taking down the stronghold, and by then, both guilds would have truly shared both adversities and glory. Well, I've got to go and take care of some guild matters. Unlike you, I can't just sit back and relax as guild leader, said Sleepy Fox, his eyes narrowed slightly. Take care. Nie Yan smiled. Sleepy Fox finished up with Nie Yan and left to arrange plans to deal with the remnants of the guild battle. The aftermath left him with many red-named guild members, so the first order of business was to clear those. As for the players that had died, they, too, would require some sort of reimbursement. The crowd could only be appeased with absolute fairness in treatment. First, let's get our red-named brothers cleaned up, then we'll head back and discuss contributions, Nie Yan said in the voice chat. There was certainly no shortage of rewards after this battle. The chat exploded in cheers. They had undoubtedly long awaited that announcement and now, they were calculating how many merit points they would each receive. By the guild's set of agreements, each kill in a guild battle would net the player 30 to 300 merit points, determined by their class. For instance, priests received 200 merit points on the spot, and more depending on the part they played in the battle. There was also compensation for those who had died in battle, as it would have resulted in a loss in level and gear. The ones in the top earnings bracket could even receive several thousand merit points. Nie Yan formed a few groups of guild members without red names, and had them escort their red-named brethren over to hunting zones suitable for clearing red names. The rest returned to the city. Nie Yan threw all the equipment taken from the players of Azure Falling Sky, Victorious Return, and Radiant Sacred Flame into the guild treasury, then had Guo Wai distribute merit points. Several million points were soon appropriately allocated to the players, who began divvying up the equipment in the treasury based on what they needed. Before long, over 15,000 pieces of equipment were swept clean from the treasury and equipped by the players, significantly boosting the quality of their gear. Not only had Asskickers United avoided enormous damage in this battle, it had even brought tremendous growth for itself. The practice of increasing battle strength by undergoing battle had been extremely effective this time around. Profit, Tang Yao exclaimed. This time, all members of Asskickers United experienced the sweet taste of victory. Although the battle was long over, the entire guild was still in a state of ecstasy. Have them quiet down a bit and stay alert, Nie Yan said to Guo Wai, knitting his brows. It was very dangerous if the entire guild submerged itself in an overly conceited atmosphere. After all, the battle was far from over. There were many guild matters that had to be taken care of. Nie Yan handed off as much work as he could to others to deal with, but even if internal guild affairs were completely dealt with, he still had plenty of matters to attend to, bringing some guild members to level in Everlasting City, searching for the chapter of virtue, and completing the quest that required the steel skill. Nie Yan, I've heard that the bidding for a bunch of places like NPC potion shops and auction houses has already started online. Here, take a look, Guo Wai said. Unfortunately, he was just a bit over level 10, so he wasn't able to help much during the battle and could only worry on the sidelines. When Nie Yan and his army behind returned in full victory, he breathed a huge sigh of relief and went straight to work. The spoils of this battle also resolved the guild treasury's desperate empty state, save for a few pieces of level 30 equipment held for raising funds. The treasury was bare of any low-level equipment. The auction started a few days earlier than I expected. How much gold do we have? Nie Yan asked. He hadn't been paying too much attention to the guild's treasury, and it did seem to be about that time when the auction began to put up virtual assets for sale. He needed enough gold to have a chance of purchasing the auction house in the heart of Kalor. We've accumulated over 3,000 gold. We got more than I expected, Nie Yan said. With over 3,000 gold, securing the auction house at the heart of Kalor wouldn't be a problem. He opened up the page of the official conviction website. The bids for virtual properties in various major cities began showing up. Nie Yan looked over the list of properties available for auction in Kalor, around 30 or so altogether. They included the auction house at the center of Kalor, the mercenary auction house, the auction house at the south side of the city, the Khalees potion shop, the Evergrande smithy, and so on. Players were already making their bids. The most expensive property listed was the auction house at the center of Kalor. Its current bid was already just over 1,200 gold. The minimum increment a bid could be raised by was 100 gold. If no one bid on a property for 5 hours, it would go to the highest bidder. The duration of the virtual property auction was 3 days. With virtual properties starting to go up for auction, the major guilds and large gaming organizations would immediately be interested. They would quickly begin to amass money to fight for the various properties. However, trying to collect money on such short notice would obviously be less effective. Because of the sky-high prices, no matter how much money they gathered, it still wouldn't be enough. In the previous timeline, the auction house at the center of Kalor was sold for 2,300 gold. The bidding had lasted all the way to the final second of the auction. According to rumors, many large financial groups had amassed large funds to snatch the auction house at the center of Kalor. However, 2,300 gold truly wasn't a small sum. Even if you sold all the belongings of every single player in a major guild, you would barely be able to scrape up that amount. Nie Yan considered his options, thinking that if he greatly increased the bid right now, even the richest players wouldn't be able to gather so much money within 5 hours and would just give up on Kalor main auction house. 1,700 gold. Nie Yan raised the bid. His extremely fierce bidding gave many people a huge fright. The bid for the auction house at the center of Kalor skyrocketed. This new development caused several financial groups to give up on the bidding for the auction house, setting their sights elsewhere. Nie Yan hoped that no other financial groups would raise the bid within the next 5 hours. He checked the other properties. Most of the other auction houses had a current bid of 700 to 800 gold. Several had their bids break past 1,000 gold. Because auction houses were guaranteed to be the most profitable industry in the future, many people wanted to snatch one up so they could have a share of the pie. After this auction ended, the several tycoons of the Viridian Empire would be determined. The first was Cao Shu. In the previous timeline, he had gathered up funds from 5 large guilds, wantonly converted real-life money to gold, and bought several dozen virtual properties to cement his position as an overlord in the game. The Tuoba family financial group was another. Outside of Withered Leaf, they pooled together gold from the 3 large guilds they controlled to purchase 6 golden properties in Brightmoon City, Nisode City, and so on. There had also been over a dozen financial bigwigs dividing the properties between themselves. By the time they were done, smaller groups could only fight for their leftovers. For example, people like Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and Fall Land would be lucky just to get a property or two. The circumstances in this timeline were a little different from the previous one. Since Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had suffered some heavy setbacks, they would have to spend a lot of gold to compensate the losses of their players. Most likely in the short term, they wouldn't be able to raise much money. As for Nie Yan, he would definitely snatch up 1 or 2 properties in this auction, particularly the auction house at the center of Kalor. This was the most profitable auction house in the entire Viridian Empire. He had to have it. He contemplated for a moment. He might just be able to snatch another property with the leftover gold from buying the auction house at the center of Kalor, the gold from the Starry Night potion shop, and the gold from the Union of Assassins. Nie Yan walked to the Starry Night potion shop to check how much gold had accumulated. Bird leaves no eggs, according to Nie Yan's instructions, had saved up the profits from the last few days. Seeing over 1,600 gold in the till, Nie Yan was surprised at how much there was. Added to the several hundred he could retrieve from the Union of Assassins, this would be enough to purchase a second property. Nie Yan had his eyes set on another auction house in Kalor, the mercenary auction house. In the future, it would also be a gold mine, one of the most popular auction houses in Kalor. In the previous timeline, it had auctioned off for 1,900 gold. If he could successfully purchase it, he would be extremely content. Nie Yan withdrew all the gold from the Starry Night potion shop in the Union of Assassins and deposited it into his personal storage. He paid close attention to any changes in the current bids of the various virtual properties up for auction online, with him mostly eyeing the auction house at center of Kalor and the mercenary auction house. For the time being, no one came out to compete with him. With the virtual property auction pushed forward unexpectedly, Nie Yan could only postpone his previous plan to take people power leveling in Everlasting City. At this time, every bit of gold could mean the difference between success and failure in the auction. He couldn't afford to use any right now. Thinking things over, Nie Yan decided the guild didn't really need him, with Guowai in charge. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were unlikely to make any big movements right now. He should set his sights on the chapter of virtue first and complete volume 1 of the Book of Order. If he got that over with, he wouldn't need to worry about his chapters dropping if he died in a guild war. Nie Yan stocked up on some consumables while still in Kalor, taking whatever potions that he thought might come in handy from the Starry Night potion shop. Items that players couldn't bear to use under normal circumstances were all stuffed into his bags. Walking out of the Starry Night potion, Nie Yan headed over to the Jewel Crafter, where he socketed the Skywalker set with defense gems before upgrading it to +5. Nie Yan wrapped up his preparations and was about to set out for the transfer area when he received a call from Aqua Smoke Stub. About today's matter, I'd like you to thank all the brothers in the guild on my behalf. If not for your help, Withered Leaf would have been wiped out in Twilight Forest, and it would have been even more difficult to give my boss an explanation. Nie Yan chuckled lightly. You've already thanked those who should be thanked. My withdrawing of Withered Leaf without giving any prior notice was indeed a bit rude as well as unprofessional. I still have some matters to sort out, so returning today is probably out of the question. But I can promise we'll be back in Asskickers United by tomorrow at the latest. No problem. I'm sure everyone over here will be happy to welcome you guys back. The entrance to the guild headquarters is always open to you. Nie Yan found Smoke Stub speaking in such a solemn tone a bit odd but nothing too concerning. Having weathered through this storm, he felt confident Withered Leaf would never betray Asskickers United. Nie Yan chatted with Smoke Stub for a while longer before hanging up. After arriving at the transfer area, he stepped onto the transfer point and teleported to Sonia Town where he departed from the North Gate. A dim glow blanketed the Sonia Moonlit Woodland. It was the former homeland of the White Elves which later became the territory of the humans. Although its original inhabitants had migrated long ago, traces of their civilization could still be found if one looked hard enough. It was now home to wild beasts, such as the Moon Bear, which were all level 35 monsters. The magical energy enveloping the Moonlit Woodland was much denser than on the outside, so mages leveling here would receive a 30% boost to their magic power. Of course, the creatures that inhabited such an environment would similarly possess formidable magic capabilities as well. Even at level 35, those who could level here were limited to only the strong, top-class players. After going through several major battles, Nie Yan grew all the more aware of the importance of gear quality. Although his Skywalker set and Splitting Edge were still passable, the rest of his equipment could only be plainly described as mediocre. With his status as the guild leader of Asskickers United, it was indeed a bit shameful if everything he wore wasn't the best. However, to piece together a full set of godly equipment which could be worn even at endgame was truly no simple task. One step at a time, I suppose. Nie Yan helplessly shook his head. Everything would start from completing the first volume of the Book of Order. Nie Yan entered the woodland where he spotted the silhouettes of several moon bears roaming between the trees. They were particularly tough to deal with when they were allowed to buff themselves. Even though he was strong enough to deal with several at once, he'd rather not waste his time. He activated stealth before heading straight for the heart of the moonlit woodland. Nie Yan spotted all sorts of magical plants growing in his surroundings, but unfortunately, the rank of his gatherer skill was nowhere near high enough to harvest them. He flitted past one moon bear after another. They were giant white bears with distinct blue moon and star patterns covering their chests. Possessing naturally robust, towering frames, they emanated an aura of unrivaled strength. Moon Bear, level 35. Health, 2200. The most powerful tool at a moon bear's disposal was Seismic Slam, a knockback skill which stunned the opponent. Very few warriors would dare to confront them head-on without the support of a priest. Nie Yan followed the ancient trails left behind by the White Elves as he traveled further into the woodland. He could practically feel the chapter of virtue beckoning to him. Of course, this was simply all in his head, but he couldn't help but get excited with the final chapter from the Book of Order almost within reach. Holy Faith Cathedral, a place of worship where some residents of Kalor would often go to pray. Aqua Smoke Stub, clad in the War God's Doctrine set, arrived outside of the cathedral's entrance. Stepping through the doorway, his gaze swept over everyone in the hall before finally falling on a player seated among the dense rows. He was dressed in adorned white robes with the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 50s. Though he was somewhat getting on in his years, he was still healthy and full of vigor. Boss, Smoke Stub greeted. Because of the contract between them, even someone as prideful as him had no choice but to lower his head in front of this person. This man was the head of the Tuoba household, a legendary figure. He alone brought the family to the peak by establishing the Tuoba family dynasty. Good, you've arrived. I heard you took everyone in Withered Leaf with you to confront Azure Falling Sky. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Tuoba Hongya's dignified voice carried a trace of anger. I do. Then, tell me, why did you still do it? I had to. For the sake of all the brothers in the guild. Although how this matter developed was outside of my expectations, Smoke Stub wore a resolute expression as he stared at Tuoba Hongya. You must remember that Withered Leaf is a business. And the sole purpose of a business is to earn money, not engaging in feuds left and right. Tuoba Hongya coldly stared at Smoke Stub. Out of all his subordinates, only Smoke Stub dared to show him such attitude. That proud, unyielding look really aggravated him. You're right, the sole purpose of Withered Leaf is to earn a profit. But the people there aren't your money-making machines. Nor do I have to remind you of the fact that all the members of Withered Leaf are free after fulfilling their obligations. Smoke Stub replied in a solemn tone. Humph, your behavior negatively influences the operations of Withered Leaf. I have the right to manage an organization I own. Also, since you've already withdrawn from Asskickers United, don't bother returning. I recently signed a cooperation agreement with the South Shu Century Financial Group. Withered Leaf will be entering victorious return for the contracted period of time, Tuoba Hongya informed. He had attempted countless times but always failed to rein in Smoke Stub's prideful nature. Why? We've signed a contract with Asskickers United. We'll incur severe penalties if we violate it. Smoke Stub asked in shock. Tuoba Hongya wanted Withered Leaf to betray Asskickers United for victorious return. He would never allow such a thing. The South Shu Century Financial Group is willing to pay the penalty fee. Withered Leaf will be joining victorious return first thing tomorrow. This is related to the Tuoba family's interests, Tuoba Hongya curtly replied, leaving no room for questions. I will not withdraw from Asskickers United, nor will I join victorious return. Asskickers United saved the brothers of Withered Leaf today. I, Aqua Smoke Stub, will never let down a friend. Smoke Stub stubbornly declared. Before arriving at this meeting, he mentally prepared himself to receive Tuoba Hongya's thundering fury, but he never expected that he would be ordered to join victorious return. This development caught him off guard. You want to go against my orders. Don't forget your position. Tuoba Hongya's eyes narrowed. Smoke Stub was nothing more than one of the countless employees under the Tuoba family financial group. How dare he talk back in such a manner? I solemnly declare that even if it means quitting Withered Leaf, I will never let down a friend. Smoke Stub said unwaveringly. If he abandoned Ass-Kickers United to join Victorious Return right now, what kind of person would he be? According to our contract, if you quit Withered Leaf within a 10-year period, you'll have to pay an early termination fee of 50 million yen. I reckon all the money you've painstakingly earned over the last 5 or so years only amounts to that much. And don't forget, without the protection of the Tuoba family, do you think you can continue working as you are? Tuoba Hongye sneered. Letting Withered Leaf join Victorious Return concerned a cooperative relationship between the Tuoba family and the South Shu Century Financial Group. Smoke Stub couldn't refuse even if he wished to. If that's the case, I can only choose to withdraw from Withered Leaf. From now on, I have nothing to do with the organization. The 50 million yen fee I owe will be paid in full. Tuoba Hongye, even if you take away everything I have, I will never betray a friend's trust. Smoke Stub's eyes flashed with a cold light as though he were a man-eating beast. You ungrateful bastard. Scram from my sight. Tuoba Hongye roared in anger. He refused to believe for a second that Smoke Stub could still get by after leaving Withered Leaf. Smoke Stub no longer paid attention to Tuoba Hongye who was hurling out an unending barrage of abuse. As he made his way to the door, he softly said, no need to remind me. I'll be returning this war god's doctrine set to Withered Leaf. Stepping out of the Holy Faith Cathedral, Smoke Stub raised his head to look up at the sky and revealed a genuine, childlike smile. It felt truly freeing to be unshackled from such a heavy burden. Even though he lost 6 years' worth of savings. Good or bad, that was the price he paid for freedom. Besides, he felt the idea of operating as a free agent didn't sound so bad. Since he was going to be departing from Withered Leaf, Smoke Stub genuinely hoped that every single one of his brothers would go on to lead fruitful careers. Smoke Stub glanced at the Withered Leaf group chat. The brothers there were still excitedly discussing today's events. They were looking forward to returning to Ass-Kickers United. He really didn't wish to rain on their parade by being the bearer of bad news, but he had no choice but to inform everyone of the latest development. I'm sorry, guys. Withered Leaf won't be returning to Ass-Kickers United. Tuoba Hongye just decided that the organization will be joining Victorious Return first thing tomorrow. Smoke Stub's words was akin to a stone evoking 1,000 waves, giving rise to the displeasure of these brothers. Boss, join Victorious Return. How can we do that? Cold Peak cried out. Right, we'll really be letting down the brothers in Ass-Kickers United by doing this. Wood Grace chimed in. All the other Withered Leaf players immediately echoed Cold Peak and Wood Grace's words. The Tuoba family is working together with the South Shu Century Financial Group. One of the conditions is that Withered Leaf joins Victorious Return. I, Aqua Smoke Stub, will never let down any brother, including those in Ass-Kickers United. Because of this, I've decided to quit Withered Leaf. So, everyone, this is goodbye. I wish you all the best as well as a bright future, Smoke Stub said. Although he spoke in a calm tone, to the players of Withered Leaf, these words rang like thunder in their ears. Boss, have you gone mad? Aren't you afraid of the penalty fee? You'll have to fork over 50 million yen. That's almost 6 years worth of income. Cold Peak asked in shock. It's just money, that's all. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I have both my hands and feet, I'll never starve to death. Smoke Stub let out a light-hearted laugh. He had come to accept that he could only keep moving forward. Boss, have you thought this through properly? Without the Tuoba family's protection, do you think Clear Sky is just going to let you be? Cold Peak asked worriedly. Those who had split from Azure Falling Sky knew exactly what kind of person Clear Sky was. I've already made up my mind. I definitely cannot stay here anymore. I'll just hide somewhere down south, Aqua Smoke Stub confirmed. He refused to believe that Clear Sky could track him down after he moved. With the boss gone, what's the point of staying here? I'm also leaving Withered Leaf. Humph, I'm through working here as well. Cold Peak had followed Smoke Stub out of Azure Falling Sky. Both of them had endured the same persecution and exploitation over the last 6 years and had formed a completely unshakable friendship. I'm done too. Isn't it just a measly early termination fee? I've long since saved up enough to pay for it. If not for the boss, I would have left Withered Leaf long ago. Wood Grace agreed. I'll leave as well, Samsara Lord echoed. Me too. A bunch of Withered Leaf players immediately joined the tide of leaving members, speaking up one after another to declare their position. Many of them were also from the original group that split off from Azure Falling Sky together. To Smoke Stub's surprise, over 100 of his 500-plus brothers in Withered Leaf wanted to quit with him. What's more, most of the others were only staying because they couldn't afford the sky-high penalty fee. Cold Peak. And you, Wood Grace. The hell are you doing? Both of you are already breadwinners for your families, so how could you have a tantrum like a little kid? Smoke Stub scolded. It was already painful enough for him to leave Withered Leaf. He didn't want his brothers to go through the same troubles. Leaving the organization was a personal matter that he didn't want to drag others into. This isn't a tantrum. Boss, do you remember what you told us as we left Azure Falling Sky together? You said we'd start over from scratch, and that people can lack money but not ambition. You promised that even if you had just a single bite of food, you would never let us brothers go without. Do you remember how hard it was when you first founded Withered Leaf? We had absolutely zero business, and could only rely on selling equipment online. We were on our own every step of the way. Also, we got regular threats from Clear Sky, and our headquarters even got smashed multiple times. Despite all that, we still pulled through, didn't we? Everyone had to go through terrible struggles before we got to where we are today. Now that everyone has their share of riches and glory, almost everyone has saved up 1 million yuan. Some of us even have 10 million to our names. Why can't you let us share some of your burdens again? You insult us. You think that you can just leave Withered Leaf without his brothers following you. Cold Peak said resolutely. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Was it even possible to count all the things Smoke Stub had done for them back when they were still struggling? They all knew just how much they owed him. A person mustn't forget their roots. Cold Peak is right. Even if we end up as beggars, so what? So what if we end up being cleaned out of house or home? Haven't we worked our way up from nothing once already? As long as we're together, we can just do it again. How much money have we tirelessly earned for Tuoba Hongye over the years? Did he even consider our thoughts before telling us to leave Ass-Kickers United for Victorious Return? Props to him for having the face to say such a thing, but returning kindness with evil. That's just petty. Wood Grace spat. He's right, boss. You promised never to let us down, but isn't telling us to stay in Withered Leaf the same as telling us to become petty villains? Cold Peak added. Think of your wife, your children. Do you really want to drag them down with you on this thorny path? Smoke Stub was touched by the words of Cold Peak and Wood Grace. But to quit Withered Leaf was a major decision, one that shouldn't be made so hastily. Standing firm in the face of adversity is good fortune for the family. Only by weathering the storm together will we truly learn to treasure what we have in each other. We only have one boss, and that's you. If you withdraw from Withered Leaf, what is to become of us? Yeah, boss. Screw this. I'll go get a loan from the bank to pay this fee. I refuse to believe that I can't pay it off as a professional gamer. Plus, there's always the option of taking missions as an agent for the Union of Assassins. As he listened to his brother speak, Smokestub's nose became stuffy and his eyes glistened with moisture. Boss, just say the word. Us brothers are here. Even if we leave Withered Leaf, we could just start Red Leaf or Purple Leaf or something. After quitting Azure Falling Sky, we vowed to brave the storms, side by side. After sharing great fortune, we naturally have to share such hardships as well. No matter how hard it is, we still have each other. Cold Peak shouted desperately, worried by the lack of response from Smokestub. Yeah boss, money can always be made but a person cannot lack camaraderie. Wherever you go, we will definitely follow. As long as you don't think we're holding you back, we will follow. Wood Grace proclaimed as well. With their group's strength, so long as Smokestub didn't lose hope, it wouldn't be a problem to once more rise from the ashes. Even if they never regained the splendor of their peak, they would each be able to scrape together a living. However, from Smokestub's current expression, Wood Grace couldn't tell if his boss still had the old resolve. Smokestub's heart trembled. He took a deep breath to steady himself before announcing, I, Aqua Smokestub, feel that just having you guys as my brothers makes everything we've gone through worth it. If any of you wish to follow me, the promise is still the same. As long as I have just a single bite of food, I will never let you go without. Boss, with these words of yours, we can finally feel confident. With the skills of our group, there's absolutely no fear of failing to earn food and board for ourselves, Cold Peak answered emotionally. Having heard those words, his eyes teared up as he realized he was once more looking at the same valiant boss who'd quit Azure Falling Sky in disgust all those years ago. My most cherished memories are of the times when we brothers had nothing to our names, just trying to get us from one day to the next. Those were the good old days, when instant ramen was a rare delicacy to us. Now that we all have loads of money, I'm actually not enjoying myself as much since we rarely get trouble thrown our way. Recently, life's been boring without any real struggle. Quitting Withered Leaf could let us go back to those days, Wood Grace chimed in after a moment of sorrowful reminiscence. This bunch of old brothers hadn't changed a whit. Since they were still standing strong, how could he, Aqua Smokestub, back down now? Those of you planning to leave with me, first return your equipment to Withered Leaf and then gather at the Calor transfer point. Then, leave Withered Leaf and we'll head south tomorrow. Suddenly, Smokestub felt a moment of deja vu. He could see himself saying much the same all those years ago when he'd first quit Azure Falling Sky to start up Withered Leaf. Boss, you guys will go first. I still have some difficulties of my own. I'm afraid it'll be quite some time before I can join you. Some of these players' families were living paycheck to paycheck, so they really couldn't afford to pay such a huge fine. If any of you don't have enough money, my family still has some capital. We'll just call it a loan, Wood Grace offered. Hey, since when has your family had a rich background? Wood Grace chuckled with embarrassment. I've been investing my money and managed to earn a decent return. With this, he had solved quite a few of his brother's dilemmas. Since this kid seems to have a pretty good eye for business, how about we have him invest the money we get in the future? Smokestub asked the group. He knew from experience that what they lacked the most right now was money. When Smokestub got to the transfer point, Cold Peak and Wood Grace were already there and others were slowly trickling in. There were already around 100 people gathered, which was more than he expected on such short notice. Besides the old brothers who had come from Azure Falling Sky together, there were also some recent recruits who had entered Withered Leaf later. Why isn't that scrub Samsara Lord here yet? Did he go offline or something? Wood Grace asked. His damn granny is offline. Let me go drag him here. Cold Peak cursed. Samsara Lord was part of the group who came from Azure Falling Sky. If he didn't show up for this, those assembled here would see it as a betrayal. Samsara Lord might have logged off because he had something to do, Smokestub interjected. The three people he had the most trust in were Cold Peak, Wood Grace, and Samsara Lord. Even if he was offline, there was no questioning his sense of brotherhood. Samsara Lord would definitely show up. As even more people began showing up, it seemed as if their group would eventually amass over 200 people. After a while, Samsara Lord sprinted over haphazardly. Trying to catch his breath, he apologized, sorry, I had to go run an errand for my mom. There was nothing I could do. Thank God I'm not too late. If you had dared to not come, I would have gone over to your house and pinched you to death. Cold Peak threatened with a straight face. Samsara Lord had been with them from the onset, so it would have been a massive blow to their morale if he truly hadn't shown up. How could that be? You have way too little faith in me. With the boss gone, how could I stay? You insult me. Samsara Lord glared at Cold Peak. Okay. I was wrong. Cold Peak apologized as he broke into laughter, unable to maintain his straight face. Aqua Smokestub, grateful that Samsara Lord had indeed shown up, clapped his friends back. His words had truly been prophetic. Oh right, Samsara Lord, I seem to recall that your early termination fee was 30 million yuan, almost as much as our boss's, Wood Grace suddenly asked. Samsara Lord was one of the top 3 priests in the game, so his contract was worth a lot. Plus, as a priest, his salary wasn't very high, so it might be difficult for him to come up with that much money. Aqua Smokestub also thought about this problem before turning towards Samsara Lord. Samsara Lord chuckled awkwardly as he scratched his neck. Although it's somewhat bothersome, it's not enough to bankrupt me. Don't worry about it. Aqua Smokestub and the others suddenly realized something. When Samsara Lord had gone offline, it was to gather money. Good brother, always feel free to tell us if you have any difficulties. Smokestub knew full well that even if Samsara Lord said nothing about it, collecting so much at once would definitely prove to be a burden. For sure, Samsara Lord. If anything's wrong then say so. There are enough of us here to overcome anything, Wood Grace reassured as he patted his friend's shoulder. Don't worry about it, Samsara Lord repeated. It's already done, but I might have some trouble in the future. I put up my house for mortgage, and borrowed some from my friends and family. For the time being, could I go and room with you boss? Samsara Lord asked with an embarrassed chuckle. Why did you go and make yourself so miserable? You could have just borrowed from me, you know, Wood Grace said. Who knew you were such a tycoon? I thought everyone would be near broke after paying their fees, Samsara Lord sadly sighed. Aqua Smokestub looked at the brothers standing before him. They were all eagerly looking back at him. They had all been willing to bankrupt themselves and give up on comfortable conditions in order to follow him. He had to make sure he remained worthy of them. Even if Withered Leaf let them down, he could never do so. Starting from today, the weary dragon would soar to the heavens. As the head of this dragon, he would lead them to the highest heavens. The ruined altars and other desolate structures of the moonlit woodland gave off a mysterious, ancient feeling. The White Elves who belonged to the Satrine Empire were allies of mankind. However, conflict broke out between the Viridian Empire and Satrine Empire over territorial rights. A peace treaty was signed, and the branch of White Elves residing in the moonlit woodland were forced to vacate their homeland for the distant Satrine. Since White Elves hadn't appeared in this land for over several hundred years, they were but a distant legend to the people of the Viridian Empire. Around the time Nie Yan advanced to a great thief, not long after the release of the Buried History expansion, White Elves and Beastmen began popping up in Kalor, though not very many. After all, the cost of teleporting between the Viridian Empire and Satrine Empire was exorbitant. Only the executives of large guilds were capable of making a round trip. On the day before Nie Yan assassinated Cao Shu, the Viridian Empire started to sell griffins to the players, who could ride these mounts to travel between the two empires. However, it was something that Nie Yan never got a chance to experience. This was the development path of conviction. The area between major cities was extremely vast, so players started out the game being restricted to only the maps around their starting city. After the release of land mounts, players could travel much more easily between cities. However, it was only after the release of flying mounts that players could truly travel the world. Every empire had different governing rules, classes, religions, social customs, and cultures. The system gradually revealed this beautiful world to the players, piece by piece, captivating them as they exclaimed in admiration. Although Nie Yan was still restricted to the territory around Kalor, but from the ruins left behind in various maps by the White Elves, Dark Elves, and Beastmen in the past, he could peek a bit into their history. Nie Yan suspected that if he completed the first volume of the Book of Order, the release of the Buried History expansion would probably have to be shifted to an earlier date. He didn't know whether this was good or bad, but he could be sure of one thing. He would benefit greatly far into the future after obtaining this legendary great item. After passing through a dense patch of thickets, Nie Yan approached a clearing where he spotted 6 moon bears roaming around aimlessly. They were much larger than the average moon bear. There were also ruined walls surrounding the area. Carved on their surface were ancient designs and elven characters. This place was where the White Elves made offerings to the goddess of the moon. These moon bears looked like elite monsters. Nie Yan stealthily crept behind a wall, then activated Transcendent Insight. Rocky Moon Bear Elite Level 35. Health, 11,000 11,000s. These Rocky Moon Bears were unmatched existences to melee class players. Without the support of a priest, no one under level 40 would dare to attack them. However, Nie Yan's path forward was blocked by these Rocky Moon Bears. Nie Yan observed the movement paths of these Rocky Moon Bears for a while before taking out a haste scroll. Crushing the scroll in his hand, he activated Shadow Waltz, then blurred into motion as he rapidly approached them. One of the Rocky Moon Bears discovered Nie Yan through stealth. It let out a deep roar and swatted at him with an enormous paw. Nie Yan suddenly accelerated. With a twist of his body, he brushed past the Rocky Moon Bear while dodging the oncoming paw by a hair's breadth. With its sweeping attack hitting nothing but air, the Rocky Moon Bear staggered several steps before regaining balance. When it turned around to search for its target, Nie Yan was already several meters away. It was almost effortless for him to avoid the attack of the Rocky Moon Bear by relying on the techniques of a shadow dancer. After Nie Yan outfoxed the first Rocky Moon Bear, the other 5 all charged towards him. It looked like he wasn't going to be left with a complete corpse in the next second. One of the Rocky Moon Bears stood tall on its hind legs, then heavily struck down with a seismic slam. Boom! Nie Yan sped back several paces. A large depression formed on the ground where he previously stood. Nie Yan nimbly avoided the attacks of the Rocky Moon Bears, performing all sorts of acrobatic feats as he slipped through the gaps between them. Nie Yan let loose as his speed reached the pinnacle. Just as these Rocky Moon Bears attempted to charge over, Nie Yan threw out a pouch of flash powder. Poof! It exploded into a blinding flash of light. The Rocky Moon Bears were all blinded. Letting out furious roars, they chaotically rammed into their surroundings. Nie Yan took advantage of the opportunity to escape, hopping over a nearby wall before disappearing into the trees. When they finally regained their vision, he was nowhere to be found. Because this region was still unexplored, there was an alarming number of Rocky Moon Bears roaming around. Nonetheless, Nie Yan was slowly able to make his way to the depths of the moonlit woodland by relying on his superior evasive techniques. Getting Blade Light to explore this region when he reaches level 35 doesn't sound like a bad idea. With his tankiness and Young 7's support, leading a team here shouldn't be a problem, Nie Yan thought. Nie Yan was pleasantly surprised when he encountered 2 gold chests and several silver chests while searching for the chapter of virtue. One of the gold chests contained a junior magic conduit potion recipe. The magic conduit potion was one of the highest quality potions. It was divided into 4 ranks: junior, intermediate, advanced, and specialist. Although the alchemy ingredients required to concoct it were fairly common, its recipe was extremely rare. In the previous timeline, the intermediate version of this recipe was auctioned off for even more than the price of sub-legendary equipment. He had never seen the advanced or specialist versions before. It was almost impossible to estimate the value of a junior magic conduit potion recipe at this stage of the game, when the player base was nowhere near level 50. Magic conduit potion, advanced magic damage plus 20%, advanced magic cast time minus 10%, talisman inscribing speed plus 20%. The effects of the magic conduit potion were truly rarely seen. Since the recipe was so hard to find, the price of a single potion was as high as several dozen gold. Most mages could only afford to use such an expensive potion after they advanced to great mages. The manufacturing cost of a magic conduit potion was relatively cheap, around 50 silver per bottle. It required over 30 different types of alchemy ingredients which fortunately were fairly common. The only slight drawback was that it took an intermediate alchemist 10 minutes to concoct a junior magic conduit potion with a 30% success rate, so the average production time of a single potion was around 35 to 40 minutes. Every minute of an intermediate alchemist's time was precious. However, the effects of a magic conduit potion were exceedingly valuable to a great mage or even a magister casting advanced magic. The advanced magic at the later stages of the game, although unrivaled in power, would require magic talismans that took over almost 2 hours, sometimes even up to 4 hours, to inscribe. A magic conduit potion could help them save a lot of time. It was effectively trading an intermediate alchemist's time for the time of a great mage or magister, a clearly exceedingly worthwhile trade. At the same time, drinking a magic conduit potion significantly reduced the cast time of advanced magic, which was exceedingly useful in a battlefield where every second was extremely crucial. I've struck it rich, Nie Yan excitedly exclaimed. Only now did he realize why large guilds always wanted to be the first to explore a map no matter the cost. Nie Yan couldn't help but think that he lost out big time for not participating in any pioneering expeditions in the previous timeline. When he returned to the guild headquarters, he would have Guo Wai organize pioneering expeditions to various large, high-level maps. Nie Yan, where are you right now? Just at this moment, Guo Wai gave him a ring. I'm in the Sonia Moonlit Woodland. Why, what's up? Nie Yan asked. For him to be contacted at this time, Guo Wai definitely wanted to inform him about something important. Azure Falling Sky has been absorbed by Radiant Sacred Flame. Oh, Nie Yan nodded. Aren't you worried? Guo Wai didn't think Nie Yan's reaction would be so calm. After all, Azure Falling Sky was a guild with 20,000 players. What's there to be worried about? I already figured this would happen. If it wasn't Victorious Return, then it would be Radiant Sacred Flame, Nie Yan replied. Although he had never once regretted the decision of helping out Withered Leaf, he imagined the hatred Clear Sky bore for him definitely wasn't shallow. It was inevitable that Azure Falling Sky would side with the enemy. Since it seems you have some countermeasures in mind, I won't say any more. There's also one other thing I need to inform you about. Victorious Return recently hired someone from the Dark Immortal Gaming Organization. I heard they're going after you, so be careful, Guo Wai said. Dark Immortal was the #1 gaming organization in the nation. Shadow Killer, Nie Yan muttered in a surprised tone. It seemed history had deviated from the previous timeline. He never expected Heaven Breaker would hire the services of the Dark Immortal Gaming Organization to deal with him. Just what sort of price was offered to tempt that person into agreeing to help Victorious Return? In the previous timeline, there were two legendary characters in the world of Shadow Dancers. One was Sun, a young boy who matured at a startling pace to become an unrivaled genius that was absolutely dazzling as his namesake. And the other was Shadow Killer, a mysterious figure who rarely appeared out in the public. He didn't even take part in the Shadow Dancer competition. Everything about him was a riddle. However, before Sun was ever known, he was already famous. As the boss of the largest gaming organization in the country, Dark Immortal, his name had long since rang like thunder in the ears of players. However, the vast majority of people only knew the name, not the person. Shadow Killer generally only took on assassination requests, and his services were always excessively expensive, to the extent that almost no one could afford it. A person like him only killed the most difficult targets, as though he was only doing it for the thrill. He never once slipped up. In the previous timeline, the list of people he successfully assassinated included figures like the guild leader of Victorious Return, Heaven Breaker, the guild leader of Radiant Sacred Flame, Nightbreak Trickster, and the guild leader of Battle Crazed Alliance, Kill Love. He was a person who didn't care about sides, only moving for money. He would only take on a request if you gave him a tempting enough offer. Back when Victorious Return was at the peak of its might in the Viridian Empire, Heaven Breaker, who was presumed to be untouchable at the time, still ended up dying at his hands. Yes, him, Guo Wai said in a somewhat heavy tone. In every popular virtual reality game that came before Conviction, Shadow Killer was always an existence that countless people could never hope to reach for. Have you dug up any recent news about him? No, only that the Dark Immortal Gaming Organization joined Victorious Return, and Heaven Breaker and Nightbreak Trickster have met up with him. Are you sure his target is me? I'm 90% certain, so that's why I'm warning you to be careful. To be a target of Shadow Killer's assassination request, I truly feel honored. Nie Yan revealed a calm smile. He wasn't the slightest bit worried. Nie Yan recalled the list of people Shadow Killer assassinated in the previous timeline. Who among them wasn't an extraordinary figure? He didn't expect that Shadow Killer's first assassination target in Conviction was very likely himself. This was a testament to the fact that he as well as Asskickers United were starting to shine on this stage, and were now the subject of much attention. Although he faced a certain degree of danger by being targeted by Shadow Killer, the threat remained solely on him. Even if he was assassinated, Asskickers United would still remain standing strong. You're still in the mood to laugh? Guo Wai asked in a dejected tone. You should be happy. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame hiring the services of Shadow Killer just to deal with me is a reflection of the fear in their hearts. They're afraid Asskickers United will shake their positions. What should we be anxious about? The ones who should be worried are them. Nie Yan replied. All right. I admit your words do make sense, Guo Wai said helplessly. How did Nie Yan always somehow spin every troubling new development into a good piece of news? Nie Yan chuckled. Let's not linger on the bad for too long. I have some good news to report as well. Firstly, the players on the forums recently created a ranking of several top guilds based on battle strength, and Asskickers United placed in front of Radiant Sacred Flame, Victorious Return, and Holy Empire. They're calling Asskickers United a mecca of experts. Thanks to this exposure, a lot of strong players are starting to flock to our side. Secondly, both our branch guilds, Mages United and Warriors United, due to the joining requirements being relatively more lax, have reached the maximum capacity for level 1 guilds, 20,000 players. I've also taken the liberty of establishing 3 more branch guilds, Paladins United, Thieves United, and Priests United. I plan to have the elite members of Theses branches rank up their guilds to level 2. Guo Wai was shocked by the expansion speed of the branch guilds which far exceeded his expectations. Things are developing at a good pace. We should transfer the strongest members of these 5 branch guilds to the main guild, Nie Yan said. The creation of branch guilds was an inevitability. Even though weak players couldn't join Asskickers United, it was a waste to squander free manpower. Lastly, we've been approached by several guilds about merging into Asskickers United, Guo Wai said. Make sure to take the necessary precautions before letting any of them join, Nie Yan reminded. It was very possible they harbored malicious motives. This, I understand. I'll do a thorough investigation. I won't be letting them in the guild anytime soon. Guo Wai nodded. He was extremely prudent in handling this matter. Even though Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were rapidly expanding, Asskickers United wasn't sitting still either. It was thriving, developing at breakneck speed. After winning several major battles, their reputation benefited tremendously and the morale of their players skyrocketed. And their closest ally, Holy Empire, also got to share in some of the glory. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return suffered a huge blow to their prestige after their recent defeat. With this shift in the balance of power, Asskickers United no longer had to fear them. Nie Yan could now take a laissez-faire approach to managing the guild. Asskickers United's rise to the top was a foregone conclusion. So long as enough time was given, they would crush Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return beneath their feet. The players of Asskickers United were starting to enjoy the glory brought along by the rise of the guild. This sort of feeling would unite them even further. An undivided force was an impregnable stronghold that could never be destroyed. Is that everything? Nie Yan asked. Yeah, that's everything, Guo Wai replied. He understood that Nie Yan was probably doing something important right now, so he didn't want to disturb him too much. Nie Yan hung up the call before continuing to explore the heart of the Sonia Moonlit Woodland. He still hadn't found anything even after an hour of search. He had only heard the chapter of virtue was found in the Sonia Moonlit Woodland. He didn't actually know its exact location, so he could only go bumbling around the area like a housefly. In the previous timeline, countless players came here to retrieve the chapter of virtue only to wind up dying. In the end, a mage who possessed very powerful control abilities cleared all the monsters in the Sonia Moonlit Woodland and took away the chapter of virtue. As for the name of this player, Nie Yan had already forgotten since they lost the chapter shortly after obtaining it. Nie Yan evaded numerous moon bears before reaching a heavily forested region. The dense canopy blocked out most of the sky, leaving only a few rays of sunlight to penetrate the foliage and touch the ground. These rays were gentle like the moonlight, releasing a faint purifying glow. Nie Yan's eyes locked onto a certain object up ahead. At the center of the clearing up ahead, a pure white beam of light shone down on a delicately carved round stone platform covered in all sorts of exotic elven runes. Floating above the platform was a crescent moon-shaped stone which emitted a faint white glow. You discover a bizarre stone while exploring in the heart of the moonlit woodland. According to the old mage living in the slums of Kalor, the stone is called the Stone of Moonlight. Capable of transforming the stars and changing night to day, it was this stone that allowed the white elves to have such long lifespans. A relic like this could supply a mage with boundless magical power. Nie Yan's mind trembled when he read through the narration dialogue. Is this a quest related to the chapter of virtue? I've searched around this area for so long without any success. Maybe this Stone of Moonlight is the key to finding what I'm looking for. Nie Yan approached the Stone of Moonlight which seemed to emit a mysterious attractive force. As he slowly reached out his hand and touched the stone, a gentle energy permeated his entire body. In the same moment that Nie Yan touched the stone, the surroundings seemed to undergo endless transformations. The trees quickly withered before disappearing. The sun and moon raced across the sky at an astonishing speed, getting faster and faster. As light and shadow intertwined, it was like he was traveling through time. It was as though several thousand years passed by. All that remained was an endless wilderness that stretched out into the horizon. A full moon hovered in the dark sky, illuminating the land in moonlight. Nie Yan lowered his head to discover that the stone platform in front of him had disappeared. Oddly shaped boulders towered above the dark wilderness. His vision was very limited, but he could spot the flickering of flames in the far distance. You've entered the hidden realm of moonlight. Just what kind of place was this hidden realm of moonlight? Nie Yan guessed that he was probably transported into a quest map. After carrying out a self-inspection, he confirmed that he couldn't activate any teleportation items, including the random transfer scroll. This meant a life-saving trump card of his was sealed. The faraway flames appeared to be a guide marker. Nie Yan entered the pitch-black wilderness, advancing in that direction. The surroundings were deathly silent. Not even the sound of insects could be heard. Afraid there might be unknown danger lurking around him, Nie Yan slowed his pace. Every step he took was exceedingly cautious. Just at this moment, a peculiar sensation arose in the back of his mind, as though he was being watched by something. He searched for the source of this feeling. Nie Yan closed his eyes, sharpening his other senses to the utmost limit as he felt for movement. A brief while later, he abruptly turned to face a certain direction. Eye of truth. His eyes turned bloodshot, while the vein around his eyes bulged out, emitting a light which pierced through the veil of darkness. All he saw was a shadowy silhouette blur by. He discovered the enemy. Upon being spotted, the shadow melted into the darkness and vanished without a trace. No matter how hard he tried, he could no longer detect its presence. However, the split second before the shadow disappeared, Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. He examined the information from the inspection. True Illusion Nirvana Flame, level 35. Health, 963-963. Nie Yan's heart shook. Just what was that? His own shadow. He finally had a vague understanding of the gimmick of this hidden realm. It was using a copy of his character to test him. The goal was to prevail over his AI-controlled fake, with the main catch being that the stats of his fake were higher than his own. Fighting myself. Bring it on. Nie Yan tightly grasped his dagger before going into stealth. His eyes pierced through the darkness, searching for traces of the opponent, while he slowly made his advance. Nie Yan suddenly sensed danger from behind him. His heart tightened. Shit. It can see through my stealth. The stats of the True Illusion eclipsed his own. His position was completely exposed, allowing the enemy to mount an exceptionally fierce sneak attack. The True Illusion aimed his dagger at the back of Nie Yan's head with a smothering strike. Its blade flickered with a sharp light, edging ever closer. Sensing the danger in advance, Nie Yan whipped back and struck at the True Illusion's forehead, but he didn't activate any stunning skills. The True Illusion suddenly retreated several steps before melting into the darkness again, vanishing in front of Nie Yan's eyes. It was just as he imagined. The True Illusion was feeling him out, searching for a weakness while trying to bait him into wasting his skills. The combat AI of the True Illusion was in no way inferior to a human. After fending off the ambush, Nie Yan was just about to enter stealth when the True Illusion suddenly materialized beside him and launched another sneak attack. Its dagger stabbed toward his back like a lightning bolt. This speed was a good bit greater than his own. Parry. Just as the True Illusion's attack was about to reach him, Nie Yan turned around, parrying it with his offhand dagger which was held in a reverse grip. Ding! The two daggers briefly clashed, causing sparks to fly. At the same instant, his other dagger struck out toward the True Illusion's forehead like a viper. The True Illusion suddenly disappeared. Nie Yan slightly trembled when his attack missed. The True Illusion had clearly used Shadow Waltz to dodge. He tried to look for the True Illusion, but it had already gotten away. Nie Yan had heard about quests with similar gimmicks in his past life. When players encountered these sorts of quests, they would recount them on the forums. Although he never paid careful attention to these posts, he had seen enough to know that less than 1% of players who received these quests were able to beat them. However, those who cleared them would always receive astonishing rewards. Some received a great deal of additional stat points. Others received powerful skills. And still others received sub-legendary equipment. Nie Yan wondered what kind of reward he would receive for clearing it. Let's see just how wily my AI-controlled copy is. He revealed a hint of an expectant smile. At the end of the day, the True Illusion was still controlled by an AI. Although a computer could handle an enormous flow of data, it was still incapable of matching the deviousness of the human mind. Nie Yan's mind raced as he considered various scenarios in search of a way to ambush the True Illusion. He needed to trick it into walking into the trap of its own accord. Standard traps reliant on common skills had no chance of catching the True Illusion off guard. He could only look for a more unorthodox strategy. The system used precise calculations to allow the True Illusion to maximize efficiency and act with precision accurate to several decimal points. By doing so, it could maximize the True Illusion's combat abilities in a way no human could. However, the system still had to maintain some semblance of fairness, so the True Illusion didn't know Nie Yan's attributes. Otherwise, if it possessed Nie Yan's skill and stat data on top of maximum combat efficiency, it wouldn't even be possible to damage it, much less beat it. After careful consideration, Nie Yan concluded that his best chance would be to change his attack speed and patterns to trick the True Illusion's relatively rigid algorithms. Nie Yan calculated the combat power brought to him by his stats, especially his movement and attack speed. His calculation speed was obviously nowhere near the system's, and he was only able to come up with a rough estimate. I'll only use 95% of my attack speed to scout him out. Before Nie Yan knew it, 10 minutes of quick exchanges had passed. Both of them made sure to disengage after every single move, conserving their strength as they gauged their opponent. For a thief in head-on combat, trading blows in this tentative manner served an incredibly important purpose. It allowed him to learn more about his opponent before launching a fatal blow. The ancient practice of gathering information on an enemy before launching the real attack worked for thieves as well. Additionally, Nie Yan began purposely leaving a peculiar false opening for his opponent. Even when it would be easier to use a forehand move to block, he maneuvered his hand to perform a backhand block. Nie Yan's act was world-class. His lowered attack speed and defensive quirk flowed seamlessly as though they were naturally ingrained instincts. Almost everyone had some odd quirks in combat. A skilled player knew to look for such tells in order to abuse them, and the AI was no different. Under Nie Yan's meticulous trickery, the True Illusion finally decided to act on what it saw as Nie Yan's biggest weakness. He only blocked with backhands. After yet another strike and parry, the True Illusion entered stealth. It didn't re-engage, choosing to stay hidden among the shadows. Nie Yan didn't think anything of it until 2 minutes had already passed. Feeling that something was off, he took a deep breath and readied himself. The storm is coming. It's probably just waiting for its cooldowns to run out now. He couldn't afford to mess up here at the final stretch. Nie Yan double-checked his skill bar to make sure his skills were all up before looking up again. Right at that moment, the True Illusion appeared behind him, aiming its dagger at the back of his head. Before Nie Yan could turn around, the True Illusion launched its attack, lunging forward and plunging its dagger at its target. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz to dodge the attack, reappearing behind the True Illusion. He performed the exact same move he had just dodged, stabbing at the back of the opponent's head with lightning speed. The True Illusion immediately turned around and blocked Nie Yan's strike with its own dagger. This was the first time the two crossed blades repeatedly instead of retreating after the first sparks flew up in the air. Since neither of them were proficient in control skills, they could only spam their attack skills again and again. Finally, Nie Yan managed to land a vital strike followed by Eviscerate. The True Illusion took over 100 damage, but quickly struck back with a backstab for over 300 health. The True Illusion's attack and defense were both higher than Nie Yan's. After trading just a few hits, Nie Yan was already down to 15% health. He hastily backed up before chugging an intermediate health potion, recovering his health. No matter how they clashed, Nie Yan maintained his facade of only blocking with backhands. He also made sure to keep key skills such as Intimidate and Concussive Blow in reserve. The True Illusion's health was slowly chipped away at in their clashes, but Nie Yan wasn't the only one with health potions. His copy also drank an intermediate health potion, instantly refilling its health bar. Damn it, I had him down to 30%. This thing can use health potions too. Nie Yan felt more than a little frustrated seeing the True Illusion shrug off all the damage he'd done to it. He suspected that it had some mechanism to prevent wearing it down in a battle of attrition, but he hadn't expected it to be as direct as a health potion. As he thought, the only way to beat it was to control the flow of battle and make it fall for a trick. Nie Yan continued to wait for an opportunity to strike. Neither of them had used Intimidate or Concussive Blow yet, nor any other major skill. They had both been using low cooldown skills just to wear the opponent's health down. Of course, in such a battle of attrition, Nie Yan's health wore down much faster than the True Illusion's. After a while, Nie Yan began applying combat bandages to himself to keep his health up. As the True Illusion watched Nie Yan use yet another method to heal himself, it finally ran out of patience. It activated Shadow Waltz, closing the gap in an instant, and used Intimidate. Nie Yan's body stiffened. He was momentarily immobile. Before being struck by Intimidate, Nie Yan made sure to keep his dagger in a forehand grip. Noticing the forehand position of Nie Yan's dagger, the True Illusion's AI decided that this was a prime opportunity to attack. It immediately sped its dagger toward Nie Yan's forehead. The dagger quickly closed the distance, striking as fast as a gale with the momentum of lightning. If Nie Yan tried to do as he had done before and switched to a backhand before parrying, he would definitely be too late. Instead, he squinted deviously and swung out for a forehand, blocking the True Illusion's attack. The True Illusion's eyes narrowed. A puzzled expression appeared on its face as it went over its data again. However, despite multiple recalculations, it couldn't figure out where the original calculation had went awry. Right then, the effects of Intimidate wore off. My turn. Nie Yan grinned sinisterly as he activated Intimidate, causing the True Illusion's body to stiffen. Nie Yan used Shadow Waltz to circle behind the True Illusion. Before it could turn around, Nie Yan pierced its heart with backstab. He instantly followed up with an Eviscerate that left the illusion spurting geysers of blood. Vital Strike. Nie Yan used another Vital Strike before stepping back to watch the damage rack up. Various damage values floated up above the True Illusion's head, his attack damage, his poison damage, and his 2 bleed damages. When the effects of Intimidate finally wore off, the True Illusion tried to move away. But before it could do anything, Nie Yan struck from behind with a Smothering Strike and stunned it. Smothering Strike's stun effect would wear off if the target was attacked, so Nie Yan took the time to nimbly circle back in front of the True Illusion. He continued his attack with Concussive Blow, followed by Assassinate and Lacerate. Nie Yan stepped to the side of the True Illusion, his dagger flashing across his opponent's throat. Slicing out one last time, he slit his opponent's throat with a well-placed cut throat. It was a perfect stun lock. He hadn't even given the True Illusion a chance to react. Although his control skills only affected the opponent for a second each, they became highly lethal when chained together. Although he didn't have many such skills, Nie Yan's timing and efficiency in chaining them already reached the peak of stun locking for thieves. The True Illusion swayed oddly for a second until its health finally drained to zero. Its corpse collapsed miserably before fading into a shadow and dissipating into nothingness. Nie Yan grinned with giddy relief. He finally beat his copy, but it had been even harder than he'd expected. He looked down where the corpse had disappeared and saw a black cloak laying on the ground. This should be a great piece of thief equipment. Nie Yan bent down to pick up the cloak. Nirvana Flame's Cloak of Void special description, a True Illusion's cloak woven from the owner's shadow. A player's trophy for beating their True Illusion. Properties, 120 to 139 defense, plus 30 strength, plus 30 dexterity, plus 10 speed, plus 10 stealth, plus 10 cloaking, plus 10 reflex. Void concealment, stay completely hidden among the shadows. Stealth effect plus 300%. Movement speed minus 50%. Cannot be seen through stealth for the first 9 seconds upon activation. Unable to attack for the first 20 seconds while this skill is active. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 2 days. Restriction, only the named player may equip this item. It was a piece of special equipment marked with his name. Only Nie Yan could equip this item. Its attributes were pretty good, but it was the supplementary skill that really made his heart throb. Void concealment was simply too useful. When he came across a life-threatening adversary, he could use it as a life-saving skill. Even more importantly, he could use this skill to gain access to at least 5 sub-legendary and over a dozen legendary fragments. It was precisely this that made the skill so valuable. The item bound itself automatically, so it could neither be traded to others nor dropped upon his death. If there came a day when he no longer wanted it, he could discard it and it would disappear forever. The Void concealment skill had a cooldown of 2 days, but for some reason it was ready the moment Nie Yan got it. After thinking it over, Nie Yan figured that it probably meant he needed it to complete this quest map. Do I have to make use of this Cloak of Void to complete the Hidden Realm of Moonlight quest? The contents of some special quests would change according to the class of the participant. Nie Yan was a thief, so for an item like this to drop now, it made sense that it would be needed to complete the quest. Nie Yan decided to wait and see. He crept through the darkness toward the distant flames. After the true illusion, he encountered no other enemies. As he got closer, he could see a white tent contrasted against the night. Outside the tent, several NPCs were sitting around a leaping bonfire. Nie Yan didn't dare to be rash. He slowly crept forward to get a better view. Hidden within the underbrush, he could finally see the faces of the NPCs. There were 5 white elves, 3 males and 2 females. All of them were mages. They had beautiful appearances and fair skin, but their ears weren't pointed like those of true elves. They appeared to be half-elves. Nie Yan thought for a moment before slowly approaching the white elves would disappear, whereupon he activated Transcendent Insight. Trader Casa Elite level 35. Health, 5,000 5,000s. It was a level 35 elite. The others were probably of similar strength. Seeing that these half-elves were all humanoid creatures with individual names, Nie Yan expected them to be difficult to deal with. Nie Yan looked through the open flap of the tent, only to see a girl lying in a bed. He couldn't make out her features, but there was a thin sheet of paper floating in a circle around her. Magical elements of all colors glowed around her. Nie Yan was extremely familiar with these things. He had finally found what he was looking for, the chapter of virtue. He had worn through iron shoes with no success, only to acquire it through no effort of his own. Nie Yan was just about to show himself when the half-elves' ears twitched as if they had heard something. Nie Yan quickly held his breath as the 4 elves looked around cautiously. However, not seeing anything, they resumed their chatter. Nie Yan slowly backed up. There was no need for him to get into a fight with these half-elves. All he wanted was the chapter of virtue. However, based on his previous experiences with the other chapters from the Book of Order, he knew there couldn't be just these 5 elites guarding the chapter. Nie Yan seemed to melt entirely into the darkness as he spied at the white elves' every move. As he did so, he also noticed a complete absence of any creature, save for them and himself. He waited patiently in the shadows as he searched the forums for terms like Hidden Realm of Moonlight and Traitors. Every now and then, he'd stumble on some background information about the quest, but, of course, it was only background information. The task of finding the specific details of the quest still fell onto the player's shoulders. The Hidden Realm of Moonlight was a region created by the ancient white elves to seal away demons. With the power of the Stone of Moonlight, the white elves distorted space-time and created an entirely new dimension space. There were white elves that had traces of dark elf and human bloodlines due to intermarriage during the era of shared governance. Their greed and violence betrayed the beliefs of the elves' moonlight goddess, and some had even become demons, ruthless killing machines that murdered even their own. The white elves were forced to expend large amounts of energy to deal with these deviated elves and seal them within the Stone of Moonlight. Let me see if there's anything on Sonia Moonlight Woodlands. Sonia Moonlight Woodlands. Long ago, Sonia was the queen of the white elves within the territory of Kalor. Her kindness and gentleness deceived the white elves at this division and led them astray, slowly turning them into bandits. At first, the progress was very slow, but when the demon buried deep within herself awakened, everything took a turn for the worse. She became vicious, bloodthirsty, and even slaughtered the elders residing in a village. The remaining white elves had no choice but to seal Sonia into the Stone of Moonlight. Amid the changes that inevitably came with time, several hundred years passed by in the blink of an eye. Demonification was a transformation of sorts. The ancient legend spoke of a demon hidden within the hearts of every living being on the Atlantic continent. If one's faith were swayed to the point they lost their footing, that demon would engulf their soul and turn them into powerful demons. Elites and lords after demonification were much more powerful than their predecessors. They all held immense power far more terrifying than super variants. Don't tell me. There's a demonified elite or lord in this map. Maybe even Queen Sonia herself. Nie Yan's gaze found its way back into the tent, once again onto the chapter of virtue. Perhaps there was a special way to trigger a quest, starting a conversation with the white elves up ahead for instance, but he did not want to risk it. His eyes were fixed on the colorful page hovering silently in the air, and a fiery desire burned ablaze in Nie Yan's mind. I have to take it. With the Cloak of Void, it would be a breeze to snatch the chapter of virtue past those white elf mages. The first volume would essentially be complete the moment he got his hands on it, and the fabled item would be his forever. But then, Nie Yan slid his gaze to the young lady sleeping nearby. She was probably Elf Queen Sonia, a demonified lord. Nie Yan immediately weighed the potential benefits and losses of the attempt. Snatching the chapter of virtue would awaken Elf Queen Sonia, and any form of teleportation was barred within the Hidden Realm of Moonlight. The sole thing awaiting him would be death. Nie Yan glimpsed at the red name practically glaring at him, courtesy of 327 player kills. Such an intense color implied he'd lose a minimum of 10 levels if he died. He wore a smile tinged with a hint of regret as he thought, I should have gotten rid of this red name before coming here. His eyes remained locked on the chapter of virtue so close ahead while his mind briefly struggled with the decision. Should I go for it? Soon, however, he made his choice. Quests. Who cares? I'll care after taking the chapter of virtue. Levels. Who cares? I'll grind them back up later. Nie Yan crept toward the tent, beyond the 5 white elf mages. As he neared them, one of them pricked his ear and quivered slightly, as if he felt something. Without hesitation, Nie Yan activated the Cloak of Void. The effect of stealth soared threefold, and in turn his speed was cut in half. The white elf mage didn't spot anything out of the ordinary and returned to his earlier conversation. Enhanced with greater stealth, Nie Yan inched toward the white elf mages. Finally, he could make out their words. I don't know how much longer the chapter of virtue can maintain its holy power, Trader Casa said as he glanced toward the tent. But more than anything, I hope Queen Sonia can continue to rest as peacefully as she is now. His apprehension still remained from the time the queen had been awakened. We have to find the water of purification. It's the only thing that can remove our queen's seal, and help us break out of the hidden realm of moonlight. Trader Zira sighed, shaking his head. It's simply impossible to find the water of purification with our power. It's in the dark ravine, and unless we find a human great mage. But then again, they would kill her. We can only hope for a miracle to happen, said Trader Kassa. The conversation closely resembled a quest initiation of some sort, but nonetheless it brought Nie Yan quite a bit of information. If he were to follow the standard procedure of the quest line, he would have to ask for the quest from the 5 white elf mages and complete it before he could safely leave with the chapter of virtue. One of the conditions of the quest was clearly to find the water of purification. The quest sounded rather difficult even without the resurrection of a demonified lord. With it, the risk was far too great. If any other player came here, they would have no choice but to follow the quest line. They would only be able to retrieve the chapter of virtue after completing the entire quest. Otherwise, even if they managed to grab it, they would get killed without even having a chance to escape. However, Nie Yan already had the other 5 chapters of Volume 1 of the Book of Order. Once he got his hands on the chapter of virtue, he could finally combine the 6 chapters into the complete Volume 1. When that happened, it would automatically be bound to him. He could completely skip the quest line. What did a single death matter? So long as he retrieved the chapter of virtue, it would all be worth it. Nie Yan took a detour around the white elves while creeping towards the tent. As he snuck into the tent, his nose was immediately assaulted by a strong flowery fragrance, which was strong enough to shake his mind. He scanned around the tent before stopping in front of a female white elf reclined on a bed, whereupon he held his breath. She was beautiful in a distinctly inhuman way. Her alluring cheekbones made her seem like the statue of a siren, lacking any trace of imperfection. Her pointy ears were the icing on the cake of her charm, mesmerizing all who saw her. Further down was an image that made one's blood boil. She wore only a chest piece and a skirt, both woven from tree vines. Her clothes, which were of a type exclusively worn by white elves, revealed vast expanses of snowy white skin. Her crystal smooth skin emitted a luster unique to jade-skinned beauties. Nie Yan inspected her with transcendent insight. White elf Sonia, demonified lord, level 35. Health, 120,000. It was just as he predicted, a powerful demonified lord. Nie Yan withdrew his gaze after a brief look. No matter how beautiful an NPC was, it was still just a game, to say nothing of the fact that Sonia was a demonified lord class boss. A person with a mature mind would never lose their head over such a thing. The chapter of virtue was almost within reach. Nie Yan could practically feel the intense magic radiating off of it. Such divine power. Such powerful magic. Nie Yan readied himself to flee the moment the chapter of virtue was his, before reaching for it. When his outstretched hand touched the sheet, it slowly retracted its brilliant radiance. The now ordinary-looking sheet fell into Nie Yan's hand. Nie Yan quickly scanned the properties of the chapter of virtue. Chapter of virtue. Description, the 2nd chapter of Volume 1 of the Book of Order. A fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties, receive 2 intelligence and 1 mastery point every 5 levels. Focus plus 15, willpower plus 15, resilience plus 16, jump plus 15, reflex plus 15, movement speed plus 16. Decree of Reckoning, invoke the magical power in your surroundings to attack the opponent, dealing 3x magic power plus 2x focus plus willpower is magic damage. Cooldown, 10 days 1/10. God's Judgment, grants magic power plus 200%, plus 500 health, and a magic barrier that absorbs 60% of all incoming damage. Cooldown, 10 days 1/10. Restrictions, can only be bound by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's inventory. The chapter of virtue was only second to the chapter of justice. Decree of Reckoning was a skill that was guaranteed to kill the opponent, and God's Judgment was even more powerful. The only flaw was that the cooldowns of these 2 skills were extremely long. Sonia awoke the moment Nie Yan grabbed hold of the chapter of virtue. A baleful, demonic aura flooded out of her body, and her eyes were pitch black as though a demon had taken possession of her body. Nie Yan's chest tightened in alarm. She was awakening. Without delay, he stuffed the chapter of virtue away into his bag, then bolted out of the tent. The further away he got from here, the better. He didn't know if he could even escape the hidden realm of moonlight. Just at this moment, the 5 white elves cried out in alarm. A despicable bastard. That thief snatched away the chapter of virtue. Kill him. The 5 white elves searched for Nie Yan's whereabout. They were prepared to surround and kill him, but his cloak of void allowed him to completely avoid their detection as he fled from the campsite. Red clouds gathered in the sky up ahead, then scorching hot balls of fire rained down. As soon as Nie Yan noticed something was off, he halted his footsteps before going around, safely avoiding this large area of effect spell. Bang, bang, bang. Fireballs poured down from the sky, causing embers to fly everywhere. Nie Yan fled into the endless wilderness at top speed before disappearing into the darkness. He understood that the danger was far from over because he didn't know where the exit was, nor could he use any teleportation items. Just as this moment, the chapters from the Book of Order in his bag let out a faint radiance and began resonating with each other. Do you wish to merge the chapter of justice, chapter of virtue, chapter of courage, chapter of wisdom, chapter of harmony, and chapter of freedom into the Volume 1 of the Book of Order? Yes. Nie Yan pressed confirm without the slightest hesitation, causing a blinding radiance to blossom outward. It was as though the sun had emerged in this realm of endless night. He quickly averted his eyes. The first volume of the Book of Order was now complete. Nie Yan couldn't help but get excited. A blinding radiance blossomed outwards in a flash. The 6 chapters merged into a whole, transforming into an unassuming black book. The cover was exquisitely manufactured, with a single line of ancient common characters written on top. The words, inscribed with tadpole-like strokes, gave off an aura of elegance and wisdom. It was a rather thick book that looked to have more than 6 pages. A mysterious yet powerful force emanated from it. The odd energy, which became even stronger when touching the volume, gave Nie Yan a feeling of calmness in his soul. Looking closely at the words on the cover, Nie Yan could see that it read, Book of Order, Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness. Are you sure you wish to bind this item? Yes. Nie Yan didn't hesitate before immediately pressing confirm. He would bind it before thinking about anything else, so it wouldn't drop if he died. So long as it was bound, he wouldn't have to worry about losing it ever again. Item has been successfully bound. Once the book was bound to him, Nie Yan felt an immediate increase to his stats, as if they'd increased by over 50. At the same time, a smaller line of characters wriggled into being in the air before imprinting themselves onto the lower right corner of the book's cover. Owner, Nirvana Flame. This piece of legendary equipment was now truly and completely Nie Yan's. It was even marked with his name. No one else would be able to possess Volume 1 of the Book of Order. However, he was still being hunted by the half-elves, and the light from fusing Volume 1 had given away his position. He had no time to look closely at this new item of his because he first needed to find a way out of this realm. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz, bursting forwards with incredible speed. However, this area was just too vast. No matter how far he ran, it seemed like there was no end in sight. Making matters worse, Nie Yan could sense that the 5 mages following him were catching up to him. The 5 figures behind him were somehow even faster than he was. Slowly but steadily, they closed the distance toward Nie Yan. Another figure soared high into the sky, and time seemed to stop. Nie Yan could see even from far away that it was the demonified Lord Sonia. A pair of fleshy wings sprouted from her back, holding her aloft with an occasional mighty flap. She hung from the sky with the moon behind her back. She looked through the darkness and instantly locked onto the fleeing Nie Yan. Nie Yan, feeling a piercing pain in his heart, slowed to a stop. He was caught by surprise when he saw the demonified Lord Sonia flying through the sky. Facing a creature with the ability to fly at his current level was a disaster waiting to unfold. Only mages could contend with such creatures right now, and even they were at a disadvantage. However, that was still many times better than engaging a flying monster in a melee. The outcome of such a fight held no suspense. That girl has demonic sight. Ah, I guess I can't hide anymore. Nie Yan thought things over, then put all of his unbound equipment into his bag and sprinted off. Sonia waved her staff and chanted in a demonic language until her spell was complete. A looming darkness enshrouded Nie Yan, sending out tentacles of darkness to bind him in place. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free from the prison of shadowy tentacles. Sonia slowly flapped her wings as she floated toward Nie Yan. Her slow flight speed betrayed her unfamiliarity with her wings. It was that thief. He's over there, caught in the queen's shadow bind. The 5 white elves quickly moved to surround Nie Yan. As they faced him, balls of magic began to shine from their hands. I'm finished. This single thought flashed through Nie Yan's mind. The glowing orbs arced through the night, leaving behind streaks of light as they blasted into Nie Yan, bursting apart with successive loud bangs. Each spell did over 300 damage to Nie Yan, who collapsed under the elves' barrage. Sonia spread her wings as she landed, a puzzled expression on her face. She had no idea why Nie Yan's corpse didn't have the chapter of virtue on it. A long time passed before Nie Yan opened his eyes. When he finally did, he found that his soul was in a cemetery. Despite having struggled against it for so long, he still couldn't avoid the fate of death. Do you wish to revive? There were 3 ways for a player to revive. The first was to run back to the place you were killed and search for your corpse. Upon resurrection, the player would lose 50% of their experience bar. They would also be in a weakened state for 5 minutes, during which all stats would be lowered by 80%. If the player died with a red name, these penalties would scale with the redness of their name. Choosing this option in PvP made it too easy for an enemy to spawn camp you. The second way was to wait for a priest to revive you. This method came with the smallest penalty. The player would lose between 0 to 50% of their experience bar, and they would be in a weakened state for 1 minute. If the player had a red name, those penalties would be doubled. The third and final method was to directly revive at the cemetery. This came with the biggest penalty. The player would drop a full level and be in a weakened state for half an hour. Like with the first method, dying with a red name would result in a penalty increase proportional to how red the name was. Although this option came with the heaviest penalties, it was clearly the safest of the 3. Nie Yan chose to directly revive. He looked sadly at his current level, level 23. After working so hard for so long, he now had to climb back up from rock bottom. Fortunately, he could still head to Everlasting City and throw basic magic bombs to grind back up. Since he was in a weakened state right now, Nie Yan knew that it was not a good time to go level. Instead, he returned to Kalor while itching to take a look at what Volume 1 of the Book of Order had in store for him. After all, he'd lost over 10 levels and almost lost all his equipment for this. Nie Yan had to find a quiet, secure place to do this. He made his way to the Starry Night potion shop, walked in, and found an empty laboratory. He took out the Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness, placed it on the desk, and examined its properties. Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness Legendary. Rank 1, can be upgraded by slaying evil creatures. Description, the owner of this item will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties, receive 5 stat points and 3 mastery points every 5 levels. Strength plus 100, Dexterity plus 200, all stats plus 30, all stats plus 50%. Gain 500 phantom stat points. Unlock the Glimpse of Darkness skill tree. Restrictions, permanently bound to Nirvana Flame. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. The item gave outstanding bonuses. He received a ton of extra stat points, and he even got the Glimpse of Darkness skill tree, although he did not yet know what this was. But the thing that really made him raise his eyebrows were the 500 phantom stat points he was given. The book actually gives 500 phantom stats. Phantom stats were different from actual stats. They wouldn't actually affect you, hence the name. Otherwise, it would be far too overpowered if he could just add 500 strength on a whim. However, phantom stat points counted for equipment restrictions. Even if his real stats didn't meet the requirements to wear a piece of equipment, his phantom stats would be able to make that up for him, allowing him to wield a wide variety of equipment. Nie Yan immediately thought of his Dullahan cavalry crossbow. If he used a portion of his phantom stats on strength, he would be able to meet the requirements for that item. The ability to use such a powerful crossbow at this point in the game was sure to bring him countless benefits. At the top were a bunch of grayed out skill icons including skills such as Hurricane Ambush and Umbra Slaughter. The gray icons each had a requirement attached to it. Some of them required him to kill 100,000 undead monsters, while others needed him to kill 1,000 demon elites that are above his level. Each of the skills left Nie Yan dazed. They were all on par with skills such as Adjudicator of God and Sacrificial Gambit. However, the requirements to unlock them were equally ridiculous. If he wanted to have such powerful skills, he naturally had to pay an equally heavy price. Nie Yan finally understood what the Book of Order meant when it said, the owner of this item will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. It seemed that he would have to kill dark creatures en masse. Perhaps after he got strong enough, he could go through Underworld City sometime. There was no need to doubt the might of the Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness, which gave him access to a myriad of powerful skills. Flipping to the third page, Nie Yan saw the illustrations of an 8-piece equipment set which consisted of leather chest armor, cloak, gloves, pants, boots, shoulder guards, and 2 different daggers. Their design was quite unusual, a deep shade of violet, with a different rune marking each set piece. Just the picture seemed to radiate an aura of ancientness. He was instantly enamored by this set, especially the pair of daggers whose edges curved in an unusual way. They radiated a stifling murderous aura that would shake the minds of anyone who set eyes on them. Ancient Order, Tyrant Abok Set. Abok was a human tyrant from the era of shared governance. He had brutally slain monarch Agnes to seize the throne, dispelling the parliament. Under his bloody rule, the kingdom fell into a period of darkness. After he was defeated by General Brooke later on, his set disappeared into the sands of time. The Glimpse of Darkness has several clues about this set. Brave adventurer, set forth on your journey to reclaim the long-lost Tyrant Abok Set. It was a legendary set left behind by legendary tyrant. The Tyrant Abok Set. This was what you called a godly equipment set. Nie Yan looked at the clues below the illustrations. The Tyrant Abok set has been lost for many years. One of the set items, Abok's bloody dagger, was last seen near Kunlun town over 10 years ago. The old mage legend probably knows some clues about its whereabouts. The leather chest piece of the Tyrant Abok set has long since been broken beyond repair. According to rumors, a random wanderer put the chest piece up for auction in the main auction house at the heart of Kalor for 2 silver, and it was purchased by Earl Kleinfeld. The list of clues would lead Nie Yan to finding this set. Of course, there would be difficulties along the way. Because it was a legendary set, Nie Yan knew that he was not yet strong enough to go after this set, no matter how simple the clues looked. However, this set was definitely powerful beyond all of his expectations. Back when he was a level 180 great thief, just a sub-legendary set was good enough to be called godly equipment. Legendary sets were just a myth. After all, even the best players would only have 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. No one dared to even dream of gathering a complete set of legendary items. Nie Yan flipped to the 4th page of the book, while wondering what sort of materials were used to create such durable pages. The page, densely packed with ancient characters from the era of shared governance, was detailed to a rarely seen degree. It contained techniques which allowed a player to advance to a great thief and shadow dancer, practice exercises to hone those techniques, methods to sharpen the player's awareness as a thief, and so on. A person in possession of this information could increase their combat strength by at least several fold. Many things on this page couldn't found in the videos of his past life. There were even some techniques that he had never seen Sun or Shadow Killer employ. This was the most comprehensive guide on how to become a great thief and shadow dancer. With this guide, there was no longer a need for a person to go about blindly figuring out things for themselves. There were over 100 techniques altogether, including those Nie Yan was familiar with, like the beginner, middle, and advanced footwork of shadow dance and dance of death. Just mastering 2 or 3 of them would allow you to roam around unimpeded, while mastering 5 or 6 would allow you to look down on the world from high atop the peak. Nie Yan had no intention of learning all of these techniques. Just having 5 or 6 of them handy was enough. Besides, some of the things described in this guide were simply too difficult to pull off. The 5th page contained long-forgotten secrets such as the whereabouts of Sage Grant's equipment set or the origins of the Somodo Great Sword. There were also mentions of the Water of Life and sacred potions. There was information on every mythical item that ever appeared in the history of the Atlantic continent. After skimming through, Nie Yan flipped to the next page. On the 6th page was a mystical star design with an enchanting glow. As soon as Nie Yan set his eyes on the page, the star flashed with a dazzling radiance, and a projection of the star appeared in his mind. A flood of information related to past eras surged into his head, catching him off guard. He could only passively accept all of this knowledge. Only after a while did he finally finish absorbing all of it. You have received all-knowing. You have received the Grand Scholar title. A skill and a title. Nie Yan quickly looked at his skill window, and noticed that a new passive skill was added, all-knowing. As he read through the description, he discovered that this passive came with a host of benefits. The first was a 200% boost to his intelligence. It was unfortunate that he was a thief and not a mage, so this was not as useful to him. The second benefit was that he directly learned the languages of the elves, beastmen, and any other race that belonged to the righteous faction of order. Finally, it granted him the supplementary ability to divine the future of the game world once every 10 days, such as major changes in an empire or historical events yet to occur. As for the Grand Scholar title, it raised his influence in all nations by 50, allowed him the use of any transfer point free of charge, and enjoy the protection of any guard within a 50-meter radius while in a town or city. He was also given the privilege of riding a mount inside a city, and he even held the authority to order the guards to punish any NPC below the rank of Viscount. Any NPC or player with the rank of Baron or lower would have to maintain a deferential attitude in front of Nie Yan. If such a person insulted his honor, depending on the severity of the offense and how much influence the offender held, they could be jailed for anywhere between 1 to 5 days. This punishment was especially severe for a player. During this time, they wouldn't be able to level at all. All they could do was helplessly pass the time in a jail cell. This was the power of the Grand Scholar title, possessing supreme authority. From now on, Nie Yan was privileged nobility. The benefits of most titles only had effect in a specific city or nation. However, Grand Scholar was different. Its benefits would always apply whether he was in the Viridian Empire or Satrine Empire. Even the chief administrators, who held immense authority in their respective cities, didn't easily dare to offend a person with the title of scholar. It was because such a figure had the ability to divine the future. Nie Yan's lips curved into a sinister grin when he read through the part about being able to throw those who offended him in jail. A devious plot began forming in his mind. So long as he wasn't the first one to throw out insults, he would be able to watch a good show if he could bait Heaven Breaker into cursing at him. It was a pity that this trick would only work once. However, Nie Yan felt that was enough. The resulting psychological blow from such a public humiliation would have a far greater effect than the actual punishment itself. Any Grand Scholar whose divinations aided the Viridian and Satrine empires in averting heavy losses in several major battles against the forces seeking to plunge the world into darkness would receive the title of Augur. Flipping to the 7th page, Nie Yan saw an illustration of a gallant stallion clad in thick, metal barding framed by a magic runic circle. It was a spell which allowed the player to summon this warhorse as a mount. Nie Yan couldn't help but be shocked. It was a Faulkner warhorse, named after the Faulkner prairies from which they originated. These horses were known as the Royal Steed, and were as fast as the wind with a movement speed bonus of 300%. In the previous timeline, even the cheapest horse sold for the sky-high price of 50 gold, to say nothing of a luxurious mount like the Faulkner warhorse, which was exclusively available only to those of extremely high status. Faulkners raised in the royal stable sold for more than 50,000 gold. However, gold alone was not enough to purchase one of these mounts. There was an additional requirement, which was that the buyer needed to either possess at minimum the rank of a marquis or have at least 50 influence in Kalor. Meeting any of these 2 requirements was as difficult as scaling the tallest peaks. Even the leaders of the major guilds in the previous timeline could only look on with envy at such an expensive mount. Nie Yan wanted to see what this Faulkner warhorse was like after summoning it, but this wasn't the appropriate place. After looking through the 7th page, Nie Yan realized there was still one more page left. When he flipped to the 8th page, it blossomed out with a brilliant radiance. Within the light, Nie Yan saw a massive army in an ancient battlefield, countless majestic towers, and demons and angels battling in the sky above. Scene after scene flashed past his eyes, as though he was warped back in time to experience these distant eras firsthand. The very history of the world was recounted to him in great detail. A desolate bleakness. Everything he witnessed had long since disappeared due to the merciless passage of time. Announcement: Volume 1 of the Book of Order has been opened. A hallowed radiance illuminates the world. The buried history expansion will be released. Announcement: the game will go down in 1 hour to undergo patching. Please be advised that all players must log off before then. Below the announcements was a detailed introduction on the era of shared governance. This was the ushering in of a new era. The Viridian and Satrine empires would allow the unrestricted sale of land-based mounts to players. The knights of both empires rejoiced in triumph as they expelled the creatures of evil. Following the release of the expansion, several changes would be implemented into the game to give newcomers a chance to catch up. The experience required to level up at lower levels would be dramatically reduced. The drop rate of in-game currency, along with both low-level skill books and equipment ranked gold and dark gold, would be increased. There would also be the successive releases of basic strongholds, with 5 appearing in the first batch, all of which were guarded by evil creatures. Ownership of these strongholds would be given to whoever cleared them. Aside from this, places like the Elemental Hall and Holy Shrine would allow advanced magic to be learned without going through any tedious prequests, and the difficulty of the associated trials would be reduced, though only slightly. At the same time, a slew of quest lines related to the buried history expansion, which ranged from level 60 to 120, would become available. Even though the speed of leveling was increased, it would still be a long time before anyone could start them. Nie Yan never expected flipping to the 8th page would trigger the release of the buried history expansion. He was endlessly vexed. Yet another major deviation in the timeline had occurred. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have never looked at the last page. That way future events would still be a bit easier to predict. Although he believed the early release buried history expansion was inevitable after he completed Volume 1 of the Book of Order, he never thought it would happen like this. The simple action of flipping a page had influenced the course of the entire game. A huge uproar occurred in the outside world. What the hell? Which guy opened the first volume of the Book of something? Who knows? I heard leveling is going to become a bit easier after the release of the expansion. I wonder if that's really true. The sudden release of an expansion caught the players off guard. They were discussing fervently, trying to guess the identity of the person who triggered this. All the teams that were about to run a dungeon had no choice but to turn back, while those already in the middle of a run sped up their pace, though an hour's time was plenty enough. Every major city and town was crowded with players. Everyone was talking about the shocking announcements. Since people learned that leveling would become much easier after the release of the expansion, no one was out leveling right now, instead taking the time to relax and stroll around. Nie Yan, were those announcements triggered by you? Guo Wai asked. He knew Nie Yan was in possession of some of the chapters from the Book of Order, but he wasn't too clear on the details. Yeah, it was me. When everyone gets back online tomorrow, I want you to quickly gather 600 of the top players in the guild, Nie Yan said. Since the release of the expansion couldn't be stopped, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to see some benefits, otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Alright, that won't be a problem, Guo Wai replied. He understood that Nie Yan probably wanted to do something important. Also, I want you to find Heaven Breaker's location for me. Is he in Kalor right now? If so, immediately report it to me, Nie Yan said. He was about to carry out his devious plan. Knowing Heaven Breaker's fiery temper, it would be a piece of cake. As for Nightbreed Trickster, from what he understood of this person's personality in the previous timeline, it wouldn't be so easy to dupe him. Why are you looking for him? Guo Wai asked in shock. There was nothing that could be done to Heaven Breaker in the city. Could it be that Nie Yan was planning to negotiate with him? I'm going to make him fall flat on his face. Watch carefully. Nie Yan chuckled. The expansion was a rare opportunity for rapid growth. Especially considering that the stronghold battle between Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame was going to start in a few days. If he could get Heaven Breaker locked up in jail during that time, it would greatly improve their chances of victory. Alright, I'll immediately find out, then report back to you, Guo Wai said. Even though he had no idea what Nie Yan was planning, he knew that Heaven Breaker was probably going to suffer sorely just based on how mysterious Nie Yan was acting. He knew Nie Yan was a person who wouldn't do something unless it was guaranteed to succeed. He couldn't help but get somewhat excited. Heaven Breaker was most likely going to walk right into whatever trap Nie Yan had set for him. Before long, Guo Wai reported back to Nie Yan. Heaven Breaker was currently at the main auction house in the heart of Kalor with a group of people. Shadow Killer is with him too, Guo Wai said. He was quite alarmed when he heard this piece of information. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes before letting out a light laugh. That's not a problem. There's no harm in having an extra audience member to enjoy the show. What are they doing at the center of Kalor? Nie Yan brainstormed ways of provoking Heaven Breaker as he headed in their direction. Unfortunately, not much came to mind. I'm really not suited for these kinds of things. They might be buying something at the auction house, Guo Wai said, though he too could only guess. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up in Nie Yan's mind. Rather than looking for Heaven Breaker at the auction house, why not instead just run straight to his headquarters? Needless to say, someone as influential as Nie Yan just showing himself in front of Victorious Return's headquarters would cause quite a large scene, precisely what he wanted. A devilish smile formed on Nie Yan's face. I won't even have to say a word. Just my being there will lead to them firing off a slew of insults. When they do, and the city guards would just happen to be nearby. Now that would truly be a sight to behold. Have someone tell Heaven Breaker that I'm heading over to his guild headquarters. Nie Yan thought for a bit, then added, actually, send Undying Scoundrel and tell him to hold nothing back. Tell him to treat Heaven Breaker like family. The more annoying he is the better. Got it, Guo Wai replied. He knew Nie Yan had something prepared for Heaven Breaker, and also knew that it would be even better if Undying Scoundrel irked Heaven Breaker. Guo Wai conveyed these words to Undying Scoundrel while Nie Yan changed directions and marched straight towards Victorious Return's headquarters. That's all. Ain't that easy. Just tell the boss to sit back and relax, Undying Scoundrel said. How could he possibly miss out on such an opportunity? Provoking Heaven Breaker. What could be more exhilarating than this? Heaven Breaker's at the city center's auction house. Don't waste any time and do it quick. The boss is waiting after all. No worries, I got this. After delegating the task, he carefully monitored the situation around the auction house at the center of Kalor. It was much more active here than before, but the Tier 9 expansion brought about by the auction house lowered the feeling of crowdedness inside. A few players crowded in a distant corner glanced toward the middle, their voices low as they spoke. Some 20 people forcefully reserved almost 60 of the best seats, driving away anyone that approached them. It went without saying that there were not many who wanted Victorious Return's ire, so they allowed themselves to be shooed away. None of them enjoyed being stuck in an endless loop of being chased and killed, something well within Victorious Return's capabilities. Look, that's Heavenbreaker, Victorious Return's guild leader. Who's the thief next to him? He looks pretty strong. Shadow Killer, armed with his shrapnel set and a glaring red name, drew quite a few curious eyes. A split second later, he donned a dark cloak, concealing his appearance amid the darkness. Don't know, never seen him before. Despite Shadow Killer's reputation, very few actually knew what he looked like. The reasons were twofold. First, he generally avoided attention, though that wasn't the main factor. The main reason was the fact he only targeted high-profile personnel. Which one of them would freely send out recordings of their own death? It would do nothing but put shame to their names, particularly so due to their positions. Since there weren't many recordings of Shadow Killer, it was natural players didn't recognize him. The main targets in this siege are Nirvana Flame and Sleepy Fox, also Fall Land if he shows up. How confident are you? Heavenbreaker looked to the person beside him. His eyes were hidden behind a cloak, while his entire being seemed to ooze with killing intent. You want all three? Asked Shadow Killer, his tone flat. During the Stronghold battle, focus on Sleepy Fox and put aside Nirvana Flame to deal with later, Heavenbreaker instructed. Though he wished the very worst for Nie Yan, he understood that Sleepy Fox was a higher priority target in this siege because of his status as Holy Empire's guild leader. He also knew that despite having an overall smaller impact, Nie Yan nonetheless commanded a great deal of strength and influence. Leaving Nie Yan alone would no doubt affect the battles as well. Shadow Killer nodded and said no more. They hadn't expected for some buried history expansion to come out all of a sudden, just days before the Stronghold battle. Neither of them knew how this would affect the flow and results of the battle to come. Heavenbreaker had just received an equipment blueprint that asked for special types of ores. If he could gear up 180 of his members with this equipment before the start of the Stronghold battle, it would prove to be a fantastic boost to the guild's strength. This was one of the reasons he came to the auction house, to purchase large amounts of raw materials. The other was to get a hold of Shadow Killer and discuss some terms. His bounty for Sleepy Fox was 800 gold, while Nie Yan's reached a whopping 2,000. It was a truly absurd amount. It was at this very moment that a person with complete disregard of his surroundings walked straight up to Heavenbreaker and Shadow Killer. His expression was one that lacked any sort of seriousness. Needless to say, it was Undying Scoundrel. The players of Victorious Return hadn't reacted in time to stop him, nor did they dare as he hadn't done anything beyond the usual set of actions that'd allow them to attack him without the city's guards retaliating. It was this reason alone that Undying Scoundrel felt no fear despite being surrounded by enemies. It truly was a feeling beyond compare to irritate none other than the leader of Victorious Return, Heavenbreaker. Hi there, my good brother. What's up? Undying Scoundrel grinned, trying to be as irritating as possible. A solemn expression gloomed over Heavenbreaker. There had never been anyone who dared to speak to him like that. The players from Victorious Return looked at each other, all confused. Is this person Heavenbreaker's friend? With that thought lingering in their minds, none of them even dared to stop Undying Scoundrel. Who's that guy? I don't know, but I feel like I've seen him before. Just can't remember where though. I remember. That's Undying Scoundrel. He's a player from Asskickers United. Is he a mole the boss planted in their guild? Get lost. Heavenbreaker never expected some oblivious fool would dare to so rudely disturb him. Tisk, tisk. Don't be like that. I was just passing by, and when I saw you I thought I should say hello to a good friend. My boss told us to think of you guys as our brothers, as though we're all family. Isn't it fine to skip the formalities with close relatives? There's no reason for you to act so coldly, is there? Undying Scoundrel asked, grinning from ear to ear. Heavenbreaker also realized what was going on. This person was from Asskickers United. What's more, he was one of the 10 from Kilnfire Woods. Undying Scoundrel could be considered a small-time celebrity now. Screw off and go back to your boss. Tell him that small fries shouldn't get cocky. I'll deal with him sooner rather than later. Heavenbreaker spat coldly. Hey, how can you speak like that? My boss is a kind and tolerant person. His heart is as vast as the ocean, and his handsome, glowing appearance even puts the moon to shame. How dare you treat him like some kind of villain? This is slander. How can you tarnish the image of my boss, a virtuous soul who receives the affection and reverence of all? Undying Scoundrel chattered on. He was a buzzing housefly, putting on a brilliant show as he riled the other side up. The more he spoke, the more carefree his words became. Seeing that Undying Scoundrel was being ridiculous and had no intention of leaving, Heavenbreaker looked at his subordinates and ordered, "Come, shoo this Undying housefly away." Heavenbreaker fumed inwardly at what he saw as Asskickers United's intolerable bullying. According to the rules of the city, if a player bothered a major figure such as the leader of a large guild, that leader had the right to perform minor disciplinary actions such as having the person dragged away. Two Victorious Return musclemen immediately came forward, grabbed Undying Scoundrel by his arms, and frog marched him out of the auction house. Oh right, brother Heavenbreaker, I almost forgot to tell you. My boss is preparing to give your headquarters a visit and enjoy your hospitality. Make sure you have tea ready for him by the time he gets there. Undying Scoundrel was secretly ecstatic to see Heavenbreaker about to blow his lid like a boiling kettle. He had always been carrying a belly full of anger knowing that some of the brothers in the guild were actually spies for Victorious Return. What frustrated him even more was that he didn't know how many there were. But today, he finally got to let off some steam. He had to admit, irritating Heavenbreaker to no end felt even more refreshing than simply cursing at him. Heavenbreaker, hearing Undying Scoundrel's words, took on an unsightly expression. Nie Yan visiting the Victorious Return headquarters certainly meant he was up to no good. We return to our headquarters. Heavenbreaker announced. He refused to believe that Nie Yan could accomplish much while in Kalor. However, since Nie Yan dared to go to his headquarters, Heavenbreaker couldn't possibly not show. Shadow Killer's eyes flashed with a gloomy, mysterious light as he touched the handle of the dagger strapped to his waist. Mad rogue, let's see if you're really worthy of being my target. A crowd of fuming Victorious Return players rushed back to their guild headquarters. They wanted to see just what Nie Yan was up to. I'm serious. I'm only here because I want to sit down and have a chat with Heavenbreaker, Nie Yan said with an innocent expression on his face. Fuck off. Only a dumbass would believe that. Beat it. Don't think we're afraid of touching you. A Victorious Return player shouted, shaking his fists. So long as Nie Yan dared to enter their guild headquarters, which was a private area, they could immediately do with him as they pleased. Scram. Nie Yan leisurely awaited the arrival of Heavenbreaker, wondering what sort of tactic he should employ to infuriate him while still having the laws of Kalor on his side. Deep in thought on this issue, he spotted a group of players in the distance aggressively moving in his direction. Leading them was none other than Heavenbreaker. Nie Yan's lips curved into a smile. He had been waiting for quite a while. Seeing the crowd storm over, he was just about to open his mouth to speak when Heavenbreaker cut him off. Nirvana Flame, you motherfucker. Don't think your ass-kickers united is invincible. This is the territory of Victorious Return. You think you can just show up here uninvited? Get the fuck out of my sight right now. Nie Yan was stunned speechless. He spent nearly half a day without success trying to think up a surefire plan that would provoke Heavenbreaker into cursing at him. After all, quarreling with others wasn't his speciality. Little did he know that all that effort would go to waste. Heavenbreaker fell hook, line, and sinker with no effort on his part. He couldn't help but wonder what undying scoundrel did to get Heavenbreaker so riled up, to the extent that he would hurl out abuse immediately after seeing him. Heavenbreaker was a born gangster. Receiving anything but profanities was as difficult as scaling the heavens, especially after he suffered under undying scoundrel's harassment back at the auction house. Even now, he was still fuming. When he spotted Nie Yan arrogantly idling around his guild headquarters, he couldn't hold back any longer, venting out all his pent-up anger. Nie Yan raised up both his hands. I just came here for a stroll. I didn't expect you guys to be so unwelcoming. The players from Victorious Return were unfazed by Nie Yan's words, only feeling that he deserved a good beating. They swore at him even more ruthlessly. As people who were unruly by nature, with little to no upbringing, they used increasingly vulgar language. Nie Yan swept his gaze over Heavenbreaker's entourage before noticing a person in a black cloak standing far off in the back. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. It was Shadow Killer. This guy was watching the events unfold from the sidelines. The two people locked eyes as sparks flew in the air. Nie Yan averted his eyes, then turned back to face Heavenbreaker along with the crowd and said with a ridiculing smile, have you guys had enough fun cursing at me? Just as Nie Yan's voice fell, a deluge of fully armed Kalor guards clad in golden armor poured into the street. Most of them were level 60 to 70 elites. Some were even stronger. They surrounded the players from Victorious Return, and gave off an intimidating aura that struck fear into the hearts of all people. In an instant, the players from Victorious Return were left wide-eyed and speechless. Just what did they do to attract the ire of the city guards? A guard in golden imperial armor approached Nie Yan, and asked in a deferential tone, Sir Demon Hunter and Grand Scholar, Captain Quinn of the Kalor Guards greets you. How may this lowly one serve you today? He didn't dare to neglect the person in front of him in the slightest. Everyone saw how the guard captain treated Nie Yan with great respect. The crowd of Victorious Return players dropped their jaws after witnessing the guard captain's attitude. All of them were stunned on the spot. Demon Hunter. Grand Scholar. What sort of titles were these? Although they were aware Nie Yan was formidable, possessing a great degree of influence in Kalor, to the extent he could walk around freely with a red name, they never expected him to hold a title that even let him order around the guards. With such a large group of high-level guards surrounding them, the players from Victorious Return were scared witless. Quaking in their boots and fearing the worst, they were terrified about what might happen next. Nie Yan's icy gaze swept over the crowd of players, sending chills down their spines. Captain Quinn, I've endured unwarranted verbal abuse from these people. According to the laws of Kalor, what is the punishment for insulting a Demon Hunter and Grand Scholar? Nie Yan asked. Now that he had the enemy in the palm of his hand, how could he possibly let them off lightly? Sir, the law states that all accomplices will be thrown into jail for 1 to 5 days, while the main offender must serve for at least 3 days. Harsher penalties may be imposed if they attempt to resist, Captain Quinn succinctly replied before looking over the crowd, his imposing aura dispelling any thoughts of putting up a fight. At their current level, facing off against level 60 to 70 elite guards was simply suicidal. Even if they logged off right now, they would just be arrested the moment they came back online. If they turned tail and fled, they would be labeled as wanted fugitives. An arrest warrant would be issued out in every town and city, and they would forever be on the lam. It didn't stop here, they would also be attacked on sight by every NPC belonging to the Imperial Army. Under these circumstances, they could only allow themselves to be arrested by the guards. Only now did Heavenbreaker realize that he had been tricked. This was the enemy's plan all along. He didn't expect that even his foul mouth would be used as a weapon against him. His face sank as he stared daggers at Nie Yan with a wolf-like gaze. He hadn't fully lost his sense of reason. He was aware that opening his mouth right now would only invite further trouble. If he had an outburst, who knew how many more days he would spend locked up in jail? He suppressed the endless rage in his heart. Nie Yan was extremely satisfied with this outcome. The results were perfect. Heavenbreaker and many of his experts and high-level personnel would be thrown in jail. No one who cursed at him was spared. Without the leadership of the higher-ups, Victorious Return would sink into complete disorder. I should call up Guowai and Sleepy Fox after this. If we're going to make a move, now is the best time. The war between Asskickers United and Victorious Return was no holds barred from the start. Both sides used any means possible to deal with each other. When Heavenbreaker was released from jail 3 days later, the stronghold battle would be long over. I request these people be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Throw them in jail, Nie Yan said. The guards stepped forward, and began arresting almost everyone standing in front of the guild headquarters entrance. Over 160 players were taken away. Who knew if the Kalor jail cells could hold them all? Nie Yan couldn't help but think he scored big this time. The street outside the guild headquarters entrance returned to its usual calm after the commotion was over. Even their guild leader was taken away, so how could the remaining players dare to continue provoking Nie Yan? Nie Yan turned to look at the cloaked figure in the distance. Shadow Killer noticed his gaze and stared back. He revealed an indifferent smile, as though everything that just transpired had nothing to do with him, before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Nie Yan scanned his surroundings, but he could no longer find any traces of Shadow Killer's presence. It was as if this person had never been there in the first place. What a formidable stealthing ability. Shadow Killer never just revealed himself in front of people. This was him provoking Nie Yan. Nie Yan understood that if he ever encountered Shadow Killer in the wilderness someday, a fierce battle would definitely take place. The boss of the #1 gaming organization in the nation. He was eager to see just how strong this mythical figure was. Nie Yan was inwardly delighted. Heavenbreaker suffered a defeat at his hands yet again. With that explosive temper of his, who knew how long he could last in jail? This time, Victorious Return fell face first into the mud, leaving them in a wretched state. He cast a glance at their guild headquarters one more time before departing for the Starry Night Potion Shop. Before long, Nie Yan was bombarded with calls. Amazing, you really are something. You actually got Heavenbreaker tossed into jail. It looks like he won't be able to participate in the stronghold battle tomorrow. Sleepy Fox exclaimed. It went without saying that Radiant Sacred Flame was going to rely on Victorious Return. Due to the relationship between these two large guilds, Victorious Return would definitely send over their top forces to lend support. But now, over half their elites had been locked up in jail by Nie Yan, with many of them being unable to get out in time to participate in the stronghold battle. This instantly increased Holy Empire and Asskickers United's chances of victory by over 30%. You're sure it's tomorrow? Nie Yan asked. Due to the release of the Buried History expansion, he expected some things would be shifted to an earlier date such as the stronghold battle. Yes, I just received confirmation. Tomorrow at 21:00, don't be late, Sleepy Fox replied. He now felt more confident than ever about seizing the stronghold. Nie Yan nodded. Don't worry, we'll be on time. Guo Wai was next to contact him. Nie Yan, I just received a report from a subordinate. You sure are fierce, getting Heaven Breaker put behind bars like that. The whole guild is practically bursting out in cheers, Guo Wai said emotionally. He recalled how much they had suffered at the hands of Victorious Return. Nie Yan had done well to settle the score since then. Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, and the others also lit up his voice calm. Each and every one of them was endlessly excited. Getting Heaven Breaker put away, Nie Yan's actions this time around were simply too satisfying. Nie Yan broke out into a faint smile when he saw how excited everyone got. He shifted his attention away from the chat to the scene around him as he traveled back and forth through narrow alleyways until he reached a secluded area. He found this place where no player was even remotely close to because he wanted to check out his new mount. Nie Yan started chanting, calling forth his mount from the glimpse of darkness. After a bright flash illuminated the gloomy alley, a towering steed emerged before him. This Faulkner warhorse looked just like the ones Nie Yan saw in videos during his past life. It had a reddish-brown coat without the slightest blemish, outlining a robust frame which brimmed with power, and onyx black eyes which sparkled with intelligence. It was a good bit taller than him, and looked ready to charge into battle with its sparkling, silver armor. The Faulkner warhorse snorted, blowing out hot air, before bowing its head. It rubbed its muzzle against Nie Yan's body, as though seeking his affection. Nie Yan gently stroked the horse's neck, a sense of familiarity arising in his heart. Since it was his summon, there existed a telepathic link between them which allowed him to command it with a single thought. Hey, partner, from now on, you'll be my mount, Nie Yan mumbled. This Faulkner warhorse was quite intelligent. Nie Yan examined the Faulkner warhorse's information. Just like for the vast majority of mounts, this one didn't allow for mounted combat. Not that this was all that surprising to Nie Yan. There were only a very special few that could. Of course, these types of mounts were even more expensive. The Faulkner warhorse increased movement speed by 300% while being ridden. It was precisely this movement speed bonus that made the Faulkner so highly prized. An ordinary mount that could increase movement speed by even 100% was already considered an extremely rare sight. A mount allowed a player to save much precious time. Countless hours which would have been wasted traveling by foot could instead be spent on leveling, giving the player an edge over others. This held especially true for travel between cities and towns. Owning a mount could save the player a lot on traveling expenses. This gallant steed was capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day, providing Nie Yan with fast transport between large maps. As for travel between cities and towns, he had no need for the Faulkner warhorse, since all transfer fees were waived thanks to his Grand Scholar title. He could even make a visit to the Satrine Empire's King City to purchase a few exotic items. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, Nie Yan recalled the Faulkner warhorse. He headed for the Starry Night potion shop, passing by many player-owned shops along the way. There were potion shops, equipment shops, general shops, and so on. Although none of them were at a very high tier, it was at least proof that Carol's commerce was slowly growing. So far, Nie Yan had opened up several dozen shops in major cities across the Viridian Empire. These included potion shops, tinkerer shops, and so on. Due to the Demon Hunter title, Bird Leaves No Eggs received a great amount of preferential treatment when applying to start a business on Nie Yan's behalf. Now that Nie Yan held the Great Scholar title in addition to this, who would dare to cause trouble in his place of business? Anyone who did would get dragged away by the guards. No one would be that foolish. Aside from these several dozen shops, Nie Yan still had a few open plots of land he planned to lease out to people for a decent price. In the last few days, he had over a dozen visitors who approached him about this matter. But they hadn't moved past the initial negotiations just yet. Nie Yan told Bird to wait until the real-world currency exchange went live before settling anything. This was because the currency conversion hall would be opened near the Starry Night potion shop, and all the surrounding shops would soar in value. At that time, the leasing price would definitely rise as well. By just collecting rent, Nie Yan would already be able to earn a huge profit. Aside from this, his level had dropped to a miserable state. He could only wait until he returned online to get it back up. After the expansion was fully released tomorrow, it was crucial that Nie Yan finished all his preparations. The release of the Buried History expansion was akin to opening Pandora's box. Who knew what the future would have in store for him? Nie Yan could only steadily observe the changes. Checking the progress of the virtual property auction, Nie Yan found his bids for the auction house at the heart of Kalor and the mercenary auction house still standing on top. He could still observe any changes to bids with his phone after getting off the game. This whole time, Nie Yan was still amassing funds. He currently had over 6,000 gold at his disposal. It was enough to snatch away the two auction houses he was eyeing. He wasn't worried about any competition emerging. Nie Yan arrived at the Starry Night potion shop and finished most preparations. Seeing that it was about time for the servers to go down, he logged off. Nie Yan put down the game helmet on the side of his bed. Today was the first day of the school year. As a newly enrolled transfer student, he was allowed to start a few days later than everyone else in order to get settled into his new environment. But he badly wanted to see Xie Yao again, so he packed his bag before heading off for school. Nie Yan's parents, who had gone off to work early in the morning, left breakfast for him on the table. Since the company was just established, there were a lot of matters to attend to. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan felt neglected being left in the villa all by himself, causing his juvenile mind to develop a rebellious personality. He vowed he would never repeat his past mistakes with this new life that was given to him. A 50-year-old chauffeur awaited Nie Yan at the villa entrance and drove him to school. Huahai affiliated high school, a place very familiar to Nie Yan, it held many memories he still cherished even after a lifetime. The school campus was beautiful, a shaded pathway enclosed by dense shrubbery and flowers along with a flowing miniature creek. Osmanthus trees lined both sides in a neat row. Even though they weren't yet in bloom, Nie Yan recalled how their fragrance filled the school grounds. Everything was just as he remembered. Although there were some slight differences, many things were pretty much identical to the previous timeline. History only began to slightly deviate when Nie Yan awoke in the past. Many students were already milling around in the third-year classroom of Class 3. It was the beginning of the new semester, so everyone was busily reconnecting after the summer break. Gathered in cliques, they were having lively discussions. Only after the bell rang would they finally settle down for class. This was a multimedia classroom, with computers molded into the shape of desk and seat. Sitting was very comfortable. The facilities here were clearly better than the ones in Nie Yan's old school back in Ningjiang. Nie Yan's eyes scanned through the crowd before finally stopping on a familiar face. She wore a bright yellow blouse and a light blue skirt, and glowed with a youthful radiance. Her beautiful smile was especially dazzling. She was like a crane among a flock of hens. She was surrounded by 8 female classmates. They were happily chatting about what they did over the summer holidays. Xie Yao's image resonated with the one engraved in his heart. After seeing her again, Nie Yan could no longer remain calm. Even though Nie Yan had matured into an adult, the feelings that accumulated over 2 lifetimes had increasingly weighed on him. Only after a long while did Nie Yan finally suppress the feelings in his heart. He walked toward Xie Yao. Xie Yao noticed an inconspicuous young man approaching her and looked at him with a curious glint. She felt he was extremely familiar, as though they had met somewhere before. But when she carefully examined his appearance, nobody came to mind. Hi, Nie Yan greeted. Xie Yao nodded, then asked with a somewhat doubtful expression, Hi, have we met somewhere before? You are. I'm Nie Yan. That's Nie with a double ear and the Yan in language Nie Yan introduced himself. Oh, it's you, Xie Yao exclaimed. She wore an expression of amazement along with pleasant surprise. She recalled the time they first met in Ningjiang, and how she mistook him for a middle schooler back then. But now, he looked like a completely different person, much taller, and more muscular too. Nie Yan laughed. You've remembered. I just transferred to this school, and happened to end up in this class. I'm your new classmate, so please treat me kindly. What a coincidence. Welcome, Xie Yao said in a cheerful tone. When she looked at Nie Yan, another figure popped into her mind, someone she knew from a game, who led a powerful band of experts and took the virtual world by storm. She didn't know what corner of the planet this mysterious player lived in, but she couldn't help but feel that these two people were somewhat alike. As her thoughts turned to this person she deeply admired, ripples surfaced in her heart and her cheeks flushed red. Thank you, Nie Yan nodded. A female classmate standing beside Xie Yao nudged her and asked in a gossipy tone, Ah. Xie Yao, who is he? Right. Tell us. He's tall, and kinda cute. Wait. Don't tell us he's your boyfriend. Another female classmate chimed in, covering her mouth with one hand as she giggled. No, stop speaking nonsense. He's just a friend I met not long ago, Xie Yao exclaimed in embarrassment, then turned to Nie Yan with an apologetic smile. Sorry, they always blabber like this. Don't mind them. A student who noticed this scene unfolding from the other side of the classroom walked over. Nie Yan's expression turned frosty when he saw this person. Destiny would inevitably force enemies to cross paths again. The grievances between him and Lu Rui weren't something easily explained in a few short sentences. In the previous timeline, were it not for Lu Rui constantly putting him down, he wouldn't have developed such a low self-esteem. Whether in terms of background, appearance, or studies, he always lost to Lu Rui. It was only after he matured into an adult that he realized none of these things mattered at all in the face of true love. However, by the time he understood this truth of life, Xie Yao was already taken away from him. In this life, Nie Yan would take back everything he lost. He would crush Lu Rui beneath his feet, and all the bullying he received in his past life would be paid back in full. Hello, who might you be? Lu Rui offered his hand, revealing what he thought was a bright and elegant smile. Hello, my name is Nie Yan. I'm a new transfer student. Nie Yan shook hands with Lu Rui in a graceful manner. Now that he had a more mature outlook on life, he understood some actions no matter how superficial still needed to be done, even more so since he was in front of Xie Yao. No wonder. So you and Xie Yao have met before? Lu Rui asked. When he looked at Nie Yan, a feeling of crisis arose in his heart. This was a formidable rival. We've met once prior to this. Nie Yan chuckled. He wore a natural expression, and didn't display the slightest bit of hostility. Lu Rui internally sighed with relief. He initially believed Nie Yan was Xie Yao's childhood friend or something of the kind. It turned out they were just acquaintances. Xie Yao revealed an annoyed expression. What right did Lu Rui have to pry into her personal matters? She used to have a somewhat favorable opinion of him, feeling he was a talented individual who could do anything flawlessly. But as her horizons broadened, she realized those more outstanding than him could be found everywhere. His glaring flaws grew increasingly apparent, vain, prideful, conceited, and possessive. All these traits filled her with disgust. Nie Yan casually chatted with the classmates around him. All of them had a good impression of him. They felt he was charming, humorous, and laid back. Nie Yan, do you practice taekwondo? You're really muscular, a female classmate asked. No, I've never practiced taekwondo, though I've trained in kickboxing and some other mixed martial arts, Nie Yan replied. As a young adult, if he had never learned a martial art, he would definitely be looked down on. Kickboxing is more focused on real combat. Can you really fight? The female classmate asked as her eyes sparkled. She felt men who practiced kickboxing were a bit more attractive. You do kickboxing. I was taught some of the basics by teacher Yang, how about we spar some? Lu Rui interjected. While chatting with everyone, he discovered the spotlight had been snatched away from him, so he was desperate to get it back. Xie Yao's limpid eyes curiously gazed at Nie Yan. She felt he was quite mysterious. He was nothing like the scrawny kid she previously met. It was hard to imagine these two were actually the same person. Teacher Yang, several female classmates quietly exclaimed. After hearing Lu Rui's proposal, Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Brat, I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. In the previous timeline, he was repeatedly provoked by Lu Rui in PE until he finally broke and fought him. Of course, he was beaten miserably and suffered heavy injuries. Lu Rui had knocked him to the ground and stepped on his neck until he admitted defeat, humiliating him in front of everyone. This dealt a huge blow to his psyche, leading to him not appearing in school for almost a month. Lu Rui was the teacher's assistant. Whether it was kickboxing or taekwondo, he was proficient in both. So how could the Nie Yan from back then possibly be his match? Lu Rui had somehow found out he had a crush on Xie Yao, so purposefully took the opportunity to humiliate him during that PE class. Brat, this time, it's you delivering yourself to me. Nie Yan thought. He was the frequent target of bullying by Lu Rui in his past life. In this one, he would return everything with interest. Lu Rui was stunned as he happened to notice the brief change in Nie Yan's expression. However, when he looked again, Nie Yan was happily chatting with everyone like normal. Did my mind just play a trick on me? Lu Rui expelled these thoughts. He didn't think Nie Yan looked all that tough. While Nie Yan was chatting, he would occasionally glance at Xie Yao. Her bright cheeks were supple yet firm. Her t-shirt was a bit of a tight fit, and curved around her graceful figure, giving off a feeling that would make a person's heart palpitate. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan only dared to sneak glances at her. In this life, his attitude had completely changed. He was able to calmly appreciate her beauty. Xie Yao felt her heart race as she sensed Nie Yan's gaze. Feeling her cheeks turn slightly hot, she switched the topic with the female classmates around her. Nie Yan's gaze made her feel somewhat embarrassed, but she felt he was still much more pleasing to the eye than Lu Rui. No need. I'm not that great at kickboxing. I'll only end up embarrassing myself in front of everyone. Nie Yan pretended to decline. This made Lu Rui believe even more that Nie Yan was just another weakling. This was a good opportunity. He would definitely humiliate him. No problem. It's just a spar, swapping a few points. If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you. I was recently appointed the teacher's assistant of this class by Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang is our teacher this year, Lu Rui said, sounding quite pleased with himself. Just a few days ago, Lu Rui passed the test for the top military academy. A short male student with a slightly wretched appearance inserted himself into the conversation. Nie Yan knew this student. He was Lu Rui's lackey, Han Jun. This person was also one of the people he loathed. Wow, how come I've never heard Lu Rui talk about this before? A female classmate exclaimed in surprise. Lu Rui felt a bit smug. He lightly laughed and said, that was only an ordinary test, not the official one. Still, that's pretty amazing. Yeah, this is the test of top military academy we're talking about. That means I definitely can't compete with you. I only know a few of the most basic kickboxing techniques, Nie Yan said. He had accurately grasped Lu Rui's nature. When this bastard had his eyes set on a target and discovered they were easy to bully, he absolutely wouldn't let them off easily. He was waiting for Lu Rui to take the bait. No problem. Let's go find a place, Lu Rui replied, feigning a magnanimous tone. With Lu Rui being so insistent, Nie Yan could only agree with false reluctance. Once he heard Nie Yan's agreement, Lu Rui's eyes glinted insidiously. You little bastard, I'll show you. Let's see if you can be so smug in the future. The entire group left the school, heading for a nearby gymnasium, where there would be a ring for the two to face off. More than 20 people tagged along just to watch the show. With so many onlookers present, this match became an exciting spectacle. Nie Yan, don't force yourself. Xie Yao fretted anxiously. With her understanding of Lu Rui, she knew that he wouldn't hold back. Nie Yan's heart melted as he saw Xie Yao's concerned eyes. Her kindness was exactly what he loved most about her. Even though most of their classmates looked down on him in the previous timeline, she never did. Xie Yao had even tutored him, offering guidance and encouragement for his studies. The memory of this kindness would stay with him for the rest of his life. Xie Yao occupied the most sacred place in his heart. If anyone dared to hurt her, he would pit his life against them in a heartbeat. Back then, he had only distanced himself to avoid sullying her reputation. Every time Nie Yan was forced into a corner, he would think of her. The memory of her gentle face would always bring him a feeling of refreshing warmth. This memory alone had carried him through the darkest days of his past life. It's just a quick exchange, Nie Yan laughed. He patted his chest and reassured her, after all my training, if nothing else I at least know how to take a beating. Xie Yao let out a forced chuckle after hearing Nie Yan's hearty laughter. Although she was still worried, her expression loosened somewhat. If things looked like they would get out of hand, she could just call the match and prevent any serious injuries. Don't worry, little brother. If you can't make it, I'll just help you down. I won't let him beat you up too badly, a burly man who looked just under 2 meters tall joked. The towering man admitted awkwardly, I never liked that kid, but I know I'm not his match. How could Nie Yan not recognize this person? Jai Hao had been like a brother to Nie Yan in the previous timeline. Thank you, brother. I promise not to lose too badly, Nie Yan replied. He felt touched by Jai Hao's words. You seem pretty confident, Jai Hao laughed. However, I must warn you, Lu Rui's legs are really strong. His record is 130 kilograms for squats and his leg strength surpasses 300 kilograms. A 130 kilograms squat and 300 kilograms leg strength was pretty good for a senior year high school student. But when compared to a monster like Nie Yan, it was nothing. Nie Yan hadn't tested out his leg strength and squats in a long time. His most recent record squats was 367 kilograms, while his leg strength was over 700 kilograms. Lu Rui was nowhere close to Nie Yan. It was like a professional mixed martial artist fighting with a kid who only knew how to bully those weaker than him. Nie Yan could easily destroy him. This was a sort of total domination. Ironically, Lu Rui was still standing there all pleased with himself, thinking that he would stomp on his opponent. We'll see when I go up there and try myself, Nie Yan replied. Since he decided to play the pig to eat the tiger, he would go through with it all the way. From Jai Hao's perspective, Nie Yan would definitely lose miserably. He already prepared himself to break things up if Lu Rui went too far. Nie Yan and Lu Rui stood at the center of the open space, facing each other. The others stood off to the side and watched. Who do you guys think will win? Lu Rui, obviously. Is there really a need to ask? No one was optimistic about Nie Yan's odds of winning. Let's go all out, otherwise, we won't be able to enjoy ourselves. It's inevitable that we receive injuries during a fight. But since we're all young, we should be able to quickly recover after some rest at home, Nie Yan said in a seemingly docile manner, almost as if he were a lamb waiting for slaughter. Right, our medical treatments are so advanced these days, there's no injury we can't heal. I won't hold back either. Let's have a good fight. Lu Rui narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Nie Yan would willingly deliver himself to his doorstep. Since Nie Yan proposed this, he wouldn't pull any punches. Even if Nie Yan was seriously injured, he could only blame himself. None of them expected Nie Yan to cut off all paths of retreat. Did this guy go crazy? Who knows? What an idiot. Isn't he just asking to get his ass kicked? Lu Rui's eyes flashed with a cold light. Since you want to throw your life away, don't blame me for being merciless. No, that's not all right. Xie Yao anxiously called out. If Lu Rui acted ruthlessly, with his leg strength, Nie Yan would definitely be seriously injured. Without waiting for the bystanders to calm down, Lu Rui performed the opening formalities and took a basic stance. Nie Yan also bowed formally. This was mandatory in any duel, as it signified respect for the opponent, though he felt no such thing. Let's start. Lu Rui suddenly took off, rushing toward Nie Yan. Everyone in the audience broke into a cold sweat as they saw Lu Rui charging at his foe. Lu Rui opened by lifting his leg to kick Nie Yan's chest. Nie Yan had raised his arms to block, but decided to nimbly sidestep instead after seeing Lu Rui's direct assault. Nie Yan's sharp eyes stared at Lu Rui. From his perspective, the opponent was full of openings. He could think of over a dozen different ways to knock Lu Rui down flat on his ass with a single strike. Lu Rui never expected Nie Yan's movements to be so quick. He was even faster than Teacher Yang by a good bit. He came to a sudden realization. This bastard had been playing him for a fool all along. However, just as he moved to defend, it was already too late. In Nie Yan's eyes, Lu Rui might as well not be defending at all. With a twist of his body, Nie Yan slammed his elbow into Lu Rui's back. His lightning-fast blow produced an audible thud as it landed. Lu Rui staggered forward from the hit, feeling the blood in his body surge. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart, and he could tell that there were serious internal injuries. What a heavy strike. Just at this moment, he felt wind blowing into his ear. When he reacted, it was too late. Nie Yan executed a gorgeous spin kick. His foot whipped across Lu Rui's face with immense force. As a loud crack rang out across the gymnasium, scaring the wits out of the spectators, Lu Rui was sent flying out several meters into the air before falling hard on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then went limp after uttering a pained groan. The fight was over just like that. The entire crowd was shocked. None of them had expected the duel to end so quickly. Even more unexpectedly, Lu Rui had lost. It was a complete rout, causing everyone to think that this new student was too fierce. Everyone looked at Nie Yan appreciatively. The kick that sent Lu Rui flying clearly had several hundreds kilograms of force behind it. No one knew how Lu Rui was now after taking such a kick. Just thinking about it made people wince in sympathy. They could feel their hair standing on end. That kick was absolutely ruthless. It may have even been stronger than one from a professional athlete, and Nie Yan was still just a high school student. Nie Yan released all of the anger and frustration built up from his previous life in the kick. Upon releasing the kick, he realized that he used so much strength that Lu Rui would have to be confined to a bed for quite a while, and immediately felt a burst of pleasure deep inside. Lu Rui's reputation of excellence and indomitability was destroyed as his sorry figure lay sprawled on the floor for everyone to see, including Xie Yao. Nie Yan secretly hid his delight as he turned to his classmates and innocently asked, "Can someone call the school nurse? I didn't mean to do that, I had no idea he couldn't even take a single hit." Someone had hurriedly called over the school nurse, and Lu Rui was carried away on a stretcher. Before the start of the spar, both sides had bowed to each other to express that they understood the consequences. As long as nobody died, the participants could get away with gravely wounding their opponent. With how far medicinal technology had advanced, practically anyone could be saved as long as they had a breath of life left in them. "Damn, bro, that was fierce. You really baited that bastard good," Jai Hao whispered off to the side, with a smirk that revealed a hint of schadenfreude. "Bait him, did I? I was just being casual. I didn't expect him to be so weak," Nie Yan denied, feigning ignorance. "Didn't I just tell you Lu Rui's squat and leg strengths? You didn't even react, but your kick just then was at least over 500 kilograms. You can play the pig to eat the tiger, but don't treat others as fools." Jai Hao chastised disdainfully. "Haha, I guess I've been exposed. Lower your voice a bit. Help me keep this a secret." Nie Yan laughed in embarrassment. "But you know, that kick of yours was pretty amazing. I fully approve. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret," Jai Hao laughed ruefully. As long as Nie Yan was aware that he knew about this matter, then it was fine. The reason Nie Yan had gotten close to Jai Hao in the first place in the previous timeline was their mutual disgust for Lu Rui. Later, he even introduced Nie Yan to a circle of friends who all disliked Lu Rui. "You're so strong, do you happen to have a moment to teach us some of your techniques?" Jai Hao asked. He was extremely obsessed with martial arts. "Sure, I'll definitely give you some pointers," Nie Yan promised seriously. He wished to keep the brotherhood he shared with Jai Hao during his past life and continue it in this one. "I'll hold you to that." It was then that Xie Yao walked over to Nie Yan, her face shrouded with complicated emotions. "From the very start, you knew that Lu Rui would be no match for you. Am I right?" Xie Yao demanded, her words tinted with traces of anger. To think that she had been so worried for Nie Yan. As it turned out, Lu Rui had been the one to be sent flying through the air. Shaking his head, Nie Yan replied with a deadpan tone, "Nope. No such thing. How should I know who was stronger without first fighting?" It was Nie Yan's straight-faced, "No such thing." That pushed Xie Yao over the edge and brought a faint smile to her face. It was mildly infuriating, and yet rather amusing. But then again, Lu Rui was pretty annoying. "You're quite sly," Xie Yao exclaimed as she narrowed her eyes at Nie Yan, who only chuckled in response. She didn't seem to be angry that Nie Yan lied to her, so that, for him, was more than enough. In the end, it was worth it just to be able to kick Lu Rui, and very satisfying. "So, my good brother, what's your relationship with our class goddess?" Jai Hao asked nosily. His sharp senses told him that the banter between Nie Yan and Xie Yao went far beyond the norm. There was definitely something more to this relationship. Could they even be secret lovers? "She's just a friend," Nie Yan chuckled. However, he added something else in his mind, "My future girlfriend, that is." Every time she talked with Nie Yan, it felt as if they had known each other for years. Such perfect familiarity and understanding shocked even herself. The possibility that Nie Yan was him creeped closer and closer. Nie Yan and that person seemed to share a similar devious, wretched personality, almost as if they had been cast from the same mold. The only thing was, she had no way of verifying whether or not they were the same person, so a layer of doubt could only remain in her heart. "It's almost time for class. Let's head back." The crowd dispersed, and Nie Yan and the others returned to the classroom. "Hey, do you play Conviction?" Jai Hao asked. Almost everybody was talking about this game right now. For many, it was an essential part of their lives. Xie Yao couldn't help but perk up her ears as she turned her attention to Nie Yan. She felt he resembled a certain someone she knew inside the game to an uncanny degree. Their names were pronounced the same. They spoke and acted in a similar manner. She also felt that same sense of deep familiarity. However, Xie Yao reminded herself that some people took on completely different personas in game. For example, she was fairly reserved in reality. But when she entered Conviction, she became livelier and her temperament was also more cheerful. Inside the game, she could release all the stress bottled up inside her after a long day. Then again, some people behave the same both in game and reality. "Of course I play," Nie Yan replied. The students talked the most about their level and equipment inside the game. High level and good gear equated to face. If they found an amazing piece of equipment, the first thing they would do was show it off to their peers. Although this sort of pissing contest was somewhat childish, it was something that was always brought up. "What level are you?" Jai Hao immediately grew excited when he found out Nie Yan played the game. "Level 23, Nie Yan replied. He was currently such a low level. Xie Yao revealed a disappointed expression. So it's not him. The person she was thinking of had reached level 35 long ago, and was most likely at an even more astonishingly high level right now. But Nie Yan was only level 23. Though after thinking for a while, she was reminded of that person's low-key nature. It was entirely possible that Nie Yan was lying about his true level. As such, she quickly recovered from her disappointment. However, conflicting emotions arose in Xie Yao's heart. She hoped Nie Yan was that person since they truly were alike. These underlying feelings affected her mood. At the same time, she also hoped Nie Yan wasn't that person because she wouldn't know how to face him. If Nie Yan and that player she was thinking of were truly one and the same, would she eventually get together with him? Her heart palpitated at the possibility. She admired the leader of her guild, the heaven-defying Nirvana flame. But the distance between them was as wide as the vast sky. If that person entered her life, how should she react? I'm level 26. I formed a party with 5 other friends. I'll bring you leveling with us the next time you get on, Jai Hao said, sounding pleased with himself. His current level could be considered relatively high among the player base. Of the numerous students in the school, there were only a few that surpassed him in level. As a young male, he still had that little bit of vanity. Even though he was a sincere and honest individual, that didn't mean he was completely immune to such things. Sure, just call me up whenever, Nie Yan agreed in a straightforward manner. Among the people he was acquainted with in the previous timeline, Jai Hao was a good friend, so he saw no reason not to meet up with him inside the game. Miss Class Flower, do you play Conviction? Care to tag along? Jai Hao asked in a slightly eager tone. If Xie Yao joined up, then those hot-blooded wolf pups in the party would definitely go wild with joy. Yao Yao pursed her lips into a smile before shaking her head. No, I'll have to pass. You should ask Xiao Ling and them if they're interested. Very few people in the class knew Xie Yao played Conviction, let alone her level or how good she was as a player. Even those female classmates who were very skilled had never once met her in the game. That's fine. Do you really think Xiao Ling and them will agree to come? Jai Hao asked, looking over at a live figure on the other side of the room. His expression grew somewhat shy. When Nie Yan saw how Jai Hao was acting, he couldn't help but slightly smile. Jai Hao and Xiao Ling were a couple in the previous timeline. They always kept in touch with each other in university. Later on, their jobs had them moving to 2 different cities. After enduring a long-distance relationship for 8 years, they were finally reunited. Their story was a shining testament to the ideal of love finding a way through any obstacle. They'll definitely agree. But you guys will have to take care of them. Their levels aren't nearly as high as yours. I can help invite them on your behalf, Xie Yao replied. She also noticed that Jai Hao had a crush on Xiao Ling. Then you have my thanks, Miss Class Flower. Jai Hao was slightly unable to contain his excitement. He turned to Nie Yan and asked, when are you free? Is tomorrow fine? We can meet up when the servers reopen. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Although he desired to foster his friendship with Jai Hao and the others, he was going to be very busy tomorrow. I'm good with tomorrow, but I can only hang out with you guys for around 2 hours before I have to leave. I already made plans with some other friends, Nie Yan replied. He felt no harm in sparing some time to mingle with old friends. They were always together during his past life, especially when they were forced to retreat deep into the mountain forest after attracting the ire of Victorious Return. Recalling all the trials and tribulations they went through, he couldn't help but grow nostalgic. Just because he had struck out in this life didn't mean he could simply forget these good friends. He decided to meet up with them, then attempt to pull them into Ass-Kickers United. You're that busy? Jai Hao asked in surprise. Their excuse for asking Xiao Ling and the other girls to join them was so that they could get to know the new transfer student better. Nie Yan's performance today was truly impressive, so everyone was curious about him. If he left, what reason would Xiao Ling and the other girls have to stay behind? Huh, we're just meeting up. You guys can still continue leveling together after I leave, right? I'll join up with you guys some other day, Nie Yan replied. This was a rare opportunity for Jai Hao and Xiao Ling to get together. He didn't want to be a nuisance. Jai Hao thought for a moment. I suppose that's okay. Since you're so busy, let's just get in touch with each other in the game first. We'll schedule plans for some other day. How do we meet? What's your IGN? Even though he already knew what Jai Hao's character name was, he still chose to ask anyway. If he revealed his own, it would definitely send out shockwaves throughout the school, let alone their class. The Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame was renowned across the entire Viridian Empire. It's Mad Warframe. I play a berserker, Jai Hao replied. Alright, I'll find you tomorrow, Nie Yan said. He didn't wish to speak about his circumstances inside the game. Jai Hao and the others would find out anyway when they met up with him tomorrow, and he could swear them to secrecy about not revealing his identity. You still haven't told me yours, Jai Hao said. With Nie Yan acting so secretive, he was a little curious. Nie Yan smiled and shook his head. I'll let you know later. Okay, Jai Hao said helplessly. Was there really a need for this guy to act so mysterious? If Jai Hao knew who Nie Yan was inside the game, he definitely wouldn't be thinking this. Xie Yao looked at Nie Yan, her clear eyes blinking inquisitively. The suspicions in her heart grew even stronger. Why was he unwilling to divulge his name inside the game? I'll go invite Xiao Ling and the others, Xie Yao said. She was feeling a little smug. Humph, even if you aren't willing to say, the truth will be revealed tonight anyway. Xiao Ling is my best friend. She won't hide anything from me. Very soon, Jai Hao received word from Xie Yao. Xiao Ling agreed to join them. Tagging along with her would be 2 other female classmates. All of them were around level 21, not high but also not bad. The school bell rang, signifying the start of class. Everyone sat in their assigned seats. Nie Yan pretended to look for his seat before stopping at the desk beside Xie Yao. He turned to her and smiled. What luck. My assigned seat is right next to yours. Xie Yao glanced at the name displayed on the neighboring computer. It really was assigned to Nie Yan. This spot was previously occupied by a female classmate, but she later transferred schools and it became empty. Who would have expected it would be given to him? Xie Yao pursed her lips. Was there really such a coincidence? There were over a dozen empty seats in the class, so why was Nie Yan placed right next to her? Nie Yan sat down, resting his elbow on the desk with hands supporting head. He gazed at Xie Yao. Pretty desk mate, looks we're neighbors again. Xie Yao was only a short distance away. He wouldn't let himself be separated from her. Nie Yan felt truly lucky. Even though he suffered greatly in his past life, he was receiving ample compensation in this life. There was a suitable saying. The heavens allowed people to suffer so that they learned to truly cherish happiness. The teacher in charge of this class, Yang Boyi, stepped into the room and swept his gaze over all the students before stopping on Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't avert his eyes. He recalled Yang Boyi was a strict but fair teacher. We have a new student joining us today. I imagine all of you already know his name by now. As for Lu Rui, I've received word back from the school infirmary, and he'll be recovering for some time. Since this was a spar, not a fight, I won't say any more. According to the laws set by the government regarding such matters, Nie Yan won't be held responsible for this incident. Furthermore, since Lu Rui won't be able to attend school for a while because of the injuries he sustained, and thus won't be able to fulfill his obligations, the position of teacher's assistant will be tentatively transferred over to Nie Yan. When Lu Rui returns, the class can decide who they want the position to go to by vote. Yang Boy's announcement gave rise to a great deal of whispered discussion. Lu Rui really kicked a steel plate this time. Even his position as teacher's assistant was snatched away. However, most of the class felt the sweet tang of schadenfreude. After all, Lu Rui's personality rubbed many of his classmates the wrong way. Teacher's assistant. Nie Yan couldn't help but secretly rejoice. In the future, he could take advantage of this to spend more time with Xie Yao. The teacher's assistant had the authority to make students with less than stellar grades stay behind for tutoring. Although Xie Yao was by no means a bad student, in fact she was the complete opposite, finding an excuse was a very simple matter. The water on the roof was the first to receive the moonlight. Yang Boyi glanced at Nie Yan and said, "Our class has many promising students who have a good chance at entering the top military academy. I hope that you all work hard, and don't fall behind in your studies. If you want to get in, you'll also have to pass the academic portion of their recruitment examination. Before you is a sample of one of their entrance tests." Everyone let out groans as several pages worth of test problems appeared on their screens. There were a total of 1,200 points divided into mathematics, machine theory, physics, and so on. Nothing was left out. These subjects were all very difficult, but almost all of them had practical applications in the real world. Nie Yan couldn't help but sigh. This was his life as a senior year in high school. When he turned to look at Xie Yao, she was already focused on the test problems, scrolling down the screen with her fingers. Sensing his gaze, her long eyelashes faintly trembled and she couldn't help but become somewhat restless and flustered. "Focus on your test." Xie Yao lightly stomped her foot. She didn't know why Nie Yan affected her mood so easily. It was probably due to that sense of familiarity she got from him. Her tone was much less formal, almost as if she were scolding a lover. Nie Yan didn't dare to act presumptuous after hearing the words of his pretty deskmate. He focused his attention back onto the computer screen. Various scenes from the previous timeline flashed through his mind, filling his body with a faint feeling of warmth as though he was soaking in a relaxing hot spring. Nie Yan answered question after question without breaking a sweat. By the time they were 30 minutes into the exam, he was roughly half finished. He glimpsed around him and noticed the majority of others had burrowed their heads into their papers in frantic thought. On his end, he was certain that he'd gotten a bit over 700 marks, a grade more than enough for his needs. Any significant amount more and he would be seen as a monster. So, he left the remaining of the exam poorly completed. The 2 hours were up, marking the end of the examination. The grades were publicly listed on the main screen in front. Xie Yao took first place with a grand total of 763 points, with Nie Yan taking a close second at 731 points. Third seemed to be roughly 590 points, while the greater part of the remaining grades were occupied by the 300s and 400s, quite unbearable to look at compared to the top scores. Truth be told, marks around that neighborhood were considered quite good already. In fact, incorrect answers did not represent inability, rather, the system evaluated the incorrect solutions and nonetheless gave partial marks. It judged fairly, since each person did have their own strong and weak subjects. Jai Hao looked at the list of grades, then looked at Nie Yan sitting a bit farther away. "Damn, what a monster," he exclaimed, unable to keep the gloom away from his tone. Nie Yan was already so skilled in kickboxing, and now his studies were on another level. He would likely have no problems being recruited by the top military academy. Xie Yao glanced at Nie Yan with slightly widened eyes. "I didn't think his academics were this good as well." Behind the podium, Yang Boyi smiled, pleased at Nie Yan's results. In his office a bit earlier, he was quite amazed to hear that the new student had defeated Lu Rui. He was also informed that Nie Yan had been transferred over from Ningjiang, supposedly squeezed in for a small fee. So, he had thought that Nie Yan would be lacking in all departments, but to his surprise, it was the complete opposite. Without a doubt, it would be worth it to foster his talents. So long as his academics were sufficient, he would have no difficulty entering the top military academy. And now, he was amazed once again. His academics were beyond sufficient, they had even matched Xie Yao's, the top student in the class. By his estimations, Lu Rui should achieve roughly 600 points, and even that would be a slight overestimation. "I didn't know you were this good," Xie Yao exclaimed as she looked at her new desk mate. It was decent. Nie Yan kept about a modest tone. He felt just a tinge of guilt, knowing very well that he had scored so highly not because of much hard work, but rather his rebirth. In the eyes of his classmates, Nie Yan did indeed appear humble and collected, an entire world of difference from Lu Rui, who would have been itching to let everyone know the tiniest of accomplishments. Xie Yao recalled Nirvana Flame, who was similarly collected no matter what he came across. Only when his guild was provoked would he become firm and haughty. As she further recalled such memories, the thread differentiating the two in her mind became all the more thin. Xie Yao's thoughts were thrown into shambles. Are they the same person? Yang Boyi held Nie Yan at an increasingly higher regard. From what he had seen of Nie Yan, he was much calmer than Lu Rui, whose arrogant attitude was indeed something not quite desirable. "I really lucked out this time," Yang Boyi thought. "That year-end bonus is pretty much mine by now. It was truly a brilliant decision to decide to accept Nie Yan back then." "All right, we'll end it here today. You're free to go. Tomorrow we'll begin full lessons. First class will be kickboxing, so don't forget to prepare," Yang Boyi said, as he explained a good deal of their class work. He pulled Nie Yan to the side for a quick word. It was no doubt the usual speech about hoping he would become a part of the class soon. The teacher was a pretty good one. In the student reunions of Nie Yan's past life, many would mention him with a good deal of respect. There were no signs of Xie Yao in the classroom by the time Nie Yan returned. He ran to the school entrance, and caught up to her there. She was chatting with a group of other female students, but Nie Yan cared not for any of that. He threw himself immediately into the group and started up a conversation with them as well. "Xie Yao, do you want me to send you home?" Nie Yan asked. "Hey Nie Yan, you seem pretty eager to please her, huh? Are you interested in Xie Yao? If so, then you better step it up. There's probably millions in our school alone who are interested in her as well. At this pace, you'll never win her heart." Xia Ling teased. A few other female students also started poking fun at Nie Yan. "Your outer appearance isn't attractive enough. Look at your clothes. Even if you don't own a saloon, then at the very least you should have a karlna. Otherwise, you'd be hardly presentable to ask our goddess out. Sure, you have good marks, but for a man it's most important to be kind and gentle." The female students let out a slew of criticizing remarks, but they were of course just joking. Even they had to admit that Nie Yan had many attracting features such as his calm demeanor, and more notably, his strength. Lu Rui's flight through the air continued to be an image deeply imprinted in their memories. These female classmates held nothing back, and Nie Yan laughed along with them. He was unperturbed. He didn't care if the fact that he was pursuing Xie Yao was out in the open. "I've gotta go now," Xie Yao quickly said, breaking up the embarrassment as she escaped the scene in a hurry. "My family's here to pick me up." Xie Yao bid farewell to her fellow classmates. She met Nie Yan's eyes, but quickly shifted them away and jumped into the car. The vehicle drove off. Traces of her all but vanished, leaving nothing apart from a slight emptiness in Nie Yan's heart. "With Xie Yao gone, I bet you're feeling pretty lonely. If you ask to date me right now, I might even consider it." A moderately beautiful female classmate teased Nie Yan on the side. Hey, aren't you being a bit disloyal? Xie Yao just left, yet you're already eyeing what belongs to her. Xia Ling giggled, gently pushing her classmate. This is called the early bird getting the worm. If I don't act now, I won't stand a chance later. The female classmate retorted. These classmates of his were simply too intrepid. Nie Yan wanted to get out quickly. He looked far off in the distance and said, my chauffeur is here to pick me up, so I'll be taking my leave as well. As the car pulled up, Nie Yan hurriedly got in. Seeing his family's private car drive off, several female classmates exclaimed in admiration. From the way he dressed, I didn't expect he was a rich person as well. He actually has his own personal driver. That car was a Model 7 Series Vanguard. Even the cheapest package still costs 3 million yen. A rich person wearing such cheap clothes, now that's what you call being low-key. The female classmates discussed in high spirits. Nie Yan's exceptional talent in martial arts and academics paired with his decent family background made him the perfect catch in their eyes. In an instant, his popularity surpassed that of Lu Rui. Nie Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead after getting into the car. Those high school girls were fearless. His first day of school was very fruitful. He got to take revenge on Lu Rui, leaving him unable to return to school for the next several days, and he managed to leave behind a good impression on Xie Yao. Nie Yan checked the clock. It was still early. He decided to go get lunch first, then make a visit to his parents' company, which was on the right track and expanding at an astonishing pace. Everything was unfolding the same as it did during the previous timeline. His father used the funds amassed from reselling the smuggled metal to buy a large building. After hiring some talented employees, the company quickly began operations. Although this sort of business was risky, the profits were absolutely sky-high. By investing some funds to purchase raw ores from abroad, then transporting them into the factory for refinement, the company could earn a 900% return by selling them to military enterprises. With the connections Nie Yan's father developed at the border, a round trip would take no longer than 2 or 3 days. This money-making speed was even faster than a banknote printing machine. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about competition since Nie Yan's father held an exclusive trade contract. In the previous timeline, the company developed rapidly until it reached a limit. Like many other companies with a surplus of money, it eventually expanded into other areas. The first thing to come into mind was the #1 trending virtual reality game, Conviction. With Nie Yan's cousin, Ah Chen, in charge, a report was submitted to his father's desk. Nie Yan was unable to dissuade his father. All he could do was pay attention to how the company fared in Conviction. In the future, his father would invest an enormous amount of funds to get the War God tribe going. It was already in the initial phases of discussion. Since the competition in Kalor was too fierce, the starting point of the War God tribe would be the second largest city in the Viridian Empire, Nisode City. For the time being, it wouldn't have any contact with Asskickers United. The guild's name was still War God tribe. Nie Yan didn't know how the guild would develop in this life. But with the strong backing of his father's company, it definitely wouldn't be too bad. When the time was appropriate, Nie Yan planned to hand over everything that he had built inside the game to his parents. In the future, Asskickers United and the War God tribe would join together to defeat Cao Shu's forces. Another thing that made Nie Yan feel more at ease was that at his urging, Luo Ming's group would have no part in the company. Even after they came over and cried and begged several times, his father still remained firm on his refusal. Just why were his parents currently working hard to earn money? His mother and father persevered for the sake of giving him a brighter future, especially now that he had matured. They felt extremely gratified. No matter how flawed Luo Ming and the others were, his parents would have still forgiven them because they were blood. However, when they began hounding Nie Yan, that was when the bottom line was crossed. Nie Yan was their nephew by blood, but the way they treated him was no better than a sewer rat. So no matter how much Luo Ming and them begged, Nie Yan's parents didn't let them anywhere near the company. Nie Yan let out a sigh of relief. These hidden dangers were removed. External dangers were nothing to be afraid of. What was truly terrifying was dangers from within. If Luo Ming and the others were allowed to enter the company, it was the same as letting the fox into the henhouse. After visiting his parents' company, Nie Yan's mood improved greatly as he was freed of many of his worries. Furthermore, he had received an update. The auction house at the heart of Kalor and the mercenary auction house were sold to Nie Yan for 1,700 gold and 1,600 gold respectively. It was much cheaper than the previous timeline, but he still expended quite a bit of funds. Due to his fierce increase in the bid, it was likely he scared off all his competitors. From their perspective, there were other virtual properties that had potential to rise greatly in value, and were no worse than the auction house at the center of Kalor or the mercenary auction house. Of course, in Nie Yan's eyes that experienced 2 lifetimes, they were completely wrong. The auction house at the center of Kalor and the mercenary auction house were absolutely the most profitable virtual properties. Nie Yan checked his balance. He still had 2,600 gold remaining. It was enough to bid for another property. However, he would check over all his options first and decide which was the most worth it. By the time Nie Yan returned home and ate dinner, it was almost time to get back online. He wondered what sort of changes he would see after the new expansion was implemented. Logging back into Conviction, Nie Yan checked the changelog for the buried history expansion. Just like in the previous timeline, the experience required to level up had been significantly reduced. If the top players had been over level 100 when this expansion was implemented, those at the bottom of the ladder could slowly close the gap but would never be able to truly catch up. However, the game was still in the early stages and everyone's levels were still low. With the newly lowered experience requirements, the level leaderboards were sure to see drastic reshuffling. In addition to easier leveling, a change in the game mechanics was implemented. Previously, the player's damage would be extremely limited with most hits being registered as misses by the system when fighting enemies over 6 levels above them. This was the level suppression effect. But with the new expansion, this same effect would now only occur if there was more than a 10 level difference between the combatants. The main classes also saw adjustments to their skills. The most notable change was a buff to the warrior's guard stance skill. With a big boost to its defensive capabilities, players could now tank higher level bosses. At the same time, a portion of the named Lord class bosses received buffs to compensate for the power creep. Furthermore, quite a few dungeons received a bit of balancing with their expert and specialist difficulties retuned to be more challenging. The drop rates for certain equipment sets were also lowered, while the properties of some equipment received buffs by varying degrees. Nie Yan headed to the Asskickers United headquarters to rearrange their short-term strategies. The most pressing thing at hand was to assemble a batch of players somewhere ideal for a mass leveling session. Later in the afternoon, they would be helping Sleepy Fox seize the small stronghold. As he ruminated over this matter, he realized that Asskickers United was at the point where they would have to start capturing strongholds as well. The difficulty of capturing strongholds in the wilderness was extremely high, so the first thing Nie Yan wanted to do was bolster the strength of his guild members. After finishing all his preparations related to guild, Nie Yan contacted Jai Hao by adding Mad Warframe to his friends list. Say, Jai Hao, do you think Nie Yan stood us up? How come he still hasn't shown up? Asked a female classmate. No, I don't think he's that sort of person. He seems like someone who keeps his promises, Jai Hao said, though he wasn't too sure himself. They had been waiting for quite a while now, and still no word from Nie Yan. Worst of all, there was no way of making contact because he didn't know Nie Yan's character name. Why else would he keep his IGN secret? The 9 of them were already gathered, including Xia Ling, so Jai Hao began to feel somewhat irritated. Did Nie Yan really bail on them? How about we just go off by ourselves if we still don't hear from him after 5 minutes? We have 5 mages, 2 warriors, a paladin, a priest, and a thief, so leveling should be pretty fast, Xia Ling proposed, rescuing Jai Hao from his predicament. I suppose that's all we can do. Jai Hao nodded. He couldn't help but feel grateful towards Xia Ling for being considerate. Just as everyone agreed to this, Jai Hao received a new notification. He was given a big shock when glanced at it. Nirvana Flame has sent you a friend request. Holy shit. Jai Hao cried out in alarm. Who wasn't familiar with the name Nirvana Flame? Back in Kiln Fire Woods, this person had single-handedly wiped out over 20,000 players from victorious return. The guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, a legendary existence in conviction. Just how many players steeled their will in an attempt to worm their way into the ranks of Ass-Kickers United, all for the sake of a few words of advice from Nirvana Flame. Thousands. Hundreds of thousands. He and his friends were among the many who applied for membership but were flat-out rejected. They could only join one of the branch guilds, Warriors United, becoming the most ordinary of members. Who was Nirvana Flame? He was the boss of their boss. The big kahuna. If any of them saw Nirvana Flame on the street, they could only gaze at him from afar while sighing in admiration. He was a deity in the eyes of the player base. And such a godly figure sent him a friend request. How could he not be astonished? Jai Hao rubbed his eyes before looking again. No doubt, the friend request really did read Nirvana Flame. It was unmistakable. A mythical-like existence really was adding him as a friend. He looked at the notification again and again, but it still felt like a dream. Nie Yan, Nirvana Flame, Nie Yan. Jai Hao muttered repeatedly. His body trembled. Oh, fuck, it really is him. Hey, Jai Hao, did you lose your head? Why do you keep repeating Nie Yan's name? Asked a female classmate. Do you guys know who Nie Yan is? Zhao Hao asked, sounding clearly flustered. What do you mean? Isn't he just a new transfer student in our class? That female classmate replied in a puzzled tone. Xia Ling also gave Jai Hao an odd look. She was very bewildered. You'll find out in just a moment, Jai Hao said, trying to hold back his excitement, before checking the name on his friends list again for the umpteenth time. Where are you guys right now? Nie Yan asked. We're at Link Town, Jai Hao replied. They had just arrived there, and were about to set off. Nie Yan, you've really kept us waiting. I'm sorry. I had to take care of a few things first, Nie Yan said apologetically but didn't offer up any further explanation. He arrived at the Kalor transfer area and teleported to Link Town. Nie Yan checked the coordinates Jai Hao provided him, then headed over to meet up with them. Nie Yan's here, Jai Hao exclaimed. He felt somewhat nervous at the prospect of meeting one of his heroes. Who wouldn't be excited? Where? As several others echoed these words, everyone noticed a familiar figure approaching them, as though they had seen him somewhere before. The group racked their brains trying to figure this out before someone finally remembered. Whoa, it's the mad rogue Nirvana Flame. Nie Yan. Everyone was immensely shocked. Nie Yan's fame was too much for them. As they watched Nie Yan walk toward them, they couldn't help but shiver as the terrifying scene of Nie Yan holding his dagger with a merciless grin on his lips in Kiln Fire Woods flashed past their eyes. Is Nie Yan really Nirvana Flame? Someone asked in disbelief. Even though the reality was right in front of them, they still found this hard to believe. Only Xia Ling remained relatively calm. She was best friends with Xie Yao, so they would often discuss some private matters. She had long since known that there was a person Xie Yao deeply admired inside the game, and that was Nirvana Flame. Xia Ling had once teased Xie Yao, joking that she was living in a fairy tale. Who was Nirvana Flame? He was a mythical figure that led Ass-Kickers United into a new era, carving out a space for them in the history books of the game. He was an untouchable existence for millions of players. However, meeting such a person was only possible in the virtual world. It would be impossible to encounter someone like him in the real world, so any fantasies she had of getting together with him were doomed from the start. When Xie Yao had called Xia Ling up in the afternoon to talk about her suspicions of Nie Yan, she actually laughed at Xie Yao for her silly delusions. Although she knew Xie Yao had a favorable impression of Nie Yan, was there really a need to speculate he was a Nirvana Flame? But Xie Yao was extremely serious, imploring her to confirm whether or not her suspicions were true. Even though Xia Ling had her doubts, she still took on the task entrusted to her by Xie Yao. Who would have known that this best friend of hers had hit the nail on the head? The corners of her mouth curved into a mischievous smile. Just how would Xie Yao react when she learned she was right all along? Nie Yan eyed the 9 people in front of him. Jai Hao was there of course, as well as 6 others with whom he was acquainted with, especially Li Rui and Lu Shuchen. They were his die-hard brothers in the past life. Although they were in different homerooms, they often hung out together. The entire group was composed of people with pretty good personalities. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. A person could be judged based on the people around them. Shit, I didn't expect the new classmate Jai Hao wanted to introduce us to was the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Nirvana Flame. Am I really not dreaming? Li Rui, pinch me for a moment. Li Shuchen cried out, finding all this to be way too incredible. It looks like we're not dreaming, Li Rui replied in a daze. Nirvana Flame, Heaven Breaker, and Sleepy Fox were famous names in the game that only appeared in stories. They were often the topics of everyone's discussions. He couldn't even imagine himself meeting one of these distinguished players, let alone chat with them. Jai Hao and his friends wanted to join Ass-Kickers United, but they were rejected because they failed to meet bar. In their eyes, every single member from that guild was an apex existence they could never hope of approaching, to say nothing of the one who led them all. But now, this person was now standing before them. This was equivalent to someone who burnt incense to the Buddha every day in hopes of a blessing suddenly meeting the Buddha face to face. The unimaginable shock. Bro, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Jai Hao was about to lightly punch Nie Yan on the shoulder, but he suddenly recalled the large disparity in their status and withdrew his fist in embarrassment. I'm sorry. There were too many things I had to attend to in the guild, so I ended up being late. Let's go, I'll take you guys leveling with me. We're all classmates, there's no need to be so reserved, Nie Yan said with a bright smile which was as pleasant as a spring breeze. He didn't want to alienate these good brothers from his past life because of the difference in their status. Nie Yan's wide smile broke the ice and set the group at ease. I didn't expect the mad rogue to be Jai Hao's classmate. This is incredible. Yeah, it's really unbelievable. Discovering that Nie Yan was pretty easygoing, Li Rui and the others circled around and began chatting with him animatedly. I'm sorry that I couldn't tell you guys in advance. The fewer people who know my true identity, the better. I hope you guys can keep this secret for me as well. For sure, we'll definitely keep this under wraps for you. A few of them even patted their chests in assurance. Suddenly, they felt even closer to this hero. Nie Yan felt a sense of warmth in his heart as he looked at all these familiar faces. These people had accompanied him through the darkest times in his past life. Even those things happened in another reality, the friendship between them could be slowly rebuilt from the ground up. The two female classmates also approached closer. I didn't think you were Nirvana Flame. This is too amazing. Hey, do you have a girlfriend? The more brazen of the two boldly asked. Not right now, but I'm hoping to get with Xie Yao, Nie Yan answered directly. Wow, she's our class goddess, you know. But I think you're definitely her match. If even Nie Yan wasn't good enough, then who was? Yeah, Xie Yao is the lucky one. I'm so jealous. Another girl sighed. If there were someone like Nie Yan pursuing her, she would date him in a heartbeat. Nie Yan smiled meaningfully at Xiaoling. He knew she was going to inform Xie Yao of his words. Xiaoling evaluated Nie Yan from the viewpoint of Xie Yao's best friend and judged his character to be pretty good. Even though he was an extraordinary individual, he was laid back, humble, and possessed an otherworldly sort of self-confidence rarely seen in others. More importantly, however, Xie Yao already liked Nie Yan. Taking all of this into consideration, the two were practically made for each other. She quietly sent a whisper to Xie Yao. Yao Yao was farming hyenas in the depths of Violet Dream Plains with Yu Lan and the rest of their team. Yao Yao, what's wrong? You look worried, Yu Lan asked, a concerned expression clearly visible on her face. Yao Yao shook her head. It's nothing, I'm fine. Her voice chat lit up as she replied. It was Xiaoling. Sorry, big sis. I have to take this call. Yao Yao gave Yu Lan an apologetic look before answering the voice chat. Seeing Yao Yao being so tight-lipped, Yu Lan's curiosity was piqued. Just what was going on? Xiaoling, how did it go? Yao Yao asked in a pressing tone. Her heart was filled with a mixture of anticipation and restlessness. This kind of complicated emotion was hard to describe. Xiaoling initially wanted to tease Xie Yao a little before telling her the news. But after hearing the anxiety in her best friend's voice, she discarded the thought. You were right, he's Nirvana Flame. He probably doesn't know your in-game name though. Xie Yao felt like a huge weight was lifted off her chest, but her mind turned into even more of a chaotic mess as she struggled to resolve the conflict in her heart. She was at a loss for quite a while after finding out Nie Yan was precisely that Nirvana Flame who she so deeply admired. Xiaoling, what do you think I should do? Since he's right there for the taking, why don't you just snatch him up yourself? I think he's a good catch. He's talented, and his personality is much better than Lu Rui's. I'm telling you now, Nie Yan is being eyed by almost every girl in our class. If you're slow now, don't regret it after he gets taken by another girl, Xiaoling teased. Xie Yao's cheeks started to burn up. She still held some reservations. What if Nie Yan didn't like her back? As she got to this point in her train of thoughts, a faint ripple surfaced in her heart, though she didn't know what it signified. He said he wants to be your man, Xiaoling said with a laugh, accurately guessing what was going through her best friend's mind right now. Really? Me? Yes, you, Xie Yao. Are you willing? Do you want me to tell him that you're Yao Yao? Xiaoling asked. She was in favor of seeing Nie Yan and Xie Yao becoming a couple. Xie Yao considered for a moment before shaking her head. No, it's better he doesn't know. Don't tell him for now. Xiaoling didn't attempt to force Xie Yao in any direction. She felt that too much outside interference would make things worse. I'll let you deal with this by yourself. Luckily for you, none of our classmates know you play conviction, otherwise, your secret would have already been revealed, Xiaoling said, sympathizing with her friend. On the one hand, Xie Yao could spend time with Nie Yan both in game and reality. On the other hand, Xie Yao would probably worry things would become awkward between them if he found out her identity. If I can, I'll keep it a secret for a while longer. Hopefully, I'll get to reveal it to him one day under the right circumstances, Xie Yao said. She felt a little happy that Nie Yan wanted to woo her in real life. But when she recalled how distant he seemed in-game, she couldn't help but feel it a bit of a loss. Xie Yao had discovered some time ago that Nie Yan was purposefully keeping his distance from her, which was a source of sadness for her. Nie Yan had no idea that Yao Yao and Xie Yao were the same person. In his eyes, Yao Yao was an intoxicating poison. He would never forget that night they spent together in that secret chamber. The memory crossed his mind from time to time. Her pure white body laid completely bare before him, bewitching, like a goddess who had fallen down to earth. He was worried he would fall to this temptation again. He had a favorable impression of her, to the extent you could say he liked her very much. After all, they had been friends for so long. However, his love for Xie Yao was carved into his very being, so deeply that it would forever remain. If Nie Yan was given a choice, he would always choose Xie Yao over Yao Yao, to say nothing of the fact that nothing had occurred between the two of them yet. As a result, he subconsciously distanced himself from Yao Yao, so as to maintain their friendship and avoid hurting her. Xie Yao had no way of knowing all this. He probably won't be tempted by other girls in our class. With a beauty like our Xie Yao by his side, all other girls will pale in comparison, Xiaoling comforted. Ha, you're still in the mood to tease me, Xie Yao softly scolded, but it did lift her mood up. I'm only speaking the truth. Anyway, Nie Yan is bringing us somewhere to grind. We're setting out now. It'll only take 2 hours, so I'll contact you then, Xiaoling said. She was looking forward to see where a legendary existence like Nie Yan would take them to level. Let's talk later. Xie Yao hung up the call. She couldn't help but worry about what the future had in store. In Link Town, Nie Yan put on a large black cloak which hid his appearance. Do any of you guys have AoE magic? Nie Yan asked. If he was going to power level them, he would require a player who could wipe out large groups of mobs. Nope. No. All 5 mages shook their heads. As ordinary players, they had already done well for themselves by obtaining a few pieces of silver-grade equipment, apart from their mostly bronze-grade gear. At best, they had a few high-damage single-target spells between them. The current market price for an area of effect skill book was at least 50 silver. So how could they afford it? Nie Yan thought for a moment. Hold on, I'll call someone over. Tang Yao, come help me power level a few classmates. Sure, tell me the coordinates. I'll be there in a jiffy. Tang Yao was just about to go off to level with some guild members. But when he received Nie Yan's call, he immediately backed out and hurried over. Just as Jai Hao, Li Rui, and the others were chatting in high spirits about how they were looking forward to leveling with Nie Yan, a player with a chubby blue fairy floating behind him walked toward them. His slightly rotund appearance was greatly overshadowed by the amazing equipment on his body. The group was shocked after recognizing his identity. They had just been wondering who Nie Yan called over to level with them. None of them expected they would meet another amazing figure, young Sparrow Hawk. Before the events that transpired in Kilnfire Woods, the most famous player from Asskickers United was young Sparrow Hawk. He was someone who had firmly held the top spot on the level leaderboards ever since snatching it away from Heavenbreaker. His popularity among the player base was also extremely high. Young Sparrow Hawk was also a legend. These guys are your classmates? Tang Yao asked. After receiving a nod of confirmation from Nie Yan, he extended his hand and said, "It's nice to meet you all. I'm young Sparrow Hawk." Jai Hao and the others were dumbfounded and flustered. The thought of someone as famous as young Sparrow Hawk going out of his way just to greet them was so unexpected and flattering that they were rendered speechless. When they finally overcame the initial shock, they gathered themselves and returned the greeting. The pleasure is all ours. The group conversed while making their way to the Rocky Plains, a level 30 map filled with stone giants. This was the first time Jai Hao and the others faced such high-level monsters, so they were a little nervous. However, what happened next left them completely stupefied. They were stunned on the spot as they saw Nie Yan disappear into the forest. Before long, he returned with a long train of stone giants pursuing him like a massive tide. Tang Yao started casting his magic, finishing the chant in an incredibly short period of time. The skies were blanketed with red clouds, and the skies were immediately filled with streaks of red as fireballs hurtled down. Jai Hao and the others felt cold sweat drip down their foreheads. Nie Yan was right in the middle of the spell's range. As soon as it landed, he would definitely be annihilated. How could Tang Yao do this? How was this not team killing? However, the group saw Nie Yan suddenly disappear, vanishing without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, fireballs crashed down on the mobs, causing a sheet of damage values to rise up into the sky. A few seconds later, a pile of corpses littered the ground. These stone giants stood no chance against the unrivaled destructive might of Tang Yao's magic damage. Jai Hao and the others were still looking for traces of Nie Yan, worried that he had been caught in the blast. At this moment, Nie Yan suddenly appeared in the distance, leading another wave of stone giants towards them. Just as the group started picking up all the loot from the first wave, Tang Yao unleashed another destructive AoE spell and wiped out the second wave, then moved on to an area with more stone giants. Leveling became much easier after the release of the expansion. Add this to the fact that stone giants gave a generous amount of experience, and Jai Hao and the others heard level up jingles almost non-stop. A person in the group would level up one moment, and the moment after, another person would level up. This sort of speed was terrifying. This method of leveling up was ridiculously effective, so it was no longer a mystery how young Sparrow Hawk was consistently able to maintain first place in the standings. Jai Hao and the others were happy beyond belief. Previously, they would have to spend at least 2 or 3 days grinding just to level up once. But now, all of them had leveled up twice in just half an hour. This was partially due to the experience required to level up being reduced, but Tang Yao's terrifying mobbing speed definitely contributed greatly as well. The entire area was piled high with the corpses of stone giants. Seeing Tang Yao's terrifying cast rate that never seemed to end, Jai Hao and the others were astonished. Did Tang Yao's spells not cost mana? The sight of him shooting out spells like a machine gun was simply too shocking. The player who firmly held his position at the top of the level leaderboards, so this was how his legend was born. With such a terrifying casting speed, Tang Yao would easily be able to maintain first place on the rankings if he trained like this normally. 2 hours later, Jai Hao and the others had enjoyed the feeling of power leveling like a rocket. Jai Hao had reached level 30, while the rest were around level 28 and 29. Nie Yan got back to level 27. He allocated all of his free stat points to dexterity. As for strength, he had already used his 500 phantom stat points to get his strength up to 800. He could now equip the Dualahan cavalry crossbow, so for the time being, not allocating any stat points into strength was no problem. We still have a lot of things to do, so we'll be leaving first. We'll bring you guys leveling again some other time, Nie Yan said to Jai Hao and the others. He had already set aside 2 hours out of his incredibly busy schedule. After this, he and Tang Yao would have to lead a guild expedition. Alright, you guys go ahead. Jai Hao and the others clearly understood that people like Nie Yan and Tang Yao were extremely busy. They were extremely lucky to have gained these 2 hours due to the benevolence of Nie Yan, and they had no right to ask for more given to the fact they had already gained a lot of levels. Some of you guys have already entered Warriors United. If you want to join Asskickers United, you'll have to get in like everyone else, otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to others. I have to be impartial, friends are no exceptions. However, I can still gift you guys some merit points, Nie Yan said. As the guild leader, he definitely had to uphold the rules of the guild, so he could only do this much for these old brothers of his. Nie Yan rewarded each of them with 500 merit points. Afterwards, he and Tang Yao bid farewell to Jai Hao, Li Rui, and the others. He had just received a notification from Guo Hai. The 600 elites of the guild had all been gathered. Even after they were gone, Nie Yan and Tang Yao were the subjects of fervent discussion for Jai Hao, Li Rui, and the rest of their group. Those two truly played the game at the highest level. Xiao Ling, do you think Nie Yan is really going after Xie Yao? Jai Hao questioned thoughtfully. Could that be fake? They even know each other from outside of school. As Xie Yao's best friend, Xiao Ling naturally had to insist on her preferred outcome. Looks like everyone else is out of luck. Jai Hao laughed. None of their classmates could even compare with Nie Yan in terms of qualifications. Nie Yan's so awesome. He can casually give out 500 merit points to all of us. That's enough to obtain several pieces of good equipment. Li Rui exclaimed. The best equipment they owned was only worth around 200 merit points at most. But the gear was secondary. The fact that they got to meet 2 legendary figures, their idols, was the best thing to come out of this get-together. If not for Nie Yan swearing them to secrecy, they would have definitely blabbed about today's events to all their friends. That bastard Li Rui is only level 28, and he thinks he's such hot shit. Now that I'm level 30, I think it's a good time to step on his ego. There's always a sky above the sky. If we compare him to Nie Yan, he won't even amount to dregs. Jai Hao said, as he recalled how he lost miserably to Li Rui in their previous duel. He definitely wanted a rematch, so he could get back some face. Jai Hao recalled the scene of Nie Yan sending Li Rui flying with a kick. It was simply amazing. No wonder he was so good at the game. On top of this, his personality made people very convinced. Even though he was in such a high position, he didn't behave ostentatiously in the slightest. He was actually quite modest, low-key, and easygoing, albeit a bit devious at times. The group continued to chat in high spirits. At this moment, Nie Yan and Tang Yao rushed back to the guild headquarters. A large crowd had assembled around the plaza in front of the Asskickers United Guild headquarters. These players were all the elites of the guild, and they all wore equipment of at least gold grade, with practically nobody sporting around silver grade equipment anymore. They discussed fervently. Say, what do you think the boss gathered all of us here for? No one knows yet. Let's just wait for him to arrive. The best players of the guild were all gathered in one place. This kind of manpower could accomplish almost anything. The guild leader is here. The crowd grew excited as they parted to two sides, opening up a path in the middle. Greetings to the guild leader. Welcome back, boss. Everyone greeted in unison. Any bystander would be able to tell the sincere respect they held for Nie Yan. The name Nirvana Flame carried the glory of Asskickers United, a moral pillar responsible for creating the legend of the guild and guiding them to a momentous rise. From having nothing to owning everything. From being small and fragile to becoming the most powerful behemoth. From less than 500 members to over 50,000. From being viewed as an ant in the eyes of the player base to being the hot topic through all corners of the game. He swept through all obstacles to make them the strongest guild in Kalor. In return, they were filled with devotion and reverence toward their guild leader. Nie Yan acknowledged the greetings of the guild members. Nie Yan spotted Yao Yao, Moonchild, Yulan, Plain Boiled Water, and the rest. He walked up to greet them. Good to see you guys again. Hello, guild leader. Plain Boiled Water and the rest hurriedly responded. Yao Yao appeared to be a bit off as she met eyes with Nie Yan. Her heart raced as the two figures in her mind merged together. Nie Yan smiled at Yao Yao. It was worth noting that Yao Yao, who was dressed in pure white robes, put in a considerate amount of effort into her appearance, her long hair tied in a ponytail behind her back, her pure and innocent expression which evoked urges in the hearts of all men, and a pair of limpid eyes that sparkled with intelligence. She pursed her lips into a smile, shallow dimples exposed on her fair cheeks. Her beauty was simply too dazzling. Moonchild and Yulan stood off to the side and quietly gossiped about how Yao Yao was different from her usual self today. Nie Yan quickly averted his gaze, afraid that he would be ensnared if he looked directly into her eyes any longer. Nie Yan turned to Moonchild and Yulan with a smile before moving on. Yao Yao felt a sense of emptiness in her heart as she gazed at Nie Yan's back. In the game, he received the admiration of tens of thousands of players. Standing high above the clouds, how would he ever take notice of an insignificant person like her? However, she could still take solace in the fact that she would get to see him every day since they were deskmates. Everyone is here, Guowai reported. He didn't know what Nie Yan had planned next. Nie Yan took a head count. Including him, there were 600 players altogether. Split into groups of 20, that was 30 teams. This was quite an imposing force. Guowai returned with the potions that Nie Yan requested from the Starry Night potion shop and began distributing them. Everyone received at least 2 intermediate health potions. The fighters and berserkers at the front all received at least 5 in addition to a ton of other potions, in case something happened. They also restocked on some general items. How many priests in our guild have Junior Revive? Nie Yan asked. This spell was extremely important. It would help them avoid significant losses. We have 4 in total. Leader Young 7, Black Heaven, Tenli Painted Muslin, and Moonchild. I've assigned all of them to different teams, Guowai said. They were currently the 4 best priests in Asskickers United. Priests with Junior Revive were truly too hard to come by. Neo was startled at the name Tenli Painted Muslin. Guowai also managed to recruit her. As one of the 7 archbishops in the previous timeline, Tenli Painted Muslin had been one of the most famous professional players in the game. However, she operated differently from most professionals. She sold her services to various guilds, temporarily joining their elite teams in exchange for a hefty price. Rumor had it that she would charge anywhere between tens to thousands of gold for a single dungeon run. Plus, she got first pick on any priest equipment that dropped. Although her prices were exorbitant, many guilds were still willing to pay the price to invite one of the 7 archbishops. Nie Yan was elated at the fact that 3 of the 7 archbishops belonged to Asskickers United. They would definitely be unrivaled in the future. Thanks to Asskickers United growing increasingly more powerful, becoming a place where elites converge, Guowai was finding it easier and easier to recruit people, bringing more elites into the guild. This effectively created a positive feedback loop of skilled recruits. Even Guowai was deeply moved by how things had developed. When he went to recruit players in the past, people wouldn't necessarily pay attention to him even if he whispered. But now, people were willing to consider an offer as long as the terms were reasonable. On average, most players were willing to accept the offer and join. Some even abandoned their previous guild without a second thought. The bar to join was incredibly high. Those the guild went out of its way to recruit were elites amongst elites, and any player that received an invitation would instantly skyrocket in value. Many guilds would descend on them and try to snatch them away with generous offers. But of course, Asskickers United was still the first choice for anyone with half a brain, even if there were slightly better offers from other guilds. As such, Guowai could now stand proudly with his back straight when he was out recruiting. These 600 players could be considered the cream of the crop. No other guild could field such a lineup. Nie Yan took a final look at the team compositions. Since the priest's revive skill was only effective within the same team, he decided to do a bit of rearranging. We're going to make some adjustments to the teams. Those who I call up, withdraw from your current team, then create a new one. Nie Yan issued out order after order as the ranks started being reshuffled. After taking on the role of guild leader in Asskickers United, Nie Yan noticed a few subtle changes in his temperament, such as subconsciously speaking in an imposing tone. If he wanted the brothers under him to listen to his commands, a figure of authority was needed. Nie Yan had the 600 players under him remake their teams. Young 7, Black Heaven, Tenli Painted Muslin, and Moonchild's team especially underwent great changes. Each of them now had at least 10 warriors, most of them being fighters, along with 1 or 2 berserkers, 5 paladins, and the rest were priests. Although this sort of composition had very weak attack power, a team filled with tanks and support classes possessed incredible resilience and sustainability. It was practically an impregnable steel fortress. Nie Yan planned to have these 4 teams escort the mages in the center. If they encountered a boss, he would naturally have them go up to tank. Nie Yan lightly nodded his head. Everything was more or less settled. He also joined one of the teams. Our expedition today is to clear the entirety of Everlasting City, Nie Yan announced. They had previously only leveled in the outer district of the map. But now, they were going to kill their way to the very core. They would have to face countless level 40 elites and even some lords. As long as they could obtain the energy core of the Everlasting City, it would be worth it no matter how many losses they suffered. Undying Scoundrel and the rest couldn't help but get excited. This time, the boss decided to clear a level 40 map. Almost all the elite members of the guild were only around level 27 or 28. That was more than a 10 level difference. Would their attacks even deal any damage to the mechanical golems? Nie Yan had already included this level disparity in his calculations. In the past, these players had no hope of clearing the map of mechanical golems at their current level. However, after the recent level suppression changes from the expansion, this map was no longer a problem. The equipment that came out of Everlasting City was extremely enticing, to say nothing of the fact that the drop rate was increased manifold when exploring the map for the first time. Gearing up the guild members with a few pieces of dark gold grade equipment would absolutely be no problem. On top of all this, the map still held an extremely precious item that would move the hearts of any player, and that was the energy core of the Everlasting City. Something like this would be very helpful to the guild's growth. With this expedition, Nie Yan would improve the teamwork of his top players while also helping them level. This would prove vital in helping them conquer strongholds. After helping out Holy Empire, Ass-Kickers United would be about ready to capture a basic stronghold for themselves. Right at that moment, Guo turned to tell Nie Yan, Smokestub is back. According to reports, Withered Leaf has split up, with only 200 leaving with him. Nie Yan furrowed his brows as he asked, what happened to them? Guo could only shake his head. It's still unclear. Let's wait until Smokestub returns, and we can ask him then. Nie Yan asked Tang Yao to buy 200 golds worth of basic magic bombs over at Tasoi village as a safety precaution. Although this was a bit wasteful, it couldn't be helped. Not long after Tang Yao departed, a crowd of players in plain clothing walked into the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters. Leading them was Aqua Smokestub with several familiar figures closely in tow, Cold Peak Absolute Sword, Wood Grace, and Samsara Lord. There were over 200 people in the group, consisting of almost all the core elites of Withered Leaf. In stark contrast to the swaggering manner these players displayed when they first showed up at the Ass-Kickers United Guild headquarters, they looked rather sullen. Smokestub immediately walked up to Nie Yan. What happened? Nie Yan asked, concerned by the bedraggled figures before him. Smokestub was noticeably different from his normal self. His powerful equipment was gone, but so were many of the crease lines on his forehead. He seemed to give off an air of carefreeness and self-confidence. The Tuoba family head ordered Withered Leaf to merge into victorious return. That didn't sit well with me, so I quit and my brothers decided to leave with me. We had to return our equipment to the organization, Smokestub replied, the forced smile on his face failing to hide the bitterness underneath. Tuoba Time walked up, flabbergasted by Smokestub's disheveled state. What happened to you? Tuoba Time asked as well. He had just missed the story behind their departure, so he was rather puzzled. Smokestub recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. When Tuoba Time heard about Tuoba Hongye forcing Smokestub to pay the full early termination fee, despite the latter only quitting due to the unwelcome merger of Withered Leaf into victorious return, he grew infuriated. He's really gone too far this time. Smokestub, I'll see what I can do for you. Even though Smokestub had worked day and night over the past 6 years to earn the Tuoba family a great profit, Tuoba Hongye was perfectly fine booting him out the door with nothing to his name. This was too cold-hearted. Forget it. No point crying over spilled milk. I've already cut all ties with Withered Leaf anyway, Smokestub dissuaded. In the entire Tuoba family, the only person he got along with was Tuoba Time. He turned to Nie Yan and asked, we had to give up our equipment. You won't turn us all away, right? How could I possibly? There's plenty of equipment in the guild treasury. You guys can take your pick. The silver lining to this is that you've regained your freedom. Money lost can still be earned back. And you all still have your skill, right? So what's there to be afraid of? Ass-Kickers United will always have your backs. We never mistreat our own, Nie Yan replied in a sincere tone. Smokestub and the others withdrawing from Withered Leaf was proof that their hearts stood with Ass-Kickers United. How could he not accept them? You have my gratitude, brother. Smokestub exclaimed, sounding a little emotional. Any more words would be superfluous. Tuoba, what's your family's situation like? Nie Yan asked. He noticed Tuoba Time wasn't particularly fond of the Tuoba family head. Tuoba Time pondered for a moment. The Tuoba family is divided into many factions. Each one owns shares of the family business. Tuoba Hongye controls 26% of the shares, and Tuoba Fungyuan controls 22%. The two factions are like oil and water. The remaining shares are scattered among the various members of the family. For example, I control 15% while most don't control more than 10%. Tuoba Hongye's faction holds a majority of the shares and sits firmly on the seat of family head. I belong to a neutral faction. He gave a brief summary. The internal affairs of a large influential family like his couldn't be fully explained in just a few lines. Nie Yan nodded. No wonder Tuoba Time could maintain such an aloof position, unencumbered by the disputes within his family, where he could wander around inside the game, hunting mobs and leveling up at his leisure. Otherwise, there was no way he could be so carefree. In short, I have nothing to do with this matter. So you guys can't go putting it on my head, alright. Tuoba Time laughed. Aside from speaking out on Smokestub's behalf, he would rather not get involved in the internal struggles of his family. Nie Yan observed Tuoba Time closely. Was he really the unambitious sort? This was hard to believe. His inaction was probably only temporary. With 15% of the shares, though nowhere close enough to compete for the position of family head, he could easily deal a fatal blow to one faction by joining the other. By remaining neutral, neither faction dared to actively provoke him. Instead, they would offer all sorts of generous terms to rope him in. It was clear this was the wisest decision. Nie Yan wasn't too clear on the circumstances of the Tuoba family. However, based on the information he just received and his understanding of Tuoba Time's character, his intuition told him that the final victor of this struggle wouldn't necessarily be Tuoba Hongye or Tuoba Fungyuan, but rather Tuoba Time who had been silently gathering strength. Nie Yan decided he would have to conduct a proper investigation before making a judgment on the matter. The Tuoba family allying with the Shaoshu Century Financial Group posed an immense threat to him. It was imperative he found a way to prevent this from happening. The combined power of the Shaoshu Century Financial Group and the Tuoba family would create a terrifying colossus the like of which has never been seen before. With Withered Leaf splitting up, Smokestub led his most loyal brothers to join Ass-Kickers United. These players were the former elites of Withered Leaf. So long as they were given decent gear, they would return to their former strength. They would be a huge boon to the guild. You guys can feel at ease staying in Ass-Kickers United. If there's anything you need, just speak up, Nie Yan said. He promised Smokestub's group that they could still operate as professional players like before. Smokestub nodded. In 10 days at most, I'll be able to get the gear quality of these brothers back to what it used to be. Nie Yan added Smokestub and the others back to the guild, then left Guo to deal with the rest. All the best items in the treasury were made available for them to select from. After all, without decent gear, how could they run dungeons to grind out better equipment? We're about to set off on an expedition. If anything comes up, just contact me, Nie Yan said. The current gear quality of Smokestub and the others was lacking, leaving them unable to participate in the expedition. This could only be described as regrettable. Smokestub nodded. His present goal was to regear the brothers that followed him out of Withered Leaf. Without decent equipment, they wouldn't be able to progress, let alone participate in any guild activities. Nie Yan bid farewell to Smokestub, Cold Peak, and the others, then led the crowd of players he had assembled to Everlasting City. Even though Nie Yan's group cleared the mechanical golems crowding the streets of Everlasting City during their previous visit, all of them had respawned following the daily reset. The group of 600 players arrived in Everlasting City and started clearing out the mobs in an orderly fashion. Resplendent Blade Light led a vanguard of warriors forward to attract the aggro of the mechanical golems, while the mages in the backline unleashed a storm of magic which rained down mercilessly on the mobs, causing a blanket of damage values to rise up into the air. These mages only dealt about 50 to 60 damage per hit to the mechanical golems. But with such concentrated firepower, the mobbing speed was still extremely quick. The golems collapsed as their life bars depleted. Before long, the street was piled high with mountains of scrap metal. These ordinary mechanical golems weren't Nie Yan's goal. Instead, he was aiming for the inner district of Everlasting City. If anyone dies, just revive at your corpse. Our destination is 7,000 meters south of here. Running there will take about 15 minutes. Remember the coordinates, so you don't end up getting lost trying to regroup with us, Nie Yan said. All the players nodded in assent. Everyone here was part of Ass-Kickers United, so there was no need to worry about equipment being stolen. But the experience penalty for dying was pretty harsh. Fortunately, there were many people to provide support. As long as there weren't any large mishaps, they would be able to deal with elite class monsters or below without suffering any casualties. Nie Yan led the crowd of players through twists and turns from street to street. This was a shortcut which would lead them directly to the inner district of the city. If they followed the regular path from main gate, it would take them at least 5 hours. However, with this shortcut, they could crawl to the inner district and still be there within 20 minutes. Tang Yao fired out spells like a machine gun, clearing away the final group of mobs, then asked, "Where are we going?" His sense of direction was atrocious, so after all these twists and turns, he was completely lost. "We're going to the inner district of the city. There's probably going to be a lord there. I want everyone to prepare themselves. Be mindful of your coordination," Nie Yan warned. If they weren't careful when dealing with a lord, they would very likely be wiped out. Just at this moment, the thieves with scouting the path ahead reported back with new information. They had encountered 8 elites. Nie Yan arrived at the front of the group. Gazing into the distance, he saw 8 enormous golems in a small plaza. They were over 5 meters tall, and were covered in thick azure metal plates. Each step they took shook the ground, as they lumbered around. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight and inspected one of them. Plasma Core Golem Elite Level 40. Health, 12,000. These were Plasma Core Golems. They were ranked relatively high among machine-type monsters. They were pretty tough to deal with. Furthermore, Nie Yan remembered that the Plasma Core Golems in Everlasting City possessed a quake skill which would stun all enemies around them. Combined with their frightening combat strength, they were fearful foes. Blade Light, you take care of the 3 on the right. Nie Yan, take the 2 on the left. The other warriors will have your backs. Nie Yan passed down commands one at a time. The 30 teams of 20 started advancing into the plaza, with the mages moving to disperse all around while trying to find suitable vantage points to attack from. The warriors slowly encircled the Plasma Core Golems. Once Nie Yan gave the order, they would charge into battle. Under Nie Yan's instructions, the players moved to their assigned positions. Even veterans like Blade Light and Young 7 couldn't help but admire Nie Yan's commanding ability. This was the first guild expedition for these guild members, so they were a little disorderly. But they were still elites, after all, and so were quick to adapt. They performed extremely well, all things considered. When they got more accustomed to working together after a few more guild expeditions, they would definitely be moving as a single unit. Attack! Fighters, secure the aggro. As soon as Nie Yan gave out the order, several fighters roared and charged at the Plasma Core Golems. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy sound of metal meeting metal rang out as shields and swords collided with the bodies of the Plasma Core Golems. Blade Light and Nie Yan took action almost simultaneously, leading away 5 of the Plasma Core Golems, while the other fighters firmly locked down the remaining 3. Split them up, Nie Yan ordered tensely. Despite his wealth of experience and conviction, this was his first time commanding such a large force. He had never taken part in these sorts of expeditions in his past life, but he had seen them in videos. Although he had never eaten pork, he did have the fortune of seeing a pig run. So no major problems arose. The fighters split the Plasma Core Golems into 3 different groups, 3 or 4 players on each enemy. While shielded by others, Blade Light unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on one of the golems, slowly pulling it toward an empty area nearby. Shield Bash. Blade Light dealt a heavy blow to the Plasma Core Golem with his shield, staggering it back several steps. It immediately charged at him in a fit of anger. Clang, clang, clang. Blade Light activated guard stance as a flurry of powerful blows rained down mercilessly on his shield. Blade Light let out a demoralizing shout, interrupting the Plasma Core Golem for a brief instant, giving several fighters the opportunity to surround the golem in a pincer attack. Seeing the golem's aggro firmly locked onto Blade Light, Nie Yan issued the next set of orders. Mages, attack. Spell after spell flew through the air, converging onto the Plasma Core Golem. The unrelenting barrage exploded on its body with loud bangs, causing a long string of damage values to float up from its head. Sparrow Hawk, mind the aggro. Nie Yan reminded after seeing Tang Yao unleash an endless stream of spells. The damage he put out was too ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. 3 critical hits landed in succession. -202, -229, -203. What terrifying damage. Most of the mages were dealing around 40 to 50 damage, with some of the stronger players hitting in the low 90s. Although a spell would occasionally crit for relatively high damage, it would still do no more than 120 damage. The Plasma Core Golem's aggro immediately shifted. It wanted to charge past Blade Light and go after the mages in the backline. The crowd of mages showed signs of panic. If the Plasma Core Golem's aggro got out of control and it rushed into their midst, a one-sided massacre would be the inevitable outcome. Tang Yao stopped attacking. If he continued, he might even single-handedly cause the entire expedition to fail. The moment he noticed the golem's aggro shift, Blade Light slammed a shield bash into the golem's body and followed up with a taunt. The Plasma Core Golem's aggro was back on Blade Light. After several successive attacks, he finally managed to pull the golem back to the previous spot. Tang Yao wiped the bead of cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. Were it not for Blade Light rescuing the situation in the nick of time, he reckoned he would have been the target of everyone's condemnation. He no longer dared to act in such an unbridled manner, instead controlling his damage output. After ensuring the aggro was under control, Nie Yan turned to the mages and ordered, continue. Plasma Core Golems weren't particularly difficult opponents. It was just that today was their first time working together, so they were yet to familiarize themselves with each other's capabilities. Fortunately, they were all skilled players, so nothing major came out of the mistake. Under the ferocious barrage of spells, the plasma core golem's health was gradually whittled away. With a clanking sound, it collapsed into a pile of scrap metal. What dropped? Nie Yan asked eagerly. Since it was a level 40 plasma core golem, anything it dropped was bound to be exceptional. A level 40 gold grade azure staff, and some level 40 leg armor from the everlasting set series, gold grade as well, Blade Light replied, picking up 2 pieces of equipment off the ground. The plasma core golems had a 20% chance to drop a piece of equipment from the everlasting gold set. That chance was increased to 50% for the first people to explore the map. This was why Nie Yan specifically chose this place for their first expedition. Glancing at the everlasting gold set's properties, Nie Yan noticed that everything, including defense, was roughly 10% higher than that of the everlasting silver set. On top of this, the set bonus was a rank 8 shield. It was good enough to make even the non-fighter players drool. Nie Yan gauged the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment and decided to reward everyone with 10 merit points. Blade Light proceeded to pull the next plasma core golem. Having experienced their first fight as a group, everyone's teamwork became much smoother. The mages stuck to a tempo that dealt damage without accidentally shifting the aggro, and the priests acted in tandem to keep the frontline healthy. The health bars of the fighters fluctuated up and down constantly. Several of them even came close to dying a few times. Fortunately, the priests were led by leader Young 7, Black Heaven, and others whose skills were on point. Together, they managed to save everyone on the brink of death and heal them back to full. After a while, the plasma core golem they were fighting fell to 30% health. It let out a massive roar and unleashed a quake, stunning everyone in its range. The warriors couldn't budge an inch. A single blow from the plasma core golem sent Blade Light staggering several steps back. After which a gentle radiance fell over him, restoring his health back to full. Another blow from the plasma core golem sent a nearby berserker flying out. After falling limply to the ground, that player didn't get back up. The golem moved on to its next target, slaughtering 3 warriors in quick succession. Keep attacking with your spells, don't panic. Nie Yan calmly commanded the mages. Spells rained down on the plasma core golem without pause. When the plasma core golem finally broke through the front line and charged toward the mages, Blade Light regained control. He brought the golem's advance to a firm halt. The plasma core golem collided with Blade Light's heavy shield, causing a deep metallic clang to reverberate out. The concentrated rain of magic continued to bombard the plasma core golem. The golem finally could no longer endure assault. Its health fell to 0, and it collapsed to the ground. Blade Light let out a sigh of relief, then proceeded to pick up the drops, a level 40 gold grade leather chest piece and a tinkerer recipe. Even though 3 warriors had died, it could still be considered a decisive victory. Nie Yan gave 100 merit points to each of the 3 warriors who had just died. Everyone else received 10 merit points. Blade Light rested for a bit before moving on to aggro the next plasma core golem. One after the other, plasma core golems collapsed to the ground. After finishing off all 8, they had gathered 5 pieces of the everlasting gold set. The 8 plasma core golems gave an extremely generous amount of experience. Nie Yan looked at his experience bar. It had grown by 17%. He reckoned everyone else also received a similar amount. This kind of leveling speed couldn't be considered quick, but it was still decent. The group took a short break, during which Tenli Painted Muslin and Moonchild began reviving the members who had died. I notice we sure have a lot of pretty girls in our group. Nie Yan chuckled. Yao Yao, Yu Lan, One Strike Bao, Moonchild, Tenli Painted Muslin. Every single one of them was a rarely seen beauty. As for beauties a level below them, there were almost 30. The rest were all relatively ordinary looking. Out of 600 players, almost 80 were female. This sort of female-to-male ratio could be considered pretty high. Nie Yan led the group toward the inner district. After passing through a thick metal gate, they were greeted by a completely different scene. The buildings in the inner district were constructed out of metal, with steel bars and bolts everywhere. It resembled an impenetrable steel fortress. There were mechanical golems roaming the streets. Occasionally, 1 or 2 elite plasma core golems could be spotted among them. There was a total of 5 lords in Everlasting City. If Nie Yan's group could clear them all, they would obtain 5 energy key fragments. After combining the fragments together to form the whole key, they would get the chance to obtain the energy core of Everlasting City. In addition to this, according to the information on the official websites, the first group of players to explore Everlasting City could obtain some other items that would make countless people drool. One such item was the Shattered Sword, a dark gold grade weapon. A total of 3 were scattered throughout the map. Even though it could be equipped at level 30, its attack power exceeded that of ordinary level 50 gold grade weapons. It was extremely domineering. Another such item was the level 40 Staff of Divine Rights. It was one of the best staffs for support-type priests, giving a 130-point boost to heal. Only 2 could be obtained in this map. If Nie Yan's group obtained the Shattered Sword, it would definitely be given to warriors like Monochrome or Edgeless. As for the Staff of Divine Right, which greatly boosted the healing capability of a priest, it was of unimaginable use to any team. Everything here was extremely familiar to Nie Yan. As he carefully recalled his memories of Everlasting City's inner district from his past life, he remembered that there were 2 treasure chests near the entrance. However, he didn't know their exact locations. You guys keep exploring deeper. Young 7, take command for a bit, Nie Yan said. He wouldn't feel too assured handing this task over to Tang Yao due to his lack of self-control. As for Blade Light, he already had his plate full by being the main tank for the group. After handing over command to Young 7, Nie Yan went off to find the treasure chests. He estimated it would only take him 15 minutes at most, so no problems should occur during that time. All right. Young 7 nodded. He took up the role of commanding everyone. The group advanced deeper into the inner district, sweeping away all the mechanical golems and plasma core golems in the streets. Their progress was slow but stable. Nie Yan entered an ancient building. He recalled that it was around here where the treasure chests were found, and started searching. There were signs that intelligent creatures used to live here, such as chairs, tables, pots, etc., but they had long since disappeared. All that remained were these relics. He found books written in the goblin language scattered across the floor. Since goblins weren't creatures that belonged to the righteous faction of order, Nie Yan didn't understand their language. Without the aid of some sort of special magical item, he wasn't able to read these characters, so he could only move on. He also saw some half-completed mechanical golems put out on display. After searching around the room, Nie Yan finally found what he was looking for. It was a locked dark gold chest cover in exquisite runes which flickered a dark luster. Nie Yan remembered that the chest that spawned here was silver. Who could have known that when he finally found it, it was dark gold? This was probably due to him being one of the first to explore the map. He was extremely excited. It was generally agreed by the major guilds that the rewards for being the first to clear a map far exceeded those from regular grinding. It was simple to see why. The equipment drop rate was greatly increased, as was the chance of encountering gold chests. Even the rare dark gold chests were a lot more common. Though the allure of gold and dark gold equipment was great, the difficulty of being first was extremely high, which made many guilds think twice before taking such a risk. The challenges of clearing a map for the first time lay in the increased number of elites, and at times even lords. Entire forces getting wiped out was not an unusual sight, and if such failures repeated themselves several times over, even top elites would degrade into no more than average players. The risk of getting set so far behind was a tall hurdle for most guilds, so only the best of the best would dare to organize a pioneering expedition. But even then, they only chose maps suited to their level. A single word described those who attempted higher-leveled maps: suicidal. This meant the vast majority of dark gold chests landed in the hands of the powerful guilds, while everyday players and smaller guilds would find it tough to acquire even one. There were also tragedies that often occurred, like finding a dark gold chest and then discovering that your lockpicking skill was insufficient to open it. You could do nothing but allow that wondrous opportunity to slip past your fingers. Nie Yan rested his hand on the chest. He fortunately had a lockpicking specialist skill that could open chests beyond his level, though it was just barely enough. Looks like I'll have to find a few more lower-level chests to train my lockpicking skill, Nie Yan thought. He bent down and began to unlock the chest. The progress bar inched ever so slowly forward. It appeared that this would take a bit of time. Nie Yan pulled up the game's website and browsed the ongoing property auctions. By now, there was an extremely high volume of bidders, and the bids for some properties was as high as 1,500 gold. What's more, they were trending ever higher. He decided to hold off from bidding until near the end of the auction. By then, he could swoop in and snatch away whatever property caught his fancy. Written in large and bright text, there was a piece of news listed on the website regarding credit conversation. The system of credit conversation would be set up similar to a financial exchange. For instance, if you wanted to sell a gold coin or a piece of equipment for credits, you could do so based on current rates on the exchange, or talk privately with the equipment holder and negotiate prices then. The buyer would be using real-life credits to purchase the seller's in-game equipment or gold. These exchanges were all monitored by federal regulatory commissions. Due to regulations, in-game currency was prohibited from directly purchasing goods in reality. To do so, a person would have to first convert in-game currency or equivalent to credits through official channels, then purchase the goods. This was done to prevent in-game currency from replacing credits and disrupting the natural flow of the market. The credit conversation system would be released as soon as the property auctions came to an end, and it would immediately introduce a surge of capital into conviction. This surge would continue to push the prices of equipment and in-game currency upward as large investors build up their structure and strength. It would also greatly stimulate the development of player businesses in the game, and this was clear from the recent performance of the Union of Assassins. Through the attention brought by Sleepy Fox, Kill Love, and Fall Land, their numbers spiked. The number of professional players broke through 12,000 and the number of clients broke past 8,000. Every day, the Union received over 500 requests and acted as the intermediary for several thousands of trades. More importantly, Nie Yan's net income was over 300 gold coins a day. Under Nie Yan's control were two of the most profitable auction houses, numerous properties, the Starry Night Potion Shop and numerous branches located in most major cities, and of course, Asskickers United's full strength. He'd be able to hold up his own even if Cao Shu came on over. Nie Yan had enough money on hand to purchase at least one property. He needed to make sure to get himself a stronghold before the credit conversation started up, so at least he'd have something to fight against Cao Shu's vast wealth. It had only been a month or so since the game first released, but Nie Yan had already set up a stable business by laying down each path with care and reached his current position. He was very satisfied with these results. The dark gold chest clicked open, interrupting Nie Yan's thoughts and prompting him to reach around the chest. He fished out two items. Staff of Dark Right Dark Gold Requirements, level 40. Properties, damage 332 to 338, intelligence plus 20, Dark Bloom rank 5 50% increased damage against undead or machine types. Restrictions, mage, can only be equipped by a member of the Righteous Guardians of Order. The Staff of Dark Right was one of the ideal weapons for a mage's monsters spawning on the maps currently available were machine types. Dark gold staves were quite rare as well, but unfortunately this had a level restriction of 40. Nie Yan posted the stats into the guild chat and asked, anyone want this staff? Boss, how many merit points? Asked Undying Scoundrel. It was a rule to purchase all equipment with merit points, and Nie Yan couldn't be the one to pick who to give it to since that would complicate matters a bit. The fairest way was to set a price, and let the guild members decide among themselves. Level 40 Dark Gold, 8,000 points, 20 Intelligence, 6,000 points, Rank 5 Dark Bloom, 10,000 points, extra damage, 10,000 points, Nie Yan said. He based the price on the weapon's properties. 34,000. Let me see here. I don't have enough. Any one of you want it? Undying Scoundrel looked at his teammates. If there weren't any other person who'd take it, then his team altogether should have enough for it. In the guild, elite members were able to gather equipment and gold coins very quickly, and so they could exchange them for merit points by donating to the guild. Dark gold equipment was rare, and dark gold equipment at their level was even rarer. Even now, they as elites only wore gold equipment. And now, a level 40 dark gold staff appeared right in front of them, so how could they let this opportunity pass by? Its properties were far too good, and they would soon reach the level requirement as well. I have enough here, said Summer Bug. He hadn't even touched his merit points and now collected a total of 51,000. Damn, what a guy. You've saved up so many points. Undying Scoundrel flinched, glancing at Summer Bug's points in the guild chat. Who could possibly compete against him? Ah, whatever. It's all yours. Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, and Blade Light were one of the wealthiest players in the guild. Typical elites had over 1,000 merit points, and that was on the high end already. A great number of guild members only had a few hundred in store and would only look for ways to gather more if they needed equipment. It was quite staggering to see people like them deal with merit points in the tens of thousands. Such were the strong. Since there didn't seem to be any disagreements, Nie Yan left the chat and looked at the other piece of equipment. His eyes widened. It was another fantastic item. Leaper Ring Dark Gold. Description: reduce the player's weight by 90%, allowing them to leap as far as 10 meters. Cannot be used in combat. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Restrictions: can be equipped by any faction. This was most certainly a rare and great item. Perhaps through the lens of a normal player it would seem not that useful, but in Nie Yan's eyes it was superior to even something sub-legendary. The abilities from both the Silk Spinner Ring and Crawler Ring had allowed Nie Yan to benefit tremendously. If not for these two items, completing Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness of the Book of Order would still be a wishful dream. And now, he had just obtained the Leaper Ring. Although he lacked a ring slot to equip it in, he could just keep it in his bag for the time being and take it out when needed. With this leaper ring, the range of options at his disposal grew all the more varied, allowing him to tackle obstacles he wouldn't have been able to otherwise. Now that Nie Yan had so many treasures on him, including the sub-legendary cavalry crossbow, he felt confident enough to snag himself a full set of godly equipment. Of course, the godly in this case was simply referring to sub-legendary gear. As for a true legendary set, that was temporarily beyond the scope of his ability. It might be a good idea to put some sub-legendaries up for display in the treasury as well. Any self-respecting guild should have a few amazing items that stand out above the rest. Nie Yan searched around for a while longer but failed to find anything else, so he left the building and went to regroup with the expedition team. Before long, Nie Yan found his way back to the others. They had made good headway advancing deeper into the city. What left him pleasantly surprised was that they hadn't suffered a single casualty during his absence. Assuming the role of commander once more, Nie Yan led the team to a public square large enough to fit tens of thousands of players, let alone 600, where they saw an 8-meter-tall golem roaming the center. Its bolted metal carapace was mottled with rust. Its left hand was a giant metal cudgel while its right was an enormous buzzsaw. Its lower half resembled a tank with giant treads on both sides, rumbling loudly as it moved about. This terrifying mechanical behemoth resembled a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. It was one of the 5 lords that spawned in Everlasting City, Goblin Eviscerator. It was undoubtedly a powerful foe. Countless teams ended up wiping at its hands in the previous timeline. After being defeated, it would take 3 days to respawn. It was guaranteed to drop equipment of at least dark gold grade, with a 1/1000th chance for a sub-legendary to appear. I'll go take a closer look, Nie Yan said before stealthily approaching the hulking Goblin Eviscerator which radiated a stifling pressure. Nie Yan arrived behind the golem and activated Transcendent Insight. Goblin Eviscerator Lord level 40. Health, 100,000 100,000ths. The Goblin Eviscerator possessed several powerful abilities. The first was Machinery Evisceration, a 3-hit attack that was guaranteed to crit on every hit. No matter how tanky a fighter was, if a lord landed 3 critical hits in a row, it was virtually a certainty that they would die. The second was Dash Charge. Anyone hit by this ability would be sent flying away. Finally, there was Steamroll, an attack that dealt massive area of effect damage to every unit in a 3-meter radius. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had joined up with others to hunt the Goblin Eviscerator. It wasn't until their third attempt that they didn't wipe, slaying the behemoth instead. Back then, Nie Yan was with over 100 other players, all of whom were at least level 40. They checked online guides on how to defeat the Goblin Eviscerator, while also attempting to put what they learned into practice. Only after wiping twice did they finally figure out the tricks to defeat it. Although Nie Yan had 600 players at present, their levels were comparatively much lower. He wasn't sure if they could succeed. Blade Light, come with me. I need another thief and a priest too, Nie Yan said in the team chat. Blade Light scanned over the players, hesitant on who to pick. I'll go, One Strike Vow volunteered herself, stepping out of the crowd. Me too. Young Seven came forward as well. Painted Muslin, Moonchild, and Black Heaven joined the party as well, though you guys don't need to follow. If we end up dying, come over and revive us, Nie Yan added. This was a necessary precaution. Blade Light, Young Seven, and One Strike Vow went over to Nie Yan's side. Nie Yan nodded in approval. He had full trust in the ability of these 3 players. He turned to Blade Light and said, you don't have to attack in this battle. Just block the Goblin Eviscerator's way. Take note of your positioning, and keep your guard stance up at all times. Its frontal charge is fast, but it can't change directions. As long as you stand in front of it like an immovable boulder, it won't be able to get past you easily. Nie Yan ordered the rest of the team to hide far away to avoid any mishaps. Nie Yan turned to One Strike Vow and said, when Blade Light engages the Goblin Eviscerator, listen to my commands. We're going to slowly lure it to the fountain garden at the center of the square. What do I do? Young Seven asked. You keep Blade Light alive, Nie Yan replied. Young Seven had the easiest job out of the 4 of them. Inside the fountain garden were several large sculptures which made excellent obstacles for limiting the Goblin Eviscerator's movements. If they were to try fighting it out in the open, it could easily break out of the warrior encirclement with a dash charge or steamroll. What awaited them then would surely be a massacre. There was a special method to deal with the Goblin Eviscerator. Nie Yan explained the process of luring the Goblin Eviscerator to Young Seven, Blade Light, and One Strike Vow. Although they understood in principle, they felt actually pulling this off would be incredibly difficult. They wouldn't necessarily succeed on the first try. It was very likely they were going to end up dying once or twice. Alright, let's start. Don't worry if we end up failing the first time, Nie Yan said, staring at the Goblin Eviscerator up ahead. I'm going up, Blade Light said. He raised his heavy shield and ran up to engage the Goblin Eviscerator. Nie Yan and One Strike Vow didn't dally either, dashing towards the east and west side of the square respectively. Blade Light appeared before the Goblin Eviscerator, prompting the golem to rev into action and charge at him. He quickly activated guard stance, holding up his shield to face the oncoming attack. Clang! The Goblin Eviscerator heavily collided with him. Blade Light instantly lost over 300 health, but his health bar soon recovered after a gentle radiance fell over him. It was Young Seven's heal. Blade Light quickly stabilized himself as he maintained guard stance. He firmly withstood the Goblin Eviscerator's blows. But during this whole time, he never attacked back. In the distance, Nie Yan took out the Dullahan cavalry crossbow. He took aim and fired whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts flew out in quick succession and struck the Goblin Eviscerator. -23. -24. -21. -25. -22. A string of damage values floated up above its head. The Goblin Eviscerator's aggro immediately switched over to Nie Yan. It clumsily turned around before charging towards him at full speed. However, Blade Light appeared in front of it like a roadblock. Clang! It collided heavily with his shield, tread still rotating rapidly. But he staunchly barred its way, digging his feet into the ground as he was slowly pushed back. The Goblin Eviscerator gradually advanced, but it couldn't get past Blade Light. On the other side of the square, One Strike Vow shot out arrow after arrow, attracting the Goblin Eviscerator's attention. It slowly changed directions yet again, then charged toward her. Following Nie Yan's prior instructions, Blade Light continued to block the Goblin Eviscerator's path, only allowing it to press forward bit by bit. Just like this, the Goblin Eviscerator was slowly led closer to the fountain garden at the center of the square. If it were only Blade Light luring the Goblin Eviscerator, with all of its aggro focused on him, he would undoubtedly be turned into mincemeat. However, with Nie Yan and One Strike Vow splitting the aggro, Blade Light didn't need to tank as many attacks. Only now did Blade Light, Young Seven, and One Strike Vow comprehend the ingenuity of Nie Yan's plan. After setting the cadence, the party grew extremely focused, not allowing the slightest mishap. With Nie Yan and one strike bow controlling its movements, the Goblin Eviscerator was slowly led into the fountain garden. 382.278.285. Go to that point with your guard stance up. Nie Yan anxiously yelled. Blade Light blanked for a moment, taking several steps back as he moved toward the coordinates Nie Yan called out. However, he was half a step too late. Before he could get his guard stance back up, he was sent flying by a dash charge. The Goblin Eviscerator charged toward Nie Yan with its buzzsaw spinning menacingly. Nie Yan turned tail, fleeing for his life. However, the Goblin Eviscerator was simply too fast. With a sweep of its enormous buzzsaw, Nie Yan was struck in the back. -723. It was an instant kill. As Nie Yan's corpse collapsed to the ground, the Goblin Eviscerator switched targets to one strike Bao, who died just as miserably. The next to follow was Young 7. A moment later, Blade Light was cut down as well. With all the enemies dead, the Goblin Eviscerator resumed a passive state. After the Goblin Eviscerator roamed far enough away, Black Heaven, Tenli painted muslin, and Moonchild ran over and started reviving everyone. As rays of holy light descended on their corpses, Nie Yan and the others were revived. Nie Yan picked up his equipment, then glanced at his experience bar. It had dropped by 30%. The experience penalty was pretty harsh. The four convened in a vacant area near the edge of the public square. Nie Yan gazed at Blade Light and asked, "So how was it? Did you get a feel of things?" Blade Light replied in an apologetic tone, "My bad, I lapsed for a moment. I think I know what to do now." Nie Yan nodded. In the previous timeline, each of the 7 fighters in his team had died 5 or 6 times before reaching this point. He could imagine the difficulty of repositioning himself on such short notice. Blade Light only had to die once to understand what he needed to do. The Goblin Eviscerator normally only attacks with the buzzsaw. All you have to do is guard against attacks coming from that side, and you'll reduce the damage you take by over 2/3. After we lead it into the fountain garden, just hold down that point I shouted out earlier, and the rest will be a piece of cake, Nie Yan said. This advice came from the accumulated experiences of countless players in the previous timeline. It made the Goblin Eviscerator's machinery evisceration and dash charge completely ineffective. In this way, they could defeat a level 40 lord without breaking a sweat. The party sat down to recover. After their weakened states wore off, Nie Yan stood up and said, "Let's give it another go." Nie Yan, Blade Light, and the others lured the Goblin Eviscerator back toward the sculptures in the fountain garden. With the experience of their previous attempt, their teamwork and coordination became a lot smoother. They gradually led the Goblin Eviscerator into the center of the public square. "Don't rush, we're almost there," Nie Yan said, wiping the perspiration from his brow. This was a crucial moment. If the slightest mishap occurred, all their hard work would go to waste, and they would end up dying again. The Goblin Eviscerator's movements were greatly encumbered by the statues. With almost no room to maneuver, it activated dash charge in an attempt to escape. But Blade Light reacted instantly, rushing to the coordinates Nie Yan mentioned previously and hunkering down with guard stance. Clang! The Goblin Eviscerator collided with the nearby statues. However, these statues which were cast from metal only trembled slightly, otherwise unfazed. Blade Light repositioned himself behind the Goblin Eviscerator, slightly off to the right. Nirvana Flame, I found a better position. Blade Light exclaimed in excitement. If he stayed in this position, the Goblin Eviscerator would be completely immobile. Its front was blocked by the statues, while its back was firmly blocked by Blade Light's heavy shield. It couldn't turn around to attack Blade Light, nor could it charge through the statues. It was reduced to nothing more than a stationary target dummy. Although luck admittedly played a factor in getting the Goblin Eviscerator stuck, it was Blade Light's keen awareness that played a decisive role. His position as a top 3 fighter in the previous timeline wasn't an empty title. Bring the rest of the team over, Nie Yan ordered. With the Goblin Eviscerator trapped, there wasn't even a need for healing. It would be fine to just order everyone to attack. The players who were hiding far away came rushing over. When they saw how the Goblin Eviscerator was stuck, they all became slack-jawed. Fuck, you can even do it like that. A level 40 lord is going to die in such a tragic way. I want several fighters to go up and assist Blade Light. Don't let the Goblin Eviscerator break free. Nie Yan instructed. Nie Yan and several other fighters rushed up, forming a human wall. The mages spread out across the square and started chanting. Before long, spells streaked across the sky and rained down on the Goblin Eviscerator, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Most of these mages were only doing a little over 10 damage a hit to the Goblin Eviscerator. Even the strongest among them, Tang Yao, only dealt around 60 damage. The ignore level property from his arcane fairy proved to be a great boost to his damage. Nevertheless, over 200 mages were bombarding the Goblin Eviscerator with spells. It was experiencing death by 1,000 cuts. God damn, the health regeneration on this bucket of bolts is too crazy. Tang Yao exclaimed. Although they were doing a lot of damage, the Goblin Eviscerator's health was falling at a snail's pace. It took over 10 seconds just to shave away a sliver of its health. All machine-type monsters with energy cores have automatic regeneration. Nie Yan raised his cavalry crossbow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling light, and struck the Goblin Eviscerator. -25. -21. -23. -24. -25. Holy shit. Such high damage. Tang Yao exclaimed. Even he was hard-pressed to deal so much damage. Tang Yao looked over to Nie Yan, only to see him carrying an enormous crossbow. It was exquisite with a sleek design, covered in all sorts of mystical runes. It resembled the siege crossbows mounted atop the city walls of Kalor. Even with its visual effects concealed, it was extremely eye-catching. When Nie Yan had previously shot at the Goblin Eviscerator, he actually wondered why his damage was so low. However, after seeing how little damage the mages were dealing, he quickly realized he had erred. The might of the Dullahan cavalry crossbow was unquestioned. The metal carapaces of machine-type monsters substantially reduced the piercing power of arrows and bolts and ignored effects like bonus on hit-fire damage. Despite this, the cavalry crossbow still dealt an incredible amount of damage. Boss, what's that crossbow in your hands? It's really powerful. Summer Bug asked. While he and the others mages unleashed an unending stream of spells, they couldn't help but notice that Nie Yan was dealing much more damage than them individually. This was too shocking. After all, a thief wasn't some powerful ranged class. With a simple glance, they could tell why. The crossbow in Nie Yan's hands definitely wasn't simple. This was their first time seeing one that large. That fierce. That domineering. How was he even able to carry it around? Its design was extremely elaborate. The 5 bolts it shot out in quick succession emitted a chilling light. Penta-bolt shot. None of them had ever seen a crossbow with the penta-bolt shot property. Those with just the triple shot property were already considered extraordinary. The 5 bolts let out a continuous hum as they flew through the air, their pointed ends emitting a piercing light. Ding ding ding. They struck the goblin eviscerator practically at the same time. Some of them even pierced through its thick metal carapace. -25. -23. -66. -23. -21. One of the bolts critted for 3 times the normal damage. What a terrifying crossbow. Its valiant properties made people exclaim in admiration. A whole bunch of team members forgot what they were doing as they looked over at Nie Yan in awe. How could he not attract everyone's attention after something like that? Boss, what kind of crossbow is that? Since everyone was asking about his crossbow, Nie Yan could no longer keep silent. It's the Dullahan cavalry crossbow. Everyone was shocked. The names of every piece of equipment were determined from a finite list. Items such as the Staff of Divine Right, Shattered Sword, Valor Shield, and so on were generally all dark gold grade or lower. But items whose names were related to an NPC, such as the Dullahan cavalry crossbow or Gret's sovereign staff, were exclusively sub-legendary or even legendary grade. The more prominent an NPC was in the annals of conviction, the more powerful the equipment they left behind. Dullahan cavalry crossbow. As soon as everyone heard the name, they knew it was at least sub-legendary grade. At present, players found it extremely difficult to obtain dark gold grade equipment. A single piece would bankrupt the vast majority of players. As for sub-legendary grade equipment, who knew how many there were in the entire Viridian Empire? They hadn't even shown up on the official forums yet. This was telling of how rare they were. To everyone's surprise, Nie Yan had actually gotten his hands on a sub-legendary item. However, after recalling the legendary grade Grimar Soul Staff sitting high atop a pedestal in the guild treasury, they felt this easier to accept. Obtaining 2 pieces of godly equipment, their guild leader was simply too amazing. Boss, share the properties of the Dullahan cavalry crossbow with us. Undying Scoundrel exclaimed, no longer able to hold back his curiosity. Yeah, let us see it. Numerous people in the crowd echoed Undying Scoundrel's request. They really wanted to find out just what sort of properties this crossbow had. There was no harm in publicizing the Dullahan cavalry crossbow. At the behest of the crowd, Nie Yan shared its properties in the chat, whereupon everyone let out sighs of admiration. Dang, what an amazing crossbow. 307 to 327 attack, 30% piercing damage, 30% chance to deal 3x critical damage, plus 100 fire damage, and a pentabolt shot. These sorts of properties on a crossbow practically broke the game. It fully deserved to be called a sub-legendary grade item. 30% piercing damage meant the Dullahan cavalry crossbow could effectively ignore the vast majority of Amurs that weren't heavy armor. The other properties were arguably even more powerful. Boss, you have 800 strength. Edgeless, who is currently providing support to Blade Light, couldn't help but ask in shock. Even as a berserker, he only had 370 strength. Only now did everyone notice the strength required to equip the crossbow. This was a staggeringly high bar to meet. I have a special method that lets me equip this crossbow, Nie Yan replied. Even though Volume 1, Glimpse of Darkness was already bound to him, there was no need to reveal it if he didn't have to. In the minds of everyone, the so-called special method was definitely something that lowered the requirements of equipment. Such items were actually relatively common if you looked hard enough. For example, Blade Light's level 40 Everlasting Silver set could be equipped at level 30. No one inquired any further. It wasn't good to force Nie Yan to reveal everything. There would be disastrous consequences if an enemy somehow got their hands on such information. Nevertheless, his Dullahan cavalry crossbow really did give everyone a big shock. Blade Light and the other warriors were firmly blocking the goblin eviscerator. No matter how it struggled, it was unable to break free. It was irrevocably stuck even after becoming enraged. The mages continued shelling it with magic. 2 minutes later, its health finally fell to 0, and it collapsed to the ground. A wave of players shined with a brilliant light. The goblin eviscerator gave a generous amount of experience. More than half of the expedition team members leveled up. Nie Yan checked his experience bar. It was now 70% of the way filled. This was quite considerable. Blade Light searched through the pile of scrap metal. Surprisingly, he found 5 pieces of equipment, several gems, and 1 energy key fragment. The goblin eviscerator had dropped a ton of loot. Their luck was pretty good. What dropped? Nie Yan asked. Some of the team members helped to praise the items. Staff of Divine Right, Radiant Sword, Robes of Divine Right, Boots of Divine Right, and Everlasting Chestplate Dark Gold. They shared the properties of all the equipment in chat. Because they were drops from a Lord-class monster, all of them were dark gold grade. 3 pieces of the Divine Right set dropped. If the expedition team killed all 5 lords, they might be able to complete the full set. It was one of the best level 40 Holy Priest sets out there. Radiant Sword for 20,000 merit points. Do any of the paladins want it? Nie Yan asked. I'll take it. I have enough, Tuobatime said. The properties of this dark gold grade sword were outstanding. Even he was moved. Nie Yan handed over the Radiant Sword to Tuobatime, then turned to Young 7, Black Heaven, Painted Muslin, and Moonchild and asked, which one of you wants the Divine Right set? I'll concede it to the ladies, Young 7 said in a very gentleman-like tone. The Divine Right set was farmable in Everlasting City, so they could just grind out another one in the future if necessary. I don't have enough points. Moonchild shook her head. It was still a bit too early to be thinking about level 40 equipment. After all, she wasn't even level 30 yet, and priests were generally much slower at leveling up compared to other classes. How about we leave it in the treasury for now? It can go to whoever gets to level 40 first, Tenli Painted Muslin suggested. Only now did Nie Yan get a chance to examine this recent recruit. She wore light blue priest robes, and had a graceful and gentle bearing. In terms of appearance, she didn't lose out in the slightest to beauties like Yao Yao, Yulan, and Moonchild. I suppose we'll keep it in the treasury then. If any of you want it, just let me know. Nie Yan nodded. Top quality dark gold grade equipment such as the Divine Right set definitely couldn't be treated like regular items in the treasury. They were obtained through the combined efforts of the expedition team members who braved all sorts of dangers with potentially disastrous outcomes, after all. It would be a great loss if an enemy spy managed to smuggle one out of the guild, so such equipment would be restricted to contracted elites only. In the previous timeline, a lord dropping 2 pieces of dark gold grade equipment was very rare. If not a single piece of equipment dropped, then you could only blame your bad luck. However, as the first group to explore this map, Nie Yan's expedition team got to reap greater rewards. They had really lucked out, obtaining 5 pieces of dark gold grade equipment from a single lord. Nie Yan led the group deeper into Everlasting City, clearing away all mechanical and plasma core golems in their path. Besides 6 members dying in combat, no other mishaps worth mentioning occurred. 2 were revived by the priests, while the remaining few didn't get to enjoy such luxury. But on the whole, everything was going pretty smoothly. During this time, they managed to complete the everlasting gold set. Blade Light put on the new set, improving his stats significantly, then handed down his old set to Nie Yan. They also obtained another everlasting silver set, which Nie Yan planned to hand over to Sleepy Fox as per their previous agreement. They were having a tremendous harvest on this trip to Everlasting City, obtaining all sorts of high-quality equipment. Nie Yan had rewarded everyone with at least 500 merit points each so far. Some even earned up to 1,000. The average level of the team also went up by 1 from when they first arrived. Nie Yan quickly set about making his preparations for taking on the next lord, the Goblin Flame Manipulator, a machine-type monster that could employ fire magic. Its combat power was extremely formidable. However, with the everlasting gold set, Blade Light was ready to take up the challenge. There was also a unique way of defeating the Goblin Flame Manipulator. Its damage was extremely high, and there was a chance that the whole expedition team would be wiped out if they were hit by one of its area of effect spells. So, when it started casting large-scale magic, it was imperative that the players get out of its range in time. As for predicting when it was going to cast an area of effect spell, Nie Yan had a special method. It was something which the players on the forums of the previous timeline had come up with. On top of this, he also had some prior experience with this boss, since he had taken part in expeditions to defeat it before. The team was still not perfectly in sync, so they couldn't perform group dodges very quickly yet. They wiped twice before managing to finish off the Goblin Flame Manipulator on their third attempt. It dropped 3 pieces of dark gold grade equipment. Greatly relieved, everyone sat down scattered across the square and began to heal up from the fight. Compared to that Goblin Eviscerator, this one was way too hard. Blade Light wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Killing the Goblin Flame Manipulator had barely given them enough experience to make up for what they had lost by dying twice. The next few will be much easier, Nie Yan assured. The Goblin Flame Manipulator was a special case, since there were very few bosses with the ability to cast area of effect spells at long range. It was just too hard to deal with. That's good, Blade Light said. It would be extremely depressing if they had to die twice every time they faced off against a Lord-class monster. It's a pity. Aside from a few pieces of dark gold grade equipment, nothing else good dropped. Undying Scoundrel sighed. You've really been spoiled, huh? Just look at Victorious Return and Holy Empire. Do you think those guys can get their hands on level 40 dark gold grade equipment? Blade Light rebuked. Without Nie Yan's strategies there would be no way to defeat these bosses. No matter how large of a force arrived, the end result would still be a complete wipe. The next lord we're going after is the Goblin Disintegrator. There's a good chance it'll drop an advanced magic skill book, so everybody liven up. Nie Yan announced. After resting up back to full health, the team stood up and began to reorganize themselves. Their clearing speed was pretty fast. At their current pace, Nie Yan estimated that they could be out of Everlasting City before the start of Holy Empire's stronghold battle with Radiant Sacred Flame. If their luck wasn't too bad, they might be able to complete the Everlasting Dark Gold set. Like this, Blade Light's combat power would be upgraded by another step. If Blade Light were to go into the stronghold battle wearing that kind of equipment, he would be able to effortlessly crush ordinary players like bugs. He would have an enormous influence on the final outcome. One of the reasons Nie Yan chose this place for Asskickers United's first guild activity was also to improve the quality of Blade Light's gear. This goal could be considered accomplished when they got him the Everlasting Gold set. However, if they could fit him with the Everlasting Dark Gold set, then it would be even better. Thus far, they had gathered 3 pieces of the set, gauntlets, chest plate, and leg armor, so they were a long shot from completing the full set. They might even have to revisit this place 3 days later for a second run. While Asskickers United was rushing to clear Everlasting City, several battles broke out between Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame. This time, Radiant Sacred was really under a lot of pressure. They were initially confident in their success thanks to the support of Victorious Return. However, a certain incident caught them completely off guard. Almost all the Victorious Return elites slated to appear were thrown in the Kalor jail cellars. Suddenly having the rug pulled out from under them, on the eve of the battle no less. They were thrown into utter panic and disarray. Radiant Sacred Flame began to ambush Holy Empire's elites anywhere they could, trying to weaken them before the battle. Additionally, they mobilized forces from other cities to reinforce their lineup. Although it pained them to pay 1 gold per player for the transfers, they had no choice but to do so. Holy Empire lost quite a few elites to Radiant Sacred Flame's attacks, but they immediately began to fight back once the first reports came in. Since neither side was willing to yield, another large battle began between the 2 guilds. Aside from their attacks on Holy Empire, Radiant Sacred Flame also sent out forces to various popular leveling spots to search for traces of Asskickers United's elites. However, what left them depressed was that they found no traces of their target, almost as if they had vanished into thin air. Radiant Sacred Flame scouts were extremely confused. Was Asskickers United not going to do any last-minute leveling? Little did they know that Nie Yan's group was currently clearing a level 40 map. Victorious Return also wanted to avenge themselves, so they too sought out Asskickers United players to slaughter. With their involvement, the 4 major guilds once more became embroiled in chaotic warfare. The war continued to exponentially expand in scope. More and more guilds were dragged into the mess as both sides called for allies and attacked their enemies. Not long after the fighting erupted, Sleepy Fox and Nie Yan jointly carried out a devious plot. They had 25 players from both their guilds invite 15 relatively famous Sapphire Shrine players to go out leveling together. Afterwards, Asskickers United secretly leaked this group's location to Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. The 2 guilds quickly surrounded them with hundreds of assailants. The result was obvious, all 40 players were promptly sent to their graves. Asskickers United and Holy Empire began mobilizing people to hunt down the forces of Radiant Sacred Flame, but Sapphire Shrine stayed completely silent. The people from Holy Empire and Asskickers United mocked the players from Sapphire Shrine for being cowards with no guts. Although those 15 Sapphire Shrine players who died had been quelled by Fall Land, they really could endure no longer. They each led over 100 players to massacre the players of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Before long, Sapphire Shrine was also pulled into the fray. As the casualties on both sides increased, the players from Sapphire Shrine grew enraged. Although they had remained neutral all this time, Victorious Return's rampant nature had long since left them dissatisfied. Those 15 players dying was simply the straw that broke the camel's back. Fall Land could no longer continue holding his people back. If he insisted on forcing them to stay their hand, then it could very well culminate into a mass exodus. Fall Land looked closely at the entire affair, noticing that there was something fishy about the whole thing. It was really odd how Asskickers United and Holy Empire had suddenly invited his players to level together. What's more, the players that had been invited were all pretty popular within the guild. Less than an hour after they began, they were completely surrounded by Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. After the party with the 15 players from Sapphire Shrine were killed, Asskickers United and Holy Empire took the lead in a furious vengeance. As they fought, they also barraged Sapphire Shrine with unceasing taunts about their cowardice in quietly swallowing this insult. There were even a bunch of players within the guild who fanned the flames and clamored for action. Each of the fallen 15 were popular enough to have a sizable following within the guild, so how could they swallow this insult? They brought their friends to avenge themselves, thoroughly entrenching Sapphire Shrine's involvement in the chaos. By the end, the people under Fall Lan had mobilized without his approval. He had lost control of them, so he could only turn a blind eye. With no choice but to accept this fact, he endlessly cursed in his heart. This time, he had fallen for Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox plot. These two sly bastards were far too despicable. With the forces of Sapphire Shrine fighting them so fiercely, how could Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame not believe they had joined sides with Holy Empire and Asskickers United? There was no way to step out of these muddy waters. Sapphire Shrine was effectively forced aboard the same ship as Holy Empire and Asskickers United. If those two collapsed later on, Sapphire Shrine would be going down with them as well. Fall Lan secretly cursed Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox to hell and back again, but he could only reluctantly accept this fact. From today onwards, how could Sapphire Shrine still remain neutral? They could only grit their teeth and join Asskickers United and Holy Empire's alliance. Everything progressed swimmingly under Nie Yan and Sleepy Fox's careful supervision. Fall Lan yielded in the end, allowing his guild members to join the conflict. The players of Sapphire Shrine fought Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame with extreme ferocity. Considering they were fighting a force which numbered over 5,000, their losses were of course substantial. Fall Lan was powerless to stop the enmity that had sparked between Sapphire Shrine and both Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Sleepy Fox brought news of this development to Nie Yan the instant it occurred, laughing heartily in the voice chat. That old dog Fall Lan tried hard but couldn't escape boarding our pirate ship in the end. Let's see if he can still remain so laid back like before. Nie Yan was satisfied as well. With Sapphire Shrine being forced to ally with them, they had the manpower to rival Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. The overall balance of power now vastly differed from the previous timeline. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were no longer untouchable superpowers. Don't celebrate too early. We'll have to iron out the details of our alliance with Fall Lan first, Nie Yan said. When the duck is thoroughly cooked, is there a need to worry about it flying away? I'll get him to send some elites to join the stronghold battle, Sleepy Fox chuckled sinisterly. If Fall Lan were to join, victory was virtually assured. Radiant Sacred Flame would crumple beneath the three-pronged assault of Asskickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. Go ahead. Nie Yan was slightly distracted when his voice chat lit up with a call from Guo Wai. Let's talk later. No problem. Sleepy Fox started up his own call with Fall Lan. How are the losses? Nie Yan asked after picking up. He was wondering how Asskickers United was doing, since they were in an ongoing battle with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Not too bad, though things could be better. We've had about 10,000 casualties on our side, but the enemy has suffered 3 times as much. Our forces are quite fierce. We've looted so much equipment that our treasury is almost full. Guo Wai replied. They maintained a constant 3-1 kill-death ratio against the enemy. All that could be said was that the players of the guild were simply too strong. Good. When you dole out the merit points, give everyone a little extra. Nie Yan nodded in approval. The members of Asskickers United were the cream of the crop among the player base. Coupled with the boost in morale from their recent successes, this was the least he expected. One other thing. Cao Shu, the chairman of Century Financial Group, contacted me. He said he wishes to purchase shares in Asskickers United, and if we agreed, the Century Financial Group was willing to let us set a price we would be satisfied with. How should I respond? Guo Wai asked. It would be a huge help to the guild's development if they received an investment from such a large financial group. Nie Yan's expression darkened. In the previous timeline, Century Financial Group employed this exact method to take out any potential rivals, controlling guild after guild through their massive capital. And now, they wanted to get their grubby hands on everything that he had built up. Asskickers United will not sell any shares to the Century Financial Group, under any circumstances. Reject their offer. Nie Yan spoke in a grave tone. Understood. Guo Wai nodded. He was slightly puzzled by the traces of anger he detected in Nie Yan's voice. Why did he sound so emotional when I mentioned Century Financial Group? Is there some history between them? Pay close attention to the movements of Century Financial Group from now on. Take note of which guilds have been bought by them. Nie Yan instructed. He had no choice but to prepare some countermeasures now that Cao Shu had set his eyes on Asskickers United. All right. Don't worry, you can leave this to me, Guo Wai replied. On a final note, about that thing you asked me last time. Well, I've gathered some information on Xie Yao. Nie Yan's heart skipped a beat. Tell me. You know, she's got quite the background. Have you heard of the name, Xie Pei? Xie Pei, the business tycoon, the chairman of the Zhongrong Financial Group. Nie Yan replied after blanking for a moment. Yeah, Xie Pei is Xie Yao's uncle, and her mother is the daughter of the Leaping Dragon Financial Group's chairman. That's definitely quite the lineup. It's also been reported that on the day she was born, she was given 12% and 28% of each respective company's shares, bringing her net worth to nearly 10 billion yen. This young lady was born with a diamond spoon. That said, her family doesn't seem to be living very extravagantly. Her parents don't keep a high profile, rarely interacting with the administrative staff of their companies. They're currently living in a villa at Huahai, Guo Wai informed. He had no idea what he was getting into when he first agreed to Nie Yan's request. As soon as he started his investigation, he nearly shit his pants in fright. Such a deep background even left someone like him speechless. Nie Yao was stunned as well. Zhongrong and Leaping Dragon were top financial groups in the country, only second to Cao Shu's Century Financial Group. Why didn't he hear anyone mention Xie Yao's background in his past life? Most of Nie Yan's classmates knew Xie Yao was from a wealthy family. But he doubted they knew to what degree. Even during its peak, his father's company was still easily dwarfed by the Zhongrong and Leaping Dragon financial groups. This was the sheer size of these two titans. I've heard Xie Yao's parents donated all their shares to charitable organizations, save a portion for Xie Yao herself. They don't particularly care who their daughter marries so long as she likes him. So cheer up. You still have a shot. Guo Wai comforted. It was truly impressive for Xie Yao's parents to give up so much wealth. Although Xie Yao's background shocked him, Nie Yan wasn't deterred. True love knew no boundaries, definitely not monetary one. Even after 2 lifetimes, Xie Yao's silhouette still remained deeply engraved into his heart. Memories of the previous timeline floated in Nie Yan's mind. Regardless of Xie Yao's background, he knew one thing. He wouldn't ever let her go again. Don't sell yourself short. I have faith in you. Guo Wai reassured. If this brother of his wasn't good enough for Xie Yao, who was? Nie Yan's mood couldn't help but perk up at Guo Wai's encouragement. I'll be cheering you on too. Of course, he was referring to their former class president. Hey, can you not always bring up this embarrassing thing? Guo Wai laughed. The two chattered on for a while longer before hanging up, whereupon Nie Yan refocused his attention on the expedition. While Nie Yan was directing everyone, Yao Yao walked up to him. Nirvana Flame, I have a priest quest I'm stuck on halfway. After we finish the stronghold battle, can you help me? Yao Yao asked, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation, a pair of glittering diamonds with a captivating tint. Nie Yan slightly averted his gaze. What quest? Karsi's Blessing. The reward is a Templar magic skill book, Yao Yao replied. You received the Karsi's Blessing quest. Nie Yan asked in shock. In truth, he really didn't have the heart to refuse Yao Yao. Besides, with what he knew, helping her complete the quest would be a simple effort. He nodded. Sure, just remind me later. Karsi was a powerful holy mage who led the Templar Crusaders. Nie Yan never thought Yao Yao would receive his quest, let alone get through half of it all by herself. It was the first of a series of quests related to the Holy Shrine, each exponentially more difficult than the last. The reward for completing the first quest was a rank 1 Templar magic skill book, while the reward for completing the fifth and final quest was a legendary set. However, even in the previous timeline, the furthest anyone progressed was the third quest. So in the eyes of the players, obtaining this set was nothing more than a pipe dream. Karsi's Blessing had harsh requirements which very few could meet. Ass-Kickers United sorely lacked players who could cast advanced magic. It didn't help that between the recent guild war, expedition, and stronghold battle, none of the members had any time to acquire them. Add this to the fact that this process was rather rigorous, and the only few in the guild that knew advanced magic were the likes of Undying Scoundrel and Black Heaven. If Nie Yan helped Yao Yao complete the quest, it was tantamount to Ass-Kickers United having another player who could cast advanced magic. As Nie Yan's friendship with Yao Yao gradually deepened, he couldn't help but remember the erotic night they spent together in that secret chamber beneath Fanart City. His mind was bewitched as those seductive scenes flashed before him. Although Yao Yao was not as voluptuous as Yu Lan, her flawless and elegant beauty was the forbidden fruit that filled his heart with an unquenchable ardor. Her figure was exquisite, not a hint of excess fat on her body, a pair of soft, perfectly round mounds, and jade-white skin without the slightest blemish. Nie Yan's heart raced in his chest. When he recalled Yao Yao was still untainted at that time, he felt even more guilt about pushing her away in this life. But there was nothing else he could do, for he knew himself all too well. If he were to spend time together with her, temptation would overcome him. Nie Yan bitterly smiled. No matter how strong-willed a person was, some desires couldn't be outrun. He was only a man, after all. Knowing he could never get rid of the carnal urges buried deep inside his heart, he chose to distance himself from Yao Yao. During the darkest moments in Nie Yan's past life, it was Yao Yao's tenderness that pulled him out of that deep quagmire of gray. With her asking him for help, how could he be so heartless as to refuse? Nie Yan felt very conflicted deep inside. He truly didn't wish to hurt Yao Yao. Seeing Nie Yan's distant expression, Xie Yao's heart welled up with a sense of loss. She felt a deep sense of sadness. She could tell he was only helping her out of a sense of obligation. Staring at the outline of Nie Yan's cheeks, Xie Yao also sunk into deep thought. Just what kind of person was Nie Yan? He was at times low-key, at others reserved, and still others fearless. He dealt with most matters calmly. But when the members of Ass-Kickers United were killed, he would explode with rage as well, calling for the slaughter of victorious return and radiant sacred flame. What left the deepest impression on people, though, was when he killed He Zhou under the eyes of almost 1,000 enemies. His icy cold gaze and arrogant smile shook the hearts of all players. From a sense of familiarity in the beginning to deep admiration later on, Xie Yao was always paying attention to the things happening around Nie Yan. She wanted to know everything about him, partially from her delight at his success but also because she wanted to find out why he was so distant with her. Nirvana Flame, since you've agreed, you better not go back on it. Yao Yao revealed a brilliant smile akin to warm sunshine on a cold winter's day. Yao Yao wore pure white mage robes with her hair tied in a ponytail. Her charming appearance dazed all the surrounding players for a while. I won't. Nie Yan nodded. Helping Yao Yao out with this quest counted as repaying the kindness from his past life. It didn't violate any of his principles. Besides, the happiness on her face was heartwarming. Every minute, fewer golems roamed the streets of Everlasting City. After defeating 4 lords in a row, all that remained was the final lord, the Goblin Cannoneer. It was the strongest boss in Everlasting City. Even when the player base averaged level 40 in the previous timeline, very few people were able to beat it. The heart of Everlasting City was a wide open space enveloped by a curtain of light with a towering spire at the very center. At the top of this lofty structure hovered an enormous spherical crystal which emitted a faint glow. It was this crystal that powered Everlasting City. An 8-meter-tall golem clad in a gold metal carapace roamed around at the base of the spire. What stood out the most was the cannon that sat on top of its shoulder. It was a magic cannon, a weapon that rarely saw use outside of siege warfare. Thankfully this one was a smaller model. Were it full-sized like those seen on top of city walls, Nie Yan's group would have no hope of surviving. The Goblin Cannoneer radiated a dazzling golden radiance. It was a metallic giant. Every step it took shook the ground. Nie Yan cautiously approached the Goblin Cannoneer after entering stealth. Taking cover behind a nearby bunker, he got within 3 meters of it and activated Transcendent Insight. Goblin Cannoneer Lord level 40. Health, 200,000. Aside from being the strongest, the loot the Goblin Cannoneer dropped was also the best among the 5 lords. In the previous timeline, someone reportedly obtained the sub-legendary grade Soulless battle armor after defeating it. Of course, this was dogshit luck. Although these lords had a chance of dropping a piece of sub-legendary grade equipment, the drop rate was extremely low. Most players would already be beyond themselves if a legendary grade item fragment appeared. The mini magic cannon mounted on the Goblin Cannoneer's shoulder couldn't launch projectiles very far. It shot out cannonballs which rolled along the ground, eventually exploding and dealing devastating area of effect damage. Squishier classes like mages would be blasted to smithereens if hit. Its ultimate was firing 3 cannonballs in quick succession, dealing massive wide-scale damage. It was terrifying. Countless teams were wiped out by this skill in the previous timeline. The Goblin Cannoneer's eyes suddenly started glowing red. It let out a low-pitched steaming whistle and aimed the cannon on its shoulder in a certain direction. A scorching hot iron ball shot out of the cannon and landed on the ground with a thud, then gradually picked up speed as it rolled toward Nie Yan. The cannonball was red hot, as if it had just come out of a furnace. Not good. Nie Yan cried out in alarm. He activated Shadow Waltz and quickly retreated. Boom. The cannonball exploded after arriving at Nie Yan's previous position. Flames surged up into sky as shrapnel flew everywhere. Although they were powerful, these cannonballs had a long detonation time. Coupled with the fact that Nie Yan was fast, he escaped the blast radius without so much as a scratch. The Goblin Cannoneer lumbered over to the bunker. Not finding any traces of an enemy, it resumed a passive state. Nie Yan returned to the expedition team. My god. That lord is way too scary. Boss, how are we supposed to fight that thing? Undying scoundrel asked. Seeing the power of the cannonball's explosion, he shuddered in fear. The only fighters in our group who can tank its attacks are Blade Light and Nie Yan. I'm not so sure about the others, Nie Yan said. Due to the goblin cannoneer's attacks being area of effect, everyone within the explosion radius would receive damage. The mages in the backline definitely wouldn't survive such a blast. However, the trick to defeating this boss lay in the fact it could only fire its cannon once every 10 seconds, and the cannonballs it shot out didn't explode on collision. As such, Nie Yan only needed to predict where the goblin cannoneer was going to attack and warn the mages to get out of the way in advance. If everything worked out smoothly, they would eventually defeat the boss. However, even though this sounded easy in theory, the team would have to make several attempts to finally defeat the goblin cannoneer. Needless to say, the prospect of wiping so many times was extremely depressing. If they didn't succeed after the third try, they were better off calling it a day. After wiping, it would take about an hour to run back to their corpses. This meant it would take at least 3 hours to defeat the boss. Boss, do you have a special way to beat the goblin cannoneer, like you did with the goblin eviscerator? Summer Bug asked. Their battle with the goblin eviscerator was extremely pleasant. They had practically suffered no casualties. Nie Yan's eyes lit up, realizing he was adhering too rigidly to the standards of the previous timeline. Why couldn't he just think up a completely new method to defeat the goblin cannoneer? Nie Yan scanned the surroundings, noticing 6 buildings to the left of him. They were at least a dozen meters tall, and were all constructed out of thick steel. They were extremely sturdy. There were pipes all over the sides and top of the buildings, with plenty of footholds for players to stand. He had a fantastical idea. Since there were so many buildings in the vicinity, why not take advantage of them? By lending out his crawler ring and silk spinner ring, Nie Yan could get all the mages atop these buildings where they wouldn't have to worry about getting blasted by the goblin cannoneer's cannonballs. As for the fighters, they could simply attract the goblin cannoneer's aggro. Like this, they could easily defeat the goblin cannoneer. Moreover, the possibility of everyone wiping was nullified by the fact the goblin cannoneer's cannonballs couldn't affect any targets so high up. Boss, what are you doing? All the guild members were staring at Nie Yan in bewilderment. Why was he constantly staring at the surrounding buildings? Sparrow Hawk, get over here. Nie Yan said. Tang Yao had some experience with this tactic, so he should know what to do. What's up? Tang Yao asked. Nie Yan handed over the crawler ring to Tang Yao and said, climb up on top of that building, then throw the crawler ring back down. Tang Yao's mind trembled. He realized what Nie Yan was planning and said in an excited tone, damn. Why didn't I think of that? If we do it this way, we won't ever wipe. The crowd was baffled, not understanding the exchange between Nie Yan and Tang Yao. Tang Yao ran over to the side of a nearby building. He equipped the crawler ring, activated its ability, and started crawling up the wall like a spider. He finally stopped after reaching a spot 5 meters high with a good vantage point. All the players widened their eyes in shock. Even this was possible. Tang Yao threw the crawler ring back down. Nie Yan nimbly caught it in his hand, then turned to the crowd and shouted, next. Nie Yan's body was a treasure trove, brimming with all kinds of wonderful items. The crawler ring would absolutely fetch a sky-high price if listed up for auction. As a matter of fact, it was something that couldn't be bought even if the player had the gold. The crowd couldn't help but wonder how he got his hands on such a trinket. It was difficult to determine how useful this sort of item was, an irreplaceable tool to some but dead weight in the hands of others. The players scaled the buildings one after another until all 6 were jam-packed, forming a peculiar sight. With this, the area between them turned into the focal point. Only Nie Yan, Blade Light, and Ye Yan stuck to the ground. The rest of the warriors retreated off in the distance. Nie Yan turned to Blade Light and Ye Yan after reequipping the crawler ring. I'll go draw the goblin hunter's aggro. Alright, be careful, Blade Light cautioned. This was a level 40 lord, after all. It wouldn't be easy to lure the goblin hunter out of its spawn, all the way to the center of the 6 buildings. Nie Yan stealthily approached until he was within some 30 meters of the goblin hunter, whereupon he took aim with his cavalry crossbow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts flew out toward the goblin hunter. -24. -21. -22. -21. -23. After being struck, the goblin hunter fired out a red-hot iron ball that quickly picked up speed as it rolled toward the assailant. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz and dodged to the left. The cannonball detonated with a loud explosion, spewing out flames into the sky and sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Even though Nie Yan hid himself in stealth, which was further amplified by the cloud of smoke from the explosion, the goblin hunter quickly located him and gave chase. Every step the goblin hunter took shook the ground heavily. Another cannonball was fired out. Nie Yan ducked to the side, only to notice the cannonball still on his heels. It was homing in on him. Seeing the cannonball was about to explode, Nie Yan shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring which stuck to the wall of a nearby building and swung away. Boom. Not a second later, Nie Yan felt a sweltering shockwave ruthlessly slam his back as a piece of shrapnel brushed past his arm. A frighteningly high damage value floated up above Nie Yan's head. Luckily he wasn't at the center of the blast radius, otherwise, he wouldn't have been left with a complete corpse. Nie Yan let go of the web line and made a graceful landing, whereupon he bolted toward the area at the center of the 6 buildings with the goblin hunter in hot pursuit. That was a close call. The boss almost died there. What kind of skill is that? Since when could thieves shoot out webs? That's obviously his secret, of course. Amazing. He even dodged an attack like that. The players were able to get a clear view of Nie Yan being chased by the goblin hunter from atop the buildings. It was nerve-wracking, like a good thriller. There were many times where they thought he was toast, only to see him somehow survive by the skin of his teeth. It was an exciting game of cat and mouse. No matter the danger, Nie Yan always found his way to safety. Atop of one of the buildings, Xie Yao felt like her heart was going to beat out of her chest. She couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat whenever the goblin hunter closed in on Nie Yan. But he would deftly evade its attacks every single time. His speed was unmatched, his silhouette resembling a cheetah sprinting through the savannah. Seeing Nie Yan was in no real danger, Xie Yao calmed down. No longer hers to control, her mood was subconsciously linked to his well-being. Nie Yan finally arrived at the designated location. Letting out a deep roar, Blade Light charged forward and struck the goblin hunter with a shield bash. Clang! The goblin hunter was knocked back a step by the impact. Drawing only partial aggro, Blade Light activated taunt. The Goblin Hunter finally focused all its attention on Blade Light. Clang! It swung a fist at Blade Light's shield, sending him staggering several steps back. Blade Light charged back up after steadying himself. Everyone, attack! Give it your all! Nie Yan shouted at the top of his lungs. Even if these players attracted the aggro of the Goblin Hunter, there was nothing it could do to them. The mages started casting their spells. Bang! 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 They bombarded the Goblin Hunter's body. A long string of damage values floated up above its head. None of the mages held back in the slightest. It wasn't every day they could completely let loose like this without fear of suffering retaliation. They unleashed every high-damage single-target spell at their disposal. Tang Yao was especially thrilled. Under normal circumstances, he would force himself to hold back out of fear that he would be the sole reason for the team wiping. But this time, he could go all out. Magic rained down from the sky as the Goblin Hunter furiously fired out cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. Every explosion sent Blade Light recoiling back. Every cannonball that hit Blade Light took away almost 70% of his health. Fortunately, the Goblin Hunter's attack speed was rather slow, and the intervals between them were long. The priests had ample time to cast heal. A curtain of light descended on Blade Light, restoring his health directly back to full. Shield bash. Blade Light charged back up and slammed his shield against the Goblin Hunter. The Goblin Hunter couldn't attack Tang Yao, Undying Scoundrel, and the other mages, so it could only vent out its anger on Blade Light. All warriors, block off the Goblin Hunter's path of retreat. Nie Yan ordered. All their efforts would go to waste if the Lord lost aggro and returned to its spawn. The Goblin Hunter's health was quickly shaved away, finally falling to 20% under the concentrated barrage of spells. The Goblin Hunter turned to escape but was stopped dead in its tracks. Want to run? Not so fast. Blade Light took up guard stance to protect himself from the boss's powerful attacks. The mages never let up, not even for a moment. The Goblin Hunter bellowed out in rage, letting out a steaming whistle. Energy converged at the tip of its magic cannon which started to shine brilliantly. Priests, keep the heals coming. Nie Yan shouted anxiously. 3 cannon shots rang out in quick succession as several red-hot iron balls dropped to the ground and started rolling towards Blade Light. Sensing the danger, Blade Light took out an intermediate health potion while maintaining his guard stance. Blade Light's sense of awareness was by no means dull, but he was still a beat too late. Boom boom boom. The 3 cannonballs exploded almost simultaneously, sweeping everything away. Blade Light was blasted away like a ragdoll and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. The Goblin Hunter immediately took this opportunity to flee. However, Nie Yan rushed up to take Blade Light's place and prevented its escape. The Goblin Hunter couldn't charge past Nie Yan no matter how much it struggled. When its health fell to 10%, its cannon began to charge again. 3 cannonballs exploded in quick succession, blasting Nie Yan away. Don't let it flee. Go up one by one. Nie Yan ordered, knowing that he had no choice but to sacrifice some players to prevent their target from escaping. Charge. Edgeless led the charge. None of the warriors alive could take a single hit from the Goblin Hunter. They were going into this knowing full well they would die. However, they hoped to buy enough time for the mages to finish the boss off in this final stretch. Edgeless stalled the Goblin Hunter for a brief moment, only to be blown away by a cannonball. The next to go up was Monochrome, though he didn't last long either. It was a tragic scene. The warriors rushed up one after the other, meeting miserable ends, all for the sake of preventing the Goblin Hunter from running away. Their deaths only bought a few seconds each. But even so, they advanced dauntlessly in an endless wave. As soon as one died, another would rush up to take their place. Seeing the warriors dropping like flies, the mages couldn't help but feel their hearts ache. They intensified their barrage. They understood the sooner they killed the Goblin Hunter, the fewer lives would be lost. Because their expedition team had priests who could cast revive, the death penalty was reduced to only 30%. However, this was still valuable experience lost. It would take them at least 6 hours of non-stop grinding to get it back. The mages frantically bombarded the Goblin Hunter with spells. Its health fell to 3%, 2%, 1%, and finally, 0%. Boom. It died in a fiery explosion, collapsing into a pile of scrap metal. Looking at the ground, Nie Yan saw 36 corpses forming a long line. The Goblin Hunter had taken out a warrior with every step. The only reason the Goblin Hunter couldn't escape was thanks to the sacrifices of these players. Priests, come down from the buildings and start reviving them, Nie Yan said. Even the tallest of the 6 buildings was only about 12 meters high. The fall damage wasn't enough to kill them at that height. All the mages and priests jumped down from the buildings. The priests began reviving the fallen warriors. One warrior gathered up all the loot from the Goblin Hunter. There were 3 pieces of equipment in total, 1 for a warrior, 1 for a mage, and 1 for a thief. Boss, some leather armor for a thief dropped. Holy shit, what luck. It's a legendary item fragment. A team member exclaimed in excitement. Even though it was only a fragment, it was still extremely rare. Legendary item fragment, Nie Yan asked in surprise. This was the first time he heard of a thief legendary fragment dropping on this map. However, a thought struck his mind. Could it be the dark bright leather armor of Solga? Quick, let me see it. The most drool-worthy item that dropped from the 5 lords in Everlasting City was the sub-legendary Winterthaw dagger of Molig. Its attack power was rarely seen among one-handed weapons. Even some sub-legendary two-handed great swords paled in comparison. It was one of the most sought-after weapons by thieves and fighters. Each possessing unique properties, only 3 Winterthaw daggers existed in the game. When all of them were obtained, no more would appear. Another notable item that dropped from Everlasting City was the dark bright leather armor of Solga. Its drop rate was even lower than the Winterthaw daggers. Of course, this was due to it being one of a kind. Since this was only a fragment of the dark bright leather armor of Solga, its properties were naturally inferior to a piece of sub-legendary grade equipment. Only when all the fragments were gathered together would its true power be restored. But even after a very long time, no players in the previous timeline had ever restored the dark bright leather armor of Solga. So the existence of this legendary item was eventually forgotten. Nie Yan didn't expect for something like this to drop on the guild's first pioneering expedition. The properties of the dark bright chestpiece were shared in chat. Dark bright leather armor of Solga legendary. Requirements: 290 dexterity, 360 strength. Dark bright chestpiece fragment. Requirements: 130 strength. Description: this chestpiece still contains strong remnants of magic power. Seek out the other fragments, dark bright fine feather silk and dark bright rune cloth, to restore the dark bright leather armor of Solga. Properties: defense 370 to 386, dexterity plus 20, speed plus 20, jump plus 10, stealth plus 10, cloaking plus 10, reflex plus 10. Dark Bright Barrier, rank 3, absorb 30% of all incoming damage up to a maximum of 1200 points for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Restrictions, Thief, can be equipped by any faction. What high defense. The properties of the Dark Bright chest piece were undeniably great, especially the supplementary Dark Bright Barrier, rank 3. This piece of equipment was better than some level 50 Dark Gold grade Thief armor. But the rather high strength requirement made many of the thieves in the expedition team shrink back. An abnormal player like Nie Yan was perhaps the only one who could equip this Dark Bright chest piece. Anyone want this chest piece? Nie Yan asked. Nearly all the thief team members shook their heads. With such an intimidating strength requirement, how could any of them equip it? Nie Yan looked at One Strike Vow and asked, what about you? Want it? These players formed the core of Ass-Kickers United, and a future shadow dancer like One Strike Vow was naturally no exception. If any of them wanted a certain piece of equipment, Nie Yan as their guild leader would do his best to provide. There were numerous other opportunities for him to obtain better equipment anyway. One Strike Vow shook her head. I have 80 strength, but all of that is from equipment and gems. There's no way I can equip it. One Strike Vow still only had 80 strength at her current level. This meant she had put all of her points into dexterity. When a thief reached 500 dexterity, a portion of it would be added to their attack power. At 1000 points, this bonus was doubled. Almost every thief liked to focus on this stat, but very few actually chose to go all in. Although a full dexterity thief was very nimble with high attack speed, their fatal flaw was that they sorely lacked damage. So many players who attempted this difficult build would eventually end up abandoning it, having no choice but to add some points into strength. If One Strike Vow reached 500 dexterity, keeping up her gear quality to compensate for the lack of damage, she could be considered to have achieved some minor success with the build. And after reaching 1000 dexterity, she would be all in the clear. A few other top thieves also shook their heads when asked. Only Nie Yan met the requirements for the Dark Bright chest piece. He could even equip it right away. I guess I'll take it then, Nie Yan said. When he no longer needed the Dark Bright chest piece, he could simply toss it in the treasury. By then, many players in the guild would meet the requirement to equip it. Nie Yan checked his stats after equipping the Dark Bright chest piece. They had increased significantly. It gleamed with a dark luster, resembling a black jewel, bizarre and mysterious. The other two pieces of equipment were dark gold grade. Both were snatched up by the players for around 20,000 merit points each. After calculating the price of the Dark Bright chest piece, Nie Yan distributed 500 merit points to every member of the team, causing them to rejoice. Nie Yan wasn't the least bit miserly when distributing merit points. This made the players respect him all the more. On a different note, the Goblin Hunter gave an extremely generous amount of experience. This allowed for almost all of the players to rise up by a minimum of 80% of a level, and so many people leveled up. Aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, Nie Yan's group obtained the 5th energy key fragment. When all 5 energy key fragments were gathered together, they started shining brilliantly before gradually merging into a complete glowing key. Everlasting City energy key special item. Boss, what's this good for? According to the official website, it's used to open the gates to the inner sanctum of Everlasting City. What's that? Nie Yan didn't offer up an explanation. Let's go take a look. Nie Yan led the way to the center of the square. Carved throughout the towering, faintly glowing spire were murals narrating the golden age of the goblin civilization as well as their eventual decline. The remnants of their race was this city which had survived the ravages of time. It was thusly named the Everlasting City. The others followed closely behind Nie Yan. The broken brick floor beneath their feet sported cracks reminiscent of a turtle shell, which branched outwards in a bizarre, circular pattern. Nie Yan's group arrived at the base of the spire, where they were greeted by ancient gates whose surfaces were mottled by rust. Still standing firm in spite of the passing of centuries, they were impossible to push open regardless of the force employed. At the center of the gates was a giant lock with a keyhole. Constructed of intricate metal parts interlinked with one another, it exuded a rather remarkable impression. Nie Yan pulled out the energy key. These are the gates. They don't really look like much, but I heard you can obtain the energy core of Everlasting City by opening them. What's that for? Who knows? It probably has something to do with strongholds. The players chattered among themselves. Nie Yan turned around to face the team members and said, wait out here for now. I'll be out in a bit. Nie Yan didn't have second thoughts about entering since there were no monsters in the inner sanctum. He slowly inserted the energy key into the keyhole, feeling strong currents of magical energy surged out from the lock's tiny apertures before dispersing into the air. Once the key was fully inserted, a blinding radiance shone from the ancient doors. Their previously mottled surfaces suddenly shone with brand new splendor, as if they had never rusted at all. Nie Yan slowly pushed open the door, then stepped inside where he was welcomed by nothing but darkness. Just run if you encounter any trouble, Blade Light shouted from behind, sounding a bit uneasy. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Nie Yan replied. There were no monsters inside the inner sanctum. He had nothing to be concerned about. Nie Yan proceeded forward with nothing but darkness around him until he arrived at a meter-high stone platform, on the top of which sat a metal basin collecting light green droplets trickling down from above. The basin was full to the brim with the falling green liquid. Looking down, Nie Yan saw a glowing crystal at the bottom of the basin. It was the size of a goose egg, elliptical in shape and jade green in color. It was the energy core of Everlasting City. Within a few NPC barrier masters, Nie Yan could construct a barrier powerful enough to hold off rank 5 advanced magic and under, and that would be sufficient until players reached level 150. Even in the previous timeline around when Nie Yan assassinated Cao Shu, there had only been 2 magisters who had learned rank 6 advanced magic. Barriers were immensely valuable to the defense of a stronghold, blocking incoming spells from the enemy while allowing outgoing spells to pass through. However, players could freely enter or leave. This property alone made the energy core priceless. Nie Yan reached into the basin and fished out the energy core. The green liquid that filled the basin turned impeccably clear as if its essence was drawn out along with the crystal. He looked at the properties of the energetic core. Energy core of Everlasting City Jr. generate 1 megacycle of energy per day, maximum storage of 50 megacycles of energy. A megacycle was a unit used by goblins to represent the intensity of energy. The energy released by a rank 1 advanced magic spell was approximately 0.1 megacycle. This meant a barrier put up at a stronghold at maximum energy capacity could hold off at least 500 such spells. It would take at minimum 10 days before a second energy core was produced. I'll tell them to come here by themselves next time, Nie Yan thought. He wouldn't need to personally come back here again. Nie Yan stored the energy core inside his bag, then headed back outside. Blade Light and the others walked up, welcoming him back. How'd it go? You got it? Blade Light asked. He had looked up the uses of the energy core on the official website and now knew the importance it held. I got it. Nie Yan nodded. This trip to Everlasting City was well worth the time spent. What should we do next? Blade Light asked. Tell everyone to return to headquarters first. We'll grind a bit outside Everlasting City, Nie Yan said. It wasn't too efficient to have so many people leveling together. At this moment, Nie Yan received a call from Guo Wai. Nie Yan, I heard a level 40 golden dragon spawned east of Kalor in Sinful Gorge. I checked the website and it says that the golden dragon's horn can summon a golden dragon. Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine are heading there right now. Should we go as well? Guo Wai asked. The golden dragon was a rare, top-grade summon. Of course, why wouldn't we go? We've got to join in on the fun as well. Golden dragons were higher-order creatures comparable to super variants or even demonified lords, with sightings of them popping up every once in a blue moon. Everyone would be notified of its appearance through the official website, where it would be front-page news. Such a rare existence would inevitably attract the attention of all the large powers. The 5 major guilds of Kalor were mobilizing to seize this good fortune. A great spectacle was bound to unfold. Nie Yan remained rather aloof, contrary to expectation. He hoped Ass-Kickers United could snatch away the golden dragon, but there was no need to force things in the event they failed. He would be satisfied as long as they could reap some benefits. After all, the primary goal was still to suppress Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Whether in terms of average level or gear quality, the top players of Ass-Kickers United were a step above the rest. Although they were ranked number 1 on the forums, there were many people who still held doubts. This event was the perfect opportunity for them to cement their position as the top dog in Kalor. Are we going to fight for the golden dragon? Blade Light asked. This would throw their initial plan of leveling in the outer regions of Everlasting City astray. Let's see what kind of trouble we can stir up for Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, Nie Yan replied. There was no harm in setting aside leveling for another time. The expedition team had already benefited greatly from this trip to Everlasting City. Blade Light was currently sporting the Everlasting Dark Gold set while his previous Everlasting Gold set was passed down to Nie Yan. On top of that, they still had 3 surplus Everlasting Silver sets. They were more than capable of crushing the now isolated Radiant Sacred Flame in the upcoming battle for the minor stronghold. After news hit the official website, fervent discussion exploded in the guild chat. Watchful Snail quickly informed the guild leader. Let's slaughter Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame in Sinful Gorge. After we stomp on them a few more times, let's see if they still dare to act so brash. The players of Ass-Kickers United were in high spirits. Their recent victories filled them with satisfaction and confidence. Morale was at an all-time high, and the might of the guild was on full display. Now it was their turn to act unbridled, while the enemy was on the back foot. However, Ass-Kickers United's arrogance was different from that of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. While the latter two held contempt for the average player, not hesitating to close off entire maps and indiscriminately slaughter others during their peak, Ass-Kickers United's disdain was solely directed toward them. The players of Ass-Kickers United always loved to repeat a certain line when out leveling in the wilderness, humph. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame aren't worth a fart. This daddy is from Ass-Kickers United. This line alone spoke of the impressive might of Ass-Kickers United. A group of hard-working analysts on the forums evaluated the strength of Ass-Kickers United, Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine by comparing several important factors. They created an easy-to-understand table for the other forum visitors. Guild name, Ass-Kickers United Holy Empire Sapphire Shrine Victorious Return Radiant Sacred Flame. Guild level, 45455. Hash of players, 52,100 3,082,100 65,150,000. Hash of players greater than level 25, 23,200 10,800 11,000 12,200 12,800. AVG. Player level, 23.8 17.9 17.6 18.1 17.8. Gear quality, 267,156,196,185,186. When comparing these stats, people discovered that Ass-Kickers United had about as many level 25 or higher players as Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame combined. This density of high-level players left people speechless. Moreover, they were far ahead of the pack in terms of gear quality. Although Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame greatly outnumbered them, if a fight truly broke out, a single level 25 player could kill at least 3 level 20 players. Taking this into consideration, Ass-Kickers United was truly powerful enough to make the other guilds quake in fear. As a result, Ass-Kickers United became the unofficial leader in the alliance between them, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. When the ordinary players of these 3 major guilds formed teams, any random player from Ass-Kickers United would be superior in level or gear quality. This directly led to the players of Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine attaching themselves to Ass-Kickers United. When Sleepy Fox and Fall Land noticed this situation, they could only reluctantly accept it. They simply couldn't afford a falling out with Ass-Kickers United, since there was too much they needed them for. If it wasn't for Nie Yan, and subsequently Ass-Kickers United, they would have never been invited to become shareholders of the Union of Assassins, which netted them great profits. In fact, it was a significant source of income which directly supported the growth of their guilds. Not to mention they needed the support of Ass-Kickers United if they wished to contend against Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Only with the support of Ass-Kickers United would they dare face their enemy head-on. But in the end, it mostly came down to their mindset of hiding behind a big tree where the shade was plentiful. Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return already suffered dearly at the hands of Ass-Kickers United. This led to the fighting spirit of the players from Ass-Kickers United to rise with unstoppable momentum. Under Nie Yan's influence, these players developed a certain way of thinking. They believed Ass-Kickers United was unstoppable and whoever remained unconvinced would receive a beating. There were only 2 guilds unwilling to accept this, Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. It wasn't every day that the players of Ass-Kickers United were given the opportunity to teach Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return a lesson. They were itching for battle. It seems like the guild leader is still off leveling somewhere. What about young Sparrow Hawk? I think he's with the guild leader as well. Ah, this isn't good. We can't let the golden dragon get snatched away by Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. The guild members anxiously awaited the return of their leader. Ass-Kickers United's rules were very strict. Anyone that mobilized without permission would receive severe disciplinary action. In extreme cases, the offender would even be expelled from the guild. No one was willing to risk banishment from the top guild in Kalor, so they could only patiently wait for Nie Yan's orders. What's there to be anxious about? Didn't Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine already assemble? Haste makes waste, Nie Yan spoke out in the guild chat. The guild chat exploded with activity. The guild leader is finally here. Greetings, guild leader. Boss, what's the plan? Just one word, and all of his brothers will mobilize. The guild members chattered on in a lively discussion. Everyone, calm down. Listen to what Nirvana Flame has to say. Guo Wai shouted. Not another word was spoken by the guild members. They showed complete respect for Guo Wai's authority. It'll be inconvenient with too many. We'll send a small force, 2,000 players should do it. All players level 27 or higher should come. The rest of you should go about your business. Don't even think about participating if your level isn't high enough. Nie Yan instructed. The level 27 or higher players all cheered in celebration, while the players under level 27 all become deflated. Nie Yan's orders were law. The unqualified could only stifle their breath and hurriedly increase their level. They received a harsh wake-up call. If they wished to participate in future guild activities, they would have to work hard and catch up to the top players of the guild. If they were to miss more opportunities like today, that would be too unfortunate. The level 27 or higher players returned to the guild headquarters. They totaled a little over 2,000. It was quite impressive. The vast majority of them were level 27 or level 28. Many of them had recently leveled up today. After the implementation of the buried history expansion, leveling became much easier, so their levels all rose. The vast majority was level 27, many of them hitting that level only today. There were very few level 29s, while there were practically no level 30s. Nonetheless, Ass-Kickers United was perhaps the only guild that could assemble over 2,000 level 27 or higher players. Nie Yan, Blade Light, and the other members of the expedition team returned to Kalor. As soon as Nie Yan's group stepped foot into the guild headquarters, they invoked a huge commotion. Seeing that the guild leader had returned, a large crowd of players excitedly gathered around to greet him. Nie Yan was extremely popular among his subordinates. It was he who led Ass-Kickers United to create legend after legend. Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame wasn't only associated with Nie Yan, but it was the entire guild's symbol of glory. I'm a little envious of you. Tang Yao sighed with deep emotion. The unconditional support he received of so many people really showcased his class as guild leader. He couldn't help but be a little envious. Back when Nie Yan showed off his strength in Kiln Fire Woods, he merely earned the admiration of his guild members. It wasn't until that speech he made when he led a band of brothers to save Withered Leaf that they truly accepted him in their hearts, earning their respect. At that time, his speech caused countless guild members. Ever since, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to Ass-Kickers United. Whoever messed with the brothers of Ass-Kickers United, whether it be Victorious Return or Radiant Sacred Flame, Ass-Kickers United would retaliate in full force. Nie Yan's speech was still fresh in their minds. Nie Yan silenced the crowd of players who were in high spirits with his hands, then said, a golden dragon has spawned in Sinful Gorge. Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and our allies Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine have set out. According to reports, each of them mobilized at least 10,000 players. We will join the fray with a mere 2,000. You might be puzzled, wondering why I, your guild leader, am being so miserly, only mobilizing such a small force. The guild members chuckled lightly. Nie Yan's teasing eased their hearts by quite a bit. Who would have expected that the normally reserved and solemn Nie Yan could also crack such jokes? These few simple words brought him much closer to these brothers of his. I'll tell you, it's because it's only a golden dragon. We're only going there to get some small benefits. Why would we bring more people? Such an effortless task doesn't require us to act so urgently. I ask of you all, calm down. We're going there to take a look and see if we can stir up trouble for Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return, while also getting some easy benefits. However, this doesn't mean we can slack off and dim Ass-Kickers United's glory. From the moment we set out, I'd like you all to keep track of your kill counts. Whoever kills the most people, I'll reward them with a full set of dark gold equipment. How is that fair? We're competing against people like young Sparrow Hawk. We don't stand a chance. Someone complained. Tang Yao, Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, and the others were simply too powerful. It was almost impossible for ordinary members to compete against them. That's why all contracted guild members are excluded from this competition. The top 10 will receive a full set of gold equipment while the top 100 will receive a full set of silver equipment, all of which are level 30. The rewards do not stack. All participants will receive 200 merit points, Nie Yan replied. He didn't bat an eyelid after promising so many rewards. His pockets were more than deep enough to bear the cost. Ass-Kickers United was no longer a fledgling guild. Its treasury had grown immensely after experiencing several guild wars. If Nie Yan didn't dole out more merit points, the spoils of war would gather dust. Boss, you promised. Don't go back on your word. A guild member exclaimed, invoking the laughter of the surrounding players. Nie Yan chuckled lightly. He knew this player was only acting cheeky. Alright, let's set out, Nie Yan ordered. The 2,000 players from Ass-Kickers United teleported from Kalor to Soren Town, then headed for Sinful Gorge. Nie Yan recalled the general topography of Sinful Gorge, a long passageway between two cliff walls about as wide as 30 players standing side by side that led into a wide open plain. According to legend, Sinful Gorge was created during the Dark Era when the Dragon King Zenard shattered the god of war Kelo's divinity with a mighty blow from his sword, marking the first of mankind's gods to fall in battle. The slash left behind a long gash on the land, unleashing a powerful explosion of dark power that carved out a deep basin. Even to this day the remnant energy lingering in the gorge prevented any vegetation from growing while nurturing countless creatures of darkness. There was a cave in Sinful Gorge enshrouded in darkness where many powerful monsters resided. Even when the average player was over level 100 during the previous timeline, it was labeled a forbidden zone no one dared to explore. Nie Yan recalled a few other rumors, but he couldn't verify their authenticity. Dragon King Zenard's sword was rumored to be located in the deepest region of Sinful Gorge. Legends told that only a paladin with a holy spirit heart could pull this sword out, lest the wielder's soul be devoured by the undying demon spirit sealed inside. Stories like these weren't verified on the official website. They were probably dug up from old lore books. Sinful Gorge was a level 20 to 25 map. It primarily gave habitat to undead, such as bone devils and bone beasts. A golden dragon was undoubtedly a foreign existence to Sinful Gorge. This one had most likely undergone a demonic transformation. Why else would it relish in the dark energy permeating the area? Golden dragons were generally high-level creatures at minimum in the 200 to 300 range. Players in the previous timeline could occasionally encounter them besieging a city or stronghold. Nie Yan had no idea why such a low-level one appeared all of a sudden. What's the situation like in Sinful Gorge right now? Nie Yan asked Guo Wai, who had been constantly gathering information. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flames forces number around 30,000 to Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrines 20,000. Both sides have already fought many times, with Holy Empire suffering the heaviest losses so far, losing over 5,000 players. The enemy is purposefully targeting them, and they're pretty much getting steamrolled. Thank God for Sapphire Shrine's support, otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago, Guo Wai replied. Any other movements from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame? Nie Yan asked. With the appearance of a golden dragon, he felt the enemy might have something up their sleeve. Not that I'm aware of. Just those 30,000 players I mentioned earlier are fighting. I haven't received any reports of strange movements, Guo Wai replied. He also felt apprehensive. Things were strangely calm over on the enemy side. Over 100 moles were planted among enemy ranks, but none of them reported back on anything out of the ordinary. Keep a close eye on things. They're probably biding their time for a big catch. Nie Yan's expression turned frosty. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame would have definitely taken note of the special topography of Sinful Gorge. It would be foolish to believe they had no plans of sealing off the passageway. Of course, Nie Yan had long since thought up a countermeasure. He wondered what sort of disappointed looks the higher-ups of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame would have when they found out Asskickers United had only sent out 2,000 players. One other thing. I heard Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors along with several other guilds have dispatched people to Sinful Gorge. Be careful, Guo Wai warned. These were all major guilds. They were in no way inferior to Victorious Return or Radiant Sacred Flame. Both Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame's growth had far outstripped that of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors in the previous timeline. This was due to them starting out in Kalor, which had the highest player density out of all the cities in the Viridian Empire. However, Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame's growth was greatly hindered by Asskickers United this time around, to the extent it wasn't even half of what it was in the previous timeline. This was why they were roughly on par with Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. More than half of the elites who were supposed to join Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were among the ranks of Asskickers United. In this timeline, the most powerful of the 5 major guilds under Cao Shu's control were no longer Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame but rather Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. This was precisely the butterfly effect brought about by Nie Yan's reincarnation into the past. Bloodlust Blades' base of operations was Glory City, Alliance of Mages was Moonlight City, and Divine Protectors was Kellen City. They had zero competition in their respective cities, so they grew virtually unimpeded. When more strongholds were released, their strength would rise by yet another level. In this life, Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors would be far bigger threats than Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Since these guilds operated so far away from Kalor, they could only afford to send several hundred people at most. At a rate of 2 gold per round trip for a single player, they simply couldn't bear the cost of sending a large force. When land mounts were more universal later on, only then would these 3 guilds start posing any real danger to Asskickers United. How many players did Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors send over? Nie Yan asked. He had no choice but to start paying attention to these 3 guilds. After all, with the addition of the Buried History expansion, land mounts were just around the corner. Nie Yan estimated all the major guilds would control strongholds by then. That was when the most intense struggles would commence. Bloodlust Blades dispatched around 20 players. According to reports, Bloodlust Mad Blade is personally leading them. As for Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors, both of them also sent out small groups. But I'm not too sure on their exact numbers. Bloodlust Mad Blade was a player who had a master class title in the previous timeline. He was extremely famous, and was known as the strongest champion. Although many disagreed with this title, that didn't matter because no one capable cared enough to challenge him anyway. Very few players with master class titles cared for the moniker of strongest. They understood that at the top none of them could truly be titled the strongest. The vast majority of them were on the same plane of skill. Those who could absolutely dominate were practically non-existent. This was why such a title was unsuitable on any of them. Nie Yan felt it would be a little troublesome if he encountered a player like Bloodlust Mad Blade. However, after looking at his fellow guild members, he couldn't help but think, humph. So what if he's a champion? There's a ton of players with master class titles in Asskickers United. I could randomly pick out a whole bunch with my eyes closed. Champions, sword saints, guardians, archbishops. We don't lack any of them. Even if you're the strongest champion, all I have to do is send a bunch of other players with master class titles after you, and you'll end up getting crushed just the same. Using a group of players with master class titles to gang up on a single person was definitely more awesome than simply using ordinary players. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan's mood improved greatly. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had called these people over to help them. There was a good chance he would meet them again in the upcoming stronghold battle between Radiant Sacred Flame and Holy Empire. Nie Yan, remember when you told me to pay attention to the Cao Shu Century Financial Group? Well, I received some information today. It's related to Radiant Sacred Flame, Guo Wai informed him after recalling this matter. What kind of information? Nie Yan asked, his tone turning much more serious when he heard it was related to the Cao Shu Century Financial Group and Radiant Sacred Flame. I got a report that Century Financial Group wanted to acquire Radiant Sacred Flame. But after only 3 days, negotiations fell through and both sides parted on bad terms. This was an extremely shocking piece of news. Wait, what happened? Why did they fall through? Nie Yan asked in surprise, especially since he knew Radiant Sacred Flame was successfully acquired by Century Financial Group in the previous timeline. I heard Nightbreak Trickster was given an insultingly low offer, the reason being that Century Financial Group judged Radiant Sacred Flame had no potential for further growth. With the existence of our guild, they felt Radiant Sacred Flame's chances of victory in the upcoming stronghold battle were slim to none. There was also the possibility that Radiant Sacred Flame would end up getting crushed by our guild somewhere down the line. Since Century Financial Group failed to acquire Asskickers United, they've decided to abandon most of their business efforts in Kalor. This was an unprecedented development. Nie Yan never expected that his interference would lead to such a huge chain reaction. He had directly caused Century Financial Group to give up on acquiring Radiant Sacred Flame. In the previous timeline, they had acquired both Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Didn't this mean they had no plans of acquiring Victorious Return as well? Nie Yan felt cold sweat drip down his forehead. He believed that crushing Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return was simply the first step. He never expected his plans would go completely awry after completing it. Things had gone in an unknown direction. From now on, the future would be much more uncertain. Nie Yan sank into deep thought. With Century Financial Group withdrawing their presence from Kalor, he felt some slight concern toward the uncertain future. But beyond that, he couldn't help but wonder what would change. Where would Cao Shu inject his capital? Which guilds would he end up buying? Would he still continue setting his eyes on Asskickers United and the War God tribe? But regardless of what unfolded, raising his strength was the top priority. So long as Asskickers United reached a certain level of power in the game, there would be no reason to fear Century Financial Group. Nie Yan no longer lingered on this thought, turning his attention on dealing with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. I'm going to head over to Sinful Gorge. You guys stay safe. Don't move without my word, Nie Yan ordered. Like this, they wouldn't fall into any ambushes the enemy set up ahead. Nie Yan was the first to leave town. He summoned the Faulkner warhorse and rode off, leaving behind a trail of dust. The players stared at his departing figure in shock. Nie Yan was riding a mount. None of them had ever seen a mount before, let alone see a player ride one. Those found in NPC stables sold for at least 50 gold, some for even as much as several hundred gold. And they weren't even that great. Nie Yan's horse clearly belonged to a superior breed. Clad in silver plate armor, Nie Yan's Faulkner warhorse was gallant and brimming with power. It was fast enough to frighten players walking along the road. Just what was the movement speed bonus on that mount? Oh shit, the boss has a mount. Why did he never mention this before? That horse looks pretty awesome. I wonder where he got it. Did he buy it? No way. Even if he bankrupted the guild, I still doubt he'd have the gold to afford a mount like that. Undying Scoundrel shook his head. He must have gotten it from a quest. Even the most affordable mounts which increased movement speed by only 50% were currently beyond the reach of an average player. Those with movement speed bonuses of 100% cost upwards of several hundred gold, while the faster ones at 200% or higher were worth several thousand gold. As for the Faulkner warhorse, its movement speed bonus was clearly much higher than 200%. Nie Yan would have to empty out the entire guild treasury if he wished to purchase such a mount. The envy in the atmosphere was palpable. Not only did Nie Yan have all sorts of amazing equipment, but he also owned such a kick-ass mount. Nie Yan galloped along the main road as the surrounding scenery blurred past him. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of Sinful Gorge. He scouted around and discovered the presence of players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame as well as Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine. They were keeping watch. Just as Nie Yan was passing through a patch of forest, he spotted a thief from Victorious Return walking out onto the trail from some trees up ahead. The thief's eyes widened in astonishment. Fuck, why is my luck so shit? Why is the mad rogue here of all places? He's even riding a goddamn mount. What a guy. Even from over 10 meters away, the thief still recognized Nie Yan at a glance. His appearance was familiar to countless players. At this moment, a shadowy figure jumped out from between the trees and dashed toward the thief with blinding speed. The thief was about to raise his dagger to defend when he was struck in the back of the head. He felt sharp pain piercing through his back, followed by a cold blade sliding past his throat. The last thing he saw was his blood splattered across the dirt before blacking out. The new arrival bent down over the corpse and picked up his spoils of battle. Nie Yan stopped the Faulkner warhorse to observe the battle. Not bad, I wonder which guild he belongs to. This mysterious thief seemed to be around level 23 or 24. Besides the dagger, the rest of his equipment was mediocre, perhaps silver grade at best. On closer look, this thief was a member of Asskickers United. His name was Tyrannical, which sounded vaguely familiar to Nie Yan. Hello boss. Tyrannical greeted. He never expected Nie Yan to show up in this place. Nie Yan nodded. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. Good technique. The assassination of that Victorious Return player was well executed. I've been reviewing your videos recently and practicing your moves. It's been pretty effective. Tyrannical was absolutely gushing over Nie Yan's praise. It was a seal of approval from the mad rogue himself. This would be a lasting memory he would reflect on with pride. You're leveling right now? Nie Yan asked. Why was Tyrannical near the outskirts of Sinful Gorge? I'm a member of the 100 Thieves, Tyrannical explained. I'm scouting this area on Watchful Snail's orders. To ensure the safety of Nie Yan's group, Guowai had dispatched members of the 100 Thieves to scout ahead. Apart from surveying the neighboring areas, they were given another task, taking out enemy scouts. They had cut down quite a few of so far. If you're from the 100 Thieves, what's the deal with your equipment? Nie Yan asked in bewilderment. Why was an obviously skilled player wearing such garbage? Guowai had spared no expenses with the 100 Thieves, giving them access to the best equipment the guild had to offer. There should be no reason for Tyrannical to appear so wretched. A few days ago I got into a fight with a group of 7 players from Victorious Return. After killing 3 of them, I got careless and died, dropping all my equipment. I still haven't fully geared back up yet. I guess I bit off more than I could chew. Tyrannical let out an awkward laugh, conveniently forgetting to mention that he was trying to show off in front of a girl. Tyrannical was currently level 25. He should have been at least level 27 before dying, a fairly decent place to be at this stage of the game. The drop in level due to the red name death penalty was indeed quite tragic. Go grab some suitable equipment from the treasury. If you don't have enough merit points, you can pay the difference back later. Let Guowai know I told you that, Nie Yan said. It was a bit of a shame for such a good player to wear trash gear. Thanks boss. Be more careful next time. Don't lose all your equipment again. I won't. Tyrannical scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. I'll be off then. Nie Yan spurred the Faulkner warhorse towards Sinful Gorge. Take care boss. Nie Yan galloped away on the Faulkner warhorse while muttering, Tyrannical, why does this name seem so familiar? I just can't put my finger on it. He racked his brains for a while before giving up. After all, it was impossible to remember every face he had come across in the past. Nie Yan arrived at the entrance of Sinful Gorge. A good place to set up an ambush, he couldn't help but remark. Before him was a narrow passageway enclosed by 2 steep cliff walls whose surfaces were remarkably smooth, resembling a clean cut from a blade. Looking up, he could only see a thin strip of sky above him because of the massive cliffs on either side. As Nie Yan took in the odd geography, he started to give credence to the ancient rumors claiming this gorge had been hacked open in the distant past. After all legends had a basis in fact. Maybe the rumors had been spread by a player who found some source of information. Like how he had learned many lost secrets when he completed the Glimpse of Darkness. This gash in the earth extended several hundred meters. This was the perfect choke point. Quickly scanning the cliff faces, Nie Yan could already see 7 or 8 caves leading into the rock. Sinful Gorge had incredibly complex terrain, so there were naturally many caves snaking around. Guowai, how many Featherfall jewels do we have in the treasury now? Nie Yan asked. He had previously mentioned to Guowai that the guild should start stocking up on them. Only 2, it can't be helped. Tree Ant Forest on Specialist takes 5 days to reset after being cleared, and most of our members are too high level to run that dungeon now. All we can do is organize the low-level players in the branch guilds, Guowai replied. What did Nie Yan want with so many Featherfall jewels? With only 2 Featherfall jewels in hand, Nie Yan's plan would have to be scrapped. Nie Yan thought for a moment and formed a new plan on how to deal with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Nie Yan galloped through the passageway on the Faulkner warhorse, arriving at the center region of Sinful Gorge where he was greeted by an extremely chaotic battlefield. The players from Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine were duking it out everywhere. Both sides were virtually piling on each other. Enter Sinful Gorge. Nie Yan ordered the Ass-Kickers united players in the rear. The chaos of the battlefield ignited Nie Yan's fighting spirit. He unsummoned the Faulkner Warhorse, then jumped into the fray and slaughtered several players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return in quick succession. I'm at Sinful Gorge. Where are you right now? Nie Yan asked Sleepy Fox. HMMPH. So you finally decided to show up. My guild has already lost over 7,000 players. Sleepy Fox was clearly upset about his losses. If Ass-Kickers United had continued to be absent, he would have cussed Nie Yan out even harder. We're in the center of Sinful Gorge, at 673. We've already started attacking the Golden Dragon. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame are both here as well. From Sleepy Fox's tone, Nie Yan could roughly imagine how hectic the situation was. I'll be there in a moment, Nie Yan said after looking at the coordinates. The 673 Sleepy Fox gave weren't the full coordinates, only the last 3 digits. But since they were all in the same general vicinity, that much would suffice. As a matter of fact, a single digit was enough to give an exact position in some smaller areas. Nie Yan immediately rushed toward the location given by Sleepy Fox. It wasn't long before Nie Yan spotted a massive figure in the distance. This was a golden dragon. A ferocious creature that stood almost 10 meters tall, with a bulky abdomen, 4 thick limbs, razor-sharp claws, menacing teeth, and a gigantic pair of wings. An oppressive aura permeated the air around the dragon. Nie Yan noticed this golden dragon's wings were corroded. It was clear they wouldn't generate enough lift for flight. Golden dragons were normally completely gold in color. But there were strange black veiny runic patterns all over this one. Nie Yan's heart shook in alarm. This was a sign of demonification. It was a level 40 demonified golden dragon. The golden dragon let out a deep roar and breathed out a wide cone of fire, wreaking havoc on the surrounding players. The unlucky souls in front of the dragon perished immediately. A single dragon breath cleared out a large swath of players. Spells rained down from the sky like a dazzling display of fireworks. But they were merely hitting in the single digits while the golden dragon had well over 500,000 health. Killing this level 40 demonified lord truly wouldn't be an easy feat. The players were divided into several camps with each monitoring over the movements of the others closely. Not just Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, Sapphire Shrine, and Holy Empire, but many other guilds were attracted by the emergence of the Golden Dragon as well, including the likes of Splendid Temple, Unhindered, and Dark Hero. Several tens of thousands of players from other guilds had gathered in Sinful Gorge. There was no way to distinguish who belonged to which side. It was a chaotic scene. Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, Radiant Sacred Flame, and Victorious Return grew cautious when the other guilds arrived. Although these newcomers were all second-tier guilds, their strength couldn't be underestimated. For fear of inadvertently making enemies out of everyone, the 4 major guilds began exercising some restraint. If not for this, they would have continued their all-out brawl until either side was completely wiped out. All the guilds were after the loot that dropped from the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon's horn was especially coveted. Many players were well aware that they were too weak to compete in this playing field, but they still arrived nonetheless to scrounge whatever they could get. Who knows? They might even snatch away the drops by some miraculous stroke of luck. Nie Yan employed the silk spinner ring to ascend to the top of a large tree, where he quickly spotted the players from Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine occupying a corner of the battlefield in the northeast from the higher vantage point. Sleepy Fox was together with several others warriors at the forefront while the mages behind them released a constant stream of spells at the Golden Dragon. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flames forces were all the way in the southwest. At the center of map was a large crowd of players from other guilds. Even if the two sides wanted to fight, they had no way of reaching each other. Under the intense barrage of spells from the mages of all the guilds, the Golden Dragon's health fell to around 40%. How many brothers have died to the Golden Dragon in the last 10 minutes? Sleepy Fox asked, turning his head to Undying Battle Fervor beside him. Over 600, Battle Fervor replied. Sleepy Fox felt his blood run cold. These casualties were far too terrifying. The Golden Dragon was simply too domineering. Holy Empire's forces had gone out of their way to attract as little attention as possible, yet they still lost so many people. Even though every guild was trying their best to avoid being targeted, playing a dangerous game of hot potato with the Golden Dragon's aggro, none of them escaped suffering losses. If all of them stopped attacking or the damage fell below a certain threshold, however, its health would start quickly regenerating. So everyone kept attacking, otherwise, their previous efforts would go to waste. As for how these guilds were dragged into the fray, nobody knew. The Golden Dragon's horn was simply too alluring to pass up. This item was something everybody wanted. A whole crowd of warriors and thieves had gathered around the Golden Dragon. When it died, they would immediately jump into action to seize the loot. Furthermore, many small battles broke out across the battlefield. The players of the 4 large guilds had skirmished countless times, while the smaller guilds got into scuffles with each other as well. How long have you guys been fighting for? Nie Yan asked Sleepy Fox. Around 2 hours ago, not long after the Golden Dragon was discovered. We've clashed with Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return 5 times so far, with everyone suffering heavy losses. When the second-tier guilds arrived, all sides decided to call a temporary truce where we'd settle our grudges after killing the Golden Dragon. We've been cooperating for close to half an hour now, Sleepy Fox replied. So long as he obtained the Golden Dragon's horn, he would be satisfied. It was an item all players drooled over. Nie Yan looked over to the forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. He spotted a few familiar faces such as Tangerine and Skinny Dog. However, many of Victorious Return's elites were missing from this battle since they were locked up in Kalor jail cellars. As he shifted his attention to Radiant Sacred Flame's side, someone caught his eye, Nightbreed Trickster. Although they had never personally met, Nie Yan could recognize Nightbreed Trickster's appearance thanks to a video Sleepy Fox had shared of him. Nightbreed Trickster wore azure robes covered with all kinds of mysterious runes. He gave off a strange feeling. Nie Yan recognized the robes as they belonged to the Extorter set, one of the best level 30 mage sets. While squatting atop the tree branch, the corner of his lips curved into a devious smile. Just how would the players of Radiant Sacred Flame react if their guild leader was cut down right in front of them? Nie Yan wasn't sure how skilled Nightbreed Trickster was as a player, but he could ascertain one thing: any person capable of leading a large guild wouldn't be weak. In the previous timeline, Nightbreed Trickster was a very enigmatic figure. He never revealed his name on any leaderboards, and he was rumored to be a very formidable magister. But no one knew for sure because he was so reclusive and rarely ever took action himself. With so many Radiant Sacred Flame players nearby, Nie Yan didn't dare to claim with absolute confidence that he could assassinate Nightbreed Trickster. Such a task would prove incredibly difficult, especially since his target this time was very skilled. However, that didn't deter Nie Yan in the slightest. He inherently liked to take risks, so he was itching to give it a shot. Nie Yan shifted his attention back to the center of the battlefield. The golden dragon was undoubtedly a formidable foe, laying waste to everything at close range while incinerating players with dragon breath from afar. An idea popped into Nie Yan's mind. He would take advantage of the golden dragon. Since all the mages were dealing pitifully low damage individually, Nie Yan would be able to instantly attract the golden dragon's aggro if he hit it in the double or even triple digits. Nie Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. He now had a course of action. Just as he was about to execute his plan, Nie Yan spotted around 60 figures from Radiant Sacred Flame's side entering stealth while moving in the direction of Holy Empire's forces. These thieves were planning to ambush Sleepy Fox. Radiant Sacred Flame had provided these thieves ample cover, so Sleepy Fox had no knowledge of what just occurred. A player targeted by so many thieves would surely die. While Nie Yan was thinking of a way to kill Nightbreak Trickster, so that he could deal a heavy blow to the spirits of Radiant Sacred Flame's players, Nightbreak Trickster had aimed his sights on Sleepy Fox who was fighting at the forefront. If Sleepy Fox died, Holy Empire's morale would plummet. Sleepy Fox, watch out. Radiant Sacred Flame dispatched thieves to ambush you. Nie Yan jumped down from the tree. As soon as he touched the ground, he shot out like an arrow toward the direction of Holy Empire's forces. Nie Yan's speed was extremely astonishing, especially on this rugged terrain. Holy Empire had just finished their preparations for snatching away the golden dragon's drops from the other guilds, and Sleepy Fox was occupied with directing the mages in the backline when he received Nie Yan's warning. Sleepy Fox's heart trembled. Priests, cast Illuminate. Dazzling orbs of light shot up into the air one after the other, casting a flood of radiance over the battlefield which revealed several dozen approaching silhouettes sticking close to the golden dragon for cover. The golden dragon's aggro was focused solely on the mages in the distance, spewing out a constant stream of flames which wiped out player after player, so it didn't take notice of the thieves dashing past its body. Just at this moment, the golden dragon slammed down on the ground and struck a thief who happened to nearby. -723. Of the 60 thieves in the group, only this unlucky fellow was crushed to death. The others safely passed the golden dragon and pounced toward Sleepy Fox. The route Nightbreak Trickster had these thieves take was extremely crafty. They closed in on their target without a hitch, resembling sharp daggers with only a single aim. When the priests lit up the surroundings with Illuminate, the thieves had already arrived. Even though Sleepy Fox wished to engage the enemy, he understood the impact his death would have on the players of Holy Empire. Not allowing his emotions to affect his judgment, he retreated. Battle Fervor 1, Violent Waves 2, protect me. Sleepy Fox shouted. Both Battle Fervor and Violent Waves ran up and attempted to hold the enemy off. But there were too few players guarding Sleepy Fox. How could they possibly hold off the assault of nearly 60 thieves? Over a dozen thieves pounced on Violent Waves and Battle Fervor. Faced with so many enemies, they could only do their best to defend. A silhouette dashed past the action and arrived where Sleepy Fox retreated. The dagger in its hand struck out at his forehead, pierced through the air like a lightning bolt. What a fast attack. Sleepy Fox raised his great sword to block. Clang, the two blades clashed. Fortunately, Sleepy Fox was also a heaven-defying figure. Even though his role as guild leader left him always busy, his skills hadn't declined in the slightest. Only now did Sleepy Fox get a good look of his opponent, a man in his 30s with a horizontal scar extending across his nose. He radiated an aura of desolation, leaving a profound impression on anyone who saw him. This was the #1 thief in Radiant Sacred Flame, Jack the Ripper. He was a military veteran who became a professional player. After joining Radiant Sacred Flame, he quickly became their top thief. His skills were absolutely at the peak. Sleepy Fox never expected to encounter him like this. Jack the Ripper locked Sleepy Fox down, leaving him unable to flee while a swarm of thieves approached. No matter how good he was at defending, he would still die just the same. Bang, bang, bang. The Holy Empire mages in the rear blasted away several of the thieves gunning for Sleepy Fox. However, even more thieves rushed forward to take their place. Shockwave. Sleepy Fox swept his great sword in a wide arc, unleashing a wave of force that sent over a dozen thieves flying back. Just as he turned to flee, a cold light flashed and he was struck in the back of the head. With so many thieves pouncing on him, Sleepy Fox was hard-pressed to resist no matter how much of a heaven-defying figure he was. A pair of fists was no match for 4 hands. 1. When Sleepy Fox sent the thieves flying away with Shockwave, Jack the Ripper took advantage of the opportunity to stun him with Smothering Strike. A nearby group of warriors from Holy Empire rushed forwards in an attempt to rescue Sleepy Fox, but they were intercepted by several dozen thieves from Radiant Sacred Flame. Sleepy Fox endured the combined assault from 5 thieves. As a tanky warrior clad in heavy armor, he wouldn't go down too easily. Kill him, quickly. Jack the Ripper shouted somberly. Time was short. He circled back to the front, stunning Sleepy Fox once again with a concussive blow. Before he could follow up with another attack, his pupils constricted as he spotted the unmistakable sheen of a dagger stabbing toward his forehead. This attack was incomparably domineering, sharp and executed with pinpoint precision, resembling the strike of a viper. He cancelled his attack mid-animation, activated swift retreat, and rapidly pulled back. What a fast attack. Jack the Ripper inwardly remarked, raising his dagger to block as a metallic clang rang out. After retreating several meters, he felt cold sweat wash over him as he recalled the sensation of the dagger barely grazing his forehead. This was fear in its most primal form. He didn't dare imagine the consequences if that attack landed. Jack the Ripper focused on his opponent only to see a translucent silhouette dart past at a speed too fast for even his eyes to follow. The thieves ganging up on Sleepy Fox were flabbergasted. Why did their leader pull back all of a sudden? Before they could register what happened, a dagger materialized across the neck of one of their companions. It was a phantom blade appearing without warning, the very side of the Grim Reaper. Splitting edge was covered in sawtooth serrations, a queer design meant to inspire fear and intimidate. Cut throat. Within the span of a breath, Splitting edge effortlessly cut through the vulnerable flesh on the thief's neck as a spray of blood blossomed out like a bewitching rose. -630. It was an instant kill. That thief's health bar emptied out, and he collapsed to the ground. Everything happened too quickly, no one could react in time. While they were still reeling in shock, Sleepy Fox finally regained control of his body. Spinning slash. He swung his great sword in a wide arc, unleashing a sword beam that radiated outward in every direction. The thieves were knocked back several steps. When the figure supporting Sleepy Fox revealed itself, they looked as though they had seen a ghost. After killing the thief, Nie Yan's stealth wore off. The Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. The thieves sucked in a collective gasp, forgetting they were in the middle of combat. When Nie Yan emerged, one thief was forced to retreat, another died a miserable death, and the remaining four were scared out of their wits. Sleepy Fox breathed out a sigh of relief after drinking an intermediate health potion. Thanks, you saved my life just in the nick of time. A few seconds slower and I would have died. He was down to only 39% health before Nie Yan arrived. The attacks of those thieves really packed quite a punch. No problem. Since when haven't I been timely? Nie Yan smiled. He coolly surveyed his opponents before settling his gaze on Jack the Ripper, who had retreated far away. Out of all the thieves present, perhaps only this player was barely a match for him. Radiant Sacred Flame's ambush was a disaster. The warriors from Holy Empire finally broke through the blockade. The thieves tasked with holding them back were all killed. Boss, we're here. A fighter clad in a full set of gold equipment led the group of warriors as they charged at the four thieves surrounding Sleepy Fox and Nie Yan. The group of 60 thieves from Holy Empire suffered a catastrophic defeat. Determining that the situation could no longer be salvaged, Jack the Ripper activated stealth and turned to escape. He knew the title of Mad Rogue was not just for show. Although the exchange between them was brief, maybe a few seconds at most, Jack the Ripper could clearly sense the gap in skill between him and Nie Yan. It was like the difference between a pebble and Mount Tai. Simply recalling that awe-inspiring attack sent shivers down his spine. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light when he noticed Jack the Ripper attempting to flee. You want to run. It won't be that easy. Eye of truth. Nie Yan's eyes turned bloodshot while the veins near his temples bulged out. He instantly located the fleeing silhouette of Jack the Ripper. Shadow waltz. Nie Yan disappeared. Shortly after sensing a pair of eyes lock onto him, Jack the Ripper felt a cold nip behind his neck. It's the Mad Rogue. No one else could catch up this quickly. A suffocating pressure bore down on him the moment this thought crossed his mind, causing his breathing to turn ragged. The name Mad Rogue alone was enough to give the vast majority of players goosebumps. Add this sort of mental pressure to Nie Yan's absolutely domineering combat style, and most of his opponents would be defeated long before he touched them. Not only was this title Nie Yan's glory, but also a form of deterrence. Dance of Death. Nie Yan slowed down somewhat as his footwork grew more complex. He started leaving behind a trail of after images. Afterwards, he vanished. All traces of him disappeared with the wind. Those who had never performed the Dance of Death would forever be unable to grasp this phenomenon. Jack the Ripper was fleeing with all his might, but he could still sense Nie Yan hot on his tracks as though the footsteps of the Reaper were approaching ever closer. But that sensation faded away all of a sudden, and he could no longer detect the slightest presence. His mind was filled with doubt. Why did he disappear? Did he give up? No, he's still here. The deadly premonition in his heart grew even more intense. He swung around to face the enemy head-on, only to be met with a serrated dagger stabbing toward his forehead. The ghastly aura surrounding the blade froze his blood and very soul. Just as Jack the Ripper attempted to parry the attack, the dagger disappeared. A split second later, he realized he couldn't move, as though his body was nailed down in place. This was the effect of the Intimidate skill. Nie Yan emerged behind Jack the Ripper and struck him in the back of the head with smothering strike. Jack the Ripper fell into a stunned state. Nie Yan's attack was simply too fast. He had no chance to resist. Nie Yan followed up with a backstab and eviscerate. As 3 damage values floated up into the air, Jack the Ripper's corpse collapsed to the ground. I say, Nirvana Flame, why haven't the players from your guild arrived yet? Sleepy Fox turned around only to discover the person he was talking to had disappeared. He blanked for a moment, then spotted Nie Yan cutting down Jack the Ripper some 20 meters away. Shit, isn't he way too fast? Sleepy Fox only turned his back for 10 or so seconds at most. But during that time, Nie Yan had killed a thief more than 20 meters away. Hey, who's the thief lying on the ground over there? Sleepy Fox asked. He felt the player Nie Yan had just killed looked very familiar. I think that's Jack the Ripper, the top thief in Radiant Sacred Flame. A Holy Empire player stuttered. Oh, Sleepy Fox nodded his head listlessly. A moment later, he finally processed what happened. Just what kind of person was Jack the Ripper? He was extremely difficult to deal with. Holy Empire had suffered many times at his hands. Yet he was killed by Nie Yan just like that. What kind of preposterous turn of events was this? Holy shit. When did that guy become such a demon? Sleepy Fox couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation. Was this person still even human? Just how did he train? Jack the Ripper dropped 2 items. One was a dark gold leather chess piece. Although its properties weren't bad, it couldn't compare to the dark bright chess piece. The other was a somewhat damaged, ancient parchment scroll. Cahill's parchment scroll damaged Seeker's memories, 1/3. Many lines of eccentric characters were written on this old, sheepskin scroll. Cahill was a legendary thief. She was a treasure hunter who loved exploring. It was rumored she discovered a peerless treasure buried deep in a region in the remote underworld. However, she later vanished after being pursued by the demons of the underworld, only leaving behind a few clues. These sorts of items were difficult to find. Despite there being so many fragments in the previous timeline, very few players actually restored a legendary great item. The same was true for treasure maps. After tossing the scroll in his bag, Nie Yan walked back to Holy Empire's forces. He gazed at Radiant Sacred Flame's side in the distance where he was met with the icy cold gaze of Nightbreed Trickster. About 100 meters separated both groups. Nie Yan's emergence shook the hearts of all the leaders from the other guilds present within Sinful Gorge. He was perhaps the only player with such a powerful deterring effect. You really are a piece of work. Even Jack the Ripper couldn't escape your dagger. I bet Nightbreed Trickster is boiling over with anger right now. Sleepy Fox chuckled. None of the 60 thieves dispatched by Radiant Sacred Flame had survived. The previous battle was quite thrilling. If Nie Yan hadn't arrived in time, he would have died for sure. Nie Yan revealed a calm smile. It was a trivial effort for him to deal with the players of the present by relying on the techniques of a shadow dancer. It would be quite a while before they started posing a real challenge. Nie Yan observed the attack patterns of the Golden Dragon, then began setting about the preparations to execute his plan. I just received some information. Bloodlust Blades just captured their first stronghold. Alliance of Mages rose to a level 6 guild. Their numbers have broken through 300,000. Finally, Divine Protectors are about to fight over a stronghold as well. We have to hurry. We can't fall behind, Sleepy Fox said as he gazed in the distance. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were obstacles in their path. Only by removing them could they thrive. Holy Empire had branches in other cities, so their information network was better than that of Asskickers United. Nie Yan nodded. After analyzing a bit, he understood why Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors dispatched people over here. Kalor was the largest city in the Viridian Empire. If a guild was allowed to expand in this city without any competition, it was easy to imagine what kind of monster would be born. The strongest guild in the city was currently Ass-Kickers United, and the only thing holding them back was Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. As the big shots in their respective cities, Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors definitely didn't wish to see a united Kalor, so they naturally tried to hinder Ass-Kickers United's growth. The only reason Sleepy Fox informed Nie Yan about this was that Ass-Kickers United appeared much to lax in dealing with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. If Ass-Kickers United's players came out in full force, Holy Empire absolutely wouldn't be in such a weak position right now, to the extent that he was almost killed. Nie Yan was aware of the current situation. He turned to Sleepy Fox and replied with a smile, "No worries, I understand what you're trying to say." Sleepy Fox nodded. Since Nie Yan understood, there was no need to say more. Nie Yan checked back with his forces. The 2,000 players had already arrived in Sinful Gorge, and they were currently making their way towards Holy Empire's forces. The players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return exploded with killing intent and charged toward them. However, these players were all steamrolled. The domineering display from the players of Ass-Kickers United left the people of Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine dumbstruck. These 2,000 players were a match for 10,000. Bathed in the blessings of the priests, the warriors of Ass-Kickers United all roared into battle, showing off exceptional valor. As long as the priests kept up the healing, these warriors wouldn't break a sweat even if they were outnumbered 1 to 10. Even the quality of the priests in Ass-Kickers United was much higher than their counterparts in Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Boss Nightbreed Trickster, Ass-Kickers United's forces have arrived, Skinny Dog informed. How large is their force? Nightbreed Trickster asked. His heart was stirred. Their main enemy had finally shown up. Around 2,000, all of them are Ass-Kickers United's elites. They've already killed over 3,000 of our players. Only 2,000. Nightbreed Trickster was slightly disappointed. But his mood quickly recovered after thinking for a bit. These players were all elites of Ass-Kickers United. If they were all wiped out, it would still deal them a heavy blow. We'll proceed with our original plan. Mobilize 20,000 players here. Gear all of them up in novice equipment. When Ass-Kickers United's players kill them and get branded with red names, we'll trap them here in Sinful Gorge. Let's see how they'll escape then. Nightbreed Trickster originally believed Ass-Kickers United would at least send over 10,000 players. If all of these players were trapped in Sinful Gorge after being branded with red names and prevented from teleporting back to the city, they would be like turtles trapped in a jar. It would be easy pickings. Who could have imagined Nie Yan would be so prudent, only bringing 2,000 players over? Even so, wiping out 2,000 elites was better than nothing. A horde of players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame swarmed into Sinful Gorge. They were all wearing novice equipment, and their levels weren't high either, around level 10 or so, each dispatched with the express purpose of dying to the enemy. After Nie Yan was informed of this by Guo Wai, he immediately understood what Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were trying to do. What are we going to do? Guo Wai asked anxiously. If their 2,000 players kept killing the fodder sent by Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return, the kill counts would rise to ludicrous levels and so would their red name penalties for dying. They had fallen directly into the enemy's trap. We let our players kill to their heart's content. However many arrive, however many die. Nie Yan declared as his killing intent soared to the sky. If the heavens were dropping meat pies, why wouldn't they take a bite? Although these players were all relatively low level, for them to agree to go on a suicide mission, Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame would have definitely had to pay some heavy compensation. He wondered just how many merit points they were forced to dole out. Each major conflict was a significant financial test imposed on all participating guilds, particularly so for Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, whose repeated defeats and catastrophic losses, combined with the ceased investments from Century Financial Group, marked the end of their reign in the game. Their finances continued to be hammered away by Ass-Kickers United, with each strike driving these two guilds further and further down into the abyss. Even if it took all of their available capital, Nie Yan would continue to whittle down Radiant Sacred Flame. After all, Ass-Kickers United could afford the price. Victorious Return was in a slightly better position. They weren't under as much pressure as Radiant Sacred Flame, whose war with Holy Empire never settled down. Thousands of conflicts, both minor and major, had occurred between the two guilds, with casualties reaching in the excess of hundreds of thousands according to various reported battlefield statistics. Radiant Sacred Flame had long since emptied their treasury, accruing heavy debt for their extended survival. The basis for this struggling lay in a single hope, the upcoming stronghold battle. As long as they were victorious, they would outlast this crisis, maybe even renew enough confidence to receive resumed funding from Century Financial Group. The stronghold was their last hope. If they failed, their guild was destined to collapse. The conflict in Sinful Gorge would be the last before the upcoming stronghold battle. If Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame wiped out the elites of Ass-Kickers United and Holy Empire, it would be a decisive moment in reversing their declining fortunes. It was a solid plan to use the Golden Dragon as bait to deal a heavy blow to the forces of Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. However, Nie Yan wasn't some helpless fool who resigned himself to fate. If these 2,000 players from Ass-Kickers United could slaughter their worth in gold, it wouldn't be a bad trade-off. Falling down to a quarter health remaining, the Golden Dragon bellowed out a series of words chanted in the dragon language and summoned a blazing black meteor which crashed down from the sky. It exploded in an ocean of flames which engulfed the several hundred players within the impact zone, causing them to vanish into motes of light as their equipment dropped to the ground. The destructive power of the black meteor was even greater than that of advanced magic. Yet at the same time, its cast time was clearly much shorter. The havoc wreaked by the Golden Dragon caused many people to go pale. Nie Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the previous timeline, he had never been in this sort of situation before. Such spectacles were rare. This was his first time experiencing the might of a Golden Dragon. He wondered how powerful the pet summoned from the Golden Dragon's horn would be. Higher ranked creatures would generally possess special innate abilities. Nie Yan initially hadn't been all that concerned with the Golden Dragon's horn, but his interest was piqued after this attack. Even if the summoned Golden Dragon was inferior to the current one, Nie Yan had an Evolution Crystal 1 in his bag, an item that vastly increased a pet's stats. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan couldn't help but get excited. Having a Golden Dragon as a pet does sound like a pretty good idea. The crater created by the impact remained wreathed in flames for a while longer before eventually extinguishing. With the whole region cleared by the dragon's spell, mages from all over the place swarmed back in and resumed attacking. They were not willing to give up when the Golden Dragon was so close to death. As the dragon breaths started increasing in frequency, players never seemed to stop evaporating into motes of light in the face of the blazing attacks. The Golden Dragon's corrupted scales, which were covered in strange vein-like patterns, reflected a dark luster. Its massive body brimmed with unrivaled power as it wildly massacred the players surrounding it. Since nearly all the damage it received was from spells, the golden dragon would spew out a mouthful of dragon breath in the direction of any mage that attracted too much aggro, clearing out a wide area and then move on to the next target. Outside of turning around every once in a while, it generally stayed in the same place. Subjected to the relentless barrage of spells, the golden dragon's health pool dipped below 15%. Everyone, keep it up. We're at the final stretch. Prepare to fight for the loot the golden dragon drops. Sleepy Fox shouted. As he turned around to speak to Nie Yan, he noticed the person had disappeared yet again. Just where did that guy run off to now? As he pondered over this, a certain name crossed his mind. Nightbreed Trickster. He waited with bated breath for the spectacle that was about to play out. Seeing the golden dragon's health falling lower and lower, Nie Yan decided it was time to act. He activated stealth and disappeared from everyone's sight. Nie Yan avoided being spotted as he made his way toward Radiant Sacred Flame's forces. Nightbreed Trickster anxiously directed the mages under his command. He was still brooding over his failed ambush, especially since the thieves he had dispatched were so close to succeeding. And they would have too were it not for Nie Yan's intervention. So he was one of the first to notice when the target of his hatred had suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Priests, cast Illuminate. Dazzling orbs of light flew up into the sky, illuminating the ground below. However, no trace of Nie Yan was to be found. Shit, where's that bastard? Nightbreed Trickster cursed. Out of nowhere, 5 bolts tore through the air, shining with a frightening glint, straight towards the golden dragon. Those bolts had been fired behind Radiant Sacred Flame's forces, and all of them struck the golden dragon square on, dealing over 20 or so damage each. What high damage! All the mages in Sinful Gorge could only hit the golden dragon for single digits. Virtually none of them hit in the double digits. So the string of damage values in the low 20s floating up into the sky were extremely conspicuous. For a crossbow to deal so much damage, this was an inconceivable matter. Crossbows were generally only used to lure mobs, having no impact when dealing with a boss. However, the damage of this crossbow was way too perverse. Nightbreed Trickster and the rest of Radiant Sacred Flame's forces looked back. As a preventative measure, every mage reserved a meter or two of empty space between one another for free movement and dodging attacks. However, a single person appeared in one of those exact spots, a man with dark leather armor, armed with a double-handed crossbow so big it was half the size of the ones mounted on city walls during sieges. The taut bowstring and 5 deathly bolts exuded an image so powerful it would remain deeply rooted in their memories. They were most certainly familiar with this person. Nirvana Flame. The mages had never expected Nie Yan to just pop up among them without so much as a peep. They were in utter shock. Kill him. Only now did the surrounding mages react. They all targeted their spells at Nie Yan. Nie Yan activated the Dark Bright Shield as a faint curtain of light enveloped him before over a dozen spells rained down on him. Bang, bang, bang. He immediately lost 53% of his health. When Nie Yan noticed Nightbreed Trickster coldly glaring at him, he revealed a strange smile. Seeing Nie Yan's expression, Nightbreed Trickster suddenly had an uneasy premonition. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz, disappearing from everyone's sights. Don't let him escape, Nightbreed Trickster shouted, ordering all the nearby priests to cast Illuminate. Glowing orbs shot up into the sky. However, Nie Yan's Shadow Waltz prevented him from being seen through stealth for the first 6 seconds after its activation. By the time his silhouette was revealed by the piercing light of Illuminate, he had already broken out of their encirclement. It was too late to stop him. Before anyone had a chance to give chase, a world-shaking roar reverberated through the air. The faces of the players from Radiant Sacred Flame paled from fright. When they turned around, they spotted the golden dragon charging toward them. In an instant, they understood this was Nie Yan's plan all along.